Permanent Reformation, The Path from Catholic Orthodoxy to an Ecumenical Worldview, by Frederik Glas. Quote, "If we were to summarize the last few decades, we could say that the Church, having lost its secular power, tried to survive by tolerating it, essentially adapting to a world that it was supposed to save." Michel Houellebecq. Over the last few centuries, the Catholic clergy has been little bothered by being perceived as a clandestine association of sinister opponents of progress whose need for public exchange of opinions is limited. In contrast, the most recent pronouncements of the German high pastors convey a niceness that sounds almost desperate and testifies to their own objective superfluousness. The synodal path, which the German bishops adopted in March 2019 in response to their miserable press, is an example of this panic at the end of the tunnel and focuses on criticizing the Church's handling of sexual abuse and allegations of abuse. The 2-year internal self-understanding process is not only aimed at reforming the content of the Church and its internal power structures. Rather, the habitus of its own representatives is to be tailored to the Therapeutic Society's notorious willingness to talk. Quote, "In an honest, open and self-critical dialogue, various topics are discussed and the meaning of faith and church in today's world is reflected upon." End quote. However, it is questionable whether the celebrated willingness to self-criticize will be able to improve the battered reputation or even slow down the loss of members. After all, there are more profound reasons for the current anti-Catholicism in Germany that cannot be eliminated with a revamped marketing strategy. The Catholic Church is a foreign body in the postmodern ideology business. What once distinguished it is no longer compatible with contemporary forms of society and subjectivity. What's more, the final sequence of the Lord's Prayer alone, in which the kingdom, power, and glory are invoked for eternity, has more traumatizing than cognitive potential for contemporaries who have become sensitive. The objectivity and the claim to undivided truth that these lines claim appear to the current consciousness either as totalitarian Eurocentric presumption towards the marginalized individual subjectivities deprived of their emotional authenticity or as acute anachronism that the multicultural and multiconfessional expanding, transcendentally deeply relaxed world community no longer needs. The current Catholic reform debate in Germany, which is basically not a debate, as conservative counterpositions are not present in public, focuses on interests that have been driving the politically and renewal-minded part of the Catholic base for years. The fact that papal councils or the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith have a say in what happens in Germany's parishes and churches from Rome is causing increasing unease. The spirit of creative subjectivism also prevails in the Catholic milieu, to the extent that people want to add their own touches to the generally fashionable display of politically consensual attitudes, which is why edifying participatory church services are very popular, in which the altar is transformed into a stage for self-poems and self-paintings, a place where the subjects of the faith community do not, as would be the case in Catholic Orthodoxy, confront the objectified truth of themselves but are allowed to try out and live out their lives as permanently tinkering individual subjects. For more than 25 years, the Catholic movement We Are Church has been calling for the activities of the laity to be upgraded and for local churches to have more autonomy, which is usually accompanied by anti-Roman invective. The specific situation in Germany is that anti-Catholicism is not just a passion of opponents of the Church, but is an element of Catholic socialization itself. Even decidedly loyal priests have been able to do little to counter the widespread idea that all the trappings of the Roman Church ultimately suppress the free-floating genuine faith of devout Christians. What is new is that parts of the episcopate are now regularly coming up with reform proposals that openly aim to Protestantize Catholicism. Such plans are viewed with skepticism in the Vatican. Even Pope Francis, who generally does not have a reputation for blocking anything new, included a clear reference in his letter to the Pilgrim People of God in Germany, published last year, that German Catholics should also see themselves as part of the universal church, whose primary task is not to adapt to the spirit of the times, but to inflame people for Jesus Christ. On the contrary, in recent months, the conflict between German Reformed Catholicism and the Roman Catholic Church has become noticeably more acute. With the election of Limburg Bishop George Batzing as head of the German Bishops' Conference in March 2020, the camp of those who want nothing more than a rapprochement between Catholics and Protestants has gained a prominent advocate. Batzing stands for the dialogue orientation expected in the country, is publicly thinking about interreligious holidays, and has a penchant for politically correct platitudes. The delighted chancellor, who knows what Catholicism needs due to her original Protestant, or rather Protestant atheist, socialization acquired in the GDR, stated immediately after Batzing's election that his openness and willingness to talk predestined him to fulfill the coming tasks with foresight and continue the reform process within the Catholic Church. Domradio.de, April 3, 2020. Only in Rome are the German consensus wishes still being brazenly torpedoed. In September, the far-sighted reformer received a somewhat belated response to the letter he co-signed entitled Together at the Lord's Table, which promotes the mutual participation of Catholics and Protestants in the celebration of the Eucharist and Holy Communion. It laments the fact that many believers in the congregations have hardly any understanding for differentiated theological reasons that prevent them from celebrating the Protestant Lord's Supper or the Catholic Eucharist together. However, it is precisely this mental effort that the Curia Cardinal and Prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith Luis Ladaria, who was summoned to Rome by Pope Benedict XVI, expects of them. According to Ladaria, the remaining differences in the understanding of the Eucharist and ministry between the Catholic Church and the Reformation traditions did not allow them to equate communion and the Eucharist in theological terms. Tagespost, September 19, 2020. The vote for ecumenical coexistence lacks a commitment to the real presence of Christ, which is at the heart of the Eucharistic Catholic liturgy. The demand to allow all baptized persons, regardless of their denomination, to participate in the Eucharist on the basis of their conscience presupposes a separation of sacrament and church, which is unacceptable according to Catholic understanding. In addition, the Catholic Mass requires its participants to bear witness to communion with the Pope, the responsible bishop, the Virgin Mary, and all saints as well as the deceased, which for non-Catholics should be a contentious issue despite all efforts to achieve unity, but which the reform-minded church politicians do not want to discuss. According to the authors, the break pad from Rome, as it was called in the Süddeutsche Zeitung of September 25, 2020, does not want to be dissuaded from the path. Too often they had already experienced no recognition. The answer to the question of who participates in what, on the other hand, should be based purely on a decision of conscience. What is supposed to sound liberal and humanistic, but in reality testifies to an anti-spiritual addiction to harmony, is the invasion of postmodern relativism in theology and ecclesiology, as Christian Geyer rightly summarized in the FAZ. It is an epistemic irony that a Vatican authority that emerged from the historical Inquisition appears here as an advocate of differentiated theological argumentation, while German working group theology is presented by the head of the Bishops' Conference as the handmaiden of a church political agenda. End quote. The fact that the Orthodox hold on to the truth and value church regulations, which Luther already cursed as human statutes, higher than the need for interdenominational reconciliation celebrations, makes them appear to the public as stubborn power seekers and the real traitors to the faith. At the same time, people no longer seem to be able to understand that the Catholic Church is organized as an institution firmly committed to tradition, whose decision-makers are not oriented towards majority-approved worldviews or prevailing sentiments, but claim to argue from dogmatized theological revelation. Bishop Rudolf Voderholzer of Regensburg, who is one of the staunchest critics of the synodal way, tried to explain the standards of Catholic orthodoxy to a public that has little interest in contrary positions. Quote, "In my opinion, there is a lack of theological hermeneutics recognized by all participants and the affirmation of the principles of the Catholic justification of faith, which allows an appeal to scripture, tradition, magisterium and councils etc. to be considered the strongest arguments." Diocese of Regensburg, September 26, 2018. Because it is becoming increasingly difficult to tolerate an institution that places little value on authenticity, diversity, or equal opportunities in the midst of a nervous political community geared towards unified opinion, but instead offers its members, who ultimately voluntarily decide to join the faith community to conform to established dogmas and historically evolved forms, there is a growing reluctance, sometimes turning into open hatred, even when the Church, striving for purification, approaches people, as is often said, adopting a Protestant phrase extensively criticized by Adorno in the jargon of actuality. The greed for scandals presented in the media is correspondingly great, in which yesterday's destroyers of tender desires for self-fulfillment are exposed as depraved sinners who fail in the most immoral way because of their own demands. When Herbert Prantl, for example, directs sentences like this against the Church, the male power structures are a perversion. The audience will not ask which concept of perversion he is basing his pathologization on, but will enthusiastically agree with him and curse a little more crudely than the department head of the Süddeutsche Zeitung about the sick machinations in this malicious state within a state, Klaus Kleber, at the now digital regulars table. And the nice thing about bashing the representatives of tradition, because everyone agrees, there is little chance that the authoritarian stunt will be exposed at some point. In this context, It is remarkable that in a country that is producing an increasing number of naysayers who are eager to come to terms with the past, no one thinks to look into the continuity of genuinely German anti-Catholicism, which gained momentum with Luther, culminated during National Socialism in the idea that Catholicism corrodes the German essence, and today serves as the cheapest way to cultivate a projective enemy image. Heinrich Heine, who read the Reformation struggle against the grain and conceded that German anti-Catholicism was an idealistic revivalist movement which, in the name of inwardness and purity, struck out against practical materialism, which is not alien to Catholicism, already noted the similarities between the faith-based struggle against hypocrisy, double standards, and the enjoyment of privilege and the precursors of the angry bourgeoisie. Due to the delusion of virtue, the battle against Catholic moralists in Germany was not fought satirically, as in France with slippery fun, but in a blunt, drooling manner. The indulgences were chased away, the pretty priestly concubines were exchanged for cold wives, the charming images of the Madonna were broken. Here and there the most anti-sensual Puritanism arose. Heine correctly recognized that Catholicism, by its very nature, does not urge us to compulsively eradicate or deny the contradiction between spirit and matter, i.e. between God and instinct. Rather, Catholicism should be understood as a concordat between the two spheres, whereby the sole dominion of the spirit is pronounced in theory, but matter is put in a position to exercise all its annulled rights in practice. This becomes clear in the system of concessions, which help sensuality to express itself under forms that condemn the instinct but in practice deny the spirit its derisive usurpations. Instead, a social character has been able to assert itself in this country that is fundamentally unaware of its own imperfection, but tries to compensate for this with all kinds of moralism. Then as now, the larmoyant conformism of the subjectivists feels provoked both by thinking that cannot be collectivized and by a sensuality that can never be completely regulated by the state. The Maria 2.0 group, which campaigns nationwide for women in priesthood and the abolition of celibacy, is a pars pro toto testimony to the topicality of this virtuous self-righteousness. The Catholics, acting in the gesture of the late but intensely enlightened, write accusatory kitsch texts with a positive reference to Jesus, collect signatures and call for a church strike. Their specialty is victim slapstick. The activists cover their mouths without shame and look sad and angry at the same time into the camera or appear collectively and dressed all in white for Sunday Mass, where the surprised congregation is supposed to feel the spirit of innocence. The unease about the fact that women make a decisive contribution to maintaining Catholic parish life, but are excluded from the priesthood, which is probably considered desirable, for theologically unsound reasons, is quite understandable. However, anyone who experiences their voluntary church engagement as follows should consider changing their activity as soon as possible. The breath of absolutist clerical power hovers over us like a dark cloud and suffocates everything we cherish. However, simply staying away or even leaving the church to catch your breath is not an option. The group's website explains why, despite all the strife, the church is a home that should not be left to the unteachable without a fight. And in the end, it is not pitch dark either, because in the midst of the clerical darkness, a star shines in black, red, and gold. Quote, "In our democracy, we trust that good human qualities will prove themselves and prevail. Reason, responsibility, empathy, public spirit, so that our common good is born from this spirit. As Christians in Germany, we are particularly strengthened by our faith in Jesus Christ. And it is precisely in this environment that faith supported by the church is evaporating. You are mistaken if you think that people are hungry for a clerical monarchy of God." Zeit, April 9, 2020. People are certainly no longer hungry for a divine monarchy, at least not in Christianity. However, decentralized and therapy-like Bible study groups or bleak gym services are not really popular either. Just as little is the joyless culture of dialogue, which those in need of orientation build up with a cuddly God who has become a lucky charm, seen as worthy of imitation. After all, the Protestant Church, which has almost everything in its program that frustrated Catholics want, has lost a few more members over the last few decades. However, bad taste has never been a criterion for judging this country, and this is another reason why the Maria 2.0 initiative is taken more seriously than it deserves with regard to the quality of its interventions. In an address of solidarity entitled Je suis Marie, in which Federal Minister Jens Spahn also took part, it says very originally and apparently in the conviction that clerics committed to Catholic tradition have something to say against such banalities, which can be heard in every Sunday sermon. Quote, "Jesus proclaimed his message to all people equally, regardless of gender and regardless of who loves whom." Zeit, October 7, 2019. Nevertheless, Span's participation shows that he is still aware of the Christian message. Christianity's contribution to the development of the category of the individual, in particular through the assertion of a soul in the image of God in every human being, as well as to the civilization of the Occident in general, is otherwise hardly noticed anymore. However, Span's support for the current reform efforts probably has mainly a socio-political reason. In line with the currently particularly aggressive sound of the disciplining care state, Catholicism is to become a mediating caring religion in the service of the German government. A function that goes beyond the spiritual support of the state's pedagogical and paternalistic care system is hardly envisaged. Under this premise, the institution of the Church is also being targeted as the fifth column of an outdated power. The coronavirus-inspired discovery by Brigitte Vielhaus, federal director of the Catholic Women's Community of Germany, that during the crisis, diverse forms of worship and prayer have developed within the family circle, is probably a step in the right direction, especially as the relationship with God in these house churches has never been more intense. FAZ, April 9, 2020. In the understanding of Catholic doctrine, however, the Church does not merely have an organizing and transmitting function, but should also awaken the longing for the greater Benedict VXI. This is one of the reasons why cathedrals are among the most beautiful things Catholicism has to offer. In terms of church policy, the Church as a community of faith is at the same time a part of the message itself. It is essentially thanks to the communitization conveyed by the Church through the rite and, inevitably linked to this, the doctrine, that the Catholic Church is alien to any sectarian traits. Its insistence on the sensual and thus objective form predestines it to be the opponent of esoteric arbitrariness, which is why it was already critical of it before it became fashionable to condemn esotericism as right-wing. While the Second Vatican Council ushered in the trivialization of the Catholic liturgy and replaced the wealth of presentational symbolism with verbalism that was as ahistorical as it was hostile to the senses, transforming church halls into lecture halls, such house church pedagogy with Catholic set pieces regressed into an esoteric tragedy and a parody of transcendence. What once was and was valid, but is no longer accepted in today's politically correct everyday life, is not located in a historical context and placed in relation to the present, but is perceived as a narcissistic insult by people whose only pride is the apparent superiority of our contemporary storybook democracy. The more poorly than properly sublimated attack on church tradition corresponds to the iconoclasm against works of art and statues these days, with the difference that, unlike anti-sexists and anti-racists armed with hate messages or spray cans, Catholic socialized women have too good manners and perhaps too much conscience to riot. In relation to the individual believer, Christianity has always been characterized by ambivalence. The incarnation of God implied a genuine interest in reality. At the same time, the message "My kingdom is not of this world," John 18 verse 36, meant that political content faded. The Christian tendency to take the path of least political resistance in the midst of blatant injustice also stems from this. Today, the Christian shying away from silly activism can only be found among the minority of conservative Catholics who, not free from coquetry with regard to old masses and beautiful churches, are alienated from politics and the standards on which it is based. The representatives of the new Catholic religiosity, on the other hand, are politically active and strive to harmonize the contradiction between the Catholic Church and the postmodern imperative of tolerance. On the one hand, the transcendent religious content is rationalized into a worldview, which also includes the erasure of the bodily moment that could come into its own in the old Gestalt-like liturgy. On the other hand, the mixing of subjective piety and political engagement contributes to the irrationalization and infantilization of the political in such a way that political attitudes are increasingly preached affirmatively in church services or the priest rings the church bells against the FD. The introduction of set pieces of political propaganda into Catholicism is by no means only due to Sacred Heart activists or feminist-inspired Bible study group agitators. It is above all the result of an adaptation process that the Catholic Church independently pushed forward in the 20th century with the intention of not being left behind historically. The pontificate of Pope Francis is fueling this development towards more moralism, ecology, and anti-capitalism. His sermons against capitalism are almost indistinguishable from the shallow messages of left-wing parties, while the anti-poverty glorification serves the purpose of achieving mass appeal through demonstrative modesty. In contrast to his predecessor, who placed faith and reason at the heart of his work, Francis has replaced intellectual pretensions with more populism. His most recent encyclical Fratelli Tutti, for example, which also refers to coronavirus among anti-capitalist curses, contains a crude critique of alienation that varies the idea that everyone wears masks in secular societies anyway and devalues the body mediated by social expression as degenerate compared to the natural mortal body. This encyclical is also the first ever to contain affirmative references to Islam for the purpose of inaugurating an ideology of world religions. Certainly, an open confrontation with Islam, which a papal criticism would inevitably lead to, would be risky, especially for Christians in Islamic-dominated regions, and it is not the Pope's job to criticize ideology. But keeping silent about the increasingly bloody worldwide hatred of Christians is a historical failure that is only surpassed by the fact that one even joins in the calculated Islamic whining about insulting religion instead of at least distancing oneself from this repulsiveness by remaining silent. In the 1970s, Pier Paolo Pasolini formulated an interpretation of Catholicism that contrasts sharply with German criticism of the Church. Pasolini's central thesis is that Catholicism, which had been linked to domination in Italy for centuries, and its corresponding subjectivity no longer fit into the social laws of movement of late capitalism. The new cycle of production and consumption presupposes pragmatic consumers who align their satisfaction of needs with the entirely earthly, and therefore leveled, world of commodity exchange and who consume Sunday services at most as a cultural break between working weeks. Quote, "The new industrialists and the new technicians are completely secular, that is, of a worldliness that is no longer measured by religion. This kind of worldliness is a new value that has arisen in the entropy of bourgeois society, in which religion as an authority and form of domination is withering away and survives merely as a natural basis for mass consumption and exploitable folklore." End quote. According to Pasolini, the new hedonism had an immediate effect on individuals, who in turn developed a repulsive practical urge for integration under the pressure of circumstances. Instead of criticizing this development, the progressive and still anti-clerical left waged mock battles against the outdated clerical reaction and sided with the miraculous forces of renewal in a conformist revolt, rejecting the Catholic-influenced popular culture of the Italian workers and peasants, some of which could not be fully integrated into the forms of commodity aesthetics, as ontologically other from its own class standpoint. To a certain extent, Pasolini thus anticipates the criticism of the postmodern left, which has itself become redundant at times. Following Marx, Pasolini interpreted the attack on Catholicism primarily as a reflex of the totalization of capital relations. Today, what is more, the remnants of religious tradition are confronted with a compulsion to make a political commitment, not only through democratic education but also through the culture industry, so that the Church is now expected to deliver undignified and politically correct folklore, or even delivers it voluntarily. Pasolini still hoped that the oppressed would no more put up with the impositions of a sterile, unlived life in the midst of desolate collections of goods that lose their attractiveness over time than they would put up with the tendency for everyone to become identical under the rule of capital. In fact, he believed he could discern traces of the human in the ruins of tradition, such as a desire for happiness that had not yet been regulated and that stood in opposition to the standardization of consumer society. In Adorno's words, theory sees itself as relegated to the unfamiliar, the obscure, the incomprehensible, which, as such, has an anachronistic quality to it, but does not dissolve into obsolescence because it plays a trick on historical dynamics. However, the political solution to this contradiction that Pasolini had in mind sounds more like an anticipation of Pope Francis' church policy agenda. Charity, properly understood, was revolutionary. Christ had to be read as the negation of all domination. The call to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God's, MT 2021, did not demand a false reconciliation, but embodied an irreconcilable contradiction. The fact that Pasolini was not free of political activist voluntarism is also shown by the fact that the gospel, depending on the preferred passage and interpretation, can also be politicized contrary to the critique of power, as Carl Schmitt did, who placed his life's work under the motto of a Catholic aggravation, against the neutralizers, the aesthetic Schlaraffen against fruit abortionists, corpse burners, and pacifists. Pasolini was by no means alone in his attempt to properly politicize Catholicism, not to abolish it, but to reconcile it with the beliefs of a revolutionary Marxism, at least in the Italian left of the time, which openly or implicitly sought to unite Catholic and Marxist pathos under the label of a new materialism. Critical theory, whose exponents are usually understood as representatives of a tradition of social criticism committed to Jewish messianism, especially in the example of Walter Benjamin, always remained strangely extraterritorial to Catholicism from the 1920s through the period of exile to the phase of its mostly misunderstood reception by the student movement. There are hardly any known statements from the inner circle of the Institute for Social Research on the relationship between critical theory and Catholicism, and Adorno in particular, whose intellectual development was influenced more by Protestantism than Judaism, partly due to his early preoccupation with Soren Kierkegaard, is likely to have contributed to the ventilation of Protestant forms of thought in the Critique of Ideology, and later the New Left with his maxim of the ban on images and the truth that can only be determined by negating the false. At least his aesthetics of the illusory, the refusal of positive meaning and asceticism towards the opulent, developed in aesthetic theory, is far more strongly indebted to Protestantism than to a Judaism that the Christian-educated Adorno only became acquainted with late in life and primarily through the mediation of Benjamin and Gershom Scholem. References to Catholicism are found, if at all, more in the late Max Horkheimer than in Adorno. Horkheimer has therefore sometimes been seen as the key witness to a trend towards a renewed politicization of religion that has been developing under leftist auspices since the 1960s. However, Horkheimer's statements on Catholicism, which were only ever made in conversation and in notes, testify less to a newfound religiosity than to a renewed interest in theology, i.e. a form of thought that reflects religion in the medium of the concept rather than merely practicing it. In this sense, Horkheimer explained in his last interview with Der Spiegel in 1970, entitled What We Call Meaning Will Disappear, in which he also defends the Catholic Church's stance on contraception. Critical theory has always had a dual task: to designate what is to be changed and to preserve certain cultural moments. In addition, it has to describe the process of change to which our world is subject. I would say that theology should be renewed. It is not a certainty that there is an omnipotent God. Indeed, we cannot even believe it in the face of this world and its horror. End of quote. The quality of experience that is kept alive by religion and can be determined by theological reflection, which is not absorbed in the decline of practiced religion and for whose sake theology should be renewed, is what Horkheimer calls the completely different and longing. Although they sound very similar in their reflection on the affinity between preservation and renewal, Horkheimer's reflections differ from Pasolini's in their refusal to ascribe to theology an immediate potential to change society. Rather, they use longing to describe a quality of experience in which spirit and sensuality are neither, as in ecumenical Protestantized Catholicism, equally exorcised in the name of political convenience, nor, as in the regressive Neo-Catholicism of Martin Mosbach, simply played off against each other. Longing, unlike the hope peddled by the new priests of conformism, denotes the irreconcilability of sensuality and spirit by recalling the unity of both. In a commentary on the Pope's Regensburg speech published in Die Welt on September 20th, Gedmin, like the European press, confined himself solely to the incriminated quote and did not even attempt to place it in the context of the speech. Show me what Muhammad has brought that is new, and there you will find only bad and inhuman things, such as this, that he prescribed to spread the faith he preached by the sword. This is how the Pope quoted Emperor Manuel II. I have read commentaries that explain the context of the quote. I have read that the Pope's speech was beautifully written and that the Pope has the right to freedom of expression. Who would dispute that? Still, where is the common sense? Whatever Gedmin understands by common sense, this special form of practical reason obviously includes the fundamental reluctance to grasp a quote in the context of a lengthy and complicated text of a philosophical or theological nature in which it appears and to examine its meaning and truthfulness against this background. The U.S. political scientist and Applebaum seems to have read the speech, unlike Gedmin, who did not need to, but does not respond to it either, instead giving another lesson in common sense, apparently to the prophet's followers, but in reality to the Pope, whose speech she judges in a mysterious alliance with her readers, who do not know him. Let's face the truth, a deeply obscure speech, Welt 23.9. In her article, she merely defends the Pope's right to freedom of expression against the marauding injustice of incited Muslims, just as one defends the right of the nutters on the soapbox in Hyde Park Corner to communicate their obscure stuff to an amused audience. This is little more than we are used to in old Europe, where opinion makers in almost the entire press vilified the Pope as an incendiary and a true fundamentalist. In the end, Applebaum and Gedmin agree with them that the Pope's statements did not reach the level of common sense and therefore did not deserve critical evaluation. While Applebaum confined herself to defending a right to make even deeply obscure speeches against fanatical murder burners, Gedmin, who finds Islamic World War preachers just as repugnant, went a decisive step further when he said, "But common sense suggests otherwise. I think if I were a Muslim, the Pope's speech would have offended me. I miss empathy in many comments and in the petty expressions of papal regret. Doesn't fairness dictate, precisely because I am not a Muslim, that I at least try to put myself in the other person's position?" End of quote. According to this definition, it is apparently unreasonable to give another person such unpleasant information about themselves or their beliefs and practices that they feel hurt by it. On the other hand, It seems to be reasonable to adapt oneself to the other person to such an extent that one not only spares their vulnerable sides in all discretion, but as a compassionate contemporary makes them one's own according to the bad principle. Do not inflict on another what you do not want to experience in your own body. This suggests that the practice of the highly questionable wheelchair rallies, during which one community service worker plays the paraplegic and the other pushes him around in public so that both experience firsthand what it means to be disabled, can be transferred to the critical battlefield. In the logic of the new sensualists, the claim of the paraplegic, who has neither chosen his condition nor is capable of reversing it, to be able to count on special consideration in the world of the non-disabled because of his disability is apparently also accompanied by a right to self-inflicted mental limitation that can be revised at any time. The corresponding mental confusion is consequent not only as a deviation from reason to be tolerated, as long as no right to harm others is derived from it, but its unconditional acceptance becomes a touchstone for common sense. The concept of common sense, to which Gedmin refers here, is an original expression of Anglo-Saxon philosophy since the end of the 17th century, and at the same time an expression of British and later, above all, American pragmatism or everyday common sense, which must necessarily be embarrassed by the reality of Islamic formation. Common sense originally meant an ability, naturally inherent in the autonomous commodity-exchanging citizen, to relate to his fellow citizens and ultimately also to the state in a reasonable manner, i.e. with special consideration of his own private interests. Precisely because the citizen's private autonomy was the highest good and he was entitled to expect precisely this attitude in his fellow citizens, it was deeply alien to him to interfere in the world of his neighbor's beliefs, opinions, or particular quirks. Belonging to one of the many Protestant sects, or a passion for reenacting English battles in the sandpit, as Uncle Toby does in Tristram Shandy, would never denounce a common sense according to which the orderly conduct of business, the universal and equal law, and the elective representation of citizens in the state were an unquestionable part of any rational thought or action. What's more, private beliefs, as strange as they sometimes seem to contemporary observers, were quickly recognized as a human resource, see Tocqueville, that ultimately helped the American dream take off. Self-discipline to the point of asceticism. Separating these Christian-influenced human resources from fundamentalist overconfidence, which would ultimately have impaired the course of business, is the merit of a constitution that set a limit to private enthusiasms, which was and is enforced by force if necessary. Ultimately, any philosophy that presumes not only to attack other people's beliefs for the sake of truth, but also to make the seemingly ontologically presupposed reasonableness of commodity exchange and its agents, as well as the state and social framework in which it takes effect, the subject of fundamental criticism, has also fallen into the realm of possibly public damaging rapture. Bourgeois self-protection, the sensitivity of the citizen against any objection to his private and public conduct, the pre-Freudian psychology inherent in this, found in Anglo-Saxon philosophy the answer to metaphysics, and here in particular the indiscretions emanating from German idealism, which would only ever result in new violations. Since Locke and Hume, this project has been called sensualism, which initially directed a sympathetic eye towards the individual actor and his very private expressions of life and sensibilities. After all, a self-protection against terrorists of philosophy and practice endowed with the power of history, such as the terrorists of the Jacobin dictatorship. And after all, it was also the starting point for Kant's overcoming of sensualism, which drives the current pope much more up the wall than Hume and Diderot together could have done. In a time of decaying bourgeois societies, however, common sense functions above all as a democratization of the power of judgment and thus the tyranny of majority opinion, of bad collective subjectivism over all empiricism, which was actually the mainstay of Anglo-Saxon philosophy. By upholding the primacy of objectified experience for the formation of judgment, common sense once wanted to counter the traditional European doctrines which, by postulating the mind as independent, could not scratch feudal tyranny or even served it, with a bulwark of reason that would be an instrument of autonomy for the citizen. In the postmodern age, which has coolly bid farewell to idealism, and with it universalism, this has become the good news that truth is a question of collective consensus, i.e. the lowest common denominator of prevailing opinions, no matter how insane and out of touch with reality they may be. Tolerance ultimately turns out to be submission to nostalgically embellished secondary virtues, which are ontologically inflated by an ideology based on renunciation, endless work, and the hope of the hereafter, which supposedly has highly individual characteristics and is therefore supported solely by conscience. Jeffrey Gedmin writes, "My point of view is admittedly quite subjective. I recently read Khaled Hosseini's Kite Runner, a powerful story of courage, dignity, lost honor, and redemption. It was written by a doctor who lives in California and whose name doesn't sound very Christian. Hosseini's protagonists are two boys in Afghanistan. Islam doesn't seem to stop them from living fulfilled and principled lives. End quote. The baseless attempt to see the puritanical American settler myth of courage, dignity, lost honor and redemption at work in harmony with Islam in a completely Islamized, denationalized region, free of any binding form of socialization, once again makes it clear how much the voice of conscience, which feeds on such obscurantism, has involuntarily emancipated itself from its material basis, the American Republic and the individual pursuit of profit. Only in this way is it possible for a completely secular, capitalist and liberal columnist full of empathy to understand the woundedness of people whose canon of values differs fundamentally from the American one in that they lack any mediation between faith and reason, private interest and an otherworldly mission to fight. It is precisely at this point that the theologian from the Vatican has started and taken his criticism far beyond the level of an ideologue afflicted by common sense in its decaying form. The Pope did not speak of common sense, not of the sensitivities of a necessarily ideologically oriented individual and his megalomaniacal opinion, but as a metaphysician, disregarding the necessarily narrow-minded needs of each individual, asked about the reason of faith, and thus began with a work that necessarily belongs to the whole of the Universitas Scientiarum, even if not everyone could share the faith that theologians strive to assign to common reason. End quote. Where Geoffrey Gedman and the majority of the Feuilletonists ended their quotation of the Pope and Emperor Manuel II, the Pope continued, "The Emperor, having thus struck, then explains in detail why the propagation of faith by force is absurd. It is contrary to the nature of God and the nature of the soul. God has no pleasure in blood," he says, "and not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God." End of quote. Even if Ratzinger quotes Emperor Manuel in the following with a commitment to conversion without violence, it is precisely not about the disastrous history of violent conversions, which for long enough was not only the nature of Islam, but also of practiced Christianity, which Ratzinger has never denied, but about the fundamental difference in the nature of two religions. This can only be partially derived from real history, but must be taken from the respective theology, the handling of the revealed word and its relationship to science. The fact that precisely this different approach to seemingly insignificant, purely spiritual scientific categories ultimately led to a very different development of the respective real history is an inexplicable riddle for positivists, which can only be solved by materialist criticism that is prepared to face up to Ratzinger's astonishingly critical history of religion and therefore goes beyond him precisely where he had to fail professionally. The core message of Ratzinger's criticism of Islam has often been concealed. Taking his cue from Manuel's II argument, Ratzinger states, "The decisive sentence in this argument against conversion by force is, not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God." The editor, Theodore Curie, comments on this, "For the emperor, as a Byzantine brought up in Greek philosophy, this sentence is evident. For Muslim doctrine, on the other hand, God is absolutely transcendent. His will is not bound to any of our categories, be it that of reason." Curie quotes a work by the well-known French Islamologist R. Arnoldes, who points out that Ibn Hazm goes so far as to declare that God is not bound by his own word and that nothing obliges him to reveal the truth to us. If he wanted to, man would also have to practice idolatry. End of quote. The absolute transcendence of the Islamic God, i.e. that Allah can also act absolutely unreasonably and demand unreasonable things if it pleases him, must necessarily manifest itself in reality as the absolute tyranny of those who claim to know his will. Here faith is not restricted by any worldly order. Unreason can become a religious and thus at the same time an immediate social duty. In contrast, Benedict adheres to the link between faith and reason, which, as he explains in a wide-ranging historical arc, arose in Christianity in its interweaving with Greek Hellenistic philosophy. He speaks of a crossroads in the understanding of God and thus in the concrete realization of religion, which poses an immediate challenge to us today. Ratzinger goes on to describe this crossroads as opening up not only between Islam and Christianity, but also within Christianity. He sees this latter, inter-Christian division as a historical product of the dehellenization movements, which endeavored to detach the Christian faith from its connection with Greek philosophy, and thus from the idea of universal reason, first systematically developed by Socrates, which is potentially inscribed in every human soul. He first and foremost identifies the Protestant Reformation as the bearer of this arbitrarization of the concept of God, but adds in qualification, "For the sake of honesty, it should be noted here that tendencies in theology developed in the late Middle Ages that exploded this synthesis of the Greek and the Christian. In contrast to the so-called Augustinian and Thomistic intellectualism, Duns Scotus began to adopt a position of voluntarism, which ultimately led in further developments to the statement that we know of God only his voluntas ordinata." Duns Scotus, together with his Franciscan friar William of Ockham, was a founder of nominalism, the view that in the late 13th century spiritually abolished the medieval order in favor of the emerging bourgeois age. Because the will, including the divine will, was superior to the intellect, not only would any order of names for things be arbitrary, but the order of things itself would be arbitrary even if it was based on divine arbitrariness. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, which is why Benedict speaks of Augustinian and Thomistic, on the other hand, regarded the intellect as having priority. Its ability to order and evaluate things would come directly from God, i.e. it would be the divine in man because God is logos and vice versa. The nominalist attack on Thomas, the last great Socratic defender of the medieval ordo, ultimately revolutionized it, but harbored the danger of detaching knowledge in general from the actual nature of the objects of knowledge, the problem to which Kant's critique of knowledge then reacted. This danger found pure expression 700 years after Scotus in the postmodern arbitrariness of definition. Bourgeois philosophy became childish again in old age, which, however, can hardly be blamed on the founding fathers of nominalism. Beyond this, there was the freedom of God, by virtue of which he could have done and could do the opposite of everything he did. Here, positions emerged that may well come close to those of Ibn Hazm and could lead to the image of an arbitrary God who is also not bound to truth and goodness. The transcendence and otherness of God are exaggerated to such an extent that even our reason, our sense of what is true and good, are no longer a true mirror of God, whose abysmal possibilities behind his actual decisions remain eternally inaccessible and hidden to us. In contrast, the faith of the Church has always maintained that there is a real analogy between God and us, between his eternal creative spirit and our created reason. God does not become more divine by the fact that we withdraw him into a pure and inscrutable voluntarism. But the truly divine God is the God who has shown himself as Logos and has acted lovingly for us as Logos. End of quote. In the 19th and 20th, according to Ratzinger, the tendency towards dehellenization also became influential in Catholic theology in the form of the teachings of Adolf von Harnack, who preached the return to the simple man Jesus and to his simple message, which lies ahead of all theologizations and also Hellenizations. Harnack was basically concerned with bringing Christianity back into harmony with modern reason, precisely by ridding it of seemingly philosophical and theological elements such as the belief in the deity of Christ and the triune nature of God. End quote. This cannot be right for Benedict because he wants to hold on to a Christianity that can bring the Logos into the field against the subjectivist limitation of reason, i.e. its reduction to a common sense, which can also be unreasonable as long as it is only common. Against the restriction of religion to the private sphere, its concrete applicability and usefulness, he holds on to the indissoluble link between faith and reason and the universality of both. And this is precisely the obscure or dark thing that Applebaum, Gedman and co. would rather not even begin to talk about. The modern longing for the arbitrary God, which manifested itself in the deintellectualization of theology, was the disastrous consequence of the increasing incommensurability of metaphysical questions with the requirements of instrumental reason. The question of whether practicing reason actually practiced according to reason became increasingly difficult to answer in the affirmative, so asking this question had to be frowned upon. Anyone who asks it is regarded as a drooling dogmatist. Anyone who demands that what is true is also reasonable and, conversely, postulates that only what is reasonable should become true, is regarded by such seemingly enlightened theologians and non-theologically inspired liberal ideologues as a totalitarian Enlightenment fundamentalist. The liberal apologist can no more use the coincidence of truth and reason than the folkdom theologian can use the Trinity of God. This is why Adorno takes up the cudgels for Catholic scholasticism in his essay Reason and Revelation. At its medieval height, the Christian religion of revelation vigorously resisted the doctrine of two truths as a self-destructive one. The great scholasticism, above all the sums of Thomas, had their strength and dignity in the fact that, without absolutizing the concept of reason, they nowhere ostracized it. Theology only went over to this in the age of nominalism, especially with Luther. The Pope, who can hardly be said to have a particular affinity for critical theory, spoke of Duns Scotus and Luther in precisely this context. Adorno adepts, who underline their complete misunderstanding of critical theory by proudly calling themselves atheists, will never be able to grasp this not-so-great miracle. Unconcerned by this self-destruction of theology through its betrayal of reason, positivist thinkers today place the rediscovered, supposedly childish popular faith on their heads as a fool's hat and thus help the doctrine of two truths to a late victory. The longing for an arbitrary God was always also a longing for personal, subjective arbitrariness, for a voluntarism in matters of faith that is no longer bound to any generalizable criterion. Thus, religion, emptied of the course of history, which always wanted to encompass the whole, the totality, turned into totalitarian ideology. Freedom of conscience and faith became the gateway to the great lack of freedom. This opens up at the latest when either the most important achievement of the nominalist Enlightenment, which at least knew how to keep the glorification of privatist arbitrariness in check, is lost or never came into force. What is lost is the realization that freedom of religion, even more than freedom to religion, means above all freedom from religion. This at least but no more is guaranteed by Anglo-Saxon positivism in the succession of Scotus and Occam, that the private delusion, the freedom of religion, remains inviolable only as long as it is kept out of the sphere of public affairs, in which not the logos, but at least the civil law appears in the form and place of divine revelation. The fact that religion can only exist in the form of civil law, i.e., within the limits of mere reason, Kant, if it does not want to degenerate into superstition, i.e., into an arbitrary private religion that is not much better than ecology, esotericism, neopaganism, or Islamism, this is what Ratzinger conceals in his plea for good reason. The attempt to reconcile faith in God and reason not only had to fail, even as a spiritual guide in the midst of an at least instrumentally enlightened world, faith in God cannot have the objective validity that theology could still assume with Augustine, as the doctrine of the attainment of salvation and knowledge in one. Because he knows that he cannot once again declare theology to be the basis of state action, as Augustine did, even Ratzinger involuntarily transfers his theological endeavors into the same privatistic arbitrariness that has always characterized his opponents, the Harnack's and others. There is no going back to Augustine because there is no going back to Kant, not even for the Pope. Kant's proof that a proof of God can be given just as conclusively as its opposite, the proof that there can be no God, i.e., that neither theology nor atheism can be convicted of unreasonableness, makes God a thing in itself, from which no one can claim to receive clear instructions, neither for the running of the state nor for the foundation of public morality. Since then, reason has been on its own and has also waged its battle against sensualism, positivism, relativism, and existential ontology on its own account. The linking of faith and reason, which was in reality a confrontation that ultimately broke faith, led to the Enlightenment. Holding on to or reviving this old alliance must fail. As partially lucid as Benedict's criticism of positivism may be by demonizing Kant, whom he accused of having denied faith access to the whole of reality, he simply denied the progress of reason beyond religion and beyond positivism, despite all the errors associated with it, i.e. the consequence that led from Kant to Hegel to Marx and to critical theory. Ergo, he upholds a concept of reason that is completely empty and reads accordingly banal. For what he sees as being left out by positivist and instrumental reason is, of course, not the communist question of a society set up by people themselves in the interests of happiness and a good life, but the real human questions, the questions of where we come from and where we are going, the questions of religion and ethos, to which he ascribes community-building power. The reconciliation of religion and reason is impossible. At best, religion can flash up in critical theory since Marx as a placeholder for a better world, as secularized transcendence in the idea of redemption. Theology is the deceased mother of all sciences, whose memory must be cherished, whose progress in thought should be turned into progress in thinking. Adorno writes, "Nothing of theological content will continue to exist unaltered. Everyone will have to face the test of migrating into the secular, the profane, vernunftuende Offenbarung, in Stichwort." Benedict repeatedly speaks of vastness in his speech. He wants to invite his interlocutors into it, and into it he wants to bring the limited concept of reason of modern times back into contact with faith. This is initially appealing, as it also expresses the original Catholic enterprise that seeks to embrace and integrate everyone with a universal human intention. At the same time, however, this desire also has regressive traits. The death of the long-dead mother is not to be acknowledged, the irreparable break of the Enlightenment between faith and reason is to be denied, and people are not to be released from ecclesiastical tutelage into maturity and self-responsibility. The Pope remains true to his enterprise, the world-embracing but inwardly empty institution of the Ecclesia Sancta, retraces its history, not least its ideological history, does not deny the ruptures and thus involuntarily points to the end of glory. But because he combines theology and philosophy and necessarily fails at this junction, he ultimately betrays the critical content he has brought to light in his short history of Catholic theology. Kant's intelligibility, i.e. the assumption that the mind recognizes from external matter what resembles or could resemble it, immediately becomes Benedict's occasion for obscurantist banalities which, in the best case, amount to calling the thing in itself God again, which Kant would have been more amused than disturbed by, or to try to get hold of the unreasonable after all, which can only result in unreasonableness, namely banalities such as those discussed in the religious textbook in line with the astrocalendar as the question of meaning. In this, as I have tried to show, modern scientific reason, with its inherent Platonic element, carries within itself a question that points beyond itself and its methodological possibilities. It must itself accept the rational structure of matter and the correspondence between our mind and the rational structures prevailing in nature quite simply as a given on which its methodological path is based. But the question of why this is so does exist and must be passed on from natural science to other levels and ways of thinking to philosophy and theology. End of quote. To recognize the great plan beyond our small world, which assigns even an insurance employee his very personal place in the world plan, would make many people happy. And so the Pope invites us into the vastness, which is probably best reached through prayer and meditation. It is precisely this need for a third-hand source of meaning that the stale metaphysics of an Orthodox Catholic tries to fulfill with his melange of religion and philosophy in the time after faith. As if he himself knew that his claim to make faith accessible to reason could only invalidate it once again, like his great philosophical and theological predecessors, and that more than a reason-based morality and a human claim to earthly happiness in the wake of Immanuel Kant could not be demanded, he is frightened by his own speech and prefers to make a radical U-turn. He bows before total transcendence, the arbitrary God, against whom he had previously warned so fervently and quite rightly. Only in order to be believed at all, Benedict follows the anti-rational ideology of Duns Scotus, against which he had just turned with great emphasis, and does so in the whispering tone of Gedminian pragmatism. Only in this way will we also be capable of the real dialogue of cultures and religions that we so urgently need. In the Western world, there is a widespread opinion that only positivist reason and its associated forms of philosophy are universal. But the deeply religious cultures of the world regard precisely this exclusion of the divine from the universality of reason as a violation of their innermost convictions. End quote. By empathetically referring here at the end of his speech to the emotional world of the deeply religious cultures of the world, imputing to them, in a premature misunderstanding, an interest in the universality of reason, and, to top it all off, defending innermost convictions, which are the first obstacle that enlightenment would have to overcome, the Pope decides in favor of faith and against reason. In one fell swoop, he invalidates his apt criticism of Islamic arbitrary annihilation and liberal consensualism, which still refuses to acknowledge this campaign of annihilation. This campaign of annihilation by deeply religious cultures would not only be an immediate threat to the materialist critic, but actually also to the Orthodox Catholic theologian who, by virtue of the traditions of his guild, still acts as the placeholder of reason, something that totalitarian Muslims immediately sensed. Ratzinger's predecessor, Wojtyla, was more or less a good fellow, even if the competing Catholic mission in the African and Asian border regions of the Islamic Empire of Darkness was always regarded as insubordination worthy of punishment against the certain final victory of the true faith and treated accordingly. In the folkdom of Wojtyla, who opened the door to the superstition so ingeniously channeled and inhibited by the Catholic Church for centuries. Wojtyla opened the door to superstition, which had been so ingeniously channeled and inhibited by the Catholic Church for centuries, and whose appearances brought the Catholic rite back down to the level of an archaic ritual. The Poles' disgusting kissing of the ground can only be understood as a symbolic return to the cult of the Earth Mother. The imams recognized their own bad spirit and officially found no fault with the pontiff, who in turn did not criticize their practices, but preferred Israel all the more. In his dogmatism, the new pope has not only brought the rudiments of theological reason back to light, but has also significantly reduced the Vatican's populist antisemitism. Christoph Turk pointed out that the aversion to the idea of the Trinity was an aversion to reflection, to the applied logos. It is only here that the intellectual and linguistic means develop to express the Trinity as something that has the structure of reflection, and reflection as something that has the structure of the Trinity. Identity, difference, and unity of the distinct. God is one, our Father in heaven. God is distinct in himself, Father and Son. And God is the union of the distinct, Holy Spirit. End quote. And it is this dogmatism that incites him to hold up a mirror to the patchwork of truths, in which liberalism also concedes its right to illiberality, and to denounce it as a competition between arbitrary rulers. Historically, this patchwork includes not only Islam, but also sects of all kinds, German Christianity, and also the Catholic religious states of the recent past, Franco Spain and Ustasha Croatia. After all, in his Regensburg speech, Benedict set precisely the standard according to which there can be no theological justification for these regimes and thus also for the Nazi favoritism of the unfortunate Pius XII. In keeping with Catholic Orthodoxy, Benedict does not see the Jews as the agents of evil or even as Messiah murderers who have fallen away from God, like many in Reformed Christianity, not to mention Islam, but as the decisive because executing part of the plan of salvation that God pursued with his chosen people. Without the killing of Christ, there would have been no redemption from sin. Thus, the Vatican's recent moderation against Israel has primarily theological reasons. Even if Benedict himself ultimately fails to live up to this standard and in the end prefers to take sides with the obscurantism of religiosity, he remains far superior to his positivist critics. Not wanting to understand the reminder of the objectivity of reason that Benedict gave in Regensburg and not wanting to build on it is an indictment of poverty. Not for the Pope, because his speech only became dark in the passages where the Gedmans and Applebaums would have understood it perfectly well, but for those very liberal defenders of the West who have been parading the Pope with such out-and-out stupid stuff as common sense and empathy for professionally offended Muslims. When it became known in March 2013 that the new Pope Jorge Mario Bergoglio comes from the former military dictatorship of Argentina and has quotes from a French counter-enlightenment activist at the ready, it seemed as if the current boom in anti-Catholicism would continue even without the cherished enemy image of Benedict XVI. There were no surprises in the immediate reactions to the papal election. Hermann L. Gremliza, whose political obsessive-compulsive disorder consists of having to consider a South American Catholic a completely normal clerical fascist, while an anti-Semite like Hugo Chavez passes as a passable friend of the people, turned Bergoglio into a collaborator of the Argentinian military junta and en passant blamed him for the murder of fellow believers. Denise Yücel from the TAS, who recently wished his political opponent Thilo Sarrazin a stroke and differs from ordinary Germans only in that he can live out his malicious impertinence as a column in a left-wing daily newspaper, did not know as much as Gremliza. But at least he knew that Petrie's successor in the chair was a junta buddy, who was in no way inferior to the Hitler boy Ratzinger, and that we were once again dealing with a reactionary old bag. The derision with which people who present themselves as progressive leftists make fun of the age of disagreeable people is remarkable. While it has been good form since Benedict took office in 2005 to disparage him as a phlegmatic old man, just as the resentment against lecherous old men in the clergy has been an evergreen in the anti-Catholic fund since Joseph Goebbels, this image was reinforced by his resignation. Benedict accepted that he was no longer physically fit for his office and thus caused irritation in times in which the raising of the retirement age, the prescribed cult of fitness and its flip side, euthanasia, ensure that no old person is provoked by too much inactivity. But it was not only on the far left but also in the liberal center that there was initially a lot of rumbling. Richard Herzinger, who this time saw public peace disturbed not by anti-Germans but by the head of the Catholic Church, publicly threatened to press charges for incitement of the people. The reason for the uproar was the Leon Bloy quote used by the Pope on the occasion of his inauguration. "He who does not pray to the Lord prays to the devil." It is less astonishing that heaven and hell are part of a pope's business than the punitiveness and panic that a quote from the devil evokes in a strict atheist market believer in 2013. With a little more composure, the progressive-minded persecutors of the Pope could have recognized what became increasingly clear shortly after Francis took office and what must have escaped their notice in the heat of the moment. Namely, that underneath the now emphatically simple papal cassock is a moralistic itinerant preacher who relies on closeness to the people and glorification of poverty, and who is preparing to finally put an end to the intellectual worldliness and baroque pomp of his predecessor, especially as the new Pope's program of renunciation and modesty offers a much better way for Germans to identify with him. Moreover, after the initial indignation, it soon became clear that Bergoglio's part in the not infrequently inglorious role of the Church in Latin America was anything but beyond doubt, but that he was, for example, demonstrably one of the first and continuing supporters of the victims of the bomb attacks on the Asociación Mutual Israelita building in Buenos Aires in 1994, so that anti-fascism against him has inevitably become quieter, which, of course, does not detract from his public presence. For, unlike Benedict, Francis is capable of being a media sensation. Clearly, the conclave has elected a man who is not above humiliating himself in the service of the good people, and whose media lust is very beneficial to the task of leading a Catholic charm offensive. His self-presentation also includes renouncing privacy. More is already known about the new Pope in the Promotrash section than about many a Hollywood star after decades of media presence. His obvious preferences include making phone calls to the faithful, which the world press sees as a committed form of closeness to the people. Francis is not only disinterested in his own privacy, but also in that of his interlocutors, as the published telephone counseling service includes the worries and needs of the Pope's customers. As Pontifex Maximus, by participating in such a public scrambling of intimate matters, he thwarts the spiritual discretion that is institutionalized in the secrecy of confession, which provides for the protection of the individual from the opinion of the mob. Benedict, on the other hand, seemed to prefer seclusion in the papal chambers and studying his books to serving the people, whereupon he was written afterward, not without frustration, that he was not a pastor but a spiritual man. The German fans, who celebrated his election in anticipation of collective narcissistic gratification with the silly billed headline "We Are Pope," were wrong about him, as were their opponents, who stylized Ratzinger as a German nationalist specter. Only the former were able to publicly admit their error. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, for example, demonstrated a greater sense of reality than the Pope's critics from Konkret or Jungle World. Der Spiegel also gave him poor marks and issued a report that showed any reasonably clear-minded reader that the outgoing Pope had done some crucial things right. Benedict XVI alienated the Protestants, angered the Muslims, and hardly cared about modernity. End quote. A judgment that could also have come from Bergoglio, who was already not amused during his time as cardinal on the occasion of the Regensburg speech in 2005. Quote, Pope Benedict's statement don't reflect my own opinions. These statements will nerve to destroy in 20 seconds the careful construction of a relationship with Islam that Pope John Paul II built over the last 20 years. End of quote. Immediately after taking office, Pope Francis made it clear that he not only has a special fondness for all those who are in dire straits, but also believes that poverty is not a condition but an honorable attitude. The motto of his pontificate logically reads, "A poor church and a church for the poor." End quote. Recently published biographies portray the Pope of the Poor as a modest man who preferred to travel by bus rather than car, lived simply and frugally and, despite his conservative stance on moral and political issues, had already made the needy of all kinds happy as a clerical social worker in the slums of the Argentinian capital when he was Bishop of Buenos Aires. It is said that he even shared the food of the poor, the locro, a corn soup. He rejoiced like a father watching his children play, because it does the soul good to see what the Lord is doing among his favorite children. End quote. Without wanting to delve too deeply into the psyche of the Holy Father or his biographers, the notoriously modest superiority of the social welfare worker, who unconsciously lives out the power of the donor vis-a-vis the objects of pity degraded to favorite children and finds his gain in pity not only in the patronizing pose, but also in the thrill brought about by sharing in the existential misery of others, is certainly one of the more unsympathetic forms of narcissistically motivated pleasure-seeking, or as Adorno writes, the narcissistic deformations of compassion, like the high feelings of the philanthropist and the moral self-confidence of the social welfare worker, are still the internalized confirmation of the difference between rich and poor. End quote. The fact that Francis fraternizes in the political business with people who are at the bottom is of course not all bad. Although Christian mercy merely provides the world with a reason for consolation and justification, Marx, and the acts of mercy are not quite as selfless and modest as claimed. After all, the purpose of the papal exercise is not only to encourage the world's poor to bear their misery with pride and dignity, but also to drum up publicity for a church that is suffering from all kinds of damage to its image and to harness the omnipresent desire for the suffering of others for its own cause. The charitable mission is popular because better-off people in wealthy countries like to deal with the misery of the world. Not to eliminate it from the world, but to extract psychological surplus value. The voyeuristic glimpses into the gloomy homes of junkies, the poor or the sick are appealing because people like to be affected, and the catastrophe show evokes a morbid desire for fear. The Pope's demonstrative altruism and modest gesture not only disguises his denied self-interest, but also goes hand in hand with idealistic patterns of explaining the world, fascinating believers and German newspaper readers alike, who have always been very familiar with plain style and simple language and register with affected satisfaction that there are even more terrible things than their own misfortune. His plain manner, simple language, messages about how money should not be more important than people, that the poorest are more important than share prices, that he wants a poor church, all this fascinates not only devout Catholics. End quote. One could forgive the Pope's kitschy touching, stroking and kissing of the needy. But what is repulsive is the systematic ideologization of poverty. The fact that the poor, according to Gilbert Keith Chesterton, is simply a person who does not have much money, and that poverty should be understood as a relationship that primarily produces hunger, neglect and hatred does not seem to bother Francis too much. Rather, he is hell-bent on upgrading poverty to an honorable attitude with all kinds of theological quirks. The banal realization that this courting of destitution, which is popular among Christians and left-wingers alike, cements what is worth abolishing, has not yet reached any servant misery administrator. Because the esteem for poverty and contempt for wealth belong together, Pope Francis also takes aim at the material comforts of life. Quote, "It hurts me when I see a priest or a nun in a brand new car. That is not acceptable." End quote. Which is why he consequently opted for a Renault 4 as his means of transportation. His idea of the poor church does not even allow the members of his organization the least and most advantageous that capitalist society has to offer, given the corresponding scope of disposal. Because Francis serves the resentment against inappropriate wealth by never missing an opportunity to show himself to be an anti-intellectual fanatic of simplicity, he could become a German public favorite. The papal campaign aims to unite the faithful under the banner of mercy into a following of the frugal, with which the new church line in the homeland of German Protestant renunciation ideology, which at best accepts prosperity oriented towards the common good as the product of honest work, Norbert Blum, but never unearned luxury and greed, can score particularly well, even if it deviates from German middle-class morality on issues such as the ordination of women, gay marriage, or contraception. Just how quickly modesty and a focus on the common good can turn into unrelenting persecution as soon as someone is identified as an excessive spender and is given the all-clear to be shot down can be seen in the example of Bishop Tabarts van Elst of Limburg, who made the headlines as a show-off bishop. The whole country resents the fact that he spends the money that the Catholic Church has. Because the Pope of the poor enjoys the fullest confidence in matters of appropriate living and solidarity with the people does not apply to profligates, it is expected that the German bishop in Rome will be given the rest, while in Limburg the calculations and checks are carried out with a detective-like determination that one could only wish for in the control of the Iranian nuclear program, for example. It was noted with satisfaction that there seems to be an end both to detached reflections on the relationship between reason and faith and to superfluous pomp such as the Pope's red shoes, strikingly elegant Prada products. According to the FAZ, Francis is a nightmare for the Vatican court and an unpredictable risk for the Vatican sex and crime scene. He refused the impositions that had degenerated the appearance of his predecessor Benedict XVI into a travesty de luxe. Tin instead of gold, fabric instead of fur, galoshes instead of red leather. The following day, bus instead of luxury car. Until further notice. Guest house instead of palace, dining room instead of table, community service instead of private mumbo-jumbo. Francis not only preaches about the agenda of the South, from poverty to care, he lives it. End quote. None of his opponents have realized that Benedict has stepped back as a person behind the sacral opulence of his vestments, which have been criticized as too ostentatious, and the appearance of holiness thus created, while the modesty requirements of Francis are posed precisely in demonstrative compassion. In fact, it is also these pre-modern, liturgical accessories of Catholicism in which the religious person retains a longing for something different, perhaps something more beautiful than reality. In German editorial offices, the fine, red loafers of Pope Benedict, which have now been replaced for the benefit of all by Francis' black shoes, including the insoles, in which he came to Rome from Buenos Aires, seem to be a sign of this longing in conspicuous agreement and with a neurotic compulsion to repeat. Every symbol, no matter how subtle, every subtle movement that points to something better than self-imposed frugality and to privileges beyond the secular power structures of the state is rejected. The loafers in the color of sin at the foot of the Holy Father had to upset a notoriously hiking shoe-soled milieu of joyless fellow gossipers to such an extent that only the change to orthopedically correct footwear inaugurated by the new pope brought appeasement. Because the modest Francis prefers to appear primitively sold rather than in red velvet shoes, he is better suited in this country as a projection screen for stinking Lutherans, Leon Bloy, than Benedict and his penchant for dandyism ever could have been. The poorly sublimated passions of the opponents of Catholic haute couture led many a staid exposer of religious machinations straight into the dark zones of the clergy. Quote, "But there is another group at play that is partly identical to the traditionalists, homosexuals. As honorable as many advocates of the Old Mass may be, think of the philosopher Robert Spaman, and as honorable as the insistence of many of its adherents on discipline and order in the liturgy may be, no group is more attracted to the aesthetics of the Old Mass than men who love men. The cult of precious vestments and lavish lace, the sacred play surrounded by all kinds of erotic connotations, the asexual representations of the Blessed Virgin Mary and an exuberant veneration of relics are the public and, since Benedict XVI, to a private parallel world in which all kinds of fetishes correspond to the relics, the cult of skinny models and girlish pop singers to the veneration of Mary, the women-free sanctuary, the men's sauna and the darkroom, and the levitated high mass with gold brocade, manaplets and lace rochettes to the fag ballet. End of quote. The homophobia of an authoritarian keyhole watcher, who was able to harness his urge to accuse others of erotic excesses and evil intentions for the journalistic profession, is anything but a coincidence. Both old men in liturgical garb and gay sexuality are regarded by the down-to-earth authoritarian as inappropriate debauchery, which, far from the gaze of the media moral court, is up to outrageous mischief and prompts and insouciantly projecting Daniel Deckers to do so, to reveal more about his inner darkroom than the reader could possibly be comfortable with by means of revealing journalistic jokes about fag ballets, which apparently motivate not only the latent homosexual from the local carnival club but also the one from the FAZ to make jokes. Both the program and the attitude of Francis are essentially determined by the ecclesiastical innovations that were initiated by the Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, convened by John XXIII. The aim of this council was to bring the Catholic Church up to date. Under the motto Aggiornamento, the establishment of the Catholic Church came together to initiate a liturgical and institutional modernization and to promote the active participation of the faithful laity. The modernization program followed a maxim that had become necessary. People used to come to the church, today the church comes to the people, Cardinal Hofner. It was believed that the losses in its own ranks could be stemmed by adapting to the needs of secular society. In addition, anti-authoritarian desires led to a desire for change. At the time, an opposition of traditional Catholics of Italian and French origin positioned itself against a majority of innovators. Its most prominent representative was Marcel Lefebvre, later founder of the Pious Brothers, the association in which lunatics and anti-Semites such as Richard Williamson cavort today. At the head of the reform wing were Germans, who saw their national right to self-determination in religious matters increasingly under threat, in coalition with South and North Americans. Hubert Luth, who together with Ratzinger formed the team of advisors to Joseph Cardinal Frings during the council, stated, "It was mainly about Italians against Germans." End quote. While the reformers wanted to turn the Catholic Church into a popular discourse association, the traditionalists feared the destruction of customs, liturgical timelessness, and a threat to the claim to truth. The Italian Curia Cardinal Antonio Bacci saw the activities of secular, modernist, Marxist, and Protestant termites at work on behalf of the staunchly traditionalist wing, which were cheerfully gnawing, decomposing, and destroying, and believed he could identify an alliance between communism and Protestantism in the reform work for the purpose of destroying the Holy Massachusetts. The liturgy was at the center of the reform debate. Joseph Ernst Mayr, speaker at the German Liturgical Congress, 1964, summed up the aversion to the old rite. The divine service is still widespread as a Baroque display, as pious devotion, or as a clerical monologue in front of an audience that has been summoned, which is then not taken note of, but left to its pious and impious private thoughts. End quote. By destroying the sacred aura and verbalizing the rite of Mass, the aim was to ensure that the faithful understood what was happening during Mass and what messages were being proclaimed, thereby encouraging their active participation in Mass and church politics. Contrary to the reform-oriented rhetoric of participation and the elimination of hierarchy, the conversion of the liturgy into a pedagogically intended teaching of faith did not represent a reduction in church indoctrination. On the contrary, the democratized version of teaching faith in the form of the sermon intended to unify pious and impious private thoughts. What was celebrated as a democratic rejection of clerical monologue served the purpose of implementing the Mass as a space for agitation and binding the audience through the sermon in the vernacular. The pedagogization of Catholicism also involved pushing back the Baroque and clerical objectivity, which was most clearly expressed in the fundamental redesign of the traditional order of Mass. The most important step towards popularization was the introduction of vernacular languages into the Mass and the gradual abandonment of Latin. Instead of the organized display of representative and transcendental symbolism, lots of incense, altar decorations and genuflections, the Eucharist, interior architectural sparseness, and the sermon of the priest, who had previously only been seen from behind, praying to God in Latin, now dominated. The custom of the priest standing with his back to the congregation was abolished in order to create a communicative atmosphere between the clergy and the congregation. The participation of the faithful was developed through the introduction of the communal singing of popular hymns. It cannot be said that the Old Mass is a placeholder of critical consciousness. It is only suitable as an aesthetic experience in coincidence with reason, which is the task of the individual. Anyone who defends the old liturgy in terms of its historical development, its central cultural diversity, and its experiential space for collective longings, without defining reason as a prerequisite for any sensual utility value, is talking the talk of regressive communal karaoke in a clouded sacred building. Alfred Lorenzer, who produced an analysis rich in material in the Council of Accountants, comes to precisely these regressive conclusions despite cogent criticism of Catholic reform policy. Even more ludicrous is the sentimental kitsch of Martin Mosbach, who has little more to say than that it was simply better in the good authoritarian times, praying on one's knees. As an aesthetic experience for people who never wanted to finally resign themselves to the death-wish utopianism of false social conditions, it could under certain circumstances point to distant happiness in the arrangement of unregulated sensuality, and by holding on to the connection between beauty and truth, even if the political line of the clergy was distrusted, and this possibility is more theoretical than empirical in view of the real history of Catholicism. In any case, the changes brought about by the Council are not merely aesthetic, but represent a transformation of the form of faith that has an immediate impact on its content. The driving motive of Catholic anti-authoritarianism is hollow subjectivism deformed by capital. Nothing, not even religion, should be bound to objective criteria. The talk of democratizing the Church means nothing else. In the liturgy, which was destroyed as an art form, the post-conciliar church services are finally dominated by shallow sermons and chanting instead of sacred splendor, beautiful holy appearances, and sensuality. The results of the liturgical reform can be observed in every contemporary communion mass, where a crowd of children with terribly ugly, self-painted cardboard signs jump and sing in front of the altar, while proud parents clap along joyfully before the priest begins his contemplative words about world peace, etc. With the institutionalization of the desacralization of religion, the Catholic Church has not only adapted to the spirit of the times through the decisions of the Second Vatican Council, but also to Protestantism's anti-sensual and anti-spiritual desacralization program. Precisely that which characterizes Catholicism as a placeholder for the longing for the completely different, the openness for non-instrumental sensuality, that which German ideology regards as the darkness of the Middle Ages and provocative transcendence, for which Benedict stood in his red shoes, was permanently attacked by the reforms. In its place, people wanted a church subject to the imperatives of the state, which preached renunciation in the community and condoned the everyday misfortunes of churchgoers in simple terms. In short, a poor church and a church for the poor. In addition to the liturgical reform, the aggiornamento also included the opening of the Catholic Church to the outside world, which included the abandonment of the Catholic claim to absoluteness, the promotion of interreligious dialogue, and the willingness to make a missionary advance into the world. The participants of the Council felt that the Pope's external image as the head of the Catholic Church was particularly in need of reform. The spiritual rapture, the habitus of the isolated representative of God on earth, was to give way to a popularization of the papal office. By dispensing with solemnity, distance, and official decorations, the modern church leader in line with the Council had to have an immediate advertising impact and use propaganda tricks to demonstrate his proximity to the people in order to inspire the masses. It seems as if Francis could easily act in line with the Council and clear up the damage caused by Benedict's spiritualized and sometimes cramped appearance. With his unconventional approach, which ranges from a spontaneous phone call to a mentally ailing brother in faith to a call for revolution among the faithful youth, Francis has met with general approval. Even in traditionally anti-Catholic Germany, where the temptation to conformist rebellion is ultimately more powerful than confessional orientation. Not only does Francis give the impression of wildly and dangerously, FAZ, shaking up the Roman Curia by presenting himself as a destroyer of outdated structures. Beyond the internal cleanup work, he is the first left-wing pope on the outside, a buddy type in a rebellious mood. Where there is a craving for immediacy and the moderation of the will of the people is increasingly perceived as a burden, people are grateful for unconventional charismatic authorities who preach direct democracy and pose as heralds of authenticity. At the Catholic World Youth Day, where Pope Francis once again propagated rebellion and awakening, the Pope's appearance generated collective enthusiasm. The emotional conflagration that Francis sparked in Brazil also affected reporting in faraway Germany. Die Zeit tried to put the exuberant mood into words and, using an illustration of the Brazilian mixture of carnival and social protest, unintentionally made clear how off-putting hedonism can be. Quote, and when he spontaneously put the black and white feather headdress presented to him by a Pataxo Indian over his crown cap at a meeting with representatives of social movements in the city theater, the audience was definitely at his feet. It was a Catholic Woodstock. 6 days of beach parties, 6 days of fraternization of the worldwide Catholic community. Conservative priests with their robes buttoned up knelt next to Argentinian pilgrims showing off their new Brazilian bikinis. Nuns and bare-breasted demonstrators blew kisses to each other. Teenagers staged flash mobs to Catholic house music. And in the middle of it all, Francisca, who never skipped a dip in the crowd. End quote. The enthusiastically received alliance of priests and bare-breasted women speaks for Catholicism's unassailable civilizational lead over Islam. Far from the fundamental differences between the two religions, however, both the scenes in Brazil and their documentation in the German press are little more than sad testimonies of politically or spiritually motivated homeseekers who are happy with any shallow message of peace and shabby fraternization seen under the patronage of a chronically deep-pocketed person in order to forget the everyday helplessness and desolation for the moment in the free-time emotional upsurge. It is to be feared that the German Catholic reform scene will be inspired by the Brazilian situation and take the good mood on Copacabana as an opportunity to import the liaison between nuns and bare-breasted demonstrators as a form of protest. This would add a Catholic Woodstock to the usual uprising exercises, in which it is not drugs that provide the intoxication, but a Pope for and in an Indian costume, who promises misery on earth for all and takes care by proxy that no one in red shoes or a brand new car leaves God's prescribed path. The supranational character of the Catholic Church, which results from Roman centralism, has, as is well known, not saved it over the centuries from every inglorious connection with various abysses of politics, but at least from the total moral failure of the vast majority of other Christian communities, which always patriotically believed that they had to submit without will to any regime, however depraved, as long as it only served the nation. Even the brand name Catholic expressed the fundamental distance from national particularisms that could never be completely suppressed, a universality ultimately inherited from the monotheism of Judaism, which values general humanity more highly than race and culture, even taking a reserved or even skeptical view of the latter. The Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, largely shaped by German theologians from the environment of folkish reform movements, ushered in a very regrettable revaluation of the alleged cultural peculiarities of the peoples, which goes hand in hand with the revaluation of the people of the Church vis-a-vis the Roman headquarters. Under Pope Francis, the cult of people and nations has reached its peak to date. With his World Synod on Synodality, convened in 2023, to be continued in October 2024, he is striving for a structural reorganization of the Church, which is to take on a new form, a synodal one which would give the people a greater say. As we know, the Church is not a democracy that simply implements an arbitrary will of the people. Rather, the people are declared to be God's mouthpiece by those involved in the transformation process. Francis claims that the Holy Spirit is the protagonist of the process, which essentially consists of listening to the concerns of Catholic laity gathered by national bishops' conferences and letting the hand-picked synod participants vote on fundamental issues, currently mainly hip diversity and anti-colonial stuff. The chief coordinator of the event, Luxembourg Cardinal Jean-Claude Hollerich, who among other things wants to overhaul the Church's sexual morality, also declared the synod to be undoubtedly guided by the Holy Spirit. For Francis, the people are the actual bearers of the Church's power. They are already driven to the right insights by the Holy Spirit. To see the people as the source of the Holy Spirit working in the Church in line with conciliarism, which is condemned as a heresy, is in direct contradiction to the teaching of the First Vatican Council, 1869-70, according to which the Pope, as Vicar of Christ, has this role. According to this, the Pope has the sole fullness of pastoral power together with the charism of infallibility. He has the assistance of the Holy Spirit to be the shepherd and teacher of all Christians, including bishops, according to the dogmatic Constitution Pastoritimus of 1870. Collectively attributing the highest doctrinal authority to the Church as a whole was characteristic of the theological modernism that opposed the Council, e.g. George Tyrrell. Its glorification and exaltation of the people stems from a nationalistic concept of the people, which became increasingly widespread in the Church in the 20th century, particularly through the new German anti-individualist theologians. Reform Catholic Romano Guardini, for example, described the people in 1932 as the epitome of everything humanly genuine, profound, and sustaining, while Karl Rahner, a student of Heidegger, dreamed in various writings of a church taken over by the people. Man and Faith.
Versuch über die religiöse Existenz in Dostojewskis großen Romanen. Leipzig 1932, 21.
Francis referred positively to this sentence in a speech on November 13, 2015. The Second Vatican Council then set the course for this. In particular, the council text Lumen Gentium, LG, provides popular ideologues such as Francis with arguments. He interprets LG 12, the totality of the faithful cannot err in faith, as if Christians are guided by the Holy Spirit without any mediation. The council clearly relativizes at least the importance of the papacy. LG 22 claims that the Bishop of Rome and the other bishops form a college that has supreme and full authority in the Church, even infallibility. LG 25. The authority of the Pope is now derived from the college, which as such is an invention of the council or its reform-oriented pioneers such as Yves Congar, from which he can no longer be thought of separately. This Episcopalianism, apparently copied from non-Catholic ecclesiologies, consequently led de facto to the construction of largely autonomous national churches, which relate to each other in a collegial manner. After the conclusion of the First Synod meeting in 2023, the chairman of the German Bishops' Conference, Batzing, indignantly accused his Polish colleague, who was critical of Germany, of condemning events in another church, the German one, in such an unbrotherly manner. The papal coronation was abolished under Paul VI. Other insignia were dropped under his successors, most recently, 2020 Francis, who now only refers to himself as Bishop of Rome, even declared Vicarius Christi to be a historic title. He is now taking the decentralization of the Church initiated at the Council even further. Under him, special national rules and synods were given increasing weight, which now even softened the episcopal structure. For the Synodal Synod, national particular church associations initially gathered opinions from the faithful and compiled them into national statements. The originally planned Synod of Bishops, as an organ of the College of Bishops, soon became a general assembly with lay participation, a people's assembly, or rather a assembly of the peoples. Francis' programmatic view of the people of the Church is based on the premise of national fragmentation, which he sees as unreservedly positive. In the encyclical Fratelli Tutti, for example, he chose the image of the Church as a polyhedron, elevating internal inhomogeneity to the ideal. This applies to both doctrine and worship. The unity of the Church becomes a patchwork. He lacks an understanding of Catholic universalism, which is why he constantly perverts the term and turns it into its opposite. Similar to the post-colonial memory studies professor and author Michael Rothberg, he advocates a universalism of the multidirectional point of view, by which he means a general acceptance of particular particularities. A counter-universalism, a universalization of the stupid and pernicious, the superstition of nations. Francis wants Catholicity to be seen as a universality that does not homologize, i.e., helps the general to be accepted, does not engage in evil proselytism, but inculturates. Francis said this, for example, in a speech in Mongolia in September 2023. Of course, he is not the first to do so on the throne of Peter. In several speeches in the 1980s, John Paul II called on indigenous Christians in America, for example, to remain authentic Native Americans, and in his encyclical Redemptoris Missio 1990, he explicitly called on missionaries to enculturate. The Church should be integrated into the cultures of peoples. The authentic cultural values should undergo an inner transformation, in the Christian sense, whereby the gospel would become alive in the various cultures. The cultures were thus to be renewed from within. Cult and theology are also explicitly mentioned. Missionaries should fit into the respective socio-cultural world, discover the values of the respective culture. Then the Christianity of the new communities would be harmonious with their own cultural traditions, which is obviously a great goal. More than ever, Francis wants to promote regionally and culturally different ways of faith, not uniformity. The latter is a betrayal of the Holy Spirit, which in his opinion should even be the cause of cultural differences, instead of, classically, the sin that was punished after the Tower of Babel. Indeed, his theology is, as it were, all about cultures, which also allowed for such fascinating new interpretations of the Gospels, as he had already praised in the case of the eco-esotericist Leonardo Boff, 1965 to 1970 student of Karl Rahner. His motu proprio, a papal decree issued on his personal initiative and not at his request, Ad Theologiam Promovendum, published during the Synod of 2023, calls for contextual theology depending on the geographical and cultural environment, which has as its model the incarnation of the eternal Logos by entering into the culture, worldview, and religious tradition of a people. In a way that devalues and trivializes Judaism, this means that Jesus burst into any culture and accepted its ideas, including religious traditions, but could just as easily have come to all others, all cultures. Worldviews and religious traditions are equally good and open to the Logos. Since he did not do this, the Church should now take over this job. According to classical teaching, however, the divine Logos once came to his people. To those who exclusively followed his self-ordered religious traditions, who had exclusively received the true, unclouded worldview from him and whose culture was therefore developed on the basis of divine wisdom and order, which does not apply to all other cultures, in which there is nothing divine and which do not await any fulfillment by the Messiah or his church. The last council already caused a revolution in this matter. In LG 17 it is claimed that the seed of good already lies in the people's own rights and cultures. The church would only elevate and complete. And the council text Gaudium et Spes believes, GS 22, that Christ has already united himself with every human being in the incarnation, that grace is at work in every man of good will, even if he is a pagan, that he is united with the paschal mystery and is approaching the resurrection. In the interpretation of theologians such as Rahner and his followers, this means quite openly that all religions have a positive role to play in the plan of salvation, as confirmed by his religious brother Francis in his 2019 Abu Dhabi Declaration. All religions are God-ordained. Accordingly, for Francis, the doctrine and cult of the existing church, due to its universal nature, are no longer to be spread, but on the contrary, the extra-church good is to be discovered and preserved everywhere. The universal, Catholic, is no longer that which comes from the one, true God and is salutarily brought to a divided and confused humanity through his church, but rather the church is to make itself universal and subject itself to the supposedly already totally good world, in everything that any self-proclaimed people regard as their own, which therefore cannot become common to all either. The Catholic community should incarnate itself, which means nothing other than that everyone, without changing in any way, is to be considered a redeemed fellow brother, but in doing so does not leave the constricting and entirely different source, context of its Volksgemeinschaft. This is entirely in line with the woke zeitgeist, according to which the individual should not believe that they can improve or even change at all. They only seek themselves, i.e. their supposedly essential affiliation, sealing themselves off from external influences. This is not individualistic but subjugation. For Francis, universality is the universal redemption of cultures and nations through themselves. For him, it is the missionaries who learn, not the others. So much that is beautiful and good can be discovered in the religiosity of the pagans. We, Christians, are the ones who should broaden our horizons and simply engage in self-serving dialogue. For example, what Francis finds so praiseworthy about the Mongolian people, Buddhists and animists, is how they collectively cultivate their roots and traditions and live in harmony with the environment, thereby looking upwards, towards the light of good. Here again, the blood and soil mysticism that was already unbearable in the context of the 2019 Amazon Synod is being practiced, implying that a part of the world, with which one can enter into a dialogue, together with its inhabitants who supposedly belong there naturally, has messages and wisdom, a unique way of looking at things, and that this should of course not change under any circumstances. Consequently, in 2022 he apologized to Canadian Indigenous people for the assimilation methods of earlier missionaries, who had actually dared to turn noble savages into normal Canadian citizens. The idea that a people is a unit that cannot be divided and must be equipped with a Christianity that is adapted to the character of the people and correspondingly abbreviated and simplified, ultimately corresponds to the concept of dynamic, i.e. adapted Christianity, as it was developed in particular among Nazi-friendly German Catholics. For example, Kuno Brombacher, who later became an Old Catholic and sharply criticized the encyclical MIT Brennender Sorge in 1937, the representative of the Arbeitsgemeinschaft Katholicher Deutscher in Baden, saw himself explicitly as a representative of a dynamic Catholicism in Germany, as an opponent of the conservatives, all according to his way. In the encyclical Laudato Si, 2015, Francis also declared that species, both in the plant, animal, and human world, have an intrinsic value, section 33, and that any loss of any species is per se terribly bad. Every creature belongs to its place firmly assigned by God. Even love for God is dependent on geographical space. Francis can ultimately only imagine it through a sentimental experience of home. The idolized place, with its little hills and streams, is a very personal sign of God. LS 84, especially, of course, through the culture cultivated there, which is threatened with disappearance by evil globalism, or what the ethno-nationalist imagines it to be, namely the cultural heritage of the mystified place, which has an original identity that must be preserved. LS 143. Cultural diversity is a treasure for humanity, so the rights of peoples and cultures must be protected. LS 144. And groups of people should not even be prescribed an ideal of quality of life for them, Only that which corresponds to their traditional customs is right. In particular, of course, Francis is referring to the indigenous communities with their cultural traditions, for whom the land is a gift from God. Apparently only they belong there. Indeed, a sacred space with which they must interact in order to preserve their identity and their values. LS 146. Even the German-believing, religious-folkisch Artgemeinschaft could not have formulated it more beautifully. The follow-up encyclical Fratelli Tutti, 2020, continues in the same vein. Love of one's neighbor, misunderstood as love of a foreign culture, is insanely made dependent on one's own firm rootedness in one's own country, one's attachment to one's own people and its culture. LS 143. One must love one's country, as well as its people with their respective cultural peculiarities, must under no circumstances harbor a grudge against one's own people. The history of one's own place is a gift from God. Then openness to the universal is only empty and superficial, is flight or uprooting, as if this were not precisely what is desirable for Christians with their penchant for the transcendental. Because the universal must not be the predominance of a single cultural form. LS 144. Namely, what else? Apparently a world in which all indigenous people, who preserve their ancestral roots and cultures, are in dialogue with each other. LS 148. Probably about their incredibly important particularities and differences, which expressing them is supposed to have something to do with charity. For Francis, it is not people but cultures that are capable of dialogue. It is true that one may also graciously enrich oneself with elements of foreign origin, as long as this is not simply a shameful copying, a cultural appropriation, but a new synthesis, filling the world with new beauty, is created by the cultures, i.e. the homogeneous peoples, making the new their own in their own way. LS 148. Whatever this hollow phrase is supposed to mean. Universal is therefore not supposed to be the ideal of man's interaction with his environment, but the conviction that he must behave differently from the others, depending on his alleged kind. For the propagators of contextualizing mission, traditional Christianity is therefore only one possible variant, adapted to Jewish culture. In other cultural contexts, it could have completely different content. Each nation should therefore decide for itself what Christianity, if it is already accepted, actually means for it. The classical mission was not contextualizing, but knew that it was precisely the context of the respective pagans, their cultural environment, that kept them away from the Christian God. For the progressives in today's church, on the other hand, imparting theological teachings has become irrelevant. Mission should simply lead to a greater sense of community, making them better people's comrades, so to speak. It is no longer aimed at individuals, who then leave the familiar worldly community, but at peoples. Accordingly, Francis was not above explicitly calling on Chinese Catholics to be good citizens in 2023, just as the state's harassment of religion was reaching new heights, with priests and bishops who were not registered with the State Patriotic Association being imprisoned and otherwise persecuted. In 2024, a new law was even introduced in Hong Kong requiring priests to report high treason crimes confessed in confession to the authorities, although it can be assumed that spies will test the clergy's law-abidingness in fictitious confessions. In the same year, in the midst of the Russian nationalist war of aggression against a country that was in no small part Catholic, he addressed Russian Catholics, who were Russian in their own way, as heirs of the Great Mother Russia, heirs of the Great Russia of Peter the Great and Catherine II, whose legacy, of great culture etc., must be continued at all costs. His bizarre enthusiasm for Russia may, of course, be linked to the specific history of the order, as the Jesuits owed their survival during the period of Prohibition from 1773 to 1814 to Tsarist educational policy. Submission to national cultures and sensitivities logically goes hand in hand with the abolition of general morality and legality. The controversial Vatican document, Fiducia Supplicans on the Blessing of Couples in Irregular Relationships, 2023, for example, attaches great importance to avoiding scandal and confusion among the faithful, FS 30+39. Whether or not the acts of blessing by the Church dealt with in the text are performed is made dependent on the subjective sensitivities on the ground. The decisive factor is therefore not the objective goodness or badness of an act, but the opinion of the respective community or even nation. This rapidly accelerates the disintegration of the Church. Cardinal Ambongo, president of the Symposium of African Bishops' Conferences, has already referred to the unspeakable Chapter 19 of the summary of the first session of the Synod of Synodality, Bishops' conferences and continental sections should protect the culture of the people so that uniformity and centralism could not arise again in the Church, defended the rejection of the corresponding blessings in Africa. The accusation of cultural colonization by the West was of course also not to be missed. According to the motto, Africans simply have a homophobic culture, you have to accept that in Europe, but in Europe, of course, a different morality applies, so a homosexual blessing is okay there too. It would now be completely wrong to see a weakness of Rome in accepting the African non-implementation of fiducia supplicans, or the German rejection of basically everything that comes from Rome. As one FAZ commentator did, for Francis, such inequality based on ethnic cultural boundaries is completely fine. He deliberately abolishes the relevance of his office, wants a decentralized church in every respect. His church does not teach, it listens. The Letter to the People of God from the end of October 2023, which was written in the context of the Synod, also teaches that the church must listen more in future, e.g. to the poor, to the youth, to indigenous peoples. In other words, those groups that the wealthy old white men behind the letter, in a fit of projection, accuse of having completely different concerns than those understood by the evil conservatives in the church as general human concerns, namely the struggle for the eternal salvation of the soul to be fought by all equally. Enlightened theologians, characterized by a deterministic worldview and the elimination of religion, yearn for more salvation in the midst of profane history, which should have more meaning, beyond the constant increase in the number of saints. In particular, an imminent goal, a perfection, even an age of the Holy Spirit, as Joachim of Fiore had already expected in the 12th century, whose teachings were condemned as heresies. Although his ideal of poverty comes very close to the Bergoglionian image of the Church. Later, radical Protestantism, especially in Pietism, then, in a secularized version, the German Enlightenment, for example in Lessing, who adopted an ascending stage model of historical ages. The latter focused on the nations as newly discovered actors in history, the antithesis of the Church, which had already found its salvation, the earthly society, which was still awaiting its own liberation. For German idealism, especially in Schelling and Hegel, God unfolds himself in the world through it. Things emerge from him as if of their own accord. Although this world had fallen away from its divine archetype, it returned to it in history, regaining its lost unity. Schelling explicitly referred to Joachim von Fiore doctrine of the ages, the Johannine age, the Third Kingdom, without an ecclesiastical hierarchy but with pure reason, would realize the heavenly Jerusalem on earth, in which Judaism and paganism would stand side by side on an equal footing. This immanent image of God, as it was essentially shared by Karl Rahner, one of the most important theologians of the Council, allows the world to become the place of a realized salvation, which in concrete terms should probably consist of the peaceful unity of enlightened peoples who follow each other peacefully, unclouded by any confessional dispute. This would require a new Pentecost. This term, which downgrades the old Pentecost, was already used by John XXIII, who convened the last council, which would bear fruit particularly in all-round dialogue. Through Christ's work of redemption, the whole world is actually already filled with the divine, which only needs to be teased out of each person to unfold, preferably with the help of their own spiritual tradition. Since God is behind everything that happens, according to the consequent Protestant foundation of modern ecumenism, long since extended to all spiritual traditions in the world, people of other religions cannot really be wrong. What kind of spirit is this that is supposed to bring the new Pentecost, which unites humanity by leading it to give up its awareness of ideological contradictions? Certainly not the same one that traditional Christians regard as the Holy One, who, among other things, gives the gift of discernment of spirits. Hegel's monistic world spirit, which in turn is at work in the various folk spirits as subjects of history, has much more in common. But it gets even worse. In March 2024, Francis met with the German spiritual, best-selling author Anselm Grun, whom he praised for his work and encouraged to continue. Grun, who learned Zen meditation from the ex-Nazi occultist Durkheim, with the less Christian goal of self-discovery and reconnection to one's own essence, is a pantheist. For him, God is energy that flows in everything. Christ is no longer even a savior, but a scholar, not unlike Buddha. God has always worked salvation, even in other religions, through their wisdom, denying Judeo-Christian teachings the character of God's exclusive self-revelation. Green is a prime example of Francis's attempt to incarnate Christianity into a foreign culture, in this case, that of the New Age movement, and of the necessary failure of this, as the only thing that remains of Christianity is terminology. Their astrological concept of the age around the birth of Christ, the age of Aries, the Old Testament sacrificial animal ends, that of Pisces, the Church begins, only to be replaced 2,000 years later by that of Aquarius. Also refers in part to the Johannine concept of the Johannine age of brotherly love, a collective good of humanity in wisdom and justice, which brings us back full circle to Christian esotericism of the green brand. The prongs of Francis' polyhedron, the cultures, are, as it were, beauties shaped by the world, spirit. What is, should be, and this realization is an expression of being completely filled with the Spirit. The Bishop of Rome's completely untraditional understanding of universalism can be explained by his background as an Argentinian Jesuit. Deep-rooted anti-Western prejudices characterize his idea of culture and what endangers it. Since the 19th century, Argentina has been dominated by a completely unleashed nationalism, which, due to a lack of national specifics, was primarily constructed through the construction of a common enemy image, that is, the evil exploiter. Cosmopolitanism and imperialism were the great enemy images of the Montoneras at the time, and populist left fascist Peronism then wanted to create justice in the 20th century. From both the left and the right, it was clear to everyone. The exploiting states of Great Britain and the USA, both controlled by Jewish financial interests, would oppress the third world countries just as much as the evil rootless rich would oppress the poor, transfigured into saints and the true people from a vulgar Christian perspective, within their own homeland. After the temporary fall of the Perón regime, the forces that saw themselves as progressive remained loyal to their leaders. At the time, the pro-national socialist and extremely anti-Semitic Tacuara guerrillas of José Baxter initially referred to the historical Montoneras. A little later, the leaders of the left-wing guerrillas calling themselves Montoneros emerged from this group, who cultivated close relationships with liberation theologians and the Movimiento de Sacerdotes para el Tercer Mundo, an association of priests founded in 1967, and the newspaper Cristianismo y Revolución, and worked towards the return of their leader. In the opinion of many Jewish Argentines, the anti-imperialist left-wing forces of the time were just as radical Jew haters as the right-wingers. Rodolfo Walsh, one of the many Montoneros with a staunchly fascist background, set up a news agency for Che Guevara, Fatherland or Death, published a report on Palestine in 1974 that was brimming with anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and is now considered a left-wing martyr because he was murdered by the military junta in 1977. The most important political publicist of those days was Juan José Hernández Arregui, who in 1960 philosophized about the emergence of national consciousness and provided ideas for the Montoneros. North American imperialism was the worst in the world. The enemy within was the internationally active, denationalized Jews who dominated the financial and economic system. It was in this climate that Jorge Bergoglio had to position himself as the country's Jesuit provincial. Who were the popular voices in the church in South America at the time? One of the most influential liberation theologians was the left-wing Peronist Enrique Dussel, who in 1973 turned his back on the idol to which his equally Peronist colleague Bergoglio remained loyal, an Argentinian with German ancestors who, at the time of the council in Germany, was a research assistant to the Nazi-friendly ecumenist Joseph Lortz. In his work, unsurprisingly, the dependence of certain peoples on someone is obsessively declared to be the fundamental evil. Nationalism, national independence in every respect, is glorified. In the thinking of liberation theology, commitment to the poor is not possible without nationalism and anti-imperialism, due to the false analogy with which conclusions are drawn from individuals to nations. And in Bergoglio's order itself? In 1965 to 1981, the Basque Pedro Arup was general of the Jesuits. He had studied at progressive universities in the Netherlands and Belgium in the 1930s and was close to the theology of Karl Reimer. The world was in truth already reconciled, it just had to understand this through the missionaries and then, in a hippies-K mood of fun and games, take part in this happy, liberal Protestant message. Arup had already declared at the council that Catholic missionary work had to integrate the ancient cultures. The materialistic, fused culture of modernity was soulless. The culture of the Christians who actually existed was not superior. In 1977, at a South American synod, he called for enculturation, saying that no foreign culture should be imposed on anyone. Faith would merely purify and teach an existing culture. He followed Rahner in saying that there were redeeming elements in other religions and that they were ultimately part of God's plan. The Church had to identify with the local cultures, incarnate itself into them, particularize itself. This of all things would demonstrate its universality. The Church should no longer have a culture-forming effect. The existing cultures are, without exception, good and God-ordained. In Arup's eyes, Catholic universalism was no longer about giving the same to everyone, but about taking all, and from all it was already all anonymous Christianity anyway. Bergoglio himself organized a conference on the evangelization of culture and the inculturation of the gospel as early as 1985, to mark the 400th anniversary of the Jesuits' presence in Argentina. In the 20th century, this order, once the very embodiment of Roman centralism, had exalted the syncretism-promoting aspects of its own history, once rejected by Rome, to a particularly central tradition. In December 2022, the trigger of the Chinese ritual dispute, Matteo Ricci, was consequently declared worthy of veneration by Francis, which fits in with the Holy See's defeatist China policy. For some years now, the Sinicization of religion has been rigorously enforced there for the purpose of rational unity and religious harmony. In the 16th century, the order still recognized that Christianity was not compatible with the prevailing ideas in Asia. A personal God, and one who gave people the freedom to do evil, was something completely alien there. These pathologically anti-imperialist traits of South American Catholicism in the post-conciliar era still characterize the Church there today and ruthlessly destroy the old cross-ethnic unity for which that very continent was once so much admired by cosmopolitan Catholics. In Mexico, too, the local bishops' conference now wants to introduce its own liturgical elements, such as dances, for indigenous people, and a complete syncretic Mayan rite with pre-Christian elements was tested in 2023. According to Cardinal Arizmendi Esquivel, this has nothing to do with folklorism, nor is it a clerical invention of an indigenous rite. His vehement defensive reaction makes the opposite all the more clear. But the intention is simply to integrate the ways of relating to God of these peoples into the liturgy. Respect for ancient paganism, Catholicism should no longer be universal. A fitting anecdote, in May 2023, the Vatican withdrew a special stamp after a few days that showed Francis in the place of Henry the Navigator on the monument to the discoveries in Lisbon. Bishop de Pinho Moreira Azevedo, delegate of the Pontifical Committee for Historical Sciences, found this to be contrary to universal fraternity. It is thanks to the discoverers, however, that the Church found millions of people who did not yet know the Jewish Redeemer that it prides itself on bringing. How is universal brotherhood supposed to exist if one person not only does not understand the other, but, due to the lack of discoverers, has never even met them? Who is supposed to strive for universal brotherhood if they have not been taught the existence of universal values, as postulated by classical Christianity, in contrast to ethnic religions? The aforementioned historian also told the millions and millions of Catholic half-breeds in Latin America, with his condemnation of discovery by the flowers, that it was regrettable that they existed. Instead of them, there should probably only be purebred pagan tribes living as primitively as possible in their countries. With so much idealization of folkish tribal churches, Rome seems to ignore the fact that the worst oppression of Christians in Latin America today comes precisely from the model of tribal society, which has become modern again. The postmodern splitting up of the society, which was previously under one law, has led to the inhumane situation that within the indigenous communities, which are once again to be sealed off from the rest of society, separate quasi-authorities and tribal leaders have established a separate, non-legal system in which the preservation of one's own identity has top priority. Mission is of course forbidden there, and anyone who abandons the religious or cultural practices of the tribe is de facto considered to have no rights. The indigenous institutions impose punishments, and those affected cannot defend themselves against them with the help of the state courts, as the latter respect the own jurisdiction of those totalitarian groups who are granted autonomy. Religious freedom, therefore, does not exist for those people who are categorized as indigenous. In Mexico, e.g. Chiapas, Yucatan and elsewhere, Christian indigenous people have their children taken away if they leave the faith of the community. In Cauca, Colombia, a case caused a stir in 2022 where indigenous people were flogged for spreading Christian doctrines. Such conditions should be condemned in the strongest possible terms by the Church, which claims to be committed to human rights. Instead, they come up with hollow phrases about context and preach the described anti-universalist pseudo-universalism of a polyhedral humanity that sometimes drips with blood. One thing is clear. A Holy Spirit is definitely not at play here. The principle of laissez-faire, laissez-aller, which is so despised in the economic sphere, has an erotic connotation that hardly anyone is aware of today for a reason. as an expression of the promise of happiness that the communicative road signs that people have erected to seal themselves off from each other and to attack each other all the more unrestrainedly when freedom has become real could one day become superfluous, because self-forgetfulness would then no longer mean powerlessness and self-empowerment would no longer mean self-coercion. The more aggressively people want to forget this promise, the more brutally they lash out at everything that still reminds them of it, even if only in their own imagination. The routine disparagement of Lolita, which was always perceived in its ambivalence, as both a threat and a promise of happiness, from the European fin de siècle to the 1960s, when the cultural figure of the child woman experienced a late flowering, first in US American and then in French popular culture, thus heralds a world in which no one can actually be seduced anymore and no one wants to be seduced anymore, because the hope of successful mediation has disappeared from it. Just because no one expects anything from anyone or anything and still has to say yes to everything, as nothing other than the status quo even seems conceivable, it is so incredibly easy to respond to every challenge and every stimulus with the dull phrase "no means no," which is in fact the mantra of unconditional affirmation. A long time ago, a major German daily newspaper reported the fulfillment of Dostoevsky's dictum, "If there is no God, everything is permitted," in a side note on its Germany and the World page, which is peppered with oddities. In honor of the Flensburg erotic entrepreneur Beat Uz, a memorial plaque now hangs on the pastorate of St. Mary's Church in Flensburg. Beat Uz was delighted with this honor. "I am very impressed that the church is so liberal. I think that's tremendous." She lived in the pastorate with her 4 children from 1948 to 1961. "About 2 years ago, the mayor of Flensburg came to her with the idea," said Beat Uz. "She didn't believe that the church would allow it. You would have thought that this news would have been worthy of a lead story. However, the talent for headlines is not universal. According to the standards of political theology or theological aesthetics, at the very least, the note should have been in the feature section. But even so, the report had what it took to be profane enlightenment. Even lukewarm Catholics, whose membership of the church is due to their reluctance to go through the bureaucratic act of leaving, which is associated with the embarrassing pathos of adolescent impulses and now seems more conformist than rebellious, awoke for a moment from the religious indifference they have practiced over many years. In addition to their buried religiosity, these Catholic carcasses suddenly discovered old aversions to a Protestantism hegemonic in Germany that had been buried since the time of the Kulturkampf. All of a sudden, the abyss between the two Christian denominations opened up again. An anti-ecumenical effect threatened to destroy what decades of laborious rapprochement at countless church congresses and conferences of Protestant academies had initiated. To account for this, to pursue the question of which motives drove Protestantism into the arms of pornography and thus sealed the death of God, could lead to the trace of the Protestant phenotype, to an iconography of Protestantism that itself bears pornographic traits, as well as to shed light on correspondences between the Protestant spirit and Reformation sexuality. However, the focus is on aesthetic and theological questions, not ideological ones. It therefore remains a mystery how the porn entrepreneur could doubt the liberality of a confession that not even the darkest Catholic resentment is capable of overestimating. Because in this point Protestantism, this paragon of permissiveness, even leaves pornography behind at times. Only those who fail to recognize that beauty, eros, and the sacred have always entered into an intricate triangular relationship will be able to go back to business as usual after reading the above message. However, if you want to grasp the physiognomy of a cultural formation, you cannot help but be aware of the mutual dependencies within that constellation. This is not merely one of those primordial myths of origin about which one can speculate with confidence, because they always precede any empiricism, but a historical context that contains both the signature of a religious confession in the midst of an epoch whose atheism has become irrefutable, as well as indications of the nature of an eros in whose pornographic appearance Protestant iconoclastic contents are put into the picture. The suspicion is strengthened that the entry of pornography into Protestantism is neither an aberration nor an outlandish curiosity, but a logical realization of reformatory intentions, in other words, that Protestantism comes to itself in alliance with pornography. One of the fundamental insights of Max Weber's sociology of religion is the proof of the intimate relationship that magical religiosity maintained with both the aesthetic and the erotic sphere. This intimacy, of which Christianity had retained significant moments, was transformed into an extreme idiosyncrasy with the emergence of the Reformation ethic of brotherhood. The Reformation's demystification of the world also and especially affected eroticism as the last arcanum of an experience of inner worldly redemption from the increasing pressure of the rational order. According to Weber, the sacrament of marriage administered by the Catholic Church still retains something of the magic that sanctifies eros, as an introspection of the specifically divine in man, by elevating it above the naturalism of sex and transcending the banality of satisfying needs. In the refinement of sexuality into eroticism, which is an emancipation from the constraints of nature, the humanization of sex takes place. The libertine eroticism of the 18th century still celebrated seduction as one of the last ceremonial forms that remained in the midst of the modern world, as a rite that wanted nothing to do with the naturalism of gaining pleasure and the discharge of instinct. This was one of the varieties of a secularized Catholicism, in which the imperative of form lent the profane customs of life a sacred glowing core. The aversion to instinctual naturalism establishes the link between libertine eros and a Christianity that rejected inanimate nature and was not idle in its use of antinatural strategies, the first of which was asceticism. For only the discipline of Christian asceticism led to independence from the instinctive nature. Catholicism, however, did not declare asceticism to be an end in itself of interworldly events, but used it as a means to achieve higher spiritual states. Nothing could have been further from the Reformation's mind, which sought to accommodate itself to the world in which it was absorbed like a pinch of salt in the ocean. Luther's rejection of monasticism was directed against the ways of otherworldly asceticism practiced there, which he transformed into professional work. In doing so, however, he destroyed the connection between asceticism and its religious justification, which is why all interworldly asceticism eventually leads to utilitarianism, which can confidently dispense with religious motives. One does not choose asceticism, but is condemned to it. Asceticism only exists because sin exists. Sin, as the most ingenious and merciless of all Christian inventions, is the basis for both of those means that elevate the individual above the rational order of life. In eroticism as in asceticism, all sublimation remains a merit of sin, for in it man once freed himself from the compulsion of nature to freedom. Eros and asceticism, as the most spiritual emanations of sin, are insignia of human freedom. Nature does not know the sacred, neither eros nor the aesthetic, which is why only religion, which preserves the connection between these three orders, deserves its name. Catholicism has always insisted on the complementarity of these moments. Ascetic abstinence and ecstatic indulgence remain interrelated. Asceticism is only one mode of debauchery, by no means its opposite. In the cult, both have something sacred about them. Rather, the principle of utility that established the modern professional ethos ranks as their antagonist. Nothing reflects the unity of asceticism and debauchery more faithfully than the carnival that precedes Lent. The spectacle would be as incomplete as it is incomprehensible without the abstinence it imposes. The Reformation destroyed this symmetry, which belongs to a spiritual order of life, in a Gnotic way. As the life-enhancing aspect of asceticism always remained inaccessible to their denominations, they were also unable to adopt orgiastic traits anywhere. The joylessness that has always been characteristic of them denied them access to the higher spirituality of monastic life, as well as blocking their unbiased affirmation of sensuality. The concealed lust prevalent in asceticism has always remained a riddle sealed sevenfold to Protestantism, which was brought into being by a monk who had failed at Catholic discipline. Christianity was by no means the first to establish this relationship. In ancient Rome, the temple of the goddess of shame became the center of debauchery. Later, the Dionysian cult found an asylum in the monasteries before the modern idea of a profession took hold. The representatives of a mystical sensuality who, after the period of abstinence, paid homage to lust with the same intensity as before, preserved this connection. The ecstatic chastity of Teresa of Avila, for example, contains elements that bear all the signs of orgiastic mysticism. And even the phantasmagorical productions of the Marquis de Sade, in their bizarre arrangements that bind the worst vice to the strictest abstinence, participate in a Catholic rituality whose captivating quality remains untouched even by radical atheistic reasoning. But back to our initial question. One could assume that one reason for the advances that Protestantism makes towards pornography is an effort to remedy its deficient sensuality and aseptic aesthetics. In fact, however, pornography functions as a further ferment of Protestant disenchantment. As the last stand in the war it is waging against the magical remnants of the Middle Ages. For pornography, too, does not recognize the unity of shame and debauchery, since it does not want to know anything about sin. Instead, with the bonhomie of those to whom everything that is not merely human is alien, it insists on the claim to innocence of naturalness, It also denies that other fruit of freedom, which is the refined eros. It exhausts itself in a barren physiology that nowhere breaks through sexual need in an act of freedom. It is therefore futile to try to extract any emancipatory dimension from pornography. It remains the calculable arithmetic of bodily activities and is not accessible to a teleological interpretation. Even the sociological interpretations that were once attributed a liberating potential to pornography and have long since been rendered obsolete cannot hide this fact. All progressive taboo breaking merely resulted in a worrying desublimation. In reality, pornography is in danger of perishing from a lack of taboos, which is why it is desperately venturing into ever new areas of the forbidden. Pornography, although dependent on the taboo as one of those magical relics of the past, consumes the condition of its possibility. The taboo is like any object whose legitimacy is one of tradition and not of procedure. Once it has been used up, it cannot be conjured up again. Perhaps this is why pornography, for its part, is dependent on the Church as a resonance chamber. Of course, it would prefer a real house of God to a Protestant grossraum where only the Church of God meets. The alliance between Protestantism and pornography parodies the age-old alliance between Eros and the sacred in a way that reveals the essence of the Reformation. Since it knows no sacredness, the once sacred Eros is also executed in pornography, while beauty, which is no longer protected by the taboo, is reduced to a commodity. From the perspective of religious studies, this connection seems far-reaching. Just as Protestantism pursues the desacralization of religion, pornography undertakes the eroticization of sex. In his essay on Protestant ethics, Max Weber explains the concept of a Reformation sexual rationalism using the example of the relationship between Faust and Greta, the treatment of Gretchen as a prostitute and the equal valuation of the mighty sway of human passions with sexual intercourse for the sake of health. Both of these correspond entirely to the Puritan point of view. The disgrace of Lutheran sexuality is reminiscent of the disaster of the Protestant spirit. Just as Faust degraded Greta to a whore, Luther treated reason in the same way. But love needs the moment of cultic worship that Protestantism has just declared war on. A beautiful woman is wooed by worshipping her like a Saint Casanova and Don Juan both proved to be good Catholics in this respect, while the history of literature knows of no notable Protestant seducer. The exposure of the woman in porn appears to be an extremely iconoclastic act of Protestant disenchantment that does not tolerate veils. Pornography does not tolerate aloofness and thus not only counteracts the cult image, which is often withdrawn from view, but also becomes legible as an anti-erotic phenomenon. Walter Benjamin defined the aura as a mode of perception of cultic provenance, characterizing the human face as the last worldly refuge of the aura. Pornography, on the other hand, shows its protagonists as flesh without an aura. Instead of the face, the genitals become the focus of attention. While Marian iconography desexualizes the beauty of the Madonna, pornography sexualizes the obscure. The transparency of pornography, which shows everything, announces the emptiness of transcendence in Protestantism. Just as the genuinely religious impulse protects the mystery of faith from being revealed, beauty also maintains a distance that ensures that one does not get too close to it, that one does not tear away its final veil. Recognizing her without exposing her, that is the high school of tact. The priest and the beautiful woman are united by the realization that appearances must not be removed. Truth that shows itself naked is not truth. Pornography, on the other hand, thrives on the phantasm of a hidden truth that needs to be revealed. The fact that truth surrounds itself with the veil of beauty, which is the epiphany of the sacred in the world, is one of the oldest tenets of Catholicism. It has always been in league with beauty, while Protestantism has associated itself with the truth of Scripture in an iconoclastic effect. This is why Catholics venerate the supreme symbol of love in the supersexual beauty of the Madonna, in whom the unity of chastity and sensuality is realized. Pornography realizes the exact inversion of Marian iconography and identifies itself as a Protestant vehicle. The Madonna embodies fertility without sex, while pornography realizes sex without fertility. The fact that the incompatibility of the sacred with pornography is based precisely on the togetherness of the sacred and eros will remain an eternal mystery to Protestantism, one that Protestants, however, ideologically misjudging Catholicism, like to interpret as hypocrisy or hypocrisy. Georges Bouteilly's invectives against pornography, for example, must therefore remain incomprehensible to them. Bouteilly, of all people, whose work includes not only studies on sacred eros but also tales of erotic ecstasies, branded the spread of pornography as a regression into the animal kingdom and called for its prohibition in the name of a drive elevated to eros. By means of pornography, Protestant formlessness subverts the dictates of form that have never been external to the Catholic Church and are characteristic of its institutional and liturgical form. Pornography is quite unsuitable as a vehicle for a strategy to restore sensual vividness, to restore the iconic dimension of truth. At best, the pact with pornography gives Protestantism the character of a commodity instead of lending it a sacred aura. The pornographic images exhibit unsold flesh in a germ-free world of images and yet never achieve the carnality that the Word becomes in the Una Sancta. For the category of corporeality is a genuinely Catholic one. Not only does Catholica profess to have emerged from the incarnation of the Son of God, but the Church itself is the body of Christ, F 1:23. The abyss that separates the spirit from the flesh is bridged in Catholicism. It is a doom that has prevailed in the world since the Reformation. Protestantism turns this complementarity into two autonomous, unconnected realms, while Catholica, taken literally, means the cultic embracing of the contradictions between God and the world, spirit and flesh. Not for nothing does one of its most concise definitions define it as complexio oppositorum. Since Catholica has never banished the body, the pneuma of the gospel always remains relegated to the sarx of its church. Nothing can be added to it by pornographic flesh, in contrast to Protestantism, which, like a philology, sola scriptura, remains bound to the Word. Its rigorous morality laid hands on the unregulated sensuality of traditional symbolism and thus transformed Christianity into a worldview. The object of the cult could have been replaced, but it should not have been abolished. Protestantism has always capitulated to the fact that the cult and its ritual are more important than faith, an insight that is only relevant in our atheistic era. It promoted itself as the truer faith and renounced the cult as a dispensable accessory. It privileged consciousness, expropriated sensuality, and banned the beauty of liturgical splendor. It thus became a denomination without a symbolic liturgy. The representative visibility of the Catholic Church in the three figures of the Virgin, Mother and Bride of Christ is the counterpart to the Deus absconditus, and in its existence, which is neither solely flesh nor pure spirit, a paradigm of a reconciliation of nature and spirit, exemplary of a sensuality to which the instinct must be developed in a mediated process. In contrast, the inner-worldly form of asceticism established by Protestantism established the antinomy of nature and spirit, in which the later pact with pornography and the disastrous consequences for any unfolded sensuality seem to be laid out in noose. If one follows Max Weber's conclusion, professional asceticism must reject any refinement into an eroticism. For its part, it incorporates precisely the primordially natural, peasant, unsublimated sexuality into a rational order of the creaturely. All components of passion, however, are then regarded as residues of the fall. Weber agnosticizes, in the manner of Luther, the sober naturalism of the peasants, which judges all refinement in which culture reveals itself as a symptom of decadence. Peasant revolt of the spirit was Nietzsche's diagnosis of the Reformation, in which he had sensed a fatal alliance with everything natural that had taken up arms against the higher spirituality of the old church. It seems that the Germans do not understand the nature of a church. Are they not spiritual enough? In any case, the building of a church rests on a southern freedom and freethinking of the spirit, and also on a southern prejudice against nature, man, and spirit. Nietzsche discovers in Luther's resistance the resistance of a ruffian, whom the good etiquette of the church stifled, the abysmal hatred of the higher man, and the rule of the higher man as conceived by the church, and sees in this the affinity between Protestantism and sexual intercourse, which profanes the one without sanctifying the other. Luther, this most immodest peasant that Germany has ever had, he returned sexual intercourse with women to the priest. But 3/4 of the reverence of which the people, above all the woman of the people, is capable rests on the belief that an exceptional man in this point will also be an exception in other points. Here precisely the popular belief in something superhuman in man, in the miracle, in the redeeming God in man, has its finest and most captious advocate. End of quote. Before the son of a Protestant pastor, Heinrich Heine, whose Protestantism was a chameleon-like costume, had already located the concordat between sacred pomp and unbridled sensuality in a Catholicism that represents the last bulwark against the curse of modern usefulness. His unsurpassable remarks on the simplicity of Reformation logic still strike Protestantism to the core today and describe the crux of a confession that expresses its incomprehension all the more urgently the more emphatically it endows itself with the aplomb of Protestant truth. To this day, the Protestant social worker mindset is all too happy to get worked up about the Catholic penchant for representation, which it equates with wastefulness according to a bad Protestant conscience, while recommending its own shabby meagerness as panacea. Heine had already mocked this in the example of the construction of St. Peter's Basilica, the costs of which were covered by indulgences, so that sin actually provided the money for the construction of this church, which thus became a monument of sensual pleasure, as it were, like the pyramid built by an Egyptian prostitute for the money she acquired through prostitution. It could perhaps be said of this house of God rather than Cologne Cathedral that it was built by the devil. This triumph of spiritualism, that sensualism itself had to build it its most beautiful temple, that the means to glorify the spirit were acquired for the very amount of concessions made to the flesh. This was not understood in the German north. For here, far sooner than under the glowing skies of Italy, it was possible to practice a Christianity that made the least possible concessions to sensuality. Heine's physiognomic perception judged the Reformation's affront to the old church by the sensual devastation it caused. The pretty priestly concubines were exchanged for cold wives, the charming images of the Madonna were broken, and here and there the most sensual Puritanism arose. One of the most important lessons to be learned from the Reformation is that the sacred cannot be abolished without damaging both aesthetics and eros. After the loss of the sacred, the aesthetic continues to parody itself for a while before finally proclaiming its own end. The art of the 20th century intoned its last sigh in the dernier cri of its avant-gardes. It is by no means about a resacralization of social life, which, as we have known since the days of aestheticized politics, cannot be achieved without disastrous atavisms. However, it is very much a matter of ensuring the secularized survival of the sensual elements of the former cult in the profane phenomena of modern life, if we do not want to pay a high tribute to rationalization by atrophying the field of sensual expression. The belief in the sacredness of a thing has always preceded the delight in its beauty. Although dechristianization and secularization are powerful tendencies that have not spared Catholic regions, they were not prepared to make the comprehensive sacrifice of cultic sensuality with which the Reformation made its shocking entry into German lands. In Roman Catholic countries, it is also possible to experience the cult outside the dogmatic and institutional context of the Church. In the aesthetic values of everyday life, its rites and ceremonies, Catholicism outlasts secularization. Its sacramentality has migrated into the food and wine of festivals, while in Protestant regions, eating is tantamount to an ongoing penitential exercise. The corporeality and splendor of Catholic life convey, far removed from any folkloristic dressing, the aesthetic fascination and the representational character of a magically tinged sensuality. Protestantism is not granted such a posthumous existence. It paid for its historical success with its logical aporias by taking from the Church what it could not give to the world through faith. Because he has become one with the course of the world, which proceeds in the dullness of professional work and commodity certificates, he cannot gain any distinction from it. This hopeless situation is also reflected in the reference to the porn entrepreneur and indicates its crisis, which has become permanent since the end of the monarchical episcopate and the state church. Although German Protestantism has entered into the most diverse alliances with the most otherworldly institutions in the course of its history, with the state, culture, or a world spirit that was by no means the Holy One, kowtowing to pornography opens up a new stage in the leveling of this world and the otherworldly. The Flensburg idea, which seems to have sprung from the machinations of an advertising agency to tap into new target groups, is not, however, an aggiornamento ode to the tense relationship between topicality and eternity, but rather makes common cause with the spirit of the times. A church that can no longer tolerate its own outmodedness should immediately model itself as a service agency. There is hardly any objection to this in Protestant circles, and so ingratiation with a religiously indifferent public has been part of Protestantism's repertoire for some time now. Whether the Protestant parish in Munich hires the management consultants McKinsey to improve its corporate image, or whether the bell tower of the Berlin Memorial Church is wrapped in a mesh fabric on which a worn-out mannequin advertises hair conditioner, another Protestant dilemma, that the grace of Marianism is thought to have been transferred to the imago of a former supermodel, making it a landmark of German Protestantism in its appearance both as a ruin and as an advertising pillar. Protestantism is selling out religion everywhere with an unabashedness towards the commodity sphere that leaves no illusions about its relationship to the world. The fact that the former enemy of all Catholic outward appearances is now all the more compliant with the aesthetics of advertising design is part of the irony of its history. Protestantism has become the victim of the secularization that it itself set in motion, and nothing stands in the way of its disappearance into social work and services. This fact makes the representatives of a modernized Protestantism look so unspiritual and unredeemed, while the Catholic confession is protected by the dignity of anachronism. Catholicism can face up to the diagnoses of God distance and atheism with nonchalant composure without being challenged by them, because decades ago it developed the dazzling version of an atheistic Catholicism whose conception is of great intellectual and aesthetic appeal, and also has the advantage of remaining politically ambiguous. Its most original statements include the capricious Je suis athée, mais je suis catholique of Charles Maurras, Louis Butney's Atheism by the Grace of God, and the anti-capitalist thrust given to it by Pasolini. Incidentally, it is still not clear whether Dostoevsky's episode of the Grand Inquisitor contains an indictment of the Church or rather its most sublime homage. Precisely because the most advanced emissaries of Catholic atheism did not speak of God, they turned to the Pope's inappellability. Catholicism is therefore little affected by the brash diagnosis of the death of God. Protestantism, however, had to be shaken to the core by the proclaimed death of God, since for it there is no surface of religious appearance that organizes its sensuality, which is why it has decided to form a mesalliance with pornography in Germany's northernmost parish. This abyss between Catholicism, which also manifests itself in a non-religious way in a symbolic wealth, and Protestantism, whose most recent theological concepts approach God as the unspeakable and assign him the status of a four-letter word, and which regresses to the ethics of a civil religion before the fact of God's remoteness, can be reduced to a logical denominator. For Catholicism, God is at best the sufficient condition of itself, but by no means necessary for the unfolding of its representative capacity, whereas for Protestantism the existence of God is conditio sine qua non, the condition of its possibility. So Catholicism not only outlasts its adversary, who once wanted to inherit it, but even the loudly proclaimed death of God. If that is not a trick of reason, a growing need for religion is always a sign that the world is not suffering from too much enlightenment, but from too little. The same also applies to an increased need for a certain type of religious criticism that does not enlighten, but rather propagates enlightenment. The majority of criticism of the Church in recent centuries has always fallen into this category when the pornographer uses the gestures of the admonisher and revealer. The undisputed star of this genre, the still successful prolific writer Karl-Heinz Deschner, expresses his intention openly. Enlightenment is annoyance. Those who illuminate the world make its filth clearer. The obsessive sex and crime specialist, who has now published 9 voluminous volumes of his criminal history of Christianity, could not have said it more clearly. His enlightenment, such as The Hidden Truth About, or The Secret History of, is in the service of an enlightenment whose outcome is a foregone conclusion because it has to correspond to his own imagination. And it is looking for nothing other than filth, which is all the more enjoyable to feast on the more indignant one becomes about it. So it's no wonder that Deschner's smutty classic Das Kreuz mit der Kirche, A Sexual History of Christianity from 1974 was quickly reissued in 2009. Although there was still no molester scandal, anti-Benedict sentiment was at boiling point. The publisher had its nose to the grindstone when it ignored the fact that the 35 years that had passed since the first edition was published had brought about a profound disempowerment of the official churches in the public sphere, and that the influence of the churches on the average consciousness had almost completely dwindled. None of this seems to have had much effect on the need that Deschner satisfies. Depraved clerics who indulge in perverse sexuality in secret and behind high walls are no less attractive now than they were 50 or 150 years ago. This cliché is an inseparable part of the authoritarian character addressed by Deschner and his ilk. It is only because this character is so constant in its greed for scandal, because the role distributions it desires are so rigid childlike purity as the victim of depraved, unnatural intellect, for which Catholic schools stand, that the German public has jumped to such conclusions in recent months, mostly from decades ago. When cases of abuse from the 1970s and 1980s at a Berlin grammar school hit the media at the end of January, there was a veritable wave of followers. There were scandalous reports from the past from Hamburg, Hildesheim, Göttingen, Hanover, the Black Forest, Bonn, and finally Augsburg. The public monastery hunt quickly became generalized. The accusation of abuse became detached from the specific cases, the actual victims and perpetrators, and generalized in such a way that clerics and child abusers were considered synonyms by many for several weeks and months. This sexual projection, whose content is as old as the aversion to civilization and the incest taboo, in no way testifies to justified empathy for the former inmates of by no means only Catholic orphanages and boarding schools, but all the more to hostility to the mind, conspiracy mania, and homophobia. This is expressed above all in the illogical link between pedophilia and celibacy, which dominated the campaign even at first glance. Anyone who lives outside the norm of sexuality, even if it means self-restriction to abstinence and masturbation, i.e. celibacy, tends to be a dangerous aberration. It is irrelevant that the pedophilic tendency is characterized precisely by the fact that it longs to return to the polymorphous realm of prepenetrative sexuality and is accordingly not interested in adult love objects. It is also irrelevant that practiced pedophilia is only reprehensible when it destroys the autonomy of child sexuality, and it definitely does this when it makes use of dependency, and in no way because it withdraws from adult or heterosexual sexuality. But this is the only thing that counts for those who insist on the junction of pedophilia and celibacy, because they are the same people who are still uncomfortable with the idea of childlike sexuality, while their idea of adult sexuality is exhausted in the biomechanics of social democratic health ideals. Celibacy as the source of all sexualized evil, the church and monasteries as cesspools of sin for a lazy and parasitic elite clique. This mantra is of course older than Deschner's colportage and also older than the Swedish norms of healthy sexuality. Otto von Corvin's Pfaffenspiegel from 1845, which would go through 45 editions with a total of over 1.5 million copies by 1935, gave the cultural struggle of Protestant Prussia the same subtle flavor back then as it does today. The chaste monastic life violates the eternal laws of nature, it says, because celibacy violates the duty of nature. The consequences are desecration of boys and sodomy with animals, fornication with young boys and youths, actions that disgustingly damage the morality of the people. This idea has long been an automatic consensus in Germany. That is why, in cases of doubt, it is enough to be celibate to stumble across the child desecration mania when the mass projectivity boils over. This is what happened in early summer to someone who is certainly anything but the pale, intellectually perverse little priest that the persecutors wanted him to be. Walter Mixe, the resigned Bishop of Augsburg and the highest Catholic military chaplain, is as manly, tough and German as you can get with the regalia. But that didn't help him at all. His resignation from church office on April 21st will remain final. If you look at what Mixe finally stumbled over, you can almost speak of a hidden trick of hysteria. For Mixe's undoing was precisely the very opposite of pedophilia, namely his crude, uncaring and uncomprehending treatment of former institutionalized children. It was all too understandable, of course, that those whom Mixe used to beat as parish priest of Schrobenhausen seized the unique opportunity to take late revenge on their tormentor. All too typical, on the other hand, was the ploy of the Süddeutsche Zeitung, which used the former children's home children as witnesses for an outrageous mix-up of terms. The paper systematically lumped together child abuse and child molestation, i.e. forbidden sexual acts and, at least at the time, unfortunately tolerated acts of violence, and everyone else followed suit. This happened, for example, as follows. Mixe often likes to find his way into the media. Most recently, he was the first German bishop to speak out in the discussion about the sexual abuse of children in church institutions. He was criticized both for his forward thrust and his thesis that the so-called sexual revolution was certainly not innocent of the sexual abuse of minors. So much for the introduction. The word abuse has already been used twice, followed by a paragraph that continues. More than 30 years have passed since Hildegard Sedlmayr last met Walter Mixe. Nevertheless, she bursts into tears when she talks about it. He grabbed me by the gown, pulled me out of bed and hit me several times on the upper arm with his fist. She clenches her fist, leaves the knuckle of her middle finger slightly protruding and raises her hand. That's how he hit us. My arm had lots of bruises. SC, March 31st, 10. On May 7th, thanks to a slander that was readily believed, we were already a step further. He has split off that he presents the image of a priest and bishop who preaches morality and lives the opposite, the beatings and abuse, the grabbing of the cash register. There are suspected cases, but every day the burden of evidence becomes more oppressive. End quote. And on May 15th, the Diocese of Augsburg, of all places, which had been completely cornered by politicians and even more so by the media, was accused of overzealousness, while the self-scattered lies were praised as part of a benevolent work of enlightenment. Quote, now it has come to light that he was obviously lying. Various rumors, half-truths and untruths have been circulating about him for years. It is good that these are now being checked and, if necessary, exposed as lies, as in the case of the alleged sexual abuse. Here, the Diocese of Augsburg has obviously overshot the mark in its quest for clarification and transparency. SZ, May 15, 10. The public wanted a sex monster, but all they got was a vulgar beater and finally settled for that, although they were by no means satisfied. Mixe was actually a man very much to the taste of the reactionary mob, if only he hadn't been a Catholic priest. Mixe's view that it is okay to beat up unruly children is shared by the particularly authoritarian part of the population, But they are also the ones who feel constantly betrayed and lied to by those up there. They are the ones who believe that the orgies take place behind the doors that are closed to their eyes. And so the rabble finally hunted down one of their own, someone whose blustering, domineering behavior was actually in line with their instincts. Gernot Facius rather unintentionally made this connection clear in Die Welt. Mixa was someone who goes against the social mainstream in talk shows, rages against the zeitgeist, and bears the reputation of the provocateur with composure. Even people who have nothing to do with his conservative course, for example in family and pro-life policy, found this appealing. April 23, 2010. It didn't help Mixa that his views on all other issues were all the more in line with those of the masses, especially those whose advocates consider themselves to be on the left. The former most reactionary bishop in Germany was just as anti-American as, for example, church critic Karl-Heinz Deschner. While his book on the USA, Der Moloch, written in clearly fascist diction, ends with a condemnation of the First Iraq War as a mendacious religious campaign, the German military bishop Mixa still agreed with such assessments 10 years later. Bush should think carefully about whether Saddam's disaster is greater than the bad consequences that a war brings with it, he told the NTV channel in February 2003, and went on to rant about the abuse of religion on the part of the Americans. Of course, Walter Mixa was also an anti-Zionist of the highest degree. In his person, he seems to have combined in an almost prototypical way the hostility towards Jews that prevailed during his youth in his Upper Silesian region of origin with the harshness and heartlessness of the educational methods common in his later Württemberg home of Heidenheim. And this also burst out of the bishop during a visit to Israel by the Permanent Council of the German Bishops' Conference in March 2007. Mixa was upset about the ghetto-like situation in the occupied territories, which was almost racism. Focus, June 3, 2007. Such a man is also very much to the taste of the dull German mood seismograph from the left, Jürgen Elsasser, who regrets Mixa's departure and once again unabashedly shows that he is of the same mind. Quote, Mixa is resigning because of a few waddles. Others who are sending people to their deaths in Afghanistan are carrying on. What nobody wants to hear anymore. A few spankings were normal in education 20 or 30 years ago. I got a few from my teacher too, and it didn't do me any harm. Sexual abuse doesn't seem to be focused on the churches, but on homosexuals in the church and in other institutions. But that's not politically correct to talk about. The campaign against the Catholic Church serves to drag down one of the last Occidental bastions that still stands in the way of the worship of the cold idol Mammon. The unleashed money mania wants to eliminate everything that stands between the individual and the total market. End of quote. From an analytical point of view, it is striking how much there is in between and against in this homophobic aggressive tirade. What is even more important, however, is how unabashedly Elsasser makes it clear that Mixa was not the one the mob wanted to get hold of, but the only one they were able to get hold of. With Mixa's ignominious departure, the latest boom in anti-Catholic resentment has faded more gently than one might have dared hope. It has got someone who is anything but a pity, someone who people would really like to see go. However, there is not the slightest reason to sound the all-clear, especially when you consider how similar the motives of the anti-Catholic campaign of recent months are to those of the sinister Sturmer anti-Semitism. In any case, it is no coincidence that the brash tone against the Vatican comes at a time when the German Bundestag unanimously denies Israel the right to resolutely counter terrorist threats. A point that none of those involved should be aware of, for it finds its unifying denominator only in the collective irrational, which is ignited by the fantasy of child abuse/child murder. In this, Gaza propaganda, child murderer Israel, and sexualized criticism of the Church have their common denominator. This phantasm has clearly demonstrated its strength and contagiousness in recent months, and it is still directed against the Jews. The message from Berlin to Jerusalem left nothing to be desired in terms of clarity, and the message to Rome is almost as clear. It is that the German public will show no mercy if the Curia does not finally fit in with modern German alternative syncretism, which idolizes nature and wants to see all religions characterized as naive bringers of peace. In short, woe betide the Pope should Benedict once again act as he once did in Regensburg. Spring 2010 was entirely dedicated to the debate of concerned parents whose sole concern is the safety and happiness of their children. It was all about innocence in danger, as the Child Protection Association headed by Baroness zu Gutenberg is called, and all the statements came down to this. Quote, I am speaking here as a family man whose most precious asset is his 4 children, whom he will have to entrust to the educational factors of the public once they reach the appropriate age. I believe I am also speaking on behalf of millions of parents who do not wish it and who only think with fear and loathing that their innocent children could one day be so mentally and physically abused by unscrupulous seducers. The Catholic Church is protesting against an education for young people that is, of course, unsound and untested. What hypocrisy in view of the blatant moral depravity which, as the trials show, has spread in Catholic monasteries and in wide circles of the Catholic clergy. What did the Catholic Church do? In any case, it tried to protect the criminals, to cover up the crimes themselves, and either to assign the guilty to other parishes or monasteries or, when things got dicey, to take them abroad. No place sacred to the faithful was spared from the sex criminals in priestly robes. Behind the altar, between confession and communion, they indulged their unnatural desires. End of quote. This speech was delivered by Joseph Goebbels in the Deutschlandhall on May 27, 1937, and printed in all German newspapers the following day. It was the climax of a months-long Nazi campaign in which the Nazis attempted to expose the double standards of the Catholic Church by accusing it of homosexuality and child abuse. Hardly any of the motifs that play a role in the recent discussion were missing back then. Double standards, celibacy, moral criminals who were covered up, state authority that was disregarded, and, last but not least, the innocent because asexual child. In contrast to today, it was a top-down campaign at the time, which also led to an increase in people leaving the Church, but had to postpone its plan to completely break the Vatican's already relatively limited influence until after the war. As the chief ideologue of the total state, Goebbels fought against the only milieu that he could not completely subjugate. After the destruction of Prussia in the wake of the defeat and the establishment of the old Federal Republic, it temporarily looked as if the old dream of Catholicism had become reality in a modern guise. A majority Catholic population, the rather Catholic preferences of the first federal chancellor, and the ties to the West that he was instrumental in promoting created the image of an ominous rule that was alien to the Germans in the eyes of contemporary critics, whose avant-garde today could be called the Protestant Mafia with Ralph Dahrendorf. In reality, the Catholic milieu had already disintegrated long before 1989, just like all other communities based on origin, class, or regional affiliations. The mobilization and mixing of society beyond denominational boundaries in the course of the rapid economic rise of the young FRG contributed to this, as did the long-sealed loss of a Catholic identity, an erosion process that was accelerated by the fact that anti-Catholic propaganda and corresponding regulations from the state, unlike until 1945, initially no longer played a role. How could Goebbels' diction, which in this case only originated to a small extent from himself because it is much older, nevertheless become effective in 2010? There was no sign of Catholicism pushing for a social offensive, nor were there the incidents that generally form the basis of a scandal. What was striking about the so-called abuse debate of spring 2010 from the outset was that there was nothing scandalous about it, because there was almost nothing to uncover that had not long been known. There was something conspicuously staged about the style and course of events, even though there was no director acting openly or covertly. It would have been scandalous if it had been possible to prove that priests had committed a considerable amount of abuse against children or young people under their care in the last 10 to 20 years, and that the Church as an employer had covered up the abuse. It would also have been scandalous if the predominantly 20 to 50-year-old cases that were presented had either been completely unknown or if their extent had shed a completely new light on the Catholic clergy. Everything was known, not the individual cases, but the fact that until well into the 1970s and 1980s, an unknown number of cases of abuse were swept under the carpet, and often only in individual cases that could no longer be concealed were individual priests handed over to the secular authorities. In reality, everything was quite different. It came to light in passing that the Catholic Church in Germany has been making increasingly successful efforts for over 30 years to maintain institutional control mechanisms in the training of teaching staff belonging to the clergy and later in the supervision of personnel, which work in such a way that the individual teachers or educators are either admonished and retrained or immediately transferred within the Church to positions where they do not come into contact with children or young people as soon as the first behavioral abnormalities occur. The much maligned self-administration of church institutions is therefore now very successful in preventing sexual abuse. As if studies, revelations, and autobiographical reports about sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, particularly in its boarding schools and orphanages, had not been around for decades, as if voyeuristic knowledge about the allegedly notoriously shameful treatment of altar boys by priests had not long been the subject of corresponding cartoons or anecdotes. In the first 5 months of 2010, everything had to be as good as new again, and a religious war was staged. Although it was unilaterally directed against the Catholics, as it had been during the Prussian church struggle in Cologne from 1837 onwards and the German-Prussian cultural struggle of 1872 to 1878, Unlike its predecessors, it was no longer carried out under the banner of a triumphalist Protestantism. But, although this time too the Protestants will remain victorious against Christianity in general, an ultimate and a sexual hygiene-based claim against the Catholic Church, which are as old as anti-Catholicism itself, are raised, and two perennial issues, which represent the entrenched prejudice against Christianity in general, are used as justification. The Catholic Church should submit to secular justice without ifs and buts, and it should finally renounce celibacy to prevent further abuse. This is justified with a morally corrupting arrogation of special rights, which encourages arbitrariness, crime, and conspiracy against progress and reason. The ban on celibacy already hints at a denunciatory view of the clergy, who are said to have a dissolute, neglectful, and sinful relationship with sensuality, and of their congregation, whose mostly merely assumed tendency towards religious enthusiasm points to an essentially perverse mixture of sensuality and the reason it corrupts. In an article published on Spiegel Online on March 12, 2010, Henrik Broder illustrated the consensus with just one demagogic question. Is celibacy the reason for the cases of abuse among Catholics? Is the Church a magnet for pedophiles? And he answered the question he himself posed as follows. But if the cases of child abuse really do accumulate in certain milieus in which the separation of body and mind is practiced and vital needs are denied and repressed, then the responsibility lies not with society, but with those who consider sexuality to be primarily an instrument of procreation. To say, as has happened several times in the discussion, that there are people who could live well without sexuality is as alien to life as the assertion that one can get by without food. Nobody would deny that there is a connection between hunger and mouth robbery. Only in the case of enforced abstinence and sexual abuse is a connection often denied. End quote. Can a clumsy, shy, and unattractive boy, whom girls don't love, now go on a mouth robbery, so that he doesn't liquidate them immediately with his father's precision weapons? Should society, in fulfilling vital needs by assigning love workers, as prostitutes are disparaged in the socio-pedagogical milieu, prevent worse things by means of a sick bill or arrange what would otherwise not succeed, namely a marriage? The enforced abstinence of Catholic clerics, which is a voluntary commitment, emphasizes a separation of body and spirit and thus also that of clergy and congregation. It thus also stands for the establishment of a theology whose proclaimed morality does not necessarily want to be absorbed into the purpose of the state, if only because it does not hold with the deification of nature and reason that has fallen prey to nature, and it is precisely against this seemingly perverse concept of reason that anti-Catholic aggression is directed. The pederasty that is supposedly necessary in celibacy appears as the expression of an amoral political purpose. Broder's consensus is as follows. For most of its existence, the Catholic Church was not a moral but a political institution that defended its worldly power with all its might. It was only with the disempowerment of the Church, with the separation of church and state, i.e. the day before yesterday, that a turn towards morality began. End of quote. The former leftist, who has long since become one again, confirms that morality must coincide with nature and nature with the state in such arguments. Years ago, the Frankfurt Cabaret Die Schmiere performed a program about decency and morality. The accompanying poster showed a stylized female figure with large breasts. Above it was the slogan, "Even nuns have them. Nature doesn't let God tamper with them." End of quote. And the state, which no longer needs to have the Archbishop of Cologne taken away to the fortress, as happened in 1837, because it considers itself worthily represented by responsible citizens, has not for a long time. Religion is the self-confidence and self-esteem of a person who has either not yet acquired it or has already lost it again. This curious sentence comes from the introduction to Karl Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of right from 1844, which is otherwise so often exploited as a treasure trove of quotations, in which the optimistic statement can be found. For Germany, the critique of religion is essentially finished, and the critique of religion is the prerequisite of critique. Man, who has not yet acquired himself, was initially the one who fits into a seemingly eternal order, defined as established by God and permeated by religion, who fills his assigned position without complaint. His self-confidence is that of his station and his sense of self is barely distinguishable from that of his peers. He stands confidently under the spell of a superhuman order, which he cannot think of doubting. How could it have occurred to anyone in 1844 that a history of more than 300 years, which had already produced a schism in the church, secularization, criticism, the bourgeoisie, the revolution, and finally, beyond the bourgeoisie, the proletariat, all indications of a human race that had already largely acquired itself and emancipated itself inexorably from religious self-consciousness, could possibly be reversible, that is to say, that individually acquired self-confidence and esteem could already be lost again? Marx's premonition seems to have been directed far into the future, into a time when the criticism of religion had turned into hatred of Christianity. But he was obviously also thinking of Hegel and, in particular, of the unstoppable triumph of his students' transcripts of his lectures on the philosophy of world history, which were published posthumously in 1837, the very year in which the Archbishop of Cologne was arrested by Prussian troops and imprisoned. It was not only in the Catholic Rhineland, this province that had only been gained by the war victor Prussia in 1815, that a strange break with the supposed course of history took place in the wake of the Restoration. With regard to Protestant self-examination, this eternal questioning of whether one was on the path of grace, Hegel remarked, Protestantism has taken this turn of a petty brooding over the subjective state of the soul and the importance of occupying itself with it, and has long had in itself the character of an inward torment and a wretchedness, which nowadays has induced many to convert to Catholicism in order to obtain, against this inner uncertainty, a formal broad certainty in the imposing whole of the Church. End quote. Prussia's greatest philosopher addressed an unforeseen development. Catholicism, which had been thought to have been wrestled to the ground, had not only retained its appeal to its own congregation, but strangely enough, precisely in the state of its extensive disempowerment after secularizations and the withdrawal of sovereign rights, it also had an attraction for Protestants deep into the Prussian heartlands, which cannot be explained by the Protestant self-torture alone, as recognized by Hegel. The order of the Congresses of Vienna was by no means the victory of reaction alone. Even where the Catholic Church had resisted the Reformation, in Bavaria for example, it was left behind in terms of rights and property. Legal systems that resembled the Napoleonic Code far more than the particular jurisdictions of the time before the Revolution were also recognized everywhere, and however regulated parliaments and constitutions, most of which were decreed from above, testify to the fact that people could not and would not simply carry on as they had until 1789. The great disillusionment was not only due to the fascination with the imposing whole of the Church, but was mainly due to the wretchedness of its counterpart, a Protestantism that in Prussia was preparing to become flesh of the state and no longer permitted doubts, even torments of conscience with the secular institution of things. In Prussia, but not only there, doubts had arisen about the rational state. The longing had grown to orientate oneself beyond a celebration of reason that gave no comfort at all. Much of what in the late 18th century increasingly moved even less educated people to take a stand on the side of the Enlightenment or what they understood by it, right up to the occasionally quite broad admiration of the French Revolution, was disgraced by the restorative triumph of this revolution with the well-oiled state and law machines that were now in place everywhere and a certainty of salvation that manifested itself most in Prussia in a divinizing view of the state. Marx, however, seems to have sensed beyond the phenomena of his time that even a complete critique of religion in an unredeemed world could not eliminate the religious need. Apparently, neither the denunciation of a certainty immersed in joyful confidence nor the criticism of petty brooding over the subjective household of the soul can deal with one's own inner uncertainty. What Hegel rejects about the Catholic Church as a formally broad certainty is both its weakness and its strength. Weakness because personal uncertainty was all too easily covered up rather than resolved by the canon of unquestionable beliefs. Strength because the broad certainty of faith that was dispensed there offered individual brooding and doubting the framework of a not-so-arbitrary theological edifice that claimed for itself what the individual often involuntarily rejects, the insistence on a truth and its rational grounds that lies beyond him and his voluntarism. In the brooding of Protestant provenance, which Hegel chided as petty, there is not only the masochistic, rapturous tendency to aimless and therefore eternal exploration of conscience, but also, in a form split off from a general concept of truth, the mandate to every Christian, directed at the individual, to constantly re-examine his relationship to God and to divine truth, and even to distrust God in case of doubt. Of this religiously limited feeling of man, who has not yet acquired it, but has become a doubter and seeker with Christianity, nothing more has remained than the self-feeling of those who think they have been deceived, who have already lost their worldly confidence in a progress that will reconcile them at some point and therefore also rejected the theology that involuntarily conjured up this progress without ever fully submitting to it. Since then, people have lost themselves in a state of pseudo-theology, which promises a way out of social and individual doom, but forges the individual ever more firmly together with it. The results of individual self-exploration degenerated into the answers of a collective seeking a substitute for faith. What remained of the theological form was not religious but esoteric pomp, and instead of the search for truth, a competition of musings that is only committed to the arbitrary confession of great and very small saviors. The religious need in the period after the Critique of Religion is not dedicated to the question of a better arrangement of the world that takes into account the legacy of religion, i.e. the void that it has left behind since it was abandoned. Instead, increasingly authoritarian plans of salvation, in which not heaven but cold, eternal matter is supposed to guarantee the creation of meaning, are successfully pursued. The Prussian philosopher of state Hegel took a decisive step towards the theoretical consolidation of such a return to religion in a completely dehumanized form. His philosophy of history culminates in an uncompromising identification of religion and state, God and spirit, and ultimately freedom and the purpose of the state. His hymn to Protestantism echoes old prejudices and new expectations of salvation. The polemic against the Catholic clergy and against the externality inherent in Catholicism is followed by an appeal that could not be realized without a seemingly foreign ingredient. Now that the individual knows that he is filled with the divine spirit, all relations of externality fall away. There is now no distinction between priest and laity. There is not one class exclusively in possession of the content of truth as of all the spiritual and temporal treasures of the Church. But it is the heart, the innermost consciousness, conscience, the sentient spirituality of man, which can and should come to the consciousness of truth, and this subjectivity is that of all men. Everyone has to accomplish the work of reconciliation in himself. End of quote. From where should the individual, as his own reconciler with himself and the world, who should at the same time be his own priest, advance to the consciousness of truth only by virtue of his heart, innermost consciousness and conscience? Is not such an attitude and such priesthood in one's own cause the gateway for arbitrariness, for sectarianism, the right of the most chosen? Of course, Hegel has long since added a third thing that gives conscience its support. Finally, as far as attitude is concerned, it has already been said that the Protestant Church has brought about the reconciliation of religion with law. There is no sacred, no religious conscience that is separate from or even opposed to secular law. End of quote. In any case, conscience has no need to rebel against the order guaranteed by state law, not anymore. In the countries of the Protestant Church, the revolution is over because the principle exists that what is to be done must be done through insight and education. There is no absolute resistance here to the idea of the purpose of the state. End quote. And yet, according to Hegel, only in one country did this general idea fully come into its own. In only one country, namely, would the unity with the purpose of the state and a higher idea of freedom have come together. Significantly, this country is not Great Britain, which has always been avant-garde in the gradual realization of civil liberties. There was a distinct lack of clarity there. There was the essentially Catholic form of Protestantism practiced there and, more importantly, the formally completely unsystematic development of the general law. As far as law was concerned, Hegel was an admirer of the French law machine and an uncompromising Lutheran with regard to the Reformation. On the form of government and law in England, he wrote correctly, but without disdain, England's constitution is composed of nothing but particular rights and special privileges. The government is essentially administrative, that is, looking after the interest of all the particular estates and masses, and these particular churches, parishes, shires, societies provide for themselves, so that the government has really nowhere less to do than in England. But it is from this state of particularity alone that England has a government such as France has not. For this condition is chiefly what the English call their liberty. End quote. The misunderstanding lies in a fundamental contempt for the concept of particularity, which led him to fall back on resentment, instead of recognizing in the balance of particularities a higher degree of generality of the law than the logical dogmatics of law and rule in the French tradition. Quote, in England, on the other hand, every community, every subordinate district and association has to do its part. The general interest is thus concrete, and the particular is known and willed therein. These institutions of particular interest do not admit of any general system. Hence abstract and general principles say nothing to the English, and lie empty in their ears. End of quote. Perhaps the fans of Peter Hack's essayism, who can still be found, will now realize that this Hegelian often only borrowed ressentiment from the master, and with it the embarrassingly epigonal philosophizing to justify the now ideal Prussian state socialism. Protestantism had to develop elsewhere in its purest form, where, unlike in England, the general and abstract principle is respected without degenerating into an empty mechanism, as in France. Only the intimacy of the German spirit was the soil of the Reformation, and only from this simplicity and plainness could the great work emerge. The principle of spiritual freedom has been preserved here and has accomplished the overthrow from the simple, plain heart. End of quote. In the following, a distinction is made between nations that were intent on world conquest or the acquisition of riches, while in Germany, where pure inner spirituality was preserved, it was a small monk, in whom the consciousness of the present became clear, who caused the break with the church because he saw the madness of its purposes, the abomination in its bosom. End quote. This bad romantic Luther cult of the alleged conqueror of all romanticism in Germany, this kitsch of soul and inwardness, probably had to be brought about by Hegel against his better judgment in order to celebrate the only Protestant state which, 2 centuries later, was to herald the realm of freedom. Further and later, however, the Protestant Church completed its political guarantee in the fact that one of its member states rose to become an independent European power. This power had to arise anew with Protestantism. It is Prussia which, appearing at the end of the 17th century, subsequently found in Frederik the Great its, if not founding, at least consolidating and securing individual, and in the 7 Years' War the struggle for this consolidation and securing. Thus the new church is represented by Prussia, to which the gaze of freedom has turned and will continue to turn. End of quote. It is strange that Hegel does not recognize in the 7 Years' War, which was a purely dynastically motivated war of plunder, the desire for conquest and the accumulation of wealth so typical of Prussia's rulers. The reason may lie in the fact that the war profits did not become part of general mercantile endeavors, as in England in particular, and ultimately had a private effect, but always fell entirely to the state and thus to the state treasury. The Prussian example thus clarifies the meaning of world history. The intention was to show that the whole of world history is nothing but the realization of the spirit and thus the development of the concept of freedom, and that the state is the worldly realization of freedom. End quote. The spiritual realization of the individual in such a system could not be allowed any room at all except in the accumulation of all kinds of inner qualities that could not collide with the rational purpose of the state, because there was no room in the system for such particularisms. Joseph Gors, 1776–1848, a polemicist and journalist who was disappointed by the French Revolution and still has a bad reputation today as the main representative of the Romantic Catholic reaction, recognized in the Hegelian ideology of the state not only the complete return of faith to state reason, but also the liquidation of conscience as an authority distant from the state in the individual. His confession of faith of a now truly German Christian, caricaturing Hegel's conceptual apparatus, reads as follows: I believe in God the Father, pure being and at the same time pure nothingness, which, having disappeared from each other, emerge in becoming as nature in its externality under the form of otherness, and thus in their restless unity bring forth heaven and earth into existence. Furthermore, I believe in Jesus Christ, His only begotten Son, the primordial being, the absolute unity of being in itself and being for itself, who emerged in the perfect return of being in itself, and through the perfect resolution of the contradiction emerged as the spirit of the human race of recent times from the being of the old, who, by entering into the subjectivity of the concept, was conceived by the Holy Spirit, but born of Mary, the Virgin of the old world, suffered under Pontio Pilato, the Roman Germanic universal monarchy, crucified, died and buried in the Church of the Middle Ages, descended to hell, rose again from the dead on the 3rd day in the Reformation, ascended to heaven. He sits at the right hand of the omnipotent Father, the pure being, afflicted with a non-being in the sense of being. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the pure concept, the truth and foundation of being and essence, elevated to the subject in being in itself and for itself in the idea of state intelligence, which dominates the newest time and all the future. I believe in the invisible, infallible, unlimited state, founded in the community of the worldly wise, in self-conscious reasonableness and morality, whose principle is obedience to the purely logical laws of the state, as the reason of will and all action with the elimination of the opposition of conscience. End of quote. But Gors was read with admiration by Catholics. To all progressives, his admonition must have appeared as a mere expression of anti-rational resentment. There were even attempts to have his pamphlet Athanasius, from which the quote is taken, banned in Prussia. With the triumph of Hegel's philosophy of history, the fate of Catholicism in Germany was sealed. While the Catholic milieu in the 19th century largely clung on and, where it was involved in missionary work, faced threats from politicians and authorities like an obscure sect, bans on the founding of new monasteries, for example, and in the case of the Berlin Mobit monastery storm 1869, even the immediate violence of an incited mob, it soon no longer needed directly Protestant-motivated exclusion. In the 19th century, the German intelligentsia had finally adopted an anti-Catholic orientation without necessarily having to be decidedly Protestant. Every conversion, such as that of the poet Friedrich Graf Stolberg in 1800 or Clemens Brentano's conversion to Catholicism from 1815 onwards, was met with aggressively rumbling condemnations, just as each of the large pilgrimages that had become fashionable again since around 1820 was met with derisive laughter and contempt, but both were always coupled with a mistrust of their own sovereignty over their own heads that turned into aggression. The more at peace it seemed to be with itself, the more sinister the insular Catholic milieu seemed. The mockery of popular piety was mixed with unease about the apparent inaccessibility of the Catholic masses to so much that was presented as progress. Their notorious distance from the state, their insistence on self-administration, especially in the area of education, was often only an opportunity to fight something quite different, often more familiar than what was really present in Catholicism. The people's state that formed under Prussian auspices had little reason to doubt its unshakable supremacy after 1871. However, its inner emptiness, this unsettling mixture of time clock and goose step, duty and submission, aristocracy and mass formation made it vulnerable from within as long as the enemy of progress could not always be presented. The Prussian arrogance of superiority rested on resentment, and resentment could only form itself as mass mobilization. Internally in the minds and even more so in the instincts of the citizens, externally in the hostile demarcation from the reactionary counterprinciple. No wonder that for decades the new racial antisemitism in the style of Heinrich von Treitschke and the paranoid hatred of the Jesuits and their alleged conspiratorial activities were equally popular and resembled each other right down to the underlying conspiracy theories. No wonder, then, that the old Christian anti-Semitic atrocity tales of the ritual murders of prepubescent boys and girls became part of the delusional world of the notorious child-molesting cleric. The corresponding popular reading was brought to the folkdom in mass editions, led by Otto von Corvin's megaseller Der Pfaffenspiegel, first published in 1845. It is a scientifically disguised collection of obscenities for everyone about outrageous debauchery, the seduction of innocent girls, the defilement of boys, etc. Corvin's Pfaffenspiegel is nevertheless the book of a progressive who was sentenced to death and then to 6 years in prison in 1849 for his militant involvement in the Revolution, and who later became an American war correspondent on the side of the northern states. Corvin's ethos follows in the footsteps of Hegel. What the Hegelian and literary historian Hermann Hettner expressed quite consensually in his essay published in 1850 about, or rather against, Romanticism, that since the first stirrings of aesthetic Catholicism, it had been inclined towards propaganda and sectarianism, and was now nothing other than Jesuitism. Corvin knew how to enrich with a sexual doctrine that says more about repressed needs than Broder's considerations on healthy drive quoted at the beginning, although the murky imperative is obviously the same. The satisfaction of the sexual instinct is elevated to a natural duty, and anyone who fails to fulfill it is guilty of spreading bad perversion. Quote, "The creating and sustaining force or power that we call God has given the sexual instinct to all living creatures. It made it the most powerful instinct because it connected procreation with it, which it took special care of in all organic creatures. Indeed, it did not place it in the free will to follow the sexual instinct, but compelled it to be followed by severely punishing the unnatural suppression of it. The violently suppressed sexual instinct makes animals mad and humans fools, as we have seen from some examples in the chapter on the saints. The gratification of the sexual instinct is therefore a natural duty and in and of itself just as permissible and innocent as the gratification of thirst. Judged from the moral point of view, the glutton and the drunkard deserve our censure to no less an extent than the voluptuary who indulges in sensual love, and the strange and perverse view by which we stamp even the natural gratification of the sexual instinct as a crime, as it were, or at least as an act of which one must be ashamed, is due solely to the misunderstood, distorted Christian religion." End of quote. Corvin knew how the people's state should be set up long before the dictatorship of the moderates came up with a smoking ban and, for the time being still unrealized, sexual regulations that were beneficial to public health. Quote, "Social coexistence made it absolutely necessary for people's passions to be regulated, whether by so-called custom or by law. If everyone wanted to let his passions take the reins, the state and society would soon dissolve into wild anarchy. In order that every citizen, even the weakest, may be protected in the enjoyment of his life and property even against the strongest, each must set a limit to his natural passions, determined by law, which is carefully guarded and protected by the executors of these laws, behind whom the people as a whole stand." End of quote. What Henrik Broder and thus the zeitgeist associate with Otto von Corvin is the fear of an enthusiasm that must end in alleged fanaticism. A danger that arises when supposedly religious elements could disrupt a rational science that seriously believes it has subordinated the sex drive. As we have known since Hegel, pure philosophy, the science of reason, the science of knowledge, can never generate enthusiasm, which is a decided enemy of reason, But if religious components are added to it, it can quite easily lead not only to enthusiasm, but even to the most furious fanaticism." End quote. The Catholic share of such raptures, which has never been as great as the anti-Catholics in their madness suspected and still suspect, has now reached zero. The hatred of reason, which cannot submit to the ends of the state because it neither regulates sensuality nor collectivizes the conscience, which even gives the individual beautiful thoughts, goes back to that little monk, according to Hegel, whose pure inner spirituality caused the break with the Church because he saw the abomination in its bosom, Martin Luther. In his last sermon in Wittenberg, he had long since recognized the true abomination in a false reason obviously identified with Catholic theology. Quote, "And when I speak of lust, which is a great sin, this is also to be understood of reason. For the latter defile and insults God in spiritual gifts, and also has much more abominable fornicating evils than a whore." End of quote. Luther was already using pure philosophy when he wanted to put an end to reasoning where it could promise happiness. Therefore, see that you keep reason in check and do not follow its beautiful thoughts. Throw dirt in its face so that it becomes ugly. End of quote. What remains is the rebellion against a pure philosophy, which is always shared by the people as a whole when it is necessary to regulate the passions of the people, i.e. to persecute dissenters. This enthusiasm should be fought for, if not fanatically, then at least with fierce passion. A reactionary sat in the chair of Peter. This has been the case for centuries by virtue of his office alone, and Benedict XVI is no exception, and that he is now a worse finger than his Polish predecessor is doubtful. However, the hope that, as a neologically savvy pope, he would be able to resist the temptation to take advantage of society's growing tendency towards primitive pseudo-religiousness has not been fulfilled. Because the fall of 2006 was a long time ago. Back then, Benedict burned his fingers badly with his Regensburg speech, with which he got in the way of Islamic public opinion. He had done nothing other than point out the fundamental theological difference between a concept of God based on St. Augustine and the mindless and immoderate delusion of God in Islam. According to Augustine, the Civitas Dei does not grow expansively through violence and conquest, but intensively in that the earthly state, which can never be divine in whatever territorial boundaries, guarantees peace and a low-violence public order as far as possible. God therefore cannot appear in the irrational. Things contrary to the commandments cannot be pleasing to God. This definition of God does not exist in Islam. Here, the greatness of God lies precisely in the indeterminability of his appearance, which is why even the most horrible things can be pleasing to God and Allah finds pleasure in blood. The Vatican has since refrained from drawing such sharp public boundaries with Islam. Benedict's line is obviously less about exerting an ideological influence on society and more about keeping his own store together. Not unlike a monastery founder or cadre party smith, he gathers the remaining faithful around him and no longer relies on the breadth of the church, but on its unity. For this project, he tries to instrumentalize the Muslim Führer instead of criticizing it and apparently calculates in this way. If Muhammad is protected from caricaturists, then the Concordat Pope Pius XII should also be left alone by historians. If no new Catholics can be won over, then the old ones are simply brought back. And if anti-modern and anti-Jewish hate preachers are among them, then Ratzinger certainly does not share their views, but claims the same right for these figures that is still granted to pretty much every imam in pretty much every mosque in Europe. The fact that the reactionary Benedict is trying to exploit a reactionary social mood of esotericism, idolatry of nature, trivialization of Islam, and hostility to science for himself and his organization is a pity, but unfortunately also obvious. The temptation for Benedict to attempt a repeat of Catholicism's successful history of faith in the age of Aquarius is simply too great. And this despite the fact that it is clear that such a program, which seeks to copy the success of medieval Christianity among the pagans in a roll backwards with the new pagans, is doomed to failure. Yet it is obvious that the rational systematic methodology of theology alone repels those who crave miracles. For he no longer clings to his delusional worldview for lack of better knowledge, as he once did, but against better knowledge. The esoteric and syncretist rejects the progress that it once meant to moderate oneself from pagan to Catholic, as well as his own rationality, which is indispensable in his immediate everyday life. He simply does not want to hear what his own mind tells him, namely how unlikely it is that the Illuminati exercise secret world domination or that the stars say anything about his fate. The fact that Benedict's very choice of name measures him against the founder of the order, Benedict of Nursia, who stood at the beginning of the medieval Christianization of Europe, is therefore a farce. However, this self-delusion about a possible recatholicization of modern superstition, that would be the Benedictine turn, that the Vatican press dreams of, has obviously not only affected the former Cardinal Ratzinger, but also and especially his critics. Like Benedict himself, they take his primarily dreamy turnaround as seriously as he does, although there is nothing to suggest that it will be the Catholic Church of all people that could put an end to the Enlightenment, because in case of doubt, the unwilling enlightened will do it all on their own and of their own accord. Nevertheless, the critics act as if the Pope is the figurehead of postmodern counter-enlightenment and not someone who is trying, presumably in vain, to draw his own marginal benefit from it. Alan Posner has certainly built up the greatest papal pomp from the chorus of well-meaning critics. Benedict's Kreuzzug, The Vatican's Attack on Modern Society, is the title of his polemic, which does not deserve this title. Not only because of its inadequate content, but above all because no one from Germany's Writers' Guild is seriously considering arguing against the Posners and in favor of Benedict. The Berlin Pope basher only puts down on paper what people have always known about Catholicism in general and Ratzinger in particular. Apart from an appeal for moderation, Pope bashing has nothing to fear from there. All the more reason for shrill tones to help sell conformist opinion as criticism and a warning call. Even the blurb of Alan Posner's book claims that it impressively demonstrates that Pope Benedict XVI has long been waging a campaign against the achievements of modernity. Between the covers, Posner vainly strikes a Zola pose and exclaims his "J accuse." Yes, I accuse Benedict. I consider Benedict's thinking to be misguided, dangerous, and ultimately inhuman. End quote. But what does this consequence look like? It should come as no surprise that the Pope is not at ease with the lifestyle of modernity, for example, serial monogamy. Given that Benedict, like every pope before him, comes from and presides over a human association, Freud, whose coherence is based on the banishment of exclusive and erotic bonds in favor of the single sex and at the same time sexless community of brothers or sisters. This tension between the professional church and the life of the laity could never be resolved by the una sancta ecclesia. In no other Christian denomination is the dividing line between priests and laity as clearly drawn as in the Catholic one. This is the only way to explain how it is that one of the most Catholic countries in the Western world, Italy, is also the country with the lowest birth rate, for which abstinence is certainly not responsible. But that's not what Alan Posner and many others who toot the same horn are concerned with. What they are concerned with is something completely different. Benedict is being made into a pop dance so that he appears like a Catholic mullah, so that the all-important difference between the Augustinian Church and totalitarian Islam, which Benedict emphasized years ago in Regensburg, can be blurred. Hence the relabeling of Benedict's reactionary collection policy using an Islamist propaganda slogan, that of the Crusade. Benedict's Crusade is the appropriate term, according to Posner, because Benedict is concerned with undoing the revolution of modernity. Yet crusade means expansive behavior, at least an ideological offensive. However, Benedict is far removed from this. His motto is rather retreat. The undeniably degrading approaches to various relics of Mediterranean clerical fascism point precisely to this defensive direction and give the impression of a Catholic wagon fort rather than that of a self-confident attack formation. It is precisely Benedict's steps, which have been most criticized by critics and also by Posner, that bear witness to this retreat into his own camp. Both the devastating signal of the reinstatement of 4 bishops of the Society of St. Pius X, including the crazy anti-Semite Williamson, whom the Regensburg District Court wanted to put on trial for Holocaust denial in mid-April 2010, and other concessions to the traditionalists, such as the reinstatement of the conversion of Jews in the intercessory rite, are rather admissions of social isolation and signs of the abandonment of the claim to have an impact on society. The fact that even Bishop Ratzinger held his protective hand over the Catholic Integrated Community, CIC, which was almost sect-like in its isolation from the outside world and its influences, probably shows the defensive isolationism of his church policy most clearly. Posner finds it difficult to gloss over this obvious fact, wherever he tries. For example, attributing the fact that 18% of adults in Germany do not believe that humans and apes share the same biological roots to Benedict's science policy is simply not convincing. On the contrary, Benedict's obsession with the abstruse scientific criticism of Paul Feyerabend actually proves that the Pope is almost confusingly similar to Posner's clientele, the supposedly progressive and enlightened non-Catholic majority, in this respect. However, none of this concerns the Pope's critics. They are far too keen to finally bring equidistance back into the criticism of religion. Benedict equals bin Laden, that's roughly the equation and the gain is obvious. If the Pope can be easily assigned to the camp of the mullahs, a lot of the irritating confusion of recent years can be eliminated in one fell swoop and, especially in Germany, where the Prussian tradition obliges us to fight against the ultramontane, an old and unifying enemy is regained, religion in and of itself. Posner expresses this desire for simplification very clearly. With the popular formula, the Benedictine turn ultimately has more in common with fundamentalist Islam than with Europe's secular society. He sets the target right at the beginning. Posner's dichotomous view of the world, which does not recognize transitions, is thus already complete. On the one hand, the fundamentalists Benedict, bin Laden and their respective followers, on the other the enlightened, i.e. we, the non-Catholic or only moderately Catholic or Islamic majority, who only become a we by assuring each other that they will refrain from any critical examination, even if only by objective standards of deductive logic of the statement and probable validity of the assumption of their respective private opinions and otherwise agree on the mainstream. This would make the dialectic of the Enlightenment perfect. All that remains of its former driving force, doubt and criticism, is convention. Positivism has finally driven the spirit out of the mind. What the majority can agree on is true. Common sense tells them what that is. Posner actually writes, anthropological and ethnological studies have confirmed the assumption of the Enlightenment philosophers that there are very similar ideas about what is good and what is evil in all known cultures and religions. The so-called golden rule, do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself, is accepted in principle by all people, with the exception of psychopaths and sociopaths. The idea of what is just also varies little across cultural boundaries. People do have the freedom to be evil, but under normal conditions, most people will not make use of this freedom, regardless of whether they are Christians or Jews, Hindus or Buddhists, Muslims or Scientologists, agnostics or atheists. End quote. The little bit of the Holocaust melts into a small glitch, which in this long history of good can simply be attributed to the absence of normal conditions, i.e. Versailles plus unemployment somehow resulted in Auschwitz. In any case, SS men and British bomber pilots don't have much in common. All this comes from the pen of a critic who, 150 pages later, will accuse the Pope of relativizing the Holocaust in the tone of anti-fascist conviction. So instead of assuring himself of the spiritual foundations of modern Europe, as he proclaims, Posner ignores and denies the growing stupidity of modern Europe. The author's Norbert Elias adaptation of the process of civilization is no longer a historical tendency that has to overcome and tame powerful opposing forces, namely what Freud called the unease in culture, but an anthropological certainty, liberal materialism. With recourse to the anti-Semitic biologist Richard Dawkins, Posner draws a naive history of the refinement of morals in Europe against the misanthropic grouch Benedict, who had rightly pointed out the possible freedom to do evil. Quote, "We do not burn heretics and witches. We do not hang children for stealing a piece of bread. We find neither slavery nor serfdom acceptable. We consider women and gays, Jews and blacks to be full and equal human beings. We begin to have a guilty conscience when eating meat and to think about whether at least our cousins, the apes, have something like dignity and rights." End of quote. To be on the safe side, Posner prefaces these remarks with the fact that we should not be blinded by what the Germans did in the 20th century. But even without recourse to National Socialism, the sequence of progress does not add up. Nowhere is the reversal of enlightenment into counter-enlightenment more strikingly clear than in the ambiguity of animal love, which can be a sign of both civilization and hostility to civilization. Sensitivity to the suffering of the creature is one thing, brutal, biologistic idolization of nature is another. And it is precisely the latter that Posner draws on with his reference to the rights of our cousins. The Australian euthanasia ethicist Peter Singer's hostility to humanity and the mind serves as excellent evidence of the increasing perfection of man towards the good. Identification with the apes, however, is a clear attack on a rationally organized world, a stylization of the law of the hand and all-round jungle warfare. In Posner's logic, however, anyone who thinks such evil things is already a fundamentalist like Benedict. After all, criticism of what the majority believes implies an unjustified claim to power per se. Nothing should stand in the way of the we, because we already know what is good and right. We are more and that qualifies us morally. Isn't it rather the case, asks Posner rhetorically, that the vast majority of citizens have very clear ideas about what is acceptable and what is not, and that wherever circumstances and views change, there is a passionate debate about right and wrong, in Parliament, in the press and elsewhere, whether it's about gay marriage or stem cell research, military operations abroad or the construction of mosques in European cities. Strangely enough, despite all the superficial discussion, the culprits of the world's misery are the USA and Israel with alarming consistency. Civilization is evil and nature is good. Crisis remains a result of the work of locusts. Dictatorships are valued for the security they provide, and stable majorities are prepared to believe in higher powers. Unfortunately, this most original of all authoritarian tendencies is no longer moderated by Christian theology. Rather, it represents a relapse behind religion into the arbitrariness of individual horror. Posner deliberately overlooks the fact that freedom of expression is the basic condition of maturity, but by no means automatically produces it. It is precisely the constitutional state that restricts plebiscitary elements as much as possible, in clear recognition of the fact that there is no innate inclination towards the good, as the Pope critic, in this a late descendant of those Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke who had already become dishonest postulates. What Adorno and Horkheimer called the unenlightened drive in the dialectic of enlightenment, the irrational driving forces of action, must be curbed and also kept in check if and because enlightenment still does not succeed. The world is not ailing because there is too much enlightenment, as the Catholic believes, nor is it the best of all possible worlds, as the positivist would have us believe. More enlightenment or even enlightenment about enlightenment would not be necessary, is his credo. People could not hope for anything better. After all, the achieved state is also the optimum from an anthropological point of view. From Popper to Posner, it is always said that we live in the best of all possible worlds, the most lovable and livable society our planet has ever known. To keep it that way, Posner's world refuses to make any logical judgment about the opinions circulating in it. The insane is allowed to flourish in peace as long as it does not appear ecclesiastical. Only those who oppose it from a minoritarian position are considered fundamentalists. Criticism of religion here is aimed at metaphysics and ultimately at critical thought in general. The positivist does not want to notice that the malicious set pieces of German ideology continue to fester unchallenged and, for the time being, in the unofficial sphere, from the subjectivization of nature to the deification of the state. Social democratic demagogues such as Schroeder and Lafontaine have already clearly demonstrated how easily these time-resistant and collective fixations in Germany can spill over into the public sphere. But Posner is not interested in this, because his defense is not only directed at Benedict the reactionary. That would be understandable but, as already shown, completely superfluous. His aversion is directed above all at the pessimist Benedict and therefore Augustine, and anyone who doubts that the majority of the we are perhaps not as much in the light as the modern atheists, the Brights, assure themselves and others. Posner rages all the more against anyone who brings evil into play as a possibility. This is the paternalistic, pre-democratic, pre-scientific, Augustinian and essentially misanthropic understanding of freedom. Those who want to stand on the side of the we all too readily overlook the fact that it was precisely the dark philosophers Adorno/Horkheimer of the early bourgeois era, such as Thomas Hobbes, who were concerned not with the we, but with the individual, his protection from the we, his protection from the moral sentiments by something non-human, the law. Horkheimer put it succinctly, oppression was humanized by dehumanized spheres. End quote. Just as the connection between this protection against unrestrained domination and theology is denied, so too is the historical origin of the Enlightenment itself from the spirit of theology. Posner sees the Enlightenment as the great opponent of the totalitarian, Platonic ideas that the Catholic Church had carried forward. One must imagine it as the return of the Greek Enlightenment, a mere 1100 years after its original disappearance. According to Posner, intellectual stagnation set in with Augustine, which consisted of not limiting oneself to mere induction, i.e. the collection of sensory impressions. Philosophy as a stagnation of thought, scholasticism as part of the great European darkness, the resentment could hardly be any duller. The question of how and why humanity escaped this darkness in the form of Galileo in 1616, for example, remains unanswered. Posner also fails to answer the question of why it was the Christian-influenced Occident of all places that produced the two indispensable components of progress: free labor and individuality as a legal right, while the Greek Enlightenment still required slaves. For it was precisely theology that not only provided the Enlightenment with its intellectual weapons, namely reflexivity in the form of epistemological criticism, but also replaced slavery as the basis of society with the religious demand for all-round productivity. Max Horkheimer recognizes this almost revolutionary explosive force precisely in the modern obsolescence of the Christian religion, which, as the midwife of the Enlightenment, abolished itself without ever disappearing as a challenge. Quote, "Because religion has become hollow in this way, it reveals what was once in it, the longing for the other, in which the here and now proved to be the bad. No matter how much religion took control of its inherent contradiction against the existing, it had to preserve it, which was constantly reignited, until it stripped off the form of religion as the theism and atheism of the Enlightenment. End quote. But the new atheism from Richard Dawkins to Christopher Hitchens, which is also followed by Posner's liberal pseudoanthropology, is only interested in how religion poisons the world. Hitchens by spiritualizing religion, by paralyzing people's healthy sensibilities with philosophical pessimism ever since. Anyone who thinks in this way, following the power of their own prejudice, will necessarily end up with brute vitalism. In turn, all religion is equally invalid, equally unreal, equally crazy. This religious equidistance then leads to Islam and Judaism being lumped together, which is why Islamophobia also becomes the necessary complement to antisemitism. Posner has amply demonstrated his unwillingness to distinguish that antisemitism is a delusion, while criticism of Islam is a criticism of delusion. Anyone who promotes Islamophobia or denies its existence is working into the hands of the holy warriors and harming Israel and Jews all over the world. He announced in the Jüdische Allgemeine on July 16, 2009. This touches on the almost most annoying point of Benedict bashing in recent years. The combination of incomprehension and loudmouthness that never tires of trying to blame Benedict for wanting to talk down Christian anti-Judaism when he characterizes modern antisemitism as anti-Christian. Posner does it page after page, and Jungle World authors do it again and again. One of them accuses Ratzinger of the following. Quote, according to this, the anti-Semitism of the Nazis was not based on ancient Christian anti-Judaism, but was a consequence of Nazi godlessness and was also intended to affect Christianity and its churches. End of quote. In the Auschwitz speech to which this passage alludes, Benedict did not, although he might do so in case of doubt, belittle the anti-Jewish character of the folk faith, especially in the late Middle Ages, but simply gave a somewhat one-sided but by no means inaccurate characterization of National Socialist antisemitism. For it is true that modern antisemitism, as a vitalist ideology, raged against the commandments of the Jewish God of compassion and reason, and therefore also against Christianity, which it considered to be a perfidious camouflage of Judaism. It is also true that Sigmund Freud was of the same opinion as Benedict, namely that superficially civilized nations displaced their hatred of Christianization onto the Jews, i.e. that antisemitism was always an aggressive reaction to forced moderation in the name of Christianity. Freud described it clearly in Man Moses. One should not forget that all these peoples, who today are prominent in their hatred of Jews, only became Christians in late historical times. One could say that they are all badly baptized. Under a thin veneer of Christianity, they have remained what their ancestors were, who paid homage to a barbaric polytheism. A polytheism, it must be added, which Christianity accommodated by reintroducing human sacrifice, Jesus' redemptive death, and the mother goddess, the holy status of Mary, but nevertheless forbade both. And so Freud continues, they have not overcome their resentment against the new religion, but they have shifted it to the source from which Christianity came to them. Their hatred of Jews is basically hatred of Christians, and one need not be surprised that in the German National Socialist Revolution this intimate relationship between the two monotheistic religions finds such clear expression in the hostile treatment of both. End of quote. Freud's thought goes a long way. The entire history of Russian Orthodoxy thus appears as an unsavory melange of anti-Christian motifs and ecclesiastical garb. In fact, the greatest scandal in Benedict's pontificate lies in Rome's rapprochement with Orthodoxy. Their churches are united not least by one thing: their rejection of Augustine's doctrine of the state. Benedict's policy therefore creates a lot of Degouten facts, but unfortunately the rhyme that his well-mannered critics make of them is even more Degouten. For large sections of the public, it is clear that celibacy causes a drive blockage, which is responsible for the cases of abuse in Catholic educational institutions, because priests are denied the opportunity to pursue their desires in a normal way. The Catholic Church, for its part, sees itself as a victim of homosexuals who have sneaked in to get their hands on sexual objects. It is not the ban on marriage for Catholic priests, but homosexuality that is to blame for the cases of abuse, says Cardinal Tarcisio Bertone, Secretary of State. Many psychologists and psychiatrists have shown that there is no link between celibacy and pedophilia, but many others have shown and recently assured me that there is a link between homosexuality and pedophilia. That is the truth, and that is the problem. End quote. The two statements are not too far apart. For the public, who deliberately want to misunderstand celibacy as a prohibition and not as a vow that is part of the sacrament of the priest, in order to force a church unwilling to modernize to adapt, as well as for the church itself, which has been forced onto the defensive and can no longer get rid of the accusation of structurally enabling the sexual abuse of those under its protection, it is all about finding culprits. The Church reproaches the public and society for its permissiveness in dealing with what it still considers a sin. Conversely, it is accused of still or increasingly distancing itself from the state and society in terms of its values and ideas. It is no coincidence that the debate in spring 2010 revolved around the question of whether priests suspected of abuse should be handed over to the judiciary or whether the church itself should take care of the stray sheep. The regulation of granting priests and members of religious orders who have fallen into sin a life of contemplation and penance in another place, which has probably existed for centuries, not only served the political goal of averting damage to the church so that its reputation would not suffer, rather, this procedure corresponds to the Christian commandment of forgiveness and at the same time marks the fundamental difference to Protestantism, whose morality speaks from the public debate. Unlike Protestants, Catholics can come closer to God's grace by living a life pleasing to God. If they sin, they can confess and be forgiven. Protestantism knows God's grace only as a cruel coincidence, to the occurrence of which the believer himself can contribute nothing, or as an otherworldly reward for work and saving. In both cases, grace does not affect earthly life. Man is and remains a sinner and his sins are untilgbar before God and before men. In contrast, the prevailing Catholic view of homosexuality is that it is a test imposed by God on homosexuals, which they must pass in chastity. In a letter from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in 1986, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger laid down the line of pastoral care for homosexual persons that is still valid today. In addition to the condemnation of homosexuality as sinful and immoral, which can be expected from Catholicism, the moral theological difference between homosexual inclination and practiced homosexuality, which is decisive for the Church, is also emphasized here. Although the specific inclination of the homosexual person is not sinful in itself, it does give rise to a more or less strong tendency towards behavior that is morally bad. For this reason, the inclination itself must be regarded as objectively disordered. End quote. Discrimination against homosexuals is therefore condemned in the same way as the promotion of homosexuality. Finally, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith opposes the determination of a person solely on the basis of their sexual orientation. The Church offers the context for concern for the person of man, which is urgently needed today, when she refuses to classify a person exclusively as heterosexual or homosexual, and insists that every person has the same fundamental identity, to be a creature and, by grace, a child of God, heir of eternal life. End quote. In contrast, the hunt for alleged perpetrators, as exemplified in the increasingly improbable-sounding colportages about the former Archbishop Walter Mixa, reveals a mercilessness in both senses of the word. A mercilessness that is not only inherent to Northern Protestantism, but has also constitutively shaped the anti-Catholic milieu in Catholic regions. Deviation from the propagated model of enlightened and socially progressive heterosexuality falls under the condemnation that exists over everything feudal, superfluous, backward, and decadent. Pier Paolo Pasolini, for example, was expelled from the Italian Communist Party because of his homosexuality, but the Catholic Church did not excommunicate him. In 1949, it took the PCI less than 7 days to drop Pasolini after he was accused of seducing minors and fornicating in public. On October 26, the local branch of the PCI of Pordenone decided to expel Pier Paolo Pasolini, a native of Casarsa, from the Party for Moral Turpitude. We take these events, which have resulted in serious disciplinary proceedings against the poet Pasolini, as an opportunity to once again draw attention to the pernicious influences of certain ideological and philosophical currents of the various Gide, Sartre, and other decadent poets and writers who want to pose as progressives, but in reality unite the most harmful aspects of bourgeois depravity, said L'Unità, the central organ of the PCI, in 1949, after Pasolini had been interrogated on the basis of an anonymous accusation. At that time, nothing was further from the truth than the insinuation that Pasolini had something to do with Gide and Sartre. During the interrogation, he had admitted to masturbating together with some boys from a village near where he was working as a teacher at the time, saying that he had wanted to try out homosexuality after reading a novel by Gide. But this reference was directed at the police officer, who interrogated him and from whom he expected understanding for perversions of this kind, because the latter revered D'Annunzio, who tried to erase the difference between life and work. Obviously, Pasolini hoped that his passion for boys would be dismissed by this policeman as a decadent whim. Nevertheless, Pasolini had nothing to do with that form of sublimation in which perversion is to be reduced to an artistic concept, as in the case of D'Annunzio, whose sympathy for Mussolini may have been the reason why Pasolini in turn speculated on the sympathy of the policeman. Even less, however, was Pasolini a friend of homosexuality as, in his eyes, a truly decadent phenomenon of the bourgeois age, as embodied by André Gide. Not to mention Sartre and Freedom, whose work he had probably not even taken note of. At the time, Pasolini was still passionate about Friuli and its inhabitants, and he loved them precisely because of their backwardness, which he regarded as authenticity. Although he had rejected the Friulian autonomy movement because it had become too provincial for him and joined the communists, his first publications were poems written in the Friulian dialect. Pasolini became known and revered in this region after the war. His preference for boys of sexually mature age, however, was widely known, political opponents were already threatening him, and Pasolini noted in the summer of 1949, "I live on delightful secrecy, perfectly happy to be hidden." Pasolini's desire thrived on secrecy. For him, its loss was the starting point for a social critique that focused on the destruction of pre-bourgeois social structures that accompanied Italy's late industrialization. After all, it was these structures that had guaranteed Pasolini both the fulfillment of his desire and his secrecy. It would be easy to castigate this criticism as reactionary and accuse Pasolini of self-hatred after all. His resistance is directed against the forced subjectification that releases homosexual desire even more than heterosexual desire, free both from the socially sanctioned form of boyish love, which was tolerated as a form of forced homosexuality because of the danger of premarital pregnancies, which was not banished despite the separation of the sexes, and free from the flair of the particular, which, as Proust described it, was reserved for a bohemian society and was as discriminated against as it was sanctioned. When Pasolini appealed to the old, permitted and tolerated forms of homosexuality during his interrogation, he felt the full force of the new era. He fled Friuli and moved to Rome with his mother. He later wrote to a friend, "The stigma of Rimbaud or Dino Campana or even Oscar Wilde weighs heavily on me, whether I like it or not, whether others accept it or not." End quote. The moment the delight is no longer a secret, it becomes a stigma and a burden, because at first only the sanction disappears, but the discrimination remains. Pasolini's grief over the loss of that not harmless secrecy, which, however, did not make him a pariah but, provided he respected the unwritten laws, enabled him to live as a respected member of society. Neither the boys themselves nor their parents had pressed charges, brought him together with the other losers of Italian modernization. The Church, however, did not share Pasolini's ostracism. The International Catholic Film Organization OCIC awarded his film The First Gospel Matthew with its special prize in 1964, at a time when in Italy Pasolinian was considered synonymous with the immorality of the subproletariat and Pasolini was being tried, but mostly acquitted, on all kinds of charges. The Church was also not bothered by the heretical, but not anti-Catholic, volume of poetry The Nightingale of the Catholic Church, which Pasolini had published. The film is dedicated to the dear, cheerful, familiar shadow of John XXII. Pasolini pays tribute to Catholicism precisely because of its resistance to the administered world and the destruction of social niches and corners that accompanied it, which in Italy had been tolerated and deliberately overlooked by the Church in contrast to the state, which only entered Italy's history late and incompletely to this day. In this film, Pasolini bows to the faith of those who, unlike the PCI, did not abandon him and who, out of ignorance and backwardness, were more likely to accept his homosexuality than the enlightened and their communist avant-garde. Pasolini's desire for pubescent boys was itself an obsolete form of homosexuality. It was its outdated historical manifestation. The reserve army that had fled poverty from the countryside to the Roman suburbs still offered Pasolini the space to realize this desire beyond the identitarian constraints of bourgeois subjectivity. The fact that anything but a homophobic climate prevailed in these suburbs, the Borghi, was precisely a legacy of Catholicism, in whose eyes Pasolini was a sinner on whom God had imposed a burden, but who, unlike the atheist Protestants of the PCI, did not abandon him. The author, who is said not to share our faith, has shown respect and tact in his choice of texts and scenes. He has made a beautiful film, a Christian film that leaves a deep impression, said the Catholic jury, praising the film, obviously able to separate the work from the artist and even expressing slight doubts about Pasolini's apostasy. This slight doubt was well-founded. Although Pasolini described himself as an anti-clerical, he criticized his own people from a thoroughly Catholic point of view when they pushed through the right to abortion in the mid-70s. At the same time, his polemic reads like a defense of his own desire. With an article that appeared on the front page of Corriere della Sera on January 19, 1975, he not only triggered a discussion about abortion, but also about the role of intellectuals after fascism. In the text, he described abortion as murder and stated, It goes without saying that life is sacred. This principle is above the principle of democracy, and there is no need to say anything more about it. End quote. However, he did not justify his criticism in this sense at all, but explained that abortion is a rationalization of the problem of coitus and the heterosexual couple's lack of understanding about contraception and, in the case of minors, also a problem of access to contraceptives. This liberalization of heterosexuality, which had become a conformist compulsion, was the reason for Pasolini's criticism, from which the sadness over the loss of the social function of homosexuality can be implicitly read. Liberality creates an effortlessness of heterosexuality, which in turn creates an inner compulsion, because it relates exclusively to those sexual needs that are formulated by the conformism of the majority. Pasolini had defined what he called consumerism as a new fascism in which the rule of the majority is executed by the culture industry, and according to Pasolini, this new fascism thrives on constantly finding new minorities or deviants to represent the social enemy. Very true, verbally, the apparent tolerance of modern rule also extends to sexual minorities. In general, the social elite groups are much more tolerant of sexual minorities than they used to be, and they mean it quite honestly. Among other things, this also flatters their enlightenment. On the other hand, the overwhelming majority, the vast majority, 50 million Italians, is today more mean, shabby, and violent in its intolerance than ever before in Italian history. End quote. Pasolini criticized the Italians for losing their, in his eyes, historically grown tolerance along with their poverty. Pasolini struck a chord with left-wing intellectuals who imagined they had jumped on the bandwagon of history, but in reality had no understanding of the dialectic of progress. The outrage was correspondingly great. Almost every newspaper printed polemical responses. Among them, Umberto Eco's was the one that, because he had understood what Pasolini was about, openly attacked him as a homosexual. Pasolini wanted a society in which a homosexual majority forced a heterosexual minority to procreate, which would never have occurred to Huxley, Orwell, not even Hitler, let alone Fanfani, a Christian Democrat politician. Significantly, Eco's response appeared in the left-wing newspaper Il Manifesto, an unsurprising reprise of UNITA's agitation a good 25 years earlier. Only some feminist groups, who stated that they wanted a relationship between the sexes that would make abortion superfluous, and the Osservatore Romano, the Vatican newspaper, which indirectly quoted Pasolini and made a connection between consumer society and abortion, did not play the homophobic card. In his response to the storm of indignation, Pasolini once again insisted that the problem was the lack of debate about coitus and said that abortion called into question our eros in its infinity. In the following confrontation with the permissive society, Pasolini clearly formulated what he saw as the failure of the progressive intellectuals of his generation in the face of the apparent liberality of modern society. When we were young men, there was fascism, then the first period of Christian democratic rule, which was a faithful continuation of fascism. It was therefore right that we used reason to desacralize all the shit that had been sanctified by the clerical fascists. It was therefore right to be anti-clerical, enlightened, and progressive at all costs. End quote. But this attitude is dishonest today. We can no longer use the same arguments against the new powers that we have always and repeatedly used against the clerical fascist ones, because the consumerist and permissive powers have made use of our achievements, anti-clericalism, enlightenment, rationalism. According to Pasolini, the old arguments have not only become blunt, they fit perfectly into the prevailing concept. Nowadays, one no longer needs to be afraid of not soiling the sacred enough or having a heart. Pasolini also criticized the Vatican, but he defended the Church with a remarkable tenacity that only people who believe they can easily separate a good core from a bad appearance display, i.e. who accuse the Pope of not being like Peter but have no doubts about Peter's mission. This naivety, however, stubbornly holds on to so much of the utopian content of the Catholic faith that it always harbors more humanity than the anti-essentialism of Eco. For him, anything is fine as long as it corresponds to the trend of the times, as long as there is discursive agreement, so to speak. Then even the bluntest resentment is debatable, an immediate reaction that simply denies its black history. Against this false immediacy of the constant present, Pasolini defended the historical development of the subject precisely not as a determinist, but in the best Orthodox Catholic sense, as a maturation towards freedom of choice. This freedom makes people fallible, but at the same time it is only through this fallibility that they become the object of divine grace, which Pasolini, however, understands as a worldly grace. But this difference is not as great as one might think. To see this, it is enough to take a look at the Catechism of the Catholic Church. Freedom is the ability, rooted in reason and will, to act or not to act, to do this or that, and thus to take conscious action of one's own accord. Through free will, everyone can decide for themselves. Through their freedom, people should grow and mature in truth and goodness. Freedom reaches its perfection when it is directed towards God, our beatitude. It says. In this respect, Pasolini's criticism also touches on a different level than that of today's advocates of pre-civil forms of socially sanctioned homosexuality, whose wishful thinking is not coincidentally projected onto the Islamic form of forced homosexuality, which, unlike the Catholic form, inevitably leads to submission and humiliation. In contrast to Pasolini, they refuse to take note of the negative dialectic that turned the recognition of same-sex desire into a compulsion to identify. The emancipation of homosexuals was preceded by the emancipation of heterosexuals in that coitus was separated from procreation, making the object shift to the same sex superfluous. At the same time, however, as Pasolini describes it, the freedom of heterosexuality became a compulsion that discriminated against homosexuals in a completely new way, because they could no longer hide in a majority that needed them. Homosexuality had to emerge from its blissful secrecy and at the same time submit to the same social and moral imperatives of utility as liberated heterosexuality. It suddenly had to appear just as healthy and normal, just like heterosexuality in Swedish school sex education books. Just how far-sighted Pasolini was here can be seen in today's debate about homosexual relationship models, which only amount to an imitation of the heterosexual couple relationship. In the permissive society, it is no longer the content that counts, i.e. who with whom, but the form. Making homosexuality superfluous in society and thus making homosexuals visible brought them a freedom that is just as Janus-faced as the freedom of heterosexuals from the compulsion to procreate. The fact that this freedom could be turned into something else is unfortunately another matter. In the meantime, however, the fear of freedom is growing, the freedom with which the Catholic Catechism has far fewer problems than the entire postmodern era. Sexual morality is becoming more rigid and, in the fear of the failure of the individual in competition, the longing for marriage and, worse still, the family clan, the clan in both heterosexual and homosexual form, is experiencing a renaissance. The peculiarities of what is happening in Catholic institutions, therefore, by no means lie in the alleged double standards that are now repeatedly criticized, in which chastity is preached on the one hand and sin is committed on the other. It is precisely against this background that it seems contradictory that the Catholic Church is caught in the crosshairs of this rigidity, as it has always represented these values. However, it is still the content of a love relationship that counts. It should not only be heterosexual, but also geared towards procreation and sanctified by the sacrament of marriage. Anything else, i.e. any sexual activity that does not take place within this framework and for this purpose, is immoral and therefore sinful. This is not about the sexual partners entering into a verbal or even written contract that regulates the mutual use of sexual instruments and thus also defines boundary violations and the like, but about the devotion of two people to each other to fulfill God's will. In principle, however, the Church not only adheres to this, but also unspokenly to the traditional forms of postponing sexual needs, including the love of boys. It is precisely because the Church insists on the sacrament of marriage that it has attracted those homosexuals who need an institutional framework for their sexual fulfillment, i.e. who are unwilling or unable to enter into voluntary mutual relationships of their own accord. The fact that these are homosexuals who grew up in Arch-Catholic areas and were prepared for a career in the Church at an early age reinforces the impression that these are actually homosexual networks in the Church, which Bishop Klaus Kung of St. Polten recently spoke of. Kung also rejected Bertone's assertion that there is a connection between homosexuality and pedophilia and spoke out against excluding homosexuals per se from ordination to the priesthood. If homosexuality has emancipated itself socially from the love of boys, it is precisely the closed institutions into which the historically outdated form of homosexuality has retreated. There is no doubt that those who report sexual assault in Catholic institutions are traumatized and entitled to compassion because this form of sexual experience presupposes deprivation. Namely, the deprivation of freedom of choice, which boys in these closed institutions do not have, and the deprivation of recognition and security elsewhere, which the rigid educational methods in boarding schools and homes simply make impossible. Institutionalized need must not be the reason for sexual relationships. That much is true. But it is just as true, and this is what bothered Pasolini, that society has banished the literally non-identical nature of homosexuality to the last refuge of pre-bourgeois secrecy, the Church, where it now seeks to exorcise it. The pressure on the Church to distance itself from the actual content of Catholicism in favor of the merciless morality of Protestantism is not only forming outside the Church. Within the Church itself, those who are considered Arch-Catholic fundamentalists outside the Church are the fifth column of social conformity, Opus Dei and the Society of St. Pius X. The latter demanded the exclusion of homosexuals from ordination to the priesthood, which would have the theological consequence of distinguishing homosexuals from other sinners and thus making homosexuality a special sin, which in turn could only be justified morally, but not dogmatically. Opus Dei is openly seeking an alliance with evangelical homosexual healers. For example, the website Erziehungstrends, which is run by the Berlin-based Opus Dei leader Horst Hennert, refers to the evangelical Richard Cohen in an article on understanding and healing homosexuality, from whose healing methods even the ex-gay movement in the USA has distanced itself. Cohen, who claims to be a former homosexual who has healed himself, advocates a four-phase model of therapy that sheds light on the extent to which homosexuality is not a God-given cross or simply drive destiny for evangelical Protestantism and some factions of the Catholic Church, but an affective disorder that needs to be treated. In the first stage, the person should give up the abnormal sexual behavior and leave the homosexual world. The second is the rooting phase, which begins with cognitive therapy, so that erroneous knowledge and erroneous judgments can be resolved. Here the person should gain self-esteem, develop new attitudes and learn to identify feelings, thoughts, and needs. The last two stages deal with the healing of psychological wounds from which attraction to people of the same sex arises, and also with the healing of affective attachments, which are often more important than the homosexual inclination itself. Cohen's therapy has a fundamentally spiritual basis. Cohen affirms the value of prayer and trust in God as a Father who will help anyone who sincerely seeks to solve their problems. The small but decisive difference to the official view of the Catholic Church lies in the fact that this is not about realizing the will of God in their lives by uniting all the suffering and difficulties they have to bear because of their situation with the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, as the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith decreed in 1986. Both the rejection of priestly ordination for homosexuals who, like heterosexuals, would have to accept celibacy in order to become the bridegroom of the Church, i.e. renounce sexuality altogether, and the aggressive ideology of healing, which in itself deeply contradicts the idea of creation, reflect not the dilemma of Catholicism, but that of Protestant morality, which has replaced theology. If morality in Catholicism is always relative, because it presupposes a sinfulness that can be forgiven if repentance is performed, only Protestant man can trust in God, who regards his fate as a problem that he should endeavor to solve. The sinner is morally a criminal. The fact that it is precisely these circles that want to prove with numerous statistics that homosexuality and pedophilia are connected has to do, of course, with the implicit assumption that perverts are capable of any perversion and are actually irredeemably doomed to sin. All that remains for people to do is to protect themselves from them. Horst Hennert, by the way, wants to open a boys' school in Brandenburg. The old Catholic fear of sex is mixed here with the new secular contempt that is shown towards those who do not appreciate the good of the heterosexual couple relationship, wrote Pasolini in view of the homophobic reactions to a brutal rape in a men's prison. His polemic against left-wing morality, which, due to the lack of Reformation in Italy, was nothing other than the secular manifestation of Protestantism, was directed against the blackmailing impatience, the obsessive neurotic insistence on immediate reforms, which Pasolini associates with the cultural spirit of the Italian petty bourgeoisie, which is always and constantly haunted by its unhappy bad conscience, an apt assessment that still applies today. This mechanism has taken on a life of its own. As was the case back then, it is not enough today that there are laws that criminalize forced sexuality, whether homosexual or heterosexual. Homophobia in the literal sense, in which the presence of homoerotic strivings in sexuality is denied, obviously feels safer if the homosexual can be clearly identified and identifies himself as such. The Church therefore exorcises what could not be identified and has nothing at all to do with pedophilia sexuality with prepubescent children, the object choice of boy love, which requires an institutional framework and a relationship of dependency. It has persisted as a common relationship over the centuries and has now, because it has lost its social function, actually become a perversion in the sense that it has found its way into psychopathology as ephebophilia or immature homosexuality. Whereas love relationships between men of the same age were frowned upon for centuries, today those for whom sexuality with sexually mature boys seems less threatening to their own insecure sexual identity than the form of homosexuality sanctioned today are being targeted. This in turn often seems to confirm the prejudice that homosexuals only look for themselves in others, which is why gay couples often look more like brothers or even twins than like men who love each other. Today's homosexual identity as a result of bourgeois socialization is the negative of heterosexual identity, which needs it all the more urgently because heterosexuality has lost all its functions and today, has just as little extrasexual generative justification as homosexuality. That is why there is so much interest in homosexual emancipation and in the elimination of those forms of homosexuality that do not respect identitarian boundaries. The dream of one thing would be if the realization that the one needs the other led to the insight that the possibilities of love are unlimited and in themselves transgressive. The victory of Protestant morality, conveyed in the resignation of Margot Kassmann, Germany's most popular female bishop, who was unable to forgive herself for her drunken driving even after the public had long since done so, foreshadows bad things to come. And here the whole shamefulness of the matter becomes clear. Charity as the noblest of all Christian sentiments, as the only one that can exist autonomously. One can show charity without faith and hope, but without charity, faith and hope can become frightening, is here degraded with a scandalously indifferent cynicism to a purely pragmatic measure. It seems to be good only for stripping people to their most abject and appalling creaturely nakedness, without forgiving them or understanding them after they have been so cruelly exposed. Pasolini wrote in another context, referring to the Church and calling for Catholic values. In view of Pasolini's emphatic criticism of Catholicism, the defeat of Catholicism in this situation appears as a loss of charity and humanity, especially when they are called into question by the Vatican itself. What Pasolini demanded did not only apply to the Church, nor did what he criticized about it. Opening up the Church to society does not mean that it joins progress, but that it abandons the very foundation that has contributed to progress and could make it progress in the first place, namely the self-evident recognition of everyone else as equal and thus the equally self-evident acceptance of diversity among equals. Certainly, there were around 15,000 opponents of the Pope, far more than the organizers had expected, who could also be reported here in Germany. 15,000 opponents of the Pope who, as is usual at alliance events, had joined the central anti-Pope demonstration for a wide variety of reasons. The spectrum in attendance ranged from notorious petty bourgeois who bemoaned the high tax expenditure of such state official events, to condom activists, organized atheists, and, of course, leftists posturing as radicals. This refers to those who blame the entire misery of the so-called Third World on the Pope's stance on condoms and extramarital sex. It is not the subject of this article, but at a time when the health minister of Brazil, one of the largest Catholic countries in the world, is urging its population to have sex against high blood pressure, always with a condom, of course. The significance of the Church's stance on this issue should first be determined. On the homepage of the Protest the Pope campaign, you are greeted with a photo of the demonstration, on which the largest banner is one that catches the eye, showing a skeleton in a burning cassock. On the mitre an upside-down cross, in his right hand a crozier with a large golden swastika, in his left hand 3 cords to which children are tied. The Pope as Antichrist, Nazi, child molester. This is the kind of person the Pope's opponents wanted to deny the honor of a state visit. If you read the FAQ on the aforementioned website, it becomes clear that the central point of protest by the Pope's opponents is the state visit. In addition to the state fetishism of the Pope's opponents, this expresses the hope of being just as successful with their own campaign as the British anti-Zionists were when they threatened to have Tsipai Livni arrested on entering the UK because of the Gaza war, thus dissuading her from her plans to visit. The authors Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, known as spokesmen for the so-called New Atheists, also wanted to have Ratzinger detained by the British police and brought before a court for crimes against humanity. Unlike Livni, however, the Pope was invited by the Queen and was therefore on a state visit, i.e. protected by immunity in the UK. The Protest the Pope Alliance declared the Vatican to be an artificial state in its FAQ, and the British Crown Prosecutor Geoffrey Robertson, who was to bring the Pope to court on behalf of Hitchens and Dawkins, also placed this circumstance at the center of the argument in his indictment in The Guardian. Bush lawyer John B. Bellinger III certified that Pope Benedict XVI was immune from suit as the head of a foreign state. His opinion on papal immunity is even more questionable than his defense of Bush. It hinges on the assumption that the Vatican or its metaphysical emanation, the Holy See, is a state. End quote. But what kind of act has the Pope committed that puts him on a par with the Nazis convicted at Nuremberg and the Chilean dictator Pinochet? Did he knowingly cover up the abuse of children in the Catholic Church? At the height of the abuse hysteria in the spring of 2010, the New York Times finally found a document of the kind that many major newspapers had long and desperately searched for. A document that supposedly establishes a link between the incumbent Pope and the abuse scandals April 9, 2010. In the early 1980s, Ratzinger put his signature to a letter that is said to have delayed the dismissal of a clergyman from California who was accused of child abuse. He asked for more time to decide whether the defendant, Stephan Kiesel, would be allowed to continue in the priesthood, pointing out that, the good of the universal church had to be taken into account. For Robertson, Dawkins, and company, this letter is proof that Ratzinger was complicit in the systematic sexual abuse of children, which makes a conviction for crimes against humanity possible. The obvious need of the aforementioned to construct an accusation against the Pope and the Catholic Church drives the anti-papists to the absurdly comical, which becomes all the more clear when one considers that Dawkins, in his bestseller The God Delusion, cannot help but ask, in the face of hysteria, whether the Catholic Church, particularly in Ireland and the United States, has been unfairly demonized in relation to this issue, the abuse of children. This apparent defense of the Church is, of course, only a tactical one. The long-term psychological damage caused by sexual abuse is demonstrably less than that caused by Catholic education, Dawkins says immediately afterwards. While distancing himself from placing the wrong behavior of individual Catholic clerics at the center of criticism here served to brand Catholic education as a whole as far worse, Dawkins used the hysteria fueled by the abuse scandals at the anti-Pope demonstration to rally the alliance. He, the Pope, is an enemy of children, whose bodies he has allowed to be raped, and whose minds he has encouraged to be infected with guilt. End quote. While some of the demonstrating atheists in Great Britain dressed up directly as the Pope with a Hitler mustache and Richard Dawkins occasionally speaks openly of the Pope Nazi, Alan Posner relies on the accounts of contemporary witnesses in a familiar German manner. He did not make the statement that the Irish homes, where there had also been cases of child rape, were Catholic concentration camps himself, but quoted it without comment from one of those affected. Posner, who otherwise does not tire of being full of facts, is clever enough not to write something like this himself, as a comparison of the survivor figures alone would make him look ridiculous. Furthermore, in March 2009, the magazine Konkret printed Ratzinger with the Führer's salute on its cover, as if National Socialism continued to exist precisely where, together with Denmark, it found the fewest supporters under German occupation, in the Vatican. When Hitler visited Rome in May 1938, Pius XI demonstratively left the city and fought Mussolini to ensure that the Vatican remained the only swastika-free part of Rome. And the conflict between the Vatican and the Nazis was not simply about the question of whether the cross should be displayed with or without a hook, so it was by no means just a dispute about symbols. At the beginning of the 1930s, when National Socialism was becoming an increasingly important movement in Germany, the Pope in office at the time, Pius XI, said in his Christmas message of 1930, "If there is in Christianity the idea of a mystery of blood, it is not that of one race in contrast to other races, but that of the unity of all men in the inheritance of sin which comes from our Father." And in 1932, Pius XI again emphasized in the encyclical Caritate Christi Compulsi, "When nationalism becomes implanted in the relations between one people and another, there is no excess that does not seem justified," to add with astonishing clarity, "It is therefore essential that we, without wearying, erect a wall of defense for the house of Israel," Ezekiel 13 verse 5, "that we unite all our forces into a single solid front against the nefarious multitudes who are no less the enemies of God than of humanity." End quote. It is well known that when the Nazis came to power in Germany and the Concordat between Reich Foreign Minister Papen and the Holy See followed shortly afterwards, German Catholics in particular could be accused of not having united all their forces in a united front against anti-Semitism. With the exception of Trotsky's famous text on National Socialism, however, one will have to search for a long time for similarly clear calls for the protection of Jews, for example, from social democratic and communist parties. The same applies to the representatives of all Western states at the time. In fact, the Pope, who in his function is also the head of state of the Vatican, was the only statesman who clearly warned against Nazi antisemitism even before 1933. As little offense as the Vatican took at the anti-communism of the Nazis, it had to condemn racism for the sake of its own survival, i.e., in order to remain Christian. Thus, in July 1938, the Pope wrote in the Osservatore Romano in response to an anti-Semitic manifesto by fascist scientists, "Human dignity consists in the fact that we are one great family, the human species, the human race, that is the Church's response. In our eyes, that is true racism." End quote. All these quotations, and others could be cited, make clear the Vatican's opposition to National Socialism in one decisive point. The Christian idea of humanity is not compatible with that of racial antisemitism. The love of one's neighbor, which also includes the love of one's enemy, may arise from this idea, but it cannot be adhered to in the ongoing state of competition and even less under existential threat to people, nor will it prevent an anti-Semite from murdering in case of doubt. The Jewish theologian, historian, and former employee of the Israeli Foreign Ministry Pinchas Lapid has attempted to prove that in Eastern Europe and Italy under German occupation, around 800,000 Jews owe their survival immediately to the interventions of Pius XII. and that these were by no means only Jews who had converted to Catholicism can be seen, for example, from the impressive accounts of surviving Jews who were hidden in a monastery in Rome, in the cellar of which they set up a synagogue and held Jewish services during the German occupation. Although some historians question the figures given by Lapide, it cannot be disputed that the number of Jews who were able to survive under the protection of the Catholic Church was relatively high compared to most so-called aid organizations, e.g. the Red Cross, but also many countries. One can accuse the Catholic Church of many things, not least that the Christian anti-Judaism cultivated over centuries contributed to the emergence of modern anti-Semitism. And yet there was a certain power of resistance in the Christian idea of humanity that obliged Catholicism to oppose the doctrine of race. The weighting given to the idea of humanity is certainly not a foregone conclusion. By repeatedly placing it at the center of his criticism of the Nazis, Pius XI not only argued remarkably reasonably, compared to many of his non-Catholic contemporaries, but also showed that he understood far more about Nazi fascism than the Dimitrov worshippers to this day. The Nazis knew that a lasting victory for National Socialism was only possible if Christianity could be transformed into a Germanic Christianity. Rosenberg's Myth of the 20th Century is a treatise that is as anti-Semitic as it is anti-Catholic, with the essential difference, of course, that the Jewish spirit was to be destroyed by physical murder, whereas Catholics were not threatened with this qua Catholicism. Rosenberg devotes an entire chapter to the transformation of the Catholic Church into a German national church in the third part of his book on the coming Reich. The delusional and arbitrary way in which Rosenberg opposes the dogmas refutes anyone who claims that the Nazis were even remotely concerned with a claim to truth. The Old Testament was to be removed from the canon and replaced by Nordic and Germanic heroic sagas, just like the crucifixion story, which was to be replaced by a Germanic hero with a spear. The mania for transformation even extended to the design of churches and songbooks. Quote, "From the naves and altars of the German People's Church, the plaster garlands, the tin beams and all that inundation of our lives by the junk of the Jesuit style and the later bastard Rococo will disappear. Here the German architect will be given tasks that thousands who are tired of building department stores and bank palaces are already longing for. Our music is the easiest to use. In Bach and Gluck and Mozart and Handel and Beethoven, the heroic character has prevailed despite ecclesiastical verses. But here, too, a music that today is fluttering away without a task will find an immense field of work, and at the same time the church songbooks will be cleansed of Jehovah songs." End quote. The Catholic Church's claim to truth should be stripped of all transcendence and subordinated to the folkdom. A German religious movement that wants to develop into a folk church will have to declare that the ideal of charity must be subordinated to the idea of national honor, that no act may be approved by a German church that does not primarily serve to secure the folkdom. This once again exposes the indissoluble contradiction to a view that openly declares that the tithes of the church are higher than the tithes of the nation, Rosenberg. This also explains why the much-quoted "We are Pope" is not evidence of a renaissance of Catholicism. For the Pope, who is far from being a critic of the state or nation, it is a matter of course as Pope to put una ecclesia before any nationalist babble. "We are Pope" therefore reveals a lot about the state of mind of those who proudly utter this phrase, not in spite of it, but because it is interchangeable with "We are Dalai Lama" or "football world champion," for example. However, this sentence reveals nothing about the Catholic Church itself or the Pope, who is a world citizen by profession, speaks Latin, the most hated language in Germany, and is also considered an intellectual. However, to characterize the relationship between the Catholic Church and the Nazis solely on the basis of ideological differences would fall short of the mark. The Vatican's relationship with secular rule was never just a religious one, but always a tactical one as well. Pius XI, for example, justified the Concordat of 1933 to an assembly of bishops as follows: "When it comes to saving a few souls and averting even greater harm, we have the courage to negotiate even with the devil." End quote. The analogy with the devil is hardly a lie, but the claim that this negotiation was an expression of special courage is false. It was certainly tactical, perhaps also anti-communist considerations, but above all concern for the preservation of the Catholic Church in Germany, or fear of persecution of Catholics, that prepared the negotiations with the devil. And this was by no means unfounded. During the Concordat negotiations, over 90 priests were arrested within 3 weeks, 16 Catholic youth clubs and several monasteries were searched, and 9 Catholic magazines were closed. The Concordat essentially included an assurance on the part of the Church that it would not condemn the new government in Germany, in return for which it was assured by the National Socialists of the free exercise of religion and the non-persecution of clerics. In a letter, a British envoy in Rome at the time reported on a conversation with Pacelli about the Reich Concordat that had been concluded shortly before. Cardinal Pacelli regretted the actions of the German government in the domestic political sphere, its persecution of the Jews. This reflection on the injustice in Germany led the cardinal to explain apologetically why he had signed a concordat with such people. If the German government violated the concordat, and it certainly would, the Vatican would at least have a treaty on which to base its protest. End quote. A treaty, of course, of which the Nazis, because they knew more about sovereignty than anyone else, could be sure that there was no authority before which the Church could have sued for compliance with the concordat, which is why they did not adhere to the agreement at any time. Anyone wishing to criticize the Catholic Church would be forced to separate two areas that are usually negotiated separately in criticism. It could be accused of not having erected the protective wall that it announced in every possible way for tactical reasons, an accusation to which most left-wingers in particular should remain silent. Anyone who thinks they have to throw themselves at the proletariat in defiance of the German Labor Front, for example, is thinking and acting no less tactically and oblivious to history than the Catholic Church when it seeks to undermine schismatic efforts by taking back some of those unspeakable pious brothers. And anyone who believes that a BAK Shalom working group could be initiated in the party that recently launched an open attack on Israel's sovereignty to the delight of Erdogan and Hamas, i.e. the Left Party, which may not serve Israel but may serve their own career all the more, should also remain silent about the Vatican's willingness to engage in dialogue with the mullahs. In the schizophrenia of Catholicism, which lies in repeatedly upholding its own dogmas, which have long since become anachronistic, and at the same time opportunistically sometimes pandering to and sometimes remaining indifferent to the most dangerous opponents, even from the Catholic side lies the reason why Catholicism has survived the centuries. Between 1933 and 1939, the Holy See sent at least 55 well-documented protest notes to Berlin. The first, protesting against the anti-Semitic boycotts, was sent as early as April 1, 1933. In March 1937, the first encyclical ever written in German, Mit brennender Sorge, with burning concern, with the emphatic request that it be read out in all Catholic churches, was brought to Germany in an overnight action. Any Catholic who wanted to understand it had to see it as a clear response to the rampant antisemitism. Whoever makes the race, or the people, or the state, or the form of government the highest norm of all values and idolizes them with idolatry, perverts and falsifies the God-created and God-commanded order of things. End quote. In any case, the Nazis grasped the message of the encyclical exactly and responded the next day in the Völkischer Beobachter with a counterattack on the Jew God and his deputy in Rome. The vest of the Catholics was probably not as white as the papal cassock. However, anyone who opposes equating the Stalinist gulags with the extermination of the Jews should also oppose glorifying the Pope as Hitler or the Church as the German Volksgemeinschaft. What unites left-wing opponents of the Church and atheist opponents of religion is their tactical relationship to the truth, as their judgment is fixed from the outset. This relationship produces strange stylistic flourishes. For example, when the new atheists want to have the Pope arrested for crimes against humanity without being even remotely aware of the metaphysical foundations of such an accusation. The charge of crimes against humanity does not mean, as Hannah Arendt had already stated in view of the usual translation of the charge in Nuremberg, the lack of humanity, but a crime against humanity. It is evident that the concept of humanity does not denote an empirically present object. However, if it is understood as an abstraction, i.e. as the sum of all existing human beings, no evidence against the exclusion of human beings from it can be substantiated if this exclusion occurs in practice, i.e. through murder. The question of the status of the concept of humanity is therefore not just a theoretical question, but is forced upon the critic simply because it is put up for discussion. Humanity cannot reasonably be thought of in any other way than as an idea, but Aristotelian criticism refutes Plato's eternal heaven of ideas once and for all. There is no ontological idea of humanity that exists in itself. From a philosophical point of view, the Catholic Church has the enormous advantage of tying the concept of humanity to original sin and God. It has at its disposal a generality that requires no further justification, namely God, who gives the concept of humanity unquestionable validity. Therein lies a power of resistance which, however limited in individual cases by the tactics of the Church, has in any case led to the salvation of Jews. It was Immanuel Kant who attempted to justify the idea of humanity not as a Platonic idea or one founded in God, but in the best sense as an artificial and yet universally valid idea of reason. The title of all possible concepts as constructs, which is particularly radical, is aimed precisely at this Kantian consideration that reason has the ability to produce original ideas of reason, which are therefore artificial, and at the same time can claim to be universally valid. In this, Kant is not only the crusher of everything that Mendelssohn speaks of, but he also preserves a genuinely theological moment. Adorno, who only explicitly returned to Kant in the 1960s and turned him against Hegel, never tired of emphasizing this moment of salvation in Kant's critique of reason, and may also have recognized the intention of his negative dialectic to some extent. In any case, Kant knew that reason can only be saved if it undertakes a critically purified program to save metaphysics, and that also means preserving something of the theological legacy of metaphysics in a secularized form. That reality must not be dissolved into empirical immanence if reason and freedom are still to be conceivable. It is a curious circumstance that Kant, who wanted to think reason as supertemporal, did not reflect on the extent to which his attempt to save reason was itself historically conditioned. His assertion that the faculty of reason is supertemporal and unchangeable already contains the incantation, nourished by doubt, that this may be so. Because, according to Kant, the idea of humanity is not an intrinsic but an artificial one. It is not to be thought of as a superordinate general, in contrast to which individuals are only subsumable particulars and therefore irrelevant, but as an idea that I can recognize in every other. Even if it must be conceded that the citizen Kant does not speak of the individual, but of the person, expressed in the third formulation of the categorical imperative of the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals. Act in such a way that you use humanity, both in your person and in the person of every other, always as an end and never merely as a means. Marx's categorical imperative aims to make this idea of reason real. His critique of religion aims at the worldly redemption of the reconciliation intended for the hereafter. What therefore distinguishes the critic of reason and the critic of unreasonable conditions from the supporters of the Christian idea of humanity is precisely not the rejection of transcendence in general, but the fact that instead of God, reason is to become the ground of validity of the idea of humanity. If, however, reason itself is understood as a historical result, not as an intrinsically existing faculty, it becomes impossible to think of the concept of reason as a generality independent of history, as Kant does. The transcendent use of reason, the ability to think ideas as universally valid, is dependent on whether empirical individuals are capable of thinking them. If there is no one capable of thinking the idea of humanity, then there is no transcendent idea of reason for humanity. The danger from which Kant wanted to protect reason through its self-criticism can no longer be treated as external by a dialectical critique of reason, as it still seemed possible to Kant. Reference should be made here to the frequent terminological confusion between the terms transcendence and transcendental. According to Kant, the transcendental use of reason means the ability of reason to produce ideas out of spontaneity, whereas transcendental philosophy means the reflection on the faculty of knowledge and reason itself. This circumstance in turn has repercussions for the concept of reason itself, especially when it is contrasted with faith in the abstract. Where the concept of reason itself remains undefined, it means little to take the side of reason without further ado. Where the transcendent use of reason, which is not possible without metaphysics, is itself ostracized as irrational, critical thought becomes impossible and the unreasonable conditions become petrified into sheer, unquestionable facticity. What cannot be treated as an empirical object, but can only be thought, falls under the verdict of the irrational. The new atheist's critique of religion is aimed at such a literal reification of thought, and in this they all inherit their teacher Bertrand Russell. What Dawkins and Hitchens put forward against religion can already be found in a small anthology by Russell, Why I Am Not a Christian, which brings together essays and lectures from the 1920s and 1930s. Russell can therefore easily be considered an early representative of the nonsense that is rampant in neuroscience today. Our so-called thoughts seem to depend on the arrangement of pathways in the brain, just as journeys are tied to roads and trains. Dawkins has invented his own word for this kind of reification of thoughts: memes. In analogy to genes, they are supposed to provide the material from which thoughts, information, or, in Dawkins' words, units of cultural inheritance are made. For memeticists, there is a world of brains or other containers or circuits, such as computers or radio frequency bands, in which memes struggle to colonize these habitats. A theologian who writes so naively about the subject of his science would rightly be laughed at. Dawkins, however, is referred to as a defender of reason, if only because he is a natural scientist by training. Yet the existence of such quasi-things, as memes are supposed to be, is just as impossible to prove or disprove as the existence of God. While theology insists on the self-responsibility of humans, with Dawkins only the memes act. Quote, according to this idea, Catholicism and Islam, for example, were not necessarily shaped by individual humans, but developed separately as distinct collections of memes that thrive in the presence of other members of the same memplex. End quote. And these memes are in competitive relationships with other memes. Dawkins certainly knows how to distinguish between religions in a very materialistic way. Two different religions can be seen as different memoplexes. Perhaps Islam corresponds to a carnivorous gene complex and Buddhism to a herbivorous gene complex. End quote. The same applies to the society of memes, which he explains using genes, since each gene is selected in such a way that it is successful in the presence of the others. Groups of interacting genes result. We are dealing here with a free market rather than a planned economy. There is a butcher and a baker, but perhaps there is a gap in the market for a manufacturer of candlesticks. This gap is closed by the invisible hand of natural selection. End quote. What is ignored here is the untranslatability of the meaning of a thought into an empirical material manifestation, be it in some flashes in the brain or in memes. This suppression is due to the need to reify the apparently disturbing intelligible. They will certainly not succeed in proving that ideas are something objective. No matter how carefully they search, a meme cannot be empirically verifiable at all. The trick is therefore to pretend, and everyone believes that, unlike the theologian's God, the memeticists are talking about a real existing object. Dawkins is downright amusingly functionalist in this respect. Quote, I do not claim that memes are necessarily a direct equivalent of genes, but the more similar they are to genes, the better the meme theory works. End quote. And that is not only pre-critical but downright anti-critical. Dawkins not only replaces God with evolution, but in the same breath abolishes man's capacity for reflection with an artificial word that is supposed to express the fact that the only true subjects are thing-like. Marx's insight. It is only the particular social relation of men themselves which here assumes for them the phantasmagorical form of a relation of things, has been erased by Dawkins and company. So it is only consequent that one never hears a word from these atheists on the criticism of capitalism. Michel Onfray, the French variant of the New Atheism, has well recognized that the transcendent use of reason is the prerequisite for the critique of reality, i.e., in his words, it is there to be able to denigrate any concrete, real, and imminent home. It is not the poor arrangement of the world, but the idea that there could be something else, something beyond, that gives rise to people's dissatisfaction. On the other hand, those who know that reality consists exclusively of matter and can only be traced back to its earthly, visible phenomena escape spiritual disorientation and do not feel cut off from this single, truly existing world. The hope for an afterlife and the longing for the kingdom of heaven inevitably lead to despair in the here and now. End quote. His only complaint about the institution of the here and now is that it is not yet laicistic enough, whatever Adam's laicism may consist of. In his positive definition of the material from which thoughts should be made, Dawkins is the most consequent of the new atheists, however obscure his meme theory may be. He also consequent derives the exchange from evolution. Quote, the hunter needs a spear and the blacksmith would like meat. The asymmetry becomes the starting point for a trade. The bee needs nectar and the flower needs to be pollinated. Flowers cannot fly, so they pay the bees in nectar currency to provide their wings. Vampire bats learn which individuals in their social group they can rely on to repay debts, in the form of regurgitated blood, and which individuals are cheaters. Natural selection favors genes that predispose individuals in relationships with unequally distributed needs and opportunities to give when they are able and to ask otherwise. It also favors the tendency to remember obligations, hold grudges, monitor exchange relationships, and punish cheaters who take but don't give when it's their turn. End quote. Lucky for the vampire bats that they can't read Dawkins and have no idea that he wants to commit them to identity, exchange, and punishment. Anyone who, like Dawkins, lends higher consecration to the senselessness of the imminence of the bad world in which we live, logically becomes an advocate of death. Quote, being dead is nothing other than not being born at all. I will then be in the same state as at the time of William the Conqueror, the dinosaurs, or the trilobites. And that is nothing to be afraid of. End quote. Such affirmation of death is even lower in spiritlessness than the most primitive death cult. It is not difficult to imagine that the body dies. One sees it decaying. The death of the spirit, however, is incomprehensible to the spirit. As little as it can deduce its own origin, as little can it conceptualize its own non-existence. Spirit can only think of itself as being despite the transience of the body. Every death cult bears witness to this. However primitive and questionable it may be, It always honors or invokes a spirit-like substance as the imperishable in the transient. It is spirit that elevates the human life process beyond mere metabolism and resists the idea that vegetation and decay have already been everything. The fact that one can no longer count on an eternal afterlife tempts Dawkins to suffocate the last remnants of this longing under the affirmation of vegetation and death. Regarding euthanasia, he says that, "When I die, my life should be taken from me under general anesthesia, as if it were a diseased appendix." According to a study he quotes, 99% of American atheists are in favor of physician-assisted suicide and 75% want it for themselves. If any transcendence of thought is removed, then the idea of humanity becomes unthinkable and individual human beings become mere material. Life that is no longer usable can simply be operated out in this logic evolution, whose priest Dawkins appears to be, reveals itself as the evolution of capital. And there is really no need to be surprised that Peter Singer was one of the main speakers at the first Global Atheist Convention in Melbourne in 2010 alongside Richard Dawkins. This is the only way to explain the furor against the superfluous, with which Dawkins is by no means the only one to castigate the anachronism of religions. Judaism and Christianity, however, are not simply backward, but also unfinished in their claim to reconciliation. This claim cannot be maintained without the idea of transcendence, even in a secularized form. Where this longing is to be driven out of thinking in the name of reason, the conditions for the possibility of criticism are driven out at the same time, to which all of Dawkins' statements on society bear eloquent witness. This is why the maxim of the new atheists, to make a clean sweep of everything that cannot stand up to reason and science, is not, as Lars Quadfasel says, fundamentally sympathetic. The new atheists not only put Occam's knife to the throat of the deity, as he described it in a characteristically brutal image, but they also put the same knife to the transcendent use of reason and the ability to reflect. It is a merit of Hitchens and Dawkins to land atheistic bestsellers in times of litigious counter-enlightenment, and as such can hardly be overestimated. The idea that the affirmation of immanence in Dawkins and company could perhaps be part of the current counter-enlightenment, which is based less on classical religions than on the fetishism of functionalist thinking, does not occur to him because in the left-wing tradition, only those who first profess to be on the opposite side are allowed to write about religion. Quadfasel does not deal with the aporia of first professing the fundamentally sympathetic maxim of these atheists and then discussing theological problems page by page, which for them would invariably be counted as irrationalism precisely because of their maxim. This includes making the religious cardboard cutouts bigger than they actually are. The scandal that the state has traditionally not only left religious education and the lion's share of social services to the churches, but to top it all off also collects association dues must serve as proof that the counter-enlightenment emanates from the institutionalized churches, as if this were an ecclesiasticalization of the state and not the integration of the churches into the state. What is new about what Onfray and Dawkins are doing is merely the social situation in which they believe that one must now be an atheist, as the German translation of Onfray's book demands in its subtitle. At least in Europe, institutionalized religion has never been more ineffective and chimerical than it is today, and not even the current crisis of capital has reduced the number of people leaving the church. The gigantic market for spiritual hygiene has long since satisfied spiritual needs far more cheaply both economically and intellectually than the institutionalized churches, which still claim, at least in principle, that there is truth and falsehood in matters of faith. In any case, it is questionable whether it is still possible to talk seriously about religion when yesterday you had your hand read at the esoteric fair and today you go to Christmas Mass without contradicting yourself. However, theology's attempt to remain faithful to reason insofar as contradictions in faith are at least dealt with up to certain limits collides with the commodification of spiritual needs, which need not worry about logical contradictions as long as the desired effect is achieved. The debates surrounding Jutta Ranke Heinemann and Hans Kung, however, show the extent to which even within Catholic theology, disputes about adapting to the needs of consumers are unavoidable. Moreover, the need for community can be better satisfied in the crowded easy credit stadium, where, as the title suggests, faith is easy to come by, than in the often empty and poorly heated churches. While Onfray brings a diluted mixture of Lenin and Nietzsche into the field against religion, Dawkins and Hitchens stand in the tradition of Bertrand Russell, who, however, unlike Dawkins, refrains from constructing a positive theory. Instead of at least taking up Nietzsche in the power of polemics, or at least avoiding the embarrassments of bad polemics, they keep up with the dilettantes Lenin and Russell in this respect. The most unpleasant thing about reading these atheists is the accumulation of cheap polemics, always several hundred pages long, which preach common sense with a verbally radical gesture of originality. The tone of their indignation and their self-image as a persecuted minority is strangely similar to that of the representatives of Islam, whom they certainly do not love. Their basic assertion is always to reduce the intelligible to material objects, thoughts and physical movements follow the same laws that describe the movements of stars and atoms. They all believe that they have thus cheated metaphysics and made it superfluous. And this concept of rationality is not the byproduct of their criticism of religion, but its center. Such a concept of rationality is widely accepted. Its central dogma is, there is no alternative, neither in this world nor in the hereafter. By destroying the idea of humanity and all that it could be, people are to finally become tiny parasites of this insignificant planet. What is not absorbed in the immanence of functionality is superfluous metaphysical residue that is to be thrown onto the garbage heap of history with great tatterata, so that the everyday madness is drowned out by the jubilant cries of hedonism, as Onfray demands, or by the roar of progress of natural science, as Dawkins does. It is not partisanship for the oppressed creature that drives today's critics of religion, but they want to drive out the sigh that Marx once defined religion as. It is the emergency brake that Benjamin speaks of, which is to be pulled not least by finally realizing the idea of humanity through the implementation of Marx's categorical imperative, which is to be thrown off the moving train by the currently so popular critics of religion. If everything is going to be fine anyway, as they never tire of assuring us, why do we need an emergency brake? Translated into religious terms, Benjamin's emergency brake would be the miracle, and we would need nothing more than a God who frees us from the veil of tears through such a miracle. Therefore, as long as people choose the state of bondage, the atheist's assertion that we do not need a God is false, and nothing is more inappropriate than mocking the anachronism of religion. However, because humanity cannot rely on God's help, it must perform this miracle itself. However, without keeping alive the hope of materialistically inheriting theology in this way, it is impossible to remain faithful to reason. Nature does not dissolve into the conceptually comprehensible. The triumph of modern man over it lives from a continuous limitation of its reality to what is recognizable in it. This reduction corresponds to the intentions of the modern economy. Since its beginnings, it has been particularly interested in natural things that are technically controllable and exploitable. In the service of such interest, material entities of all kinds were and are to be systematically developed through experiments in the physical sciences. The concept of the development of the given, which for the metaphysical thinking of past ages denoted the determination of the essence of sensually perceptible entities, has lost all ontological meaning in the present. Today, its predominant definition stems from the physics of the material elementary. It primarily means a breaking open of natural things in order to get a grip on them. Nominalist philosophy, from Wilhelm von Ockham to Rudolf Carnap and Karl Popper, has provided the nihilistic justification for this striving for the absolute availability of nature by strictly rejecting the intelligible existence of the empirical world. Without an inner ground of being that would be constitutive for their generic and specific peculiarities, all empirical individual things, strictly nominalistically conceived, have the character of pure singularities. Reduced to their material existence in space and time, they are no longer connected by any order of metaphysical entities. As with the lower levels of cosmic being, this also applies to the entities of the highest level. As artifacts of nominalistic thinking, human beings also lose all inner purpose. They are as dequalified as their counterpart, the world, which they divide up into precisely specialized subareas according to the motto, divide et impera. The nominalist rejection of metaphysical entities does not serve the development of human individuality, as modern Enlightenment philosophy claims, but rather the degradation of human beings to insubstantial entities. Politically, the theoretical struggle against entities in individuals refers above all to the fact that their existence calls for solidarity and encourages individuals to communicate, but not to compete. The competing individuals of the Via Moderna are as little in solidarity as their competing states. By seeking to gain power over each other through their power over nature, they submit to the rules of the modern economy. From the very beginning, economic power has been the measure by which life is measured. As the general on which all depend, it is identical with the activity of the subjects, whose will to achieve becomes the ultimate agent. In an insubstantial world, the insubstantial subjects take themselves for their own meaning. Language becomes for them a naming system unfounded in things, through which they dictate to everything and everyone what it should be called. This is the consequence of the essentia rerum that have evaporated into flatus voces. Like their objects, the things divided into genera and species solely by external signs, the individual subjects also possess no rights of their own, however much the civil constitutions may proclaim them. Their solemn talk of eternal human rights lacks an ontological foundation. All authoritarian states since the end of the Middle Ages have made the supreme principle of nominalist legal doctrine their own, which Thomas Hobbes later formulated as follows: Auctoritas non veritas facit legem. The state, which is no longer bound by any metaphysical order, issues laws on its own authority and repeals them as it sees fit. It itself is above all laws. What is to be considered good or evil, right or wrong, is exclusively at its discretion, regardless of whether it seems just or unjust to the individual. There can be as little injustice towards the subjects for such a power as there is for the nominalist God, the potestas absoluta, who is not bound to anything and acts purely arbitrarily. According to nominalist theodicy, acts or relationships are good or evil not because, as in ancient and medieval metaphysics, they correspond or do not correspond to God's perfect and unchangeable essence, but solely because the divine will has arbitrarily determined them to be either evil or good. His ever-changing decisions establish all the laws of nature and also all the laws of human morality. Accordingly, the norms on whose fulfillment human salvation depends would no longer be eternal. In other words, it is not a life that follows commandments once proclaimed by God, but the completely free voluntas Dei absoluta that decides the fate of human beings, their vocation to bliss or their damnation. Here, in the utter contempt for the individual, the true character of nominalist thought is revealed. It is nihilistic thinking. Its nihilism in the doctrine of man and nature, however, is a result of its radical negation of metaphysics. This raises the question: how could such a denial come about? An answer is required that has its basis in a critical examination of the historical forms of metaphysical and anti-metaphysical worldviews. Without their critical consideration, philosophy disintegrates, its theorems and principles degenerate into arbitrary positings. The modern rejection of metaphysics in scientific thought has a long history that goes back to the late Middle Ages. This primary cause lies in metaphysics itself. In antiquity and the Middle Ages, metaphysics was the crowning science in the field of natural knowledge. It aimed to establish the foundation of the perceptible world from intelligible entities. The supersensible eidos was to become visible through a methodical abstraction from the sensual appearance of material entities. There was unanimity in the opinion that refraining from the existence and the singular peculiarities of the residential naturals already brought the realization of what things are. However, human reason should also be able to grasp the essence of the Godhead in the same way as the essence of sensually given entities. The philosophers of the Greek classical period believed that they had already developed the useful instrument for this higher task in the metaphysics of world things. Abstraction from everything contingent pointed, seemingly infallibly, to the sure path of ascent to divine being. Plato, who was the first to tread this path, was convinced that thinking that had learned to abstract from the accidental components of empirical things would, through such a method, reach an ever higher and more essential being, ultimately God himself. This theory of a continuous ascent to a supreme being included the possibility of a return back to the multiplicity of individual empirical things from which the whole process of abstraction had started. Such a return should explain how the cosmos comes to its order. From the idealism of antiquity to the idealistic systems of modernity, the unity of divine being is the supreme principle of a logical construction of the world. The ascent to a deity conceived as pure identity was legitimized by its intention, to explain nature. Its stringent implementation would amount to a realization of the genesis of the world, the deduction of contingent things from an absolute. However, as a cosmology that ascribes the creation of the world to divine being, it is merely the idealistic reversal of the ancient materialists' explanation of nature. Without an organizing principle, they allowed the world of perceptible phenomena to arise purely mechanically from moving matter. In the pre-philosophical beginnings of an explanation of nature, the foundation of a cosmic order was assigned to mythical deities. Their task was not a creatio ex nihilo, but exclusively the shaping of a given material into an ordered world. It already exists in all mythologies of the gods, as a chaotic primordial material. The gods had to transform the disordered, which becomes dark prehistory, into the present, the cosmos. But the unformed world matter returns. It was the only thing left when the gods lost their reality in the process of enlightening thought. Thus it once again became a problem, a rational derivation of the visible world from primordial substances, which now had to take the place of the reign of mythical deities, forms the beginning of philosophy. It wants to say in a comprehensible way how from that in which it sees the primordial water or air or fire, the world given immediately to sensory perception had come into being. It took the gods to be mere products of the human imagination. What remained unrecognized was what matured in the deities of myth, the representation of ordering Principia Mundi. Their radical negation was most emphatically demanded by the philosophy in which the ancient reduction of the cosmos to matter and movement was completed, the atomistic philosophy of Leucippus and Democritus. The aim of their thinking was the discovery of material world principles of the highest generality. For the materialist predecessors of Leucippus and Democritus, the general, in which everything particular had to be based, still belonged to the sphere of empirically given individual things. Elements such as water or air were components of everyday experience, themselves singular phenomena, from whose continuous condensation and dilution a vague speculation sought to derive the appearing nature. The search for a general substrate of sensually perceptible entities then led from the vivid to non-visible matter, free in its substance from sensual qualities, to materially indifferent building blocks of the visible world. For Leucippus and Democritus, the invisible substrate of apparent nature consists of an infinite number of quanta discreta, corpuscles without gaps in themselves and therefore indivisible, the atoms that are primarily considered to be existent, moving haphazardly in empty space. Free of any material difference, the atomic building blocks of the concrete individual things differ only in their size and shape. Their difference in shape and size was necessary for the deduction of the elements, which Leucippus and Democritus had already recognized as composed water, air, and fire. The specifically determined entia naturalia forced the first two proponents of a purely mechanistic view of the world to assume that the heterogeneous atoms rebounded from the moving atoms, while the homogeneous atoms combined with each other and thus constituted visible nature. This assumption of different atoms and their suitability to form larger entities, in which Leucippus and Democritus saw the world explained, was recognized by Plato as the fundamental weakness of the materialistic system. It consists in the break between the second and the first, the multiform atoms and their material identity. The logical impossibility of deducing their manifold forms from the indifferent unity of their material substrate led Plato to the central idea of his philosophy. Only by ascending to the metaphysical should it be possible to explain how material things take shape. Decisive for the success of such an explanation of nature was the adequate definition of what Plato assumed in the concept of the metaphysical, an objective existence of eternal id rerum. The possibility of recognizing them in their content seemed to him to be methodically secured by a steady progression from the multiplicity of the singular to the higher level of the general, the principles that guarantee an ever-constant formation of every kind of world thing. In the id rerum, Plato elevates the commonality of individual things to their constitutive essence. Every visible thing would be, through participation in it, a manifestation of its sensually imperceptible eidos. The things depicted in the ideas in an abstract way thus become from a gnosiological first to an ontological second, to images of their own imitation. The classical expression of this transformation is the Platonic charismos. As the imperishable, the ideas may only have an existence similar to that of the gods beyond all that is transient. Empirical things differ from such ideas, which are appointed as eternal archetypes, only by what Plato calls matter, formless materiality. Because the ideas are all conceptually comprehensible contents of the empirical world, their absolute antithesis can only exist in indeterminacy and emptiness. It is given the name matter. In his late work, Plato tried to interpret its voidness in a positive way, as a pictorial mass, which from eternity is ready to be imprinted with every conceivable form. It must itself be shapeless. If it were to have its own form, it would appear alongside that which has a formative effect on it. But this would make it completely unsuitable for a flawless reception of replicas of the archetypal being, which God, the creator of the visible world, allows to enter it. In this way, his work should make recognizable how empirical things participate in transcendental ideas, namely in the form that they are modeled on them. Ideas thus become the solely objective content of concrete reality. Their reduction to mere appearance and the declaration of a world reduced to ideas should have been the logical consequence. For if the existence and individuality of perceptible things is based on an inherently indeterminate matter, then the only real things are the ideas that emerge in hierarchical order from the absolute. This imminent consequence of Plato's idealistic system was only drawn by his Neoplatonic successors. In their metaphysics, the ancient deification of what can be conceptualized in nature reached its climax. The Platonic ideas did not satisfy the postulate of the ontological foundation of everything. It is true that the belief in cosmic order creating gods becomes metaphysics in them, but not in a higher dimension of truth. The critical purification of myth is limited to a spiritualization. Bodily deities become disembodied ideas. Like these, the ideas were also supposed to create an ordo naturae, and thus be more than a merely metaphorical explanation of nature through human thought. However, this more could only seemingly be achieved by fixing the common to sensually perceptible individual things. The elevation of that in which residential naturals coincide to their metaphysical essence ended in a tautological relationship between principium and principiatum. When made independent into ideas, Plato's imitations of the empirically given were only suitable for shaping unformed matter. Atoms were also supposed to have come into being through such formation. What has emerged from their syntheses, or will emerge in later eons, would have to be regarded as a product of the organizing activity of the deity, just as they themselves are in accordance with the eternal archetypes. A genesis of something substantially new was thus not permitted. All visible becoming in the world was to be exhausted in accidental changes in matter formed by God. But even for such changes there was, strictly speaking, no place in Plato's idealistic cosmology. They could neither originate from immobile ideas and their replicas nor from a completely passively conceived matter. This essentially static view of the world offered no solution to the problem that Leucippus and Democritus had left behind, namely, how and by what means the movement of material elements can lead to specifically determined individual things. The atomism founded by Leucippus and Plato's rigid realism of ideas were extreme forms of philosophical abstraction. They embodied positions which, in their one-sidedness, made a rational explanation of nature impossible. Nevertheless, they were of the utmost importance for the fate of the great philosophy of the Occident. They formulated the concepts that, since antiquity, have formed the stones from which philosophical thought has sought to build its world systems. Plato was closer to the truth in building such a system. He saw the central weakness of the materialist projection, but he did not see the inadequacy of his own cosmology. Aristotle, his equally famous and critical student, recognized this. He certainly agreed with Plato that the origin of visible nature could not be explained in purely mechanical terms. For him, too, a lucid explanation of the genesis of the world is only conceivable on the basis of metaphysics. At the same time, however, he states that the ideas in which Plato and his followers see the cause of the essential nature of empirical things cannot exist beyond the entities whose principle of form they are supposed to be. A constitutio rerum is only possible through entities that are inherent in things. But even this assumption would be inadequate as long as the entities lacked the ability to principiare principiati. In order to fulfill their function, they could not, like the Platonic ideas, be mere imitations of the principiated. No immortalized sense things. This clear distancing of Aristotle from the doctrine of ideas could have been eminently fruitful for his philosophizing if it had led to the consideration of whether a positive determination of metaphysical entities free from tautological thinking is possible at all. On the one hand, it was necessary to examine exactly the method by which Plato's tautological idea rerum had come about, and on the other hand, to investigate how the idealistic tautology of reason and reasoned could be broken through. However, reflections of this kind were omitted. Aristotle dispensed with them in the belief that after deducting what cannot exist in a thing for itself, the accidental in it, its intelligible essence would light up. It should reveal itself to the human mind in the abstracting transition from the multiplicity of variable phenomena to regularity and eidos. This was precisely the method of metaphysical cognition that had led to Plato's unchanging world of ideas, a system of classifying concepts. This explains why the desired justification of sensually perceptible individual things by intelligible entities had to degenerate into the subsumption of the particular under the general, not only in Aristotle but also in his medieval successors. As in Platonic methexis, in their constructions the being of the empirical world is reduced to a hierarchy of genera and species, abstract imitations of things. The universal, an aspect of the whole, became totem. For Aristotelian philosophy, this expansion of the universal into the whole appeared legitimate due to the indeterminacy of matter. It remains its only, so to speak, negative characteristic. As with Plato, the abstractly gained eidos is supposed to be the higher, truer, and unchangeable. In Aristotle's metaphysics, it becomes the essentia rei, i.e. the inner a priori of the residential singularis. A world in which there is no becoming would have corresponded to the essences in things propagated by him, even more so than with Plato. Their becoming contradicted their essence, the abstract image of what had become, which was transferred to the interior of material things. In the development of European philosophy towards absolute idealism, Aristotelian metaphysics, which elevates the classifying concept to the inner essence of things, is a necessary link. It draws the consequences of the Platonic doctrine of ideas. If Plato wants to concede existence to empirical things only through participation in the ideas, Aristotle solves the problem of methexis by incarnating the Platonic ideas. As a manifestation of incarnated ideas, the empirical world itself becomes a conceptual system. Aristotle thus goes beyond Plato in his spiritualization of nature. Nature in itself acquires no prestige, but is what it is through the ideas as its inner principles. While Plato's material nature and the eidetic world were still radically separated from one another, from Aristotle onwards their relationship is increasingly defined as a tautology. Even for his metaphysics, the true being of appearing things consists in the only recognizable formae rerum, the lower and higher genera. Species are founded in genera, these themselves again in more distant genera. The hierarchy of ever more general levels of being has its highest peak in the perfectly true unity of divine being, which transcends all genera. It is free of any potentiality, pure actuality of the spirit existing in itself. Since Plato and Aristotle, great European philosophy has worshipped the absolute in it. In order to be truly the absolute, the material substrate of appearing nature also had to be founded in pure being together with the formae rerum. The origin of matter also had to be divine. In its nothingness it could not possess an eternal being of itself like God, who exists in highest perfection. This consequence of Plato and Aristotle, necessary for the formation of idealistic world systems, was carried out by Neoplatonism. It turns matter into what it already was unspoken in the tradition of ancient idealism. An idea, that of the indeterminate, which of itself does not have a form. Neoplatonic metaphysics allows the spatio-temporal world of physical entities to emerge through the formative influence of pure forms on the lowest of them. Matter, which, as formless, no longer shows any traces of its divine origin. All material things result from syntheses of such form matter and entities, which have their constitutive components in genus proximum and differentia specifica, and wear accidental forms as their visible dress. The causa prima of the forms and of their appearing coalescence in space and time is the God who stands above every multiplicity, the Absolute One. Human thought is only able to conceptualize the steps leading from him to multiplicity. It does not, however, recognize the way in which they emerge from the next higher level. A complete description of how empirical things emerge from absolute unity would have meant deriving contingent being from divine being. The enormous difficulty of this was already recognized by Aristotle. His consideration of whether a divine reason would be able to think something that it was not itself without losing its perfection bears witness to this. To think something different would be to move away from it toward something worse. Aristotle concluded from this that divine reason only thinks itself. Its thinking can only be a thinking of thinking. But Aristotle's question had not yet touched on the actual core of the problem. It left undiscussed whether a being, free of any contingency, i.e., a God limited to pure identity, could think something different from itself at all or would be prepared to do so. Only in the metaphysics of Neoplatonism did this idea become an issue. How, Plotinus asks, can the multiplicity of worldly things come from the simple one, since in this there is no multiplicity at all, no combination of anything? And, transfiguring necessity into virtue, he gives the oracular answer, well, because there was nothing in it, everything can come from it. Paradoxical logic takes the place of a rational explanation of the world. The causa prima of all intelligible and material entities is the simple one through its emptiness. It produces the counterpart to its immobility, creative movement. This already contains the model of Hegel's dialectical logic. God repels himself from himself and thus allows the world to come into being. The Neoplatonic primordial leap from an unfathomable first into the world of recognizable phenomena remains the mystical constituent of idealistic world systems right up to the modern age. The metaphysics founded by Plato and Aristotle was a theocentric theory of being. God crowned a hierarchy of entities that constituted all things, this world and the next, in their being. In this metaphysics, which Aurelius Augustine brought to universal validity in the Christian Occident, it remained unclear whether and how, given the complete indeterminacy of matter, its proximity to mere nothingness, material individual things were possible at all. Was there even such a thing as physical existence, and, if so, how? Augustine and his successors provided a strictly idealistic answer to the question posed to philosophy since Plato and Aristotle, through the permanent increase of spiritual being. A straight path leads to the point at which a problem had to take center stage in the Middle Ages. What would be the primary and truly real, the individual things immediately given to human subjectivity, or the universals, recognizable solely through abstraction from the singular? In this way, the emerging nominalism signals a new direction. For the Neoplatonic metaphysics of the early Middle Ages, of which it became the antithesis, individuality was something external to res, a surface quality. The individual existence of empirical things was to consist in nothing more than the diversity of their accidentals. The general was the sensually imperceptible substantia rerum, an entity identical in all individuals of a species. This metaphysics did not reflect on the contradiction that arises when, on the one hand, abstract generality is supposed to be what constitutes the inner substance of things, but on the other hand, only concrete individual things have real existence. The negative consequences that must result from such a lack of thought had not yet become a problem for them. However, the difference between essentia and residential was not only left undefined, but this indeterminacy was also reinforced by the fact that it sought to explain the individuality of individual things from the accidentals, from determinations that are common to many things, i.e. that themselves require concretion. If the essence really lacked nothing in relation to the thing but the accidentals, the residential could be shortened to the essence by abstracting from them. Conversely, things would come about through the mere addition of accidentals to an essentia. The essence would thus only be an essence of itself from the point of view of the thing, however, its abstract imitation. Nominalism has its conceptual genesis in the realization of this double paradox. It opposed the reified universals of metaphysics with what is immediately certain and existent in human consciousness, the abstract imitations of the residential with the res singulars. Only the perceptible individual things should have an objective being, not the universals. They are nothing more than abbreviations of those, mere names that classify qualitatively or quantitatively different things. As purely subjective concepts, for nominalism they are based on the comparative observation of a multiplicity of things. Their similarity is expressed solely in the genera and species. It is inadmissible to claim that they, too, are reality, as they are exclusively products of abstract thought. What escaped realist metaphysics, however, was only that for the conceptual constitution of the universal, in which it thought to recognize the essentia rei, the abstraction from the individual determinations of things is significant. This is simply reversed in nominalism. Abstraction is supposed to be the only reason for the emergence of genera and species. The hierarchical level structure of metaphysical entities is reduced to the activity of abstraction. Even the concept of pure being, which had denoted the essence of the divine since antiquity, is diluted to the point of ens rationis. Nominalist philosophy wants to see in it only that which remains when all particulars are set aside, and only that in which all entia agree is retained, namely that they are beings and not simply nothing. A belief in God that had been based on metaphysics for many centuries thus had to become the subject of doubt and discussion. Thus, as Anselm of Canterbury recognized, it became necessary to prove an objective existence of the divine ipsum esse against the nominalists. An irrefutable argument had become the prerequisite for absolute certainty about God, the essentia essentiarum. For Anselm, it is the most perfect of all essences, something beyond which nothing greater can be conceived. It could not be such if its perfections did not include existence. From this Anselm drew the conclusion: God exists. His seemingly self-evident assumption of an essentia divina, something greater that cannot be conceived, supposes as an objective given what nominalism had transferred to the subject, metaphysical id rerum. The concept of a most perfect being only makes sense as the apex of their hierarchy. Without the metaphysical order of being of realism, which had to be re-established against nominalist doubt, the logical compulsion for rational thought to proceed in the direction of an ultimate perfection ceases to exist. Anselm's conclusion from essence to the existence of the divine, which became famous as the ontological proof of God, draws on his remaining authority. The nominalist critique of realism had removed the universals from things and attributed them to constitutive achievements of the human subject. Nominalism overlooked the fact that there must be something in the things themselves that allows comparisons and thus abstraction from the singular. In its epistemology, the general concepts remain unmediated with the things to the same extent as they are unreflected in metaphysical realism, not mediated with the subject. The realist form of thinking was rooted in the naive conviction that empirically given things already show their essence by simply refraining from their individual constitution. But thinking in nominalism must also be understood as a belief, of course, in the opposite sense, in the form of a blind trust that subjective concepts, among which nominalism particularly wanted to count universals, can reliably correspond to objects of the external world. In contrast to these diametrically opposed forms of thought, whose competition for an exclusive uniqueness ultimately led to their overcoming medieval philosophy at its intellectual peak, which it reached in Thomas Aquinas, understood that what exists is as little exhausted in pure generality as it is in pure singularity. Omni ens est verum. Every ens naturale possesses inner lucidity through its forma substantialis, veritas ontologica, which makes what exists recognizable in itself. Its substantial form of being is founded in God's own essence and is incarnated in empirical individual beings through the divine creation of the world. For Thomas Aquinas, these central ideas of his metaphysics give rise to two things. The complete recognizability of its substantial being is suitable for every residential creata by virtue of its divine origin, but not for the bodily mind of man, which is finite and has no immediate relationship with God. It requires earthly media for access to that which is founded in the essentia divina. Such media are also the basis of his elevation to God himself, the basis of his knowledge that a God exists. These gnoseological considerations led Thomas Aquinas to reject Anselm of Canterbury's attempt to deduce the existence of a God purely a priori from the concept. Thomas counters Anselm, even if everyone were to admit that the term God is to be understood as a being beyond which nothing greater can be conceived, it does not yet follow that this being designated by the name God is also recognized as really existing, but only that it is found in human thought. According to Thomas, the proof that this being must have objective reality, because without existence it would not be the greatest conceivable, can only be provided by the sensually perceptible world. From its analysis, it must follow that its existence requires a being that exists through itself. Starting from empirical facts, Thomas strives for an assent to God that can stand up to critical reason. Even for nominalist thinking, this connection between the empirical world and God should be undeniable. Thomas develops the main argument in the proof that has become known since Kant as the cosmological proof. It states that all transient things can be just as good as not being. They therefore require sufficient reasons for their existence as well as for their appearance. Such a truly sufficient reason can only be an entity that does not itself belong to the dimension of coming into being and passing away. Consequently, there must be a being that is possible and real through itself. All philosophers and theologians mean this being that exists with inner necessity when they speak of God. Thomas concludes from the premise of his argument that his conclusion of an ens necessarium has probative force. Not even the nominalists deny that there are world things that come into being and pass away. Even assuming that these world things could be multiplied to infinity, they would still remain accidental entities. Existence is not part of their essence. Only because their essence does not include their existence, i.e. does not exist through itself, can they come into being and pass away. Contingency in the relationship between the essence and existence of empirical things is thus, according to the insight of St. Thomas, the ontological basis of a rational ascent from the world to a divine creator mundi. It follows, however, that the cosmological proof stands and falls with the realistic assumption of metaphysical entities, an assumption whose justification the nominalists have expressly denied. If the affirmation of that assumption were to fail, the cosmological proof would dissolve into a mind game like the ontological one. Thomas could have shown the factual necessity of an assumption of metaphysical entities through an examination of the atomistic explanation of nature founded by Leucippus and Democritus and rejected by Plato and Aristotle. It had to be of the utmost importance for any nominalist conception of the world. Nevertheless, Thomas failed to engage with the cosmology of Leucippus and Democritus or to reflect on the adequate mode of cognition of metaphysical entities. Aristotle's criticism of the Platonic doctrine of ideas would already have compelled him to reflect in this way. As with him, however, His faithful descendant Thomas also lacks considerations on a method that would have corresponded to the cognitive goals of metaphysics. In Aristotelian terms, Thomas starts from what the senses immediately present to the human intellect, the image of material bodies resulting from sensations, the species sensibilis. The intellect uses it to separate the essential from the non-essential. The result of this separation is the species intelligibilis. It is the mental image of a thing extra animum, which has its place within consciousness. The difference in content between sensory and mental cognition lies in the way in which they depict their object. What the senses perceive immediately, as an individual in material concretion, the intellect recognizes abstractly, immaterially, as a general. Thomas calls this individual, dematerialized by the intellect, the essentia vel natura of an ens materiale. It has its conceptual content in the principia definientia of his species. For the essentia humana designated by definitionem hominis, animalitas and rationalitas would be those content factors. For the essentia of any res, they consist in genus proximum and differentia specifica. In the substantial unity of both, Thomas Aquinas believed that he had found the immanent essence of the individual empirical things. The abstract separation of entities from their sensual appearance reveals God's eternal ideas of creation. The idea rerum founded in his own essence. They contain the concept of metaphysical forms of essence that has prevailed since Plato and Aristotle, the well-known ontological position that goes back to a gnosiological pseudos, positive knowledge of essence through abstract imitation of individual material things. For Thomas Aquinas, the highest level of positive knowledge of essence was the knowledge of the divine essence, the essentia essentiarum. Total detachment from the external and internal constitution of worldly things should lead to the transcendent origin of all that exists in the concept of pure being. The cosmological proof stood in the service of such abstraction, as a demonstration of its applicability. To explain the existence of worldly things, he demanded the existence of a being that, in contrast to them, would be freed from all contingency. Thomas added a positive characteristic of his God to this demarcation from the contingent. Unlike the things of the world, he is not an entity composed of essence and existence, but pure reality, an eternal ipsum esse. Such characteristics give God the attributes in which, since the beginnings of Occidental metaphysics, his sublimity above all coming into being and passing away has been seen, absolute simplicity and absolute immutability. However, Thomas, in contrast to Plotinus, left undiscussed whether a God conceived in this way would be able to produce something that had to be different from him. He did assign to the divine ipsum esse the ability to think creatively and to will worldly things. However, these qualities sink to mere postulates if their subject is fixed in a way that makes it impossible to think and will something different from it, namely as pure and therefore unchangeable being. The state of an inability to change, which contradicts divine creative power, forces Thomas to transform the Christian concept of creatio into the Neoplatonic concept of emanatio. For him, the creation of the world is the emanation of everything that exists from God. Thomas justified this shift in emphasis by arguing that God's absolute difference from all created things presupposes his absolute simplicity. Limited to pure identity, however, God is not transcendent to the world. He is thus not an ens esse, but the construction of a merely hypothetical counterconcept to cosmic multiplicity, an ens rationis. The problem on which the Thomistic doctrine of God fails is the old question of an adequate determination of the metaphysical ground of being. The hypostasis of abstract being as the most general aspect of material entities does not yet give rise to a metaphysical ground of the world. No God. Similarly, empirical things do not yet become metaphysical forms through abstraction from their individual appearance. Like Aristotle, Aquinas does not succeed in proving that they cease to be things. The metaphysical forms of being manifest their constitutive existence in the form of material entities, but not their being in itself. What they are in themselves cannot be read from their principiata, neither via abstractiones nor by any other method of human cognitio rerum. This was as little understood by Thomas as by Aristotle, for him the highest philosophical authority. Thomistic metaphysics is a hybrid, universal realism and universal nominalism at the same time instead of overcoming them. The former implies the latter. If the appearing residential is distinguished from the essentia only by its materiality, i.e. if the essentia is only the residential stripped of its material shell, then the nominalist consequence is that the essentia res is merely flatus vocis. The metaphysics founded by Plato and Aristotle loses its traditional object since William of Ockham, who insisted on this consequence most persistently. It disappears into the unreal. Nominalism became the dominant philosophy in Europe. It is the first and fundamental worldview of the early modern era. The metaphysical relationship between essence and thing, essentia communis and residential singularis, was radically transformed by the nominalist philosophers. They translated it into the modern relationship between subjective concept and phenomenon without intelligible being. They carried out this transformation because they recognized that the essentiae rerum of the old metaphysics were mere abbreviations of things. But, fatefully for all further philosophy, they failed to proceed from the realization of the false to reflection on what was also conceived in those essences, an ontological foundation of the residential naturals. Their generic and specific peculiarities are based on metaphysical essences, which, however, can only be understood through indirect cognition, through the idea that conceptually graspable attributes of appearing things cannot be founded in pure nothingness, i.e. require a ground that is constitutive for the logicality of being. Human reason cannot determine more than the necessity of such a ground about the metaphysical essence of empirical things. It is unable to fix its content. It cannot penetrate the divine essentia essentiarum, the realm of the transcendent origin of finite entities. This negative side of metaphysical knowledge allows metaphysics only as negative metaphysics. Because nominalism missed the alternative of a negative metaphysics, it arrived at a conception of residential that was just as useless as the via antiqua it fought against. The latter had fallen prey to a tautology in the relationship between essentia and res. The essence reduced to an abstract afterimage of the residential excluded any rational explanation of the possibility of individual things. Conversely, the nominalist negation of metaphysical essences also leaves the appearing nature unexplained. It is the fundamental renunciation of ontology. The new starting point was a chaos of mere uniqueness. Only the comparative and coordinating thinking of human subjects, who are no less hollowed-out monads than their objects, divides them retrospectively into conceptual orders, genera and species. This division proceeds in the manner of a creatio ex nihilo, where entities do not exhibit generic and specific determinacy by themselves, they are made into elements of systems through comparison and coordination. The principium vitale of nominalist thought is to be seen as a leap. It begins in incoherent multiplicity and suddenly lands in the world of rational connections. Such a gnoseology had to generate deep insecurity. The idea that without God's help human thinking could fall prey to constant deception about the existence and non-existence of empirical things. But a helping God, did he exist? Was there certainty at least about the existence of a divine being? Overcoming these uncertainties was the central task facing modern metaphysics from Descartes onwards. Descartes wanted to gain certain knowledge about God and the world by starting from the subject, to whose activity nominalism had attributed the essentiae rerum of the via antiqua. He sought a criterion of truth for such knowledge. The thinking subject should not have fictions as its object in its idea rerum. This intention of unity of the subjective and the objective could have found its adequate fulfillment through a critical examination of the question of the true character of universals, which had been discussed again and again since Aristotle. In order to justify one's own position in the face of previous philosophy, it was necessary to recognize what was right and what was wrong with the realist and nominalist doctrines. Where Descartes should have gained a legitimate position by precisely analyzing the two main directions of Occidental philosophy, he adopted the nominalist definition of universals without examination. For him, too, they remain mere names to summarize individual things that are similar to one another. Genera and species should result from comparisons between singular things and the abstraction of their particularities. By basing all universals on human thought, however, Descartes is compelled to prove under nominalistic conditions that the spiritual world of the idea rerum corresponds to a material world. The epistemological goal of his philosophizing is an indisputable knowledge of the correspondence between the two spheres, the exclusion of any deception about what is clearly and unambiguously recognized as reality. In order to achieve this goal, Descartes needed a fixed point from which he could start, a truth about which no doubt was possible. But this did not exist either in the realm of human perception or among the findings of the human mind. Here as there, deception was always to be expected, be it through false observations or false axioms or through false conclusions from premises of whatever kind. But if the human mind could fall into error in all dimensions of its activity, how could an indubitable truth be identified at all? something irrefutable from which a path would lead into the realm of absolute certainty. Descartes finds the astounding answer to this question. The way out of doubt is doubt itself. In concrete terms, this meant for him, absolutely everything can be doubted by human thinking, with the sole exception that it is momentarily occupied with doubting and that it exists in these acts of doubting itself. The supposedly total doubt has its limit in the principle of contradiction, the logical impossibility of asserting the non-existence of a being that thinks for the moment in which it thinks. This is why Descartes made the I out of the sentence. I think, therefore I am, which seemed to him to be indubitable, the basis of a system of philosophy encompassing God and the world. The ego is only certain of itself, but not of the physical world. Certainty about its existence could not be achieved in the way that had led to the self-certainty of the ego, not remaining in the medium of pure thought. Rather, the starting point of philosophical speculation had to be what human consciousness found within itself of corporeal things, id rerum. From them, it should be possible to gain certainty about the existence or non-existence of external entities. This required clear and unambiguous knowledge of the origin of the id rerum. The human ego itself had an inherent tendency to causally relate its id et imagines rerum to an external reality. It perceived within itself ideas or images that seemed similar to certain things found outside of it. Such a harmony of the inner and the outer was proof to him that the material things, through his acts of sensory perception, sent him images. However, this spatially conceived theory of knowledge had a fundamental flaw. It was based on people's unreflected tendency to believe in the existence of external things. Such an instinctive urge towards the objective, in contrast to the self-certainty of the ego, contained no testimony to its own truth. More precisely, instead of testifying to a real external world, it could be the misdirected inclination of subjects who unconsciously produced delusional id rerum purely out of themselves, which they thought were caused by material things. The objection comes from Descartes himself. It reveals the consequences of a nominalist definition of universals. For if the id rerum are only modes of human thought and physical things are inferred through them alone, what can prevent a philosopher from proceeding to a radically subjective idealism? The Cartesian answer was clear. Alongside all doubt, a deep trust in the objectivity of human knowledge is maintained. Like nominalism before him, Descartes did not follow the logic of philosophical thought, but a way of thinking of everyday life. Unlike his predecessors, however, he knows that an appeal to natural human tendencies requires justification, legitimation by the highest criterion for truth, God. He is the creator of all contingent things. A self-deception of human beings through their tendency to assume the reality of physical entities, although residential extensi do not actually exist, would be to claim that God, the causa prima of human inclinations, would have willed this deception. But that would be incompatible with his absolute truthfulness, which, according to the entire Occidental tradition, must be part of his perfection. Completely certain knowledge that he, the guarantor of the existence of the external world, was not himself a fiction was therefore required. Descartes was no longer able to provide a cosmological proof of God, which assumes a world of contingent things in order to deduce the existence of a divine cause from their existence. The existentia mundi in particular lacked certainty. His nominalist position forces Descartes to start again from that which subjectivity, certain of itself, finds in itself, the idea of the divine. Just as he had asked about the cause of the id et imagines rerum, he also had to investigate the origin of the idea Dei in human consciousness. The theoretical basis of his reflections is a time-honored axiom of scientific knowledge, the causal theorem that no effect can contain more reality than its cause. Descartes concluded from it, because the idea of an infinitely perfect being infinitely transcends finite thinking, that ens perfectissimum must have produced its own idea in human consciousness. Therefore, it is certain that God exists. As an omniscient and omnipotent entity, it is contrary to his perfection to deceive humans in their search for certainty about the being or non-being of the corporeal world. In other words, God has implanted in all human beings the belief that their id rerum derive from corporeal things. If they had a different origin, God would have to be a deceiver. For God, however, fraudulent acts are essentially impossible. His absolute perfection excludes acts that are deficient. From this logical conclusion, Descartes derives a definitive judgment. There exists a world of material bodies and also everything in them that the human mind clearly recognizes. Descartes only postulated the impossibility of man being deceived by God. What escaped his meditations on the Existentia et Perfectio Day was the possibility of a self-deception of philosophizing thought. It consisted in equating the human idea of an ens perfectissimum with the latter itself. It is indeed impossible for humans to form an idea of God that would provide information about his essence, i.e., what he is intrinsically. On the other hand, it is not impossible for them to construct an idea of God by merely abstracting from the imperfections of finite things. Thinking that exhausts itself in omission results in the Cartesian God. For Descartes, no less than for Aristotle or Thomas Aquinas, the perfection of divine being arises from the opposition to things that can be dissolved into parts and are therefore transient. His ens perfectissimum is also a concept of reflection, absolute unity of pure spirit and pure will. The more a being was removed from the world of material processes, the more perfect it appeared to him. In the divine apex of the hierarchy, Descartes wanted to recognize an entity free of all movement. He considered it alone to be a substance in the strict sense, a thing that exists in such a way that it requires no other thing for its existence. Directly below the deity ranked the human ego, referred to as the residential cogitans, which represents a reduced form of the ens perfectissimum. Like the God whose idea it carries within itself, it was supposed to be pure spirit, exclusively a thinking something. It differs from the Deus Eternus and is of a lower rank compared to it through its always contingent duration. The moment in which it exists contains neither earlier nor later moments of its existence. Thus its existence can end at any moment, but it can only begin and continue from moment to moment by virtue of a creative influence of that being which itself owes its existence to no one. That is, it is God. For the corporeal world, Descartes has assumed a form of existence analogous to the human ego. Due to their temporally and spatially limited existence, the residential extensi are at the lowest level of being. They are furthest from God, the substantia infinita. If for Descartes only the thing is a substance that exists causelessly from itself, then there could be no other substances apart from God. Nevertheless, he also wanted to see the human residential cogitans and even physical things as substances. But why? The guiding motive behind his claim is complex and contradictory. It emerges most clearly in the following consideration. Residential cogitans and res extensa must be substances because their attributes, thought and extension, could not exist on their own, but each require a carrier. This argument stems from a philosophy with which Descartes had explicitly broken: ancient and medieval metaphysics. For them, too, the idea of subjectless, free-floating, so to speak, properties would have been absurd. In diametric contrast to Descartes, however, the Via Antiqua did not start from the concept of a causeless thing in fixing the idea of substance, but rather from objects that are in causal contexts as a whole, objects of sensory perception. For neither Aristotle nor Thomas Aquinas is causelessness a characteristic of the substantiality of anything. For them, substance is merely a thing that does not presuppose another as its bearer. Una residential cui convenit esse non in subjecto. The esse in subjecto is attributed to the accidentals, the quantitative and qualitative determinations of a thing existing in esse, not, as Descartes thinks, a esse. This existere in esse means, thanks to its metaphysical essence, every residential existence is an independent, autonomous being. It does not contradict such a residential if it is a creature, i.e. ultimately created by a divine causa prima. Its causal dependence on a creator mundi does not impair its substantiality. Rather, in their freedom from a subjectum inhibitionis, there is complete agreement between God and the creature. The central difference between the two lies in the mode of their origin. God is ens esse, every creature is an ens ab alio. Through its existere in esse, the created substance has ontological priority over its accidentals, but in the order of cognition it is the result of a conclusion drawn from them, the immediately known attributes of individual things. Their specific nature led the philosophers of the Via Antiqua to infer a metaphysical basis, the intelligible essence of sensually perceptible entities. By abstracting from the sensually perceptible, it should be possible to determine it positively. Ancient and even medieval metaphysics did not realize that this path only led to a duplication. The abstract imitation of the immediate given was taken for its inner essence. Their false determination conceals the correct insight on which it was based. The insight into the necessity of an ontological basis for the properties of natural things. This means that a natural thing can only have properties to which it is directed by its intelligible being. They are rooted in its essence and serve its manifestation in space and time. Consequently, for Thomas Aquinas, as for Aristotle, the essence that constitutes an independent one is the innermost core of a substantiality of things existing in se. Descartes deliberately ignored this idea of substance, which does not denote a mode of emergence of being, but a mode of existence common to God and his creatures. It was incompatible with his nominalist rejection of metaphysical entities. If he nevertheless insists on the assumption of substances in the sphere of finite being, he is guided by the search for possible carriers of thought and extension. For him, who no longer recognizes the inner constitution of individual things, but only causal or even acausal relationships between them, the carriers of those attributes are residential cogitans and res extensa. They are said to be substances because they possess a partial causelessness due to their independence from one another. Absolute substance in the sense of ens se is only God. Residential cogitans and res extensa are solely dependent on the divine causa prima, substances indeed, but no longer absolutes. The meaning of substance had thus undergone a radical transformation. A mode of existence of real entities had become a mode of emergence, a mode of causeless existence. This change in meaning is the consequence of an inconsistency. Philosophizing on nominalist ground, Descartes was no longer allowed to demand substances. Substance was undeniably a category of the metaphysics developed by Aristotle, and thus a kind of counterband for nominalist thinking. Its inclusion in the Cartesian system followed the realization that thought and extension could not be attributes of a nothing. But in what way are their nominalistically conceived carriers, residential cogitans and res extensa, in turn more than a nothing? Descartes had to answer this question in the form of a circle. Residential cogitans and res extensa are supposed to be entities determined in themselves by that which cannot be separated from them without ceasing to be a thinking and an extended thing, namely thinking and extension. This answer makes the attributes the carriers of their carriers. Through them comes to light what Descartes refers to mere phenomena. He himself wanted to see the methodological starting point of an adequate knowledge of finite things in the establishment of thought and extension as principia rerum. He considered such an enthronement to be legitimate because every substance has a property that makes its specificity manifest. Descartes called this unique property, following the traditional terminology of medieval metaphysics, the nature or essence of a thing. By splitting an attribute into the essence and appearance of a thing, Descartes introduced a formalism of scholasticism into the history of modern philosophy that was to inhibit it for a long time. When he supposed to discover the natura or essentia of residential cogitans and res extensa in thought and extension, he succumbed to the superstition that language leads to the true essence of things. In terms of its structure, such a determination of essence was a relapse into the tautological thought pattern of the Via Antiqua. The residential extensa, fixed on pure extension as its essence, is based just as much on its own abstract imitation as the residential cogitans, limited to pure thinking. Although material and spiritual substances are not conceivable without extension and without thinking, extension and thinking cannot be the principles of the extentio and spirituality of their substantial carriers. They are only properties, not essences. But to see a principiatum in extentio, and no less in cogitatio, denied Descartes his unreflective adoption of the results of nominalist metaphysical criticism. For him, as for nominalism, there was no longer an intelligible dimension to things. The Cartesian system represents an attempt to philosophize exclusively in the spirit of physical thought. This is demonstrated most drastically by the doctrine of the genesis of the cosmos and of man. Descartes needed a God for his proof of the existence of physical things. Their creation out of nothing can only be the work of a divine creator, just like that of spiritual substances. But God only brings forth spiritual entities immediately. In the realm of residential extensi, he limits his activity to the creation and preservation of that from which appearing nature has arisen, matter and movement. Both were predetermined by their finitude and their quantity. What arises from them and has arisen since then requires no divine influence. It is regarded as superfluous. Purely mechanical causes suffice. Their effects result from two forms of contact between bodies, pressure and impact. Through them, an originally indiscriminate matter in the lawful movement of its parts would have acquired its various forms. Apart from the laws of mechanics, Descartes did not want to tolerate any other design principles. His system of a nature fixed on pure expansion would have been disrupted if he had introduced ontological principles of a meaningful connection between the individual things. He reduced the processes of the becoming of material entities to the simplest mechanical genesis, the transfer of parts of matter from the neighborhood of bodies in immediate contact to another environment. Such a conception of the world, which has its only principles in matter and motion, recognizes only variable states of formed matter. Phenomena are nothing but modifications of extension. The laws of mechanics are supposed to guarantee the rational connection of these states in all phases of the genesis of the world, especially the axiom, confirmed by physical experiments, according to which causal effects of bodies on bodies always proceed according to law. From this, Descartes deduced the unrestricted rationality of all events in the sphere of residential extensi. Analogous to the mechanical connection of the parts of an automaton, he sees the universe as a gigantic world machine. For him, every microcosm is also a machine. The human body consists of bones, nerves, muscles, veins, blood, and skin. A human body conceived in such a mechanistic way could no longer, as in Aristotelian and Thomistic philosophy, have an inherent soul, which would be its reason for life and as such also the principle of its activity. Instead, a soul belongs to the non-spatial world of the residential cogitantes. It can therefore also exist without a human body. That it must dwell in it for a lifetime was God's will, who created it and assigned it to a body. It is only because he wanted there to be a thing in addition to the residential extensi that comprises both thinking and extension that man exists. A dual creature machine on the one hand and spirit on the other. The bodily movements take place completely independently of the mind-soul, which is limited to spiritual acts. They are neither subject to the rule of the human will nor to any spiritual power at all. But how is it that the material and spiritual processes in man are coordinated? The harsh dualism of the two substances seemed to preclude a satisfactory answer. For the followers of Descartes, a connection between them could only come about through unrestricted recourse to the sphere of the divine as the realm of the transcendent origin of the two entities. As Arnold Jolynks proclaimed, pointing the way for later idealistic views of the world, it is God himself who establishes the connection between mental acts and physical impulses in human beings, which he synchronizes through his parallel action in both. This was of precise logic. If the human body and human soul are mutually exclusive, i.e. interactions between them are not possible, then the cause of their corresponding behavior must exist outside of them, as the encompassing causa prima of their being and becoming. Descartes himself did not want to go as far as this consequence. Instead, in blatant contradiction to his own definition of body and soul, he inferred a place that would allow an immediate relationship between the two. He believed he had found this place in the human brain, the bodily organ in which the recognizable path of sensory impressions ends. Inside the brain, sensory impressions are supposed to act on the spiritual human soul in order to trigger ideas in it about the things from which they originate. This hypothesis could only have been more than a mere assertion if Descartes had succeeded in proving that the human soul makes use of physical, sensual qualities. His philosophy, however, demanded the exact opposite. For a soul reduced to pure thinking could neither develop intentions directed towards material things nor receive impressions from them. For this reason, since Jolynks, Descartes' successors have called for a return to an omnipotent entity by means of which the human soul and human body are tuned to a common rhythm. God alone is active in both entities. Man's soul and body are mere media of his activity. If Jolynks places the work of the deity at the center of his philosophy, it is only consequent that his teaching strives towards a cosmology. The following should apply to the entire universe. No effect can emanate from any created being. All movements of bodies are immediate products of divine causality. This theory was developed from the Cartesian concept of matter, which by its very nature should be nothing but pure expansion. Matter conceived in this way could only have geometric properties. Without any acting forces, material things had to be incapable of their own movement. Jolynks does concede that there is the appearance of an inherent causality of the residential extensi. However, this is a deception. In truth, God always simultaneously adds to his action in certain physical things the corresponding effects in other physical things. According to Jolynks, all the laws of nature laid down by the physical sciences are based on this primordial law of divine action. Nicolas Malebranche teaches something similar when he pushes Jolynks's doctrine of the determination of all cosmic events by God. The study of nature, he states in his Recherche de la Vérité, is in every respect false and void if one seeks in it other true causes than the expressions of the will of the Almighty or the general laws according to which he is incessantly active. How this is to be understood is shown by Malebranche's explanations about the collision of two bullets. There it says, "Men may not judge that a moving ball is the principal and true cause of the motion of the ball it finds on its way, since the first does not have the power to move of itself. They can only judge that this meeting of two spheres is an opportunity for the author of the motion of matter to carry out the decision of his will, which is the comprehensive cause of all things, by communicating to the other sphere a part of the motion of the first, that is, to speak more clearly, by willing that the second should gain as much motion on the one side as the first loses on the other, for the moving power of bodies can only be the will of him who sustains them. Just as the material bodies are deprived of any capacity for activity of their own, the human soul is said to be in the same impotence, namely in a state of complete inability to recognize anything or to feel anything or even to will anything unless God motivates it to do so. Malebranche proclaims the quintessence of the philosophy developed by Julinx and himself in an axiom. There is only one true cause, because there is only one true God. The nature or power of everything is only the will of God. Spinoza drew the pantheistic conclusion from this all-pervading action of the Godhead. Where there are no independent causes, there can be no things that exist for themselves, but only one substance that fills the universe, the divine. The changeable phenomena of the spiritual and material world in their totality form the perceptible existence of the substantia divina. They are modes of divine self-revelation. Conversely, God can only be conceived within a world that has him as its substance. God and the world relate to each other as different aspects of the same reality, representing it once in the form of unity, the other time in the form of multiplicity. The Cartesian dualism of residential cogitans and res extensa has given way to monism. There is complete agreement between mental and material processes. Ordo et connexio idearum idem est ac ordo et connexio rerum. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. Spinozist philosophy succeeds in completing Cartesian philosophy. God, whom Descartes had still considered with the function of a mediator between residential cogitans and res extensa, has become a completely impersonal system of identity. The development was logically predetermined. If substance, according to Cartesian doctrine, is a thing that exists of itself, then only God could be understood as a substance. The substantia divina had to be inherent in that multiplicity which, in the traditional language of philosophy, is called the world. Where Descartes and his successors Julinx as well as Malebranche refused this consequence, an intention emerges. The God of theology, the creator of the world, should still be preserved in the image of transcendence, against the logic of his own system. The logic of philosophical systems, however, does not tolerate unresolved contradictions. In Spinoza's pantheism, the opposition between God and the world disappears. Reduced to modes in which the divine substantia mundi appears, all singular things have lost their own being. As one with their substantiality, they have also had to cede their attributes to the deity. For Spinoza, thought and extension, increased to infinity, are attributes of a divine world substance. Applied to the deity, Spinoza adhered to the Cartesian division of an attribute into the essence and appearance of a thing. Combined to form a differenceless unity, thought and extension are the essence of the infinite substance, unfolded into the multiplicity of modes of its appearance. This inner divine identity of unity and multiplicity becomes the epitome of metaphysics in Hegel's absolute idealism. Either Spinozism or no philosophy is his motto. Spinoza is a turning point in modern philosophy. With his doctrine that all singular things are only special manifestations of their eternal Urgrund, he led modern metaphysical thought on the path to a universal tautology. The manifold modes are said to emerge from God in the order in which they appear in cosmic and earthly processes. Their connections in these processes can certainly be conceptualized, but their emergence from the Godhead remains obscure. The fact that Spinoza assumes an absolute unity, which carries everything spatially and temporally distinct within itself, forces him to renounce a rational explanation of the world. Instead of a derivation of the many from the one, which would have corresponded to his geometric methodology, he offers only a meager parable. In the same way that it follows from the nature of the triangle that its three angles are equivalent to two right angles, infinitely many things are said to have flowed and continue to flow from the nature of the Godhead. Spinoza's ontological monism did not allow for a God as a person. He is substantia mundi, nothing but that. A system of identity of all that exists has taken the place of a God who is essentially different from the world, even for Descartes and also for Julinx and Malebranche. One only has to ask what would remain of Spinoza's God if the world were not also considered. It would lead to a complete absurdity. God as the substance, which by virtue of its essence also possesses existence, would lack the infinite multiplicity of cosmic entities in which it has the medium of its real existence. If, conversely, God were to disappear, there would still remain a universe of lawfully acting and reacting individual things. The materialist representatives of the French Enlightenment, Helvetius, Lametrie, Holbach, were the only ones to draw this radical conclusion from Spinoza's philosophy. Thus Baron de Holbach formulated the program of all naturalistic cosmology with the utmost decisiveness. The genesis of the world must be explainable without the action of a God. Matter and motion are also the fundamental principles in his theory of the origin of the world. He considers both to be no less eternal than Descartes and Spinoza considered their God to be, consequent on his materialistic replacement of God by the world. By limiting the Principia Mundi to matter and motion, Holbach revived the central idea of ancient materialism, according to which all perceptible things were merely the results of the motion of atoms, after 2 millennia. At the same time, his restriction of the principles of the world made him the forefather of the modern theory of the self-organization of the universe. For him, it follows from a permanent striving of the elements, distinguished primarily by their size, weight, and shape, for manifold connections. From the lifeless stone, which is formed in the interior of the earth through a meeting of similar or related corpuscles, to the thinking and acting human being, Holbach sees an uninterrupted progression in the constitution of the world, a chain of connecting movements from which things emerge that are themselves different to the extent of the diversity of their material elements. The real existence of such elements is the supreme premise. Compared to their constituta, the visible things, the elements are conceived as unchangeable. They are not subject to decay, nor have they ever come into being. This programmatic idea, with which Holbach rejected a genesis of the elements from indifferent primordial matter, is guided by the conviction that matter without a specific constitution would be pure nothingness. For him, real matter can only exist as formed matter. It must possess physically determinable properties. Through such considerations, Holbach arrives at the assumption of a priority of structures over processes. Platonically speaking, a priority of being over becoming. He knows that only material elements with structural characteristics are capable of different movements and thus of constituting what is to result from their movements, things of sensory perception. The next step in this sequence of ideas had to consist of more detailed information about the process of the constitution of perceptible things. It had to be stated clearly and unambiguously how movements of different elements lead to very specific connections that represent qualitatively different things. It was not possible to derive a relationship to such compounds from the elements themselves. They contained the prerequisite for syntheses in the form of physical properties, but no relationship to any product of their movements. Holbach's atheistic reduction of the Principia Mundi to matter and motion ruled out teleology just as much as Descartes' cosmology, which had assigned those principles to a divine act of creation. According to Holbach, the creation of the world and all worldly things is an exclusively mechanical process. Over the course of an eternity, the constant influence of the elements on each other has led to an immeasurable number of combinations, a number that is completely sufficient to understand the existence of the universe in a natural way. For Holbach, it is by itself what it is. If a transcendent cause of the world as a whole is sought, an active principle beyond the real existing nature, then, says Holbach, human thinking enters imaginary realms where, instead of finding certainty, it always stands before an abyss of uncertainties and darkness. As the first positivist of modernity, Holbach formulates the procedural norm that all natural scientists, some of them even before him, follow. Effects may only be explained from immanent causes, that is, those that are components of nature. In strictly materialistic terms, he only wants nature to be understood as what it appears to be, a huge accumulation of existing substances endowed with peculiarities. A nature conceived in this way has neither intelligence nor purpose. The material elements, of which it is the sum, indiscriminately produce crude debris as well as sentient and thinking living beings through their purely mechanical action. What is created in nature in this way is also destroyed again through the decay of what has been created. The cycle of perpetual creation and destruction is its principium vitale, the motor of its self-organization. Can there be a rationally explainable ascent from the lower to the higher in this system of nature? The scheme of ascent is apparently completely rational. Only if different elements form the starting point are different movements possible, which lead to different connections. All things in the perceptible world are said to emerge from such connections, which are themselves to be imagined as components of more complex connections that enter into manifold relationships. The strength of the schema lies in its starting point. However, reflection breaks off at this point. Nowhere does the consideration arise as to whether the axiom of the diversity of the elements is sufficient to explain even the first stage in the genesis of the world. There is a gulf between the diverse elements and the connections they enter into in the products of their movement, between the multiplicity of elements and the individuation of individual things. A rational bridging of this chorism would have required the insight into the necessity of a principle that coordinates the movements of the elements to produce concrete individual things. The general rejection of principles of a metaphysical character makes Halbach a dogmatist, the tireless proclaimer of the belief in the omnipotence of movement according to the laws of mechanics. By virtue of their interaction, the elements should be able to create cosmic conditions that would enable them to produce all things in the visible world without difficulty. It is irrelevant whether the human mind can comprehend the creation of their works or not. With such dogmatism, Halbach has not solved the problem that would have to be solved by philosophical thinking, namely to show how very specific individual things result from the movement of elements, but has skipped over it. Materialistic explanations of nature descend to ideology. Halbach completed what Descartes had unconsciously initiated with his mechanistic view of the world, a renewal of the cosmology founded by Leucippus and Democritus. All the theological components of Cartesian doctrine have been eradicated from his theory of nature. No less radically than in the ancient materialists' conception of the world, only mechanics should determine cosmic events. This expectation was tantamount to a declaration of war on Descartes' theocentrically minded successors. For them, nature in all the details of its being and becoming was the product of a causality ordained by God. There was only one point, albeit a decisive one, where the two extremes met: in method. Both Halbach and the Cartesians wanted to derive the individual things that come into being and pass away from something that they believed to be the ultimate original and absolute first. They approached the same problem from different angles. Halbach sought the path that would lead from the multiplicity of material elements to the sensually perceptible individual things. Spinoza, on the other hand, wanted to arrive at these individual things from the real unity of the divine. Despite the different starting points, the problem had the same structure in both views of the world. In both the one and the other, entities were to be deduced that represented something richer in content than their claimed origin: concrete entities. The pure identity of a god was just as unsuitable as the mere multiplicity of material elements as the principle of their genesis. In this radical confrontation, the possibility of a combination became visible. Could not the genesis of the world be derived from a union of the principles of idealism and materialism, unity and multiplicity, which are inseparable in every world thing? Hegel tried most intensively to achieve such a synthesis. He was guided by the intention of making comprehensible as a process what Spinozistic idealism had only demanded: the unfolding of a genesis of cosmic multiplicity from divine unity. What was needed was nothing more and nothing less than a dynamization of the God of philosophical tradition. Whether and in what way this could succeed could only be determined by a critical reflection that had not yet found a place in Spinoza's system: a reflection on the gnoseological basis of the traditional idea of God. At the beginning of modern philosophy, Descartes had posed the question: how does human consciousness arrive at the idea of the divine? Through God himself was his answer. It was adopted by his successors' theocentric explanations of nature, as was the doctrine of God founded by Plato in the Middle Ages. The Cartesians did not reflect critically on this concept of the divine any more than the medieval philosophers before them. Plato's theology, however, gave rise to the idea of God as pure identity, which has been continuously held in the Occident. The banishment of everything non-identical from the sphere of the esse divinum, which was never discussed by the metaphysicians of the modern age or the Middle Ages, turned the creation of the world into a completely irrational act within the Godhead that was absolutely incomprehensible to humans. For centuries, people closed themselves off to the realization that a God whose absolute unity is only derived from the contrast to the existing diversity of the cosmos is ultimately a meaningless abstraction. Only Kant and Hegel come across the paradox. A deity conceived by humans can only be given to humans as a result of their thinking, never immediately. Conceived as pure identity, it would be a product of philosophy. The founder and the perfecter of classical German philosophy drew radically opposite conclusions from this thought. In the style of a negative metaphysics, Kant assumes the limitations of human reason and denies it the capacity for an affirmative determination of the Godhead. Due to its subject, the human being as much a sensitive as a spiritual being, its positive cognition is dependent on what is vividly given. It is precisely this attachment to sensory perception that makes the divine constituent of nature utterly unattainable for them. Kant concludes from this that nature cannot be explained from God, as from above. Every metaphysician who, according to the method of Occidental prima philosophia, nevertheless sought to determine God by abstracting from the empirical manifold by ascending from below, placed an entity of human thought on the same level as the transcendent origin of the sensually perceptible world. Hegel wanted to eliminate this dependence on God with a coup de force. No ontological priority was to be accorded to the activity of human thought, on the contrary. It was God himself who generated human thought about God. At the pinnacle of modern philosophizing, Hegel thus provides an answer to the Cartesian question of how an idea of the divine arises in human consciousness. This answer could not be limited to a mere variation of the Cartesian one. If it was said there that the idea of an infinitely perfect being could not be formed by human as finite thinking, then it was up to Hegel to show how a God, who apparently only resulted from human abstraction from the contingent world, must himself have been the one who made this path of abstraction possible in the first place. The driving force behind such theodicy was Hegel's conviction of the impossibility of a materialistic explanation of the world. He did not want to accept Holbach's system of nature as anything more than a mere accumulation of inadequate thoughts about matter and motion. He went very far in this. He considered the scientific attempts that emerged in his era to explain the evolution of genera and species on the basis of long periods of time to be completely invalid. If time is thought of as pure quantity, the emergence of something qualitatively new cannot be derived from it. It was a condition of development, not its principle. The evolution of more concrete from simpler entities presupposes a principle that is capable of relating material processes to goals within a world plan. The legitimate assumption of a principle of such great power of being, however, requires something that physical thinking with its methodology could never achieve: the step into the sphere of the divine. Hegel recognized most clearly among modern philosophers that such a step, if successful, would enable statements about the ontological becoming of material entities. This was preceded by reflections on the traditional idea of the absolute, world genesis, understood internally as a divine process. This gave rise to the next task of deducing the world from God. A stringent derivation of cosmic multiplicity from absolute unity should not only show how God created the world, but also allow the conclusion that only God is effective in human thinking about God. Hegel, like all his predecessors, including the Bible, had placed a divine being before the beginning of the world. But he, more than any other metaphysician since antiquity, was aware of a crucial difficulty. Humans cannot know immediately who or what God is. As with worldly things, reflections on God are only possible on the basis of historically handed down knowledge. For Hegel, this meant that only reflection on a concept that has always expressed the essence of the esse divinum for Occidental philosophy can lead to knowledge of God's true being, pure identity. The result of such reflection is a new idea of the divine. For it, in contrast to earlier ideas, the proof of its truth must be provided. This requires nothing less than the deduction of the universe from that which is to be fixed in that idea, God. To do this, a necessary prerequisite had to be fulfilled. It was necessary to overcome the form of thought that had allowed the God of philosophical tradition to congeal. Hegel saw in the immobility of pure being as a divine being the consequence of the fact that everything that could stand in the way of the identity of an absolute first was always merely eliminated, but never negated with the prudence that would have been necessary to make the constitutive significance of an abstraction from everything non-identical recognizable for human subjectivity. If this meaning is recognized, pure being gains a new form. Its absolute unity with itself would then be identical with its mediation, the negation of all cosmic multiplicity. In Hegel's idealist dialectic, the scheme of its genesis also becomes the scheme of the genesis of the world. Just as pure being came into being through the negation of the world, it should conversely, through its negative relation to itself, allow the world to emerge from itself. Hegel believed that he had found the true concept of the absolute in the positivity of pure being, which is pure negativity by virtue of its genesis. It is a God who, always already turned into its opposite, would have emptied himself into the world. In Hegel's dialectic, the idealization of finite things, their dissolution into modes of the one substance, which Spinoza had pursued, spills over into divine being. This, above all, is its total idealism. The identity of the deity is also conceived as participation in the movement of the negative. God negates himself. He becomes world. In it, his activity brings about the development of the cosmos. For Hegel, this is seen from within, a return of the deity from nature, the ascent of the ipsum esse to the manifestation of its concrete concept. That it becomes manifest takes place in human history. It is the culmination of the cosmic. Man's abstracting thinking can only rise above the world because it is a medium in which the divine spirit returns to itself from its externalization. Through such a return, God allows the idea of what he himself is to arise in human consciousness, the idea of the absolute. He remembers himself as the one who was God in externalization, just as he now, in the phase of memory, manifests himself as man's consciousness of God. Philosophy has to consider this anamnesis of the divine spirit. It itself belongs to the way of his memory and grants him the knowledge of his essence. As spirit, God cannot be a being. This is the affirmative meaning that Hegel gives to the desubstantialization of the absolute of Occidental metaphysics. The modern forms of the dissolution of transcendent being become moments that God himself created in order to mediate with himself. The question of what this God who mediates with himself is supposed to be in himself is cut off. He is only in his externalization as the foundation of the world. Hegel concludes a tradition that, since the nominalist critique of the metaphysical ipsum esse had tainted God with negativity, for him, the world emerges from its divine ground, but not in such a way that this ground remains below. Its positing consists in its simple disappearance. The atheistic conclusion that the French materialists had drawn from the Spinozistic opposition of God and the world is turned into a positive one, divine existence as a cosmic historical process. Thanks to this turn to the positive, Hegel was able to say that the content of philosophy and science is God and nothing but God and the explication of God. This God is, of course, a completely meaningless entity. As a principle that is absorbed in its function, the mediation of the world, it is unable to fulfill this function. Instead of a world ground, he is a mere flatus vocis, except that his nothingness is dialectically paraphrased in such a way that he gives himself up and disappears into the world, which would then have already happened. Hegel had striven for the completion of Occidental metaphysics in a kind of pantheistic world system. He was convinced that, through a process of endless negations, he had found the solution to the problems that had been central to philosophical thought since antiquity. Above all, the problem of the genesis of the world. Instead of a solution, however, he ended up with a pseudo-solution, a merely verbal progression or the belief in the creation of positivity from negativity. In his deity, reduced to an absolute not, he concluded what nominalism had begun, the desubstantialization of all entities. Its anti-metaphysical view of the world was the beginning of a nihilism of ever more universal proportions. Like modern philosophy, the theological via moderna also demonstrates this. The nominalistic devaluation of the metaphysical universal reality leaves only a subjective doctrine of faith from the objective theology of the Middle Ages. The dogma of God as Deus Unus, like the doctrine of the Trinity and the Incarnation, presupposed the evidence of real entities. The possibility of dogmatics as an objective doctrine of faith was thus mediated by the possibility of metaphysics as an objective philosophy. When it lost its authority in the historical process, it was also over. The possibility of an objective faith had to become something highly problematic since nominalist philosophy had asserted itself. A gnosiological error. Its thinking, which sees itself as creating generality and objectivity, is at the same time the ultimate threat to religion. In order to save it, it must limit itself. As results from the comparison of empirical things, the universals should only be applicable to sensually perceptible entities. But this self-limitation of human knowledge pushes God outwards. From now on he resides in the beyond of the objectively rational. Thus he becomes an irrational power, the God hidden from himself. No rational path leads to him anymore. Neither could it be determined from the world on the basis of the nominalistic via moderna whether there is a God at all, nor what he could or could not be. Belief in him was no longer a simple matter of holding him to be true. The religious subject of modernity professes to believe in something that seems absurd to him. An insubstantial being is now the object of his faith. Only a faith that has not been compromised by knowledge can consider it to be God. In the theological via moderna, God becomes a result of subjective faith, whereas in the Middle Ages he was the objectively valid content of an unquestionably prevailing knowledge. The nominalists and reformers wanted to save religion by limiting knowledge to experience, but with their deus absconditus as a total negation of objective reason, they made the human subject absolute. The meaning of what it believed in was no longer confirmed in metaphysical entities, but exclusively in the act of faith. This is the opposite of what the theological via moderna had intended in its beginnings. Human subjectivity should refer to God himself and no longer merely to the ipsum esse, as a concept mediated by abstract thinking. But in the nominalistic deus absconditus, people only reach themselves. The fact that this hidden God was revealed to faith had to one day turn out to be a subjective faith itself. The ego of the theological via moderna, which, for example in Luther, already looks like a preliminary stage to Fichte's absolute ego, limits its knowledge for the sake of faith. The result is no beyond of knowledge, nothing divine, no new substance of faith, but only a mental construction. This is becoming increasingly evident today. Theology, too, recognizes that everything it once taught about God was based on mere faith. It no longer dares to make statements that would reify God, that would make him a God in himself. The fear that all traditional ideas of God are still mythological ideas in need of demythologization is overpowering. This is the consequent continuation of the nominalist criticism of medieval universal realism. If the universal is merely ens rationis, then God, both as ipsum esse and as the revealing logos, can only be a historically relative word. For the most advanced theologians of modern Protestantism, Rudolf Bultmann and Paul Tillich should be mentioned here first and foremost. Making it a word in itself, or even an entity, means a relapse into mythological thinking. They deny the possibility of a metaphysical elevation to God, aware of the danger that a penetrating reflection on the nominalistic origins of their own doctrine of knowledge would bring them. Such reflection should have led to the conclusion that faith can only conjure up the reality of God, nothing more. Theological thinking could only achieve more by recognizing what nominalism had overlooked in its rejection of metaphysical universal reality. Where there are no more ontological entities, the world and God wither away into something completely empty inside. Protestant theology wanted to avoid the nihilistic consequences of nominalism by merely believing in the traditional content of the Christian message. It has renounced, at least until now, a metaphysics purified by critical thinking. Instead, it wants to demythologize those contents, to purify them from the outdated ideas of unenlightened epochs and thus make them suitable for contemporary thinking impregnated with science. Among modern theologians, Rudolf Bultmann was the first to carry out such demythologization. For him, the traditional doctrine of a supernatural substantia divina no longer has an objective basis. The modern worldview excludes in principle a heavenly afterlife in which God could dwell. In antiquity and the Middle Ages, however, the cosmological credibility of Christian theology was based on the assumption of a spatial afterlife. As long as there was an empyrean above the earth and a hell below it, the stories of Christ's ascent to heaven and descent into hell had a sensual power of persuasion. Jesus could also have come to earth as the Son of God, as a pre-existent heavenly being who became man for the sake of our redemption, who took suffering upon himself, even to the point of the cross. These ideas are called mythological not only because they were also and originally widespread among the mythologies of the Jews and pagans and were then transferred to the historical person of Jesus, but also because of their reification of the divine. However, it is precisely this reification that is inseparable from traditional Christianity. It had always spoken of the transcendent divine power as an earthly entity, thereby lending it conceivable objectivity. Like every religion that objectified the divine in human terms, Christianity carried the danger of self-destruction from the very beginning. Every advance in the knowledge of nature was bound to promote its erosion. The Christian belief in an objectively tangible divine power was only substantial as long as human thought did not see through its own actions. It did not recognize the emergence of objective transcendence in the hypostasis of its ideas. Bultmann wants to purify the Christian message of this legacy of the Middle Ages. He rejects any theology that mythologically assumes a God who would have organized a revelation of eternal truths that is binding for all people in a recognizable way. Entirely in line with the nominalist tradition of thought, which always declared the sole reality of the individual against metaphysical philosophizing, divine revelation should instead always and exclusively be addressed to individuals. It is recognized by them in a personal decision. There are no rationally comprehensible reasons for its recognition, because there is nothing in the realm of objective knowledge by which revelation could identify itself as such. To whom it is given should be just as contingent as its content, dependent solely on God's inscrutable grace. Divine revelation would therefore only happen when divine grace becomes an event in the Word, addressed to individual people, but also only spoken through the mouth of men. This is what has become of the Church's doctrine of the incarnation of the divine Logos after it has been subjected to the process of demythologization. Just as this incarnation once became an event in the words of Jesus, it should, according to Bultmann, happen anew in every genuine sermon and in every Christian promise. For Bultmann and his followers, however, statements of this kind cannot claim to be objectively true. No scientifically relevant theology could claim that divine words were spoken through the mouth of Jesus. In antiquity and the Middle Ages, it was still possible to see something divine in the figure of Jesus. Today, Jesus is first and foremost a historical phenomenon. Only through the existential nature of faith in him is he supposed to be something beyond that. According to the maxims of Bultmann's theology, the historical view of the figure and words of Jesus would have to be transformed into this kind of faith in order to remain in conformity with the New Testament. However, such a transformation does not result as a logical consequence of the historical view that strives for objectivity. It arises exclusively from the faith of the believing individual, existentially moved by what the Christian message proclaims. The believer says, "Nevertheless," or "nevertheless." He does not reflect on facts, not even on the facts of salvation. He creates them at best. Even as the creator of the world, God can therefore only remain the content of a personal confession, such that a person understands himself as a creature who owes his existence to God. The consequence of this is that God and his actions are only visible to the eye of faith. Precisely where the assumption of divine action appears completely unfounded and absurd to scientific reason, faith should be allowed to assume that God acts. According to Bultmann, it is part of the paradox of faith that Christian faith nevertheless understands an event that is completely understandable in the natural or historical course of events as divine action. Only this is true faith in miracles. In contrast to modern pantheism, which assumed a direct identity of God's actions with worldly events, Bultmann adheres to the paradoxical identity of both. He opposes their apparent non-identity with his profession of faith. I trust that God is at work here and there, and that his actions are of the utmost importance for my own existence. Faith, which is not dependent on any criteria of human rationality, thus becomes the Archimedean point from which the world of scientific research would be transformed into a world of God. The main actor in the process of transformation is the individual. He must perform deeds of faith, as the martyrs of Christianity once did. His existential faith, which sets a nonetheless against the facts of science, has shifted the martyrdom inwards. It consists of enduring a divided subjectivity that sees no rational path that could lead out of modern senselessness. As a medium that is supposed to transform the world, this faith itself is still a piece of unrecognized mythology. In it, human subjectivity is made into an idol, for which God only represents a fact that can be stated within its credo. It says the same thing when Bultmann writes, "Anyone who believes in such a God stands in a vacuum, so to speak. The statable facts and the vacuum converge. The hope for a new heaven and a new earth clings to the imaginary, the God of personal commitment, to be created by the individual himself." Bultmann's theology through demythologization wanted to be understood as critical theology. What emerged from his critique of traditional theology, however, became an apotheosis of human subjectivity. The paradox of a radical demythologization, which offers the divine creator of the world a new home in faith, follows the tradition of nominalism, which is not concerned with what is true, but with suggesting a worldview that suits people. Without the assumption of a deity, the Christian message of salvation would be an aesthetic event. The promise of bodily resurrection would be no hope. This was the secret reason why Bultmann made a paradoxical belief in God the existential focus of his demythologizing theology. Bultmann was well aware of the arbitrary, even absurd nature of this leap of thought. Theology, however, can neither be justified nor justified by irrational action. This paradoxical faith is, strictly speaking, empty of content. Pure faith. According to Paul Tillich, there is nothing concrete for them to believe in, and therefore nothing that has the power to overcome human fear of the nothingness of everything that exists. Paul Tillich attempted to activate Bultmann's paradox of faith by invoking a God who would be free of mythological ideas. Completely desubstantializing the divine was supposed to reveal its true nature. The only new aspect of this methodological approach is the strictness with which everything predicative is removed from the concept of God. Tillich sees historically determined reifications in the predicates from which theological thought had continuously constructed the deity since antiquity. God would be such and such a thing, especially one endowed with omniscience and omnipotence. According to Tillich, predicates can only have meaning for theology as symbols. They symbolize God's infinite sublimity above all limits of the finite. For example, in the doctrine of God as the creator of the world, it points to the dependence of everything conditional on an absolute unconditional. Those who take the doctrine of creation literally rather than symbolically, on the other hand, would have to imagine a divine entity that exists somewhere in space and has created a world next to it. This mythological way of thinking would place God in the total number of cosmic things. This is precisely why it is only possible to speak of God as the creator mundi in a symbolic sense. Tillich wants to accept the God of theistic religions, who has been reified into an entity, merely as a symbol for a God above the God of theism. But what would remain of a supertheistic God in terms of its ontological content? Tillich gives the following answer: the being of God is the being self. This supertheistic being self should not be understood in the sense of the medieval ipsum esse, a being that is removed from all contingency. As such, being elevated to the absolute had fallen prey to nominalist criticism. It brought to light that it is by no means the highest reality, but a mere product of philosophy. Tillich wanted to take this into account as Schelling had done before him, pointing the way for all modern ontology. His philosophy of nature states, since everything that can be said to be is of a conditional nature, only being itself can be the unconditioned. For Schelling, the predicate being is restricted to the objects of human perception. They are only members of lawful contexts within which they, interacting with each other, reveal their existence, i.e. manifest that they are beings and not pure nothingness. This restriction of being to sensually perceptible things corresponded to the nominalist tradition of thought. According to Schelling, a supreme principle of those connections, which the idealistic philosophy of modern times, even when it became critical from Kant onwards, always assumed, must have a completely different ontological nature compared to that which stands in perceptible interactions. As the being itself that transcends everything empirical, it can never be said of it that it is. It, which is neither a being nor a nothing, should be absorbed in its function, the creation of connections, that is, in absolute activity without its own substrate. Schelling did not explain how substrate-less activity would be possible or even conceivable in reality. Half in the style of a mystery, half in the style of a bluff, the questioner is shown the door. He who cannot think activity without substrate cannot philosophize at all. Unfortunately, this phrase also casts a pale light on the condition that Tillich places on the study of philosophy, namely that philosophizing involves faith. With this kind of lock, he also leaves all philosophizing from the pre-Socratics to the modern representatives of a rational view of the world at the door. His explanation: because only God himself knows God, he alone is in a position, through his revelations, to convey to believing people a knowledge of the deepest ground of their being. Schelling made the ability to philosophize dependent on the feat of being able to think activity without substratum. Tillich only admits human reason to the truth after making a profession of faith, the Protestant creed, which had degraded human reason to an entity afflicted with untouchable sin. Inaccessibility to discursive thinking is the decisive characteristic of divine being in both the one and the other. The ontological question of whether and how that being is something essential in itself seems to be posed incorrectly by both. It is only in that it always and forever creates itself in eternity. For Tillich's theology, this means that God is neither a substance nor a being at all, not even under the name of a most perfect being. In positive terms, this negative definition should mean that the divine being self, as that through which something is and not simply nothing, does not exist as a being, but only as its creative ground. Transformed into a no longer ontically conceivable God above God, In Paul Tillich's theology, God regains the glory of the foundation of the world, which he had lost ever more radically in the process of the modern explanation of nature. Like the old God, the God beyond theism is also regarded as the unconditional ultimate reality. However, there is a qualitative difference in relation to the gnosiological value of such a predication. In the ancient and medieval worldview, the old God was the climax, the highest point in the metaphysical elevation of human thought. In contrast, God above God is the absolute unconditional only on the condition of a belief that takes him as the absolute, although no rational knowledge provides any motives for this. Without rational motives, this ability to believe owes itself to acts of grace. They are acts of grace from God, a God above God, in whom we henceforth believe. Tillich knows that his helping power is effective in all people who, in the fear of religious doubt, ask for an ultimate whence and whither of their existence. This means always according to Tillich, where they recognize the traditional God as dead, where they feel a gap where God should be the meaning of their lives, they experience beyond the theistic God a present God. They can say yes to him because in being seized by him, they are able to counter the ever-present threat of non-existence, which can overtake them in fate and death, with a nevertheless of faith. This nevertheless is the existential core of Tillich's demythologized theology. It has its principium vitale in subjective faith, not in the consistent idea of a true being of the divine. What it considers to be God above the God of theism is only the hypostasis of an acting without an agent. A non-existent God is accorded a higher dignity than the existing. Behind such nihilism stands, very similar to Schelling, the nominalist doctrine of being, in other words, a conception of reality sworn to empiricism. It only grants objective existence to things that are accessible to human observation. Tillich's tacit acceptance of its anti-metaphysical dogma results in the uncritical equation of the finite and the existent. It forbids him to think of God as one who exists. The ontological weakness of his theology is the punishment for renouncing critical reflection. For Bultmann, as for Tillich, belief in God could no longer apply to any content that existed objectively, i.e. before belief. The method of their doctrine of God proceeds as if a bridge were being built in the expectation that a shore beyond would then be formed. This paradoxical procedure found its sharpest antithesis, almost simultaneously, in the theology of Karl Barth. It culminates in a programmatic demand. The traditional content of his doctrine of God should be infinitely more important to the Christian than all acts of faith. Barth sees in the modern reversal of this relationship, in the relativization of all dogmas to the thinking and feeling of people, an aberration of Christianity that must lead to its dissolution. He wants to counteract this. His desire for the absolute validity of what God himself had made the object of Christian faith in manifold revelations strives to go back behind the Reformation to the objective theology of the Middle Ages. It had the basis for its objectivity in a metaphysical view of the world founded by Plato and Aristotle. Similar to the medieval church teachers, Barth demands the highest objectivity of theology, but this time without support in any metaphysics. Inspired by the traditional idea of Protestantism that man, afflicted with hereditary guilt, can only go wrong on his own, he considers a natural theology to be impossible. In contrast to the medieval attempts at a metaphysical ascent from contingent things to a supreme principle of their being, human knowledge of God appears to him to be possible only in the form of supernatural knowledge through God's own revelation. It, whose existence the Holy Scriptures testify to, should be the highest authority, a power of the divine word founded in itself. Only by denying revelation could one ascribe to it a higher or deeper reason different from itself, or want to understand, accept or reject it from such a higher or deeper reason. However, it is real and true from no other, but in itself and for us through itself. Barth did not succeed in proving such an assertion. Nor could he point to any case in the history of theology where a revelation in itself and for mankind was real and true through itself. From mere opinion, he demands that the God of Christianity should be accepted without restriction in his earthly form, just as he himself had determined it to be a revelation of his extramundane reality. Barth said, "God is who he is in the book of the Old and New Testament that speaks of him." And the Christian definition of God consists simply in the statement, "He is spoken of there, so let us hear what is said of him. He who can be seen and heard is God." Such an unusual concept of God would have required a gnosiological justification. However, Barth neither sought nor even considered it necessary. Instead, He sees the highest activity of human reason in simply hearing the content of the Christian faith. He postulates a return to mythical thinking when he claims, knowledge of God takes place where divine revelation, enlightenment of man by God, and thus instruction of man by this teacher takes place without equal. There is no verifiable evidence of a divine origin for anything that is described as revelation in the Bible, and, it must be said, there cannot be. Barth's anti-modern theology, which predestines him, should actually have declared itself to be a component of revelation instead of such testimonies. Only as an immediate utterance of the God of whom the prophets and apostles report that they heard his voice and proclaimed his will to all men should that theology have claimed knowledge of the divine origin of the Christian message of salvation. Without such knowledge of revelation, all that remains is faith in the truth of the biblical statements. A faith in spite of everything to the contrary. Faith of this kind should be possible through divine grace alone. This linking of faith to divine grace follows the guiding principles of Barth's theology. The doctrine of the primacy of the contents of revelation, which should be the object of Christian faith, just as much as the doctrine of the sinful human being who is incapable of true knowledge of God through his own efforts. Karl Barth radically took a person's decision for God, for which divine acts of grace always seemed indispensable to Protestant theology, away from this person and placed it in God. It is the arbitrary God of the nominalists and Luther. In concrete terms, this means that the enlightening grace of this God gives rise to the faith of chosen people, a faith that is essentially obedience, an act of human decision corresponding to the act of divine decision. Such mediation of faith implies a problem that Barth never gave the attention it deserves, the problem of human autonomy. The complete determination of the subjective creed by God's illuminating grace deprives people of what every Christian theology that does not want to fall into pantheism must presuppose, the freedom of a decision based on one's own thinking. Without this, acts of faith as essentially human acts are not possible. Barth, however, knows only the sovereign God. Only he is able to determine the blessed to believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ. At the same time, this means that he denies the unblessed a transcendent meaning to their existence. The human ego is sacrificed in both cases. Its negation is the sacrifice for God's triumph. This is what is specific to Barth's theology, its paradoxical nature. It is no less directed against critical thinking than the existential theologies of Bultmann or Tillich. The paradoxical decision of believing people for a God who exists exclusively in the acts of their faith has been replaced by submission to a God whose arbitrary rule is diametrically opposed to people's striving for eternal happiness. Here as there, the idea amounts to an escape into the irrational, a retreat from the world, which threatens to become ever more predictable and meaningless. The rationality of the world of scientific research, which is limited to the empirically comprehensible, should have been the starting point of Barth's theology as well as that of Tillich and Bultmann. It had to be reflected upon and examined whether and how a theology would be possible that would not be content to cover up the nihilism of modernity with irrational constructions. Its spiritual overcoming can neither be achieved by existential faith in an imaginary God nor by limiting human reason to the mere hearing of Christian revelation. Liberation from the theoretical snares of nihilism can only come about by recognizing its genesis. Catholic theology would also benefit from a realization of this kind. Only apparently had faith in the content of Christian revelation retained its objectivity. What made it appear to be an objective faith right into the 19th century was the Catholic Church's adherence to the medieval worldview. It did not tolerate any knowledge in the areas of its power that could have relativized its theology. Such suppression was the Catholic form of the separation of faith and objective knowledge. Catholic theology itself admits this today. It sees itself relegated to pure faith where it once thought it possessed certain knowledge. Like Protestant theology, it can no longer say where God came from when he became man and where his ascension led him. In the Middle Ages, the world was at best conceivable as a numinous forecourt of the otherworldly and the hereafter located therein. For his cosmology, space had absolute priority over time and every cosmic becoming. Today, it is exactly the opposite. Cosmic space is understood by the physical sciences as a result of the expansion of matter. Their evolutionary view of the world turns the idealistic systems of past epochs upside down. The simplest thing in the material realm no longer appears as the ultimate shadow of a pure, divine spirit. The universe would have taken its starting point from the formerly despised matter. The higher entities would therefore be the results of the genesis of matter, which would possess the ability to organize itself and unfold into ever more concrete entities. The highest elevation of such evolution of matter to date is, and no one disputes this, the human being. From the very beginning, his peculiarity has been a search for his own origin. The current state of our knowledge of evolutionary theory understands human history as part of cosmic history. It would be the phase in which nature becomes aware of itself. The theologians immediately recognized this hypothesis of a self-elevation of matter into the spiritual, which relativizes everything supernatural to nature, as the most radical attack on all religion. For them, one thing is certain: the intention of modern evolutionists, just like the materialist cosmologists of antiquity, is the projection of a world that no longer needs a God for its genesis. Protestantism did not face up to this intention of transforming the cosmos from a positing from above into a result of evolution from below. It increased its credo quia absurdum to a virtuosity of faith that generally rejects cosmological reasons for the assumption of a God, but nevertheless professes a divine creator of the world. Catholic theology, motivated by its constant opposition to Protestant religious absolutism, wants to proclaim more than a vague hope. It needs a faith that is backed up by objectively valid knowledge. This postulate has led to the attempt to detach Christianity from mythical ideas. Demythologization in Catholicism aims to fit in. Above all, it should reconcile the doctrine of creation and Christology with the modern evolutionary worldview. 133. Karl Rahner, after all the most respected and most effective thinker of the Roman Church in recent decades, calls for two changes for such an assimilation. Catholic theology must subject both its view of the relationship between matter and spirit and its doctrine of God's creative activity to a profound correction. In concrete terms, it must be prepared to admit that matter and creaturely spirit cannot be radically different and alien to each other, as was the case for Plato's dualistic philosophy. Due to its origin from God's absolute spirit, matter should rather be thought of as spiritual in itself, as a limited, to a certain extent frozen spirit. This definition of matter adopts a definition of nature from the idealistic systems of Schelling and Hegel almost verbatim, albeit without citing any sources. Schelling claimed to have discovered an immature intelligence in so-called dead nature. For Hegel, nature was even a petrified God, the alienated spirit. This should explain why nature seeks to become spirit again. Such a spiritualization of nature is also the hidden model of Rahner's theological interpretation of the world. Like Hegel, he sees in the development of the cosmos a movement that, in all its phases, is born by the urge for an ever closer and more conscious relationship to its absolute ground. Rahner could only say this if he tacitly allowed an idealistic cosmology to take the place of the scientific idea of evolution. The scientific idea of cosmic development recognizes neither the idea of an absolute origin nor that of a goal of any kind. The methods of scientific research are limited to the experimental determination of a lawful behavior of material conditions in interaction with other material conditions. Laws recognized in this way say nothing about the path that leads from the physically determined smallest units of matter to more concrete entities, the objects of chemistry and biology. Their evolution cannot be explained with the conceptual apparatus of physics. What physical thinking cannot achieve, however, seemed possible to Rahner: a stringent explanation of evolutionary events through theology. The principle of cosmic becoming of higher from lower entities should be embodied in a dynamic of divine being. The prerequisite for this idea is the definition of matter as a frozen spirit, which goes back to Schelling and Hegel, i.e., as a spatially limited being that has its origin in God's self-limitation. Rahner, unlike Schelling and Hegel, did not discuss, let alone attempt to solve, the problem of how the limitless God can set limits within himself and thus transform his immaterial being into material entities, a problem that has existed since antiquity. The solution is attributed to God, his potestas absoluta. Through it, the material world received its being and becoming so intimately from God in the act of creation that he himself became its innermost life. For Rahner, the divine dynamic in all material entities is the motor of evolution. What takes place in the gradual becoming of something higher from something lower is always a transition from a narrower confinement of immaterial being to a less narrow one, a gradual ascent from frozen to real spirit. The scientifically unsolved problem of the development of more concrete from simpler entities is solved for Rahner because he believes he knows the essence of matter, namely in divine spirit as its supreme cause. The evolution of material entities becomes a chain of abolitions of divine self-limitations. As the history of the cosmos, it is a history of the spirit. Rahner sees its meaningful goal in the immediate manifestation of the absolute reason itself in the reasoned. It is said to have become a historical event in Jesus Christ. In him, God's invisible world immanence takes on a visible form. The incarnation of God, thus conceived, has a purely phenomenological meaning. It is to be understood exclusively as a bringing into manifestation of the eternal Logos in finitude. Ontologically, the sphere of the material is avoided in favor of a sphere of the spiritual, to which Rahner would like to trace all cosmic entities. Nothing remains of the Christian dogma of God's incarnation in the person of Jesus Christ. It is replaced by the unification of a limitless divine spirit with its limitations, which he would have imposed on himself. A substantial unity of qualitatively different things, namely of human and divine nature, would not even be conceivable from the ontological presuppositions of this theology. Karl Rahner had wanted to establish a new unity of faith and knowledge. His original plan was to bring the Christian doctrine of creation and the dogma of the incarnation of the divine Logos closer to the evolutionary worldview of modernity. Instead of such a rapprochement, however, his project amounted to a dissolution of the two positions. The result was a pantheistic ontology, or at least one that could no longer be called Christian. In it, all people are related to an innermost being, to the place of the universal God. For Rahner, such a relationship is the prerequisite for a complete correspondence between the human longing for happiness and the central idea of Christianity. For him, it is resolved in the message of Jesus that God acts out of infinite love for people and wants to lead them to eternal salvation. According to ancient Christian tradition, this salvation is fulfilled in the blissful contemplation of the Godhead. How such a visio beatifica could be conceived, if it were to fulfill human hope for heavenly happiness, has remained an embarrassing problem for Catholic theology since Origen. This great thinker of early Christianity was the first to recognize the dialectic inherent in the concept of a beatific vision of what Plato had already proclaimed to be the essence of divine being, that it is pure unity. In accordance with the philosophers and theologians of the past and the coming eons, Origen wanted to see in God the monas sublime above all cosmic multiplicity. Due to his perfect identity with himself, this God would be free of any contingency. In doing so, however, Origen fell into the same error as the Platonists before him. He overlooked the fact that such transcendence can only find a place in human thought. The unintended result is a limitation of the divine to the mere opposite of sensually perceptible things. Sensuality, which had been increasingly radically banished from the definitions of the divine since pre-Socratic philosophy, was originally a permanent feature of all early religions. There the gods possessed bodies whose capacity for pleasure contributed to their bliss. People who were allowed to enter the realm of the immortals shared in their sensual pleasure. For the strictly idealistic Origen, the function of desirable bodies changed according to the Platonic model. From objects of pleasure they became prisons of punishment in the earthly existence of human souls. The heavenly bliss to which souls ascend after suffering catharsis excludes all sensual happiness. It is replaced by what the anti-sensual metaphysics of the Platonists had already reduced supernatural bliss to: spiritual contemplation of the unity of divine being, a unity whose visio could only cause weariness. With such an unambiguous classification of the moral spheres, from divine unity down to sensual condemnation, the motive that may pull human souls down in the face of the visio beatifica remains unclear. For traditional theology, of course, this question is superfluous. What it does not acknowledge is the loss of persuasive power among those who have no longer grown up in established categories of faith. They can no longer be convinced by the doctrine of the condemnable, but nevertheless active and existence-affirming power of sensual endowment in one with the doctrine of the happiness of total passivity and restriction to the uncontradictory acceptance of an indiscriminate unity. For Catholic faith strategies, the main problem is the antagonism of the two theses. A careful analysis of this antagonism must inevitably lead to the realization that a God, conceived as intellectualis natura simplex, cannot represent the fullness of being, but is absorbed in the affirmation of an abstract opposition to cosmic multiplicity. From the very beginning, Catholic theologians were prevented from such a realization by their uncritical adoption of the concept of God as it was elaborated in Platonic and Aristotelian metaphysics. It is true that, with dogmatic rigor, it is impossible for human, finite thinking to penetrate the interior of the Godhead. As in the past, however, this dogma remains without effect in the present. Statements are still being made about God that are tantamount to a definition of his essence, above all in the form of the traditional talk of the absolute simplicity of God in himself. The visio beatifica of this God can, as Rahner admits with regret, only consist in the final certainty that even the immediate God remains an eternal mystery for man, precisely because he is the absolute and simple. However, such an admission would only be helpful for the purification of religious consciousness on the basis of a clear separation of the reality of the divine from its subsumption by humans under an ontological category. Limited to pure identity, into which nothing can penetrate, God is, as Rahner overlooked, not in itself an unfathomable mystery, but only a mystery through human thinking that abstracts from the world and its own achievements. Rahner's idealization of matter accommodates this limitation of the divinity, which has also long been theologically sanctioned. Its transubstantiation in a pantheistic direction, namely its transformation into frozen spirit, turns human beings into something spiritual through and through. They are supposed to be purely spiritual entities. Intellectual contemplation of the absolute as the divine spirit is adequate to them. The indirect refutation of such metaphysics of human existence was the theology of Origen. By making the anima humana feel weariness at the sight of an intellectualist natura simplex, he denounced, unintentionally, all theories that claim purely intellectual contemplation of absolute spirit to be a visio beatifica as anti-human theories, not excluding his own. Their anthropological axiom is the negation of the sphere of the sensual, a constitutive part of the concrete human being, which belongs just as much to its essence as the sphere of the psychic. However, a significant quintessence follows from this. Bliss, which would not contradict the natura hominis, is only experienced by the human soul paired with sensual happiness, not as the mere intellectual happiness of a superhuman spirit, for that is not what it is. Rahner's demythologized Christianity was far less a theological concept than a philosophical construction. Within this construction, Christian faith in the strict sense is only required for a single biblical tradition, the manifestation of the divine logos in Jesus of Nazareth. It cannot be derived neither from the supreme principle of a pantheistic system nor from any philosophical or theological system at all. Rahner sees in its historical contingency the main argument for the fact that no one can be forced by scientific evidence to believe in Jesus of Nazareth as the absolute presence of God. But on what is such faith based? Without it, Jesus' promises about the calling of human beings to eternal salvation would lose the character of divine logos. As Hans Kung in particular has clearly recognized among contemporary Catholic theologians, a support could only be found where faith in the manifestation of God in Jesus of Nazareth was constituted, among the first Christians. For them, Jesus was God's real and true revelation. Already in the New Testament, the gospel of Jesus, i.e., the good news that Jesus had conveyed, became a life story of Jesus as the chosen representative of God. This tendency found its final formulation in the last text of the New Testament, the Gospel of John. In it, Jesus becomes the incarnation of the divine logos existing in God from eternity, who took on human form in order to bring people credible news of the way of truth and salvation. This result of his own reflection puts Kung in the middle of the Protestant demythologizers. For them, Jesus of Nazareth was more than a historical phenomenon, namely a representative of the true God, exclusively through a paradoxical belief in him. The believer had to set his nevertheless or nonetheless against all historical reason if he wanted to gain agreement with the original Christian image of Jesus. Kung is also compelled to a similar paradox of faith. He knows that acknowledging Jesus as the Christ, judged according to scientific criteria, always remains a pure risk of faith, a trust in the validity of the experiences of the disciples and other people who had met Jesus himself. The content of this faith is the firm conviction of these first Christians that God's word and will appeared to them in human form in all of Jesus' words and actions. According to Kung, it is not the reintroduction of a mythology already ostracized by Bultmann that is the meaning of such a presentation of an eternal in the temporal, but rather the sober and fundamental statement. For the person who trustingly engages with and believes in Jesus, not perceptible to the neutral observer, God manifests himself. This should mean the basis of knowledge of God's holy will is practice, following Christ in faith in Jesus Christ. Only by pursuing him should Christians be able to know who they have engaged with and who saves them. With this postulate, Johann Baptist Metz succeeded in formulating in the form of a maxim what Hans Kung was merely aiming for. Christology is placed under the primacy of practice. Such a priority of practice over all theological discussions of the idea of Christ seemed legitimate to him in view of the metanoia, the call to spiritual and moral conversion, and the admonishing nature of the stories of discipleship in the New Testament itself. They were not intended to convince people through theoretical considerations, but rather to transform them through the narrative, to a life as a follower of Christ. For Metz, Christian theology is primarily based on narrative, a narrative doctrine of God with a practical purpose. The memory of the eternal salvation that Jesus proclaimed should give rise to faith in the God of Christianity, a God of universal justice and the resurrection of the dead. This faith presupposes a decision without reservation. The simple yes, I believe you, Jesus of Nazareth. This is the basic form to which Joseph Cardinal Ratzinger narrowed down the Christian creed in the age of demythologization. As a creed that renounces the miracle stories of the Bible, it is bound to a fatal degree to an exclusively irrational attitude. Ratzinger himself compares it to a mountain climb that seems foolish to the Philistine, but for those who have embarked on the adventure is the only way, which he would not exchange for any comfort. Like Rudolf Bultmann, Ratzinger sees what makes Christian faith an adventure in the isolation of theology. It stands, so to speak, in a vacuum. According to Bultmann in particular, the content handed down from antiquity has lost the worldview in which it could take its place in a meaningful way. The Christian faith was thus unable to find confirmation anywhere in the field of philosophical and scientific thought. Does this mean that a millennia-old faith, for which eternal life in God's heavenly kingdom was the highest goal of mankind, has lost its power of persuasion? Or is there a way out of the dead end of nihilism, into which philosophy and theology have fallen ever more hopelessly since the beginning of the modern era? Philosophical thinking can only be called truly enlightened if it knows how to overcome the insufficiency of previous historical positions when constructing its own theory. However, overcoming their inadequacy presupposes their intellectual penetration. As in antiquity and the Middle Ages, this has not been sufficiently considered in modern philosophy, not even by Descartes, the most speculative thinker among its initiators. He, too, remained stuck in the central error of metaphysical explanations of nature, the abstract reproduction of empirical things, which was taken to be the determination of their essence. This motivated a continuation of the ancient and medieval attempts to dissolve the real world into a system of concepts. This tendency was also followed, with the exception of Kant, by the idealist heirs of the Cartesian view of the world. They did not take up Kant's theoretical approaches to a negative metaphysics, but instead demanded a new reduction of the world as a whole to the absolute concept or even to the divine idea. For this philosophizing, true to Occidental tradition, pure identity was the origin of everything that could be grasped intellectually. Hegel turned the nullity inherent in a deity limited to pure identity into the continuous principle of his dialectic of creation. Visible nature arises in all phases of its becoming from a negativity that has nothing that negates it, but only negates its negative itself. The turning away from his idealistic cosmology, which began very soon after Hegel's death, ultimately resulted from it itself. Pure negativity as the principle in which everything that can be experienced should be based. The emergence of apparent nature remained completely unexplained. The world of empirical facts now rose to the rank of the only real thing. Valid knowledge about it only existed in the form of physical laws, recognized and tested through experiments. However, since the rejection of Hegel's absolute idealism, the question of how the lawful behavior of empirical facts was possible was considered outdated. The mere postulate of regularity should be sufficient for a lucid explanation of nature. The assumption of metaphysical principles should be superfluous. This restriction to positive knowledge was motivated by the strict negation of all speculative thinking. It tolerated nothing more in the real world than functional relationships between sensually perceptible entities. From then on, only the demonstration of such relationships, which could be adequately described mathematically or in other ways, had the character of strict scientificity. In the final analysis, this meant that all sciences that dealt with an area of nature had to conform to their modern ideal, physics, if they wanted to be what they intended, sciences in the exact sense. This alignment was particularly demanded by new theories about the origin of the universe. From their principle, a strictly scientific way of thinking, one has since expected what the materialistic explanation of the world of Leucippus and Democritus already aimed at, the Luciferian grasp for absolute power. World domination should not belong to a transcendent God, but to man by means of the physical sciences, which he himself develops. He can only assume empirical realities in his conception of the world, i.e. material entities and natural forces. The universe emerges from the workings of these forces, a gigantic mechanism in which all processes take place according to constant natural laws. Such materialism found its strongest expression in the cosmologies of Ludwig Büchner and Ernst Haeckel. The supreme dogma for both was that everything that happens, that has happened and that will happen, happened and will happen in a way that is exclusively determined by the purely mechanical action of the forces inherent in the material entities that have existed from eternity. The world known to human perception came into being through this work, albeit in vast periods of time. It is a neatly ordered world, ordered according to genera and species and therefore usable. Büchner and Haeckel neither discussed nor even attempted to answer the central question of whether and how the purely mechanical action of natural forces could successively combine material entities into ever more differentiated world things. In view of the successes of scientific research, they considered any examination of the scientific postulate of an explanation of the world free of teleological concepts to be superfluous no less than Lametrie and Halbach 100 years before them. Büchner and Haeckel consequently continued their anti-metaphysical thinking. As for them, the cosmos has its genesis in aimless processes, the mere encounter of natural substances and forces. The critical examination of the premises from which such an explanation of the world takes its starting point is the task facing the censors of classical materialism, the philosophizing natural scientists of the present day. They are dominated by an awareness of method. In contrast to any materialistic view of the world, they know that physics does not describe and explain nature as it would have arisen independently of its apperception by the human mind in purely mechanical events. They are constantly aware that an answer to a specific question about nature is their primary subject. For them, scientific thinking has its methodological starting point in the precise elaboration of the question. Only phenomena that can be investigated with the cognitive means of the physical sciences belong to the objects of their questions. The precise investigation of those phenomena requires investigations of a special kind, investigations in the form of experiments. Isolating intervention in nature is necessary for the purpose of such investigations. As its parts, all material phenomena are universally connected. They constitute the dynamics of the whole, but are also themselves determined by it. If it could be an object for a subject, the connection of all natural phenomena of this kind would be the adequate object of physical knowledge, truly its total object. By grasping it in the categories of physics, all individual phenomena would be fully recognized in their interaction. Such completeness of physical knowledge of nature would exist for every material phenomenon in the recognition of its relationship to all macrocosmic and microcosmic phenomena of the world as a whole, a recognition that is impossible for the human mind. Only the knowledge of observable sectors of nature is possible for him. Therefore, the relationships of phenomena must be limited by a sufficient and appropriate intervention in the cosmic totality. In order to be realized, such an intervention always requires concrete questions to nature. Questions that are always posed with clear intentions, on the basis of traditional knowledge, but not inquisitorial questions, but questions whose answers are not certain. Preliminary answers, hypothetical results of intellectual analyses of phenomena, guide the intervention. The systematic development of its execution, Galileo's great methodological legacy, made physics capable of separating natural phenomena. Their isolating separation from the manifold natural phenomena in which they are interwoven eliminates the influences that interfere with the discovery of their legal relationship. Such a cutting away of disturbing factors is radically different from the metaphysical via abstractionis. What is omitted in the abstraction aimed at metaphysical entities is the realm of the phenomenal, the sphere in which the physical sciences make their interventions. Through their interventions, they create the ideal conditions of knowledge for the experiment. Everything must be set up in such a way that, among various possible relationships, precisely the context of natural phenomena to be investigated is precisely grasped. The recognized connection says nothing about the essence of the phenomena linked in it. Their metaphysical reason for being cannot in principle be identified by means of experimental knowledge of nature. The physical sciences can only ever seek and find answers to questions about particular connections between singular natural phenomena. Nevertheless, their questions manifest an ontological interest. However, it is not an ontological one. The question is not about the nature of gravity, for example, but always and exclusively about regularities in the relationships between variable phenomena. Without the existence of such regularities, physical research would be impossible. Nature would contain nothing permanent. In other words, exact knowledge of nature presupposes that man can perceive and think and thus develop a method of experimentation, but its realization depends just as much on objective preconditions. It comes about from the object side only because and insofar as nature is perceptible, conceivable, and treatable by its very nature. Physical thinking must orient the structure of its experiments to such nature. The desired experimental setup must correspond exactly to the context of singular circumstances as it objectively exists in the object of the respective investigation. Only then can experiments lead to valid results. The specific question posed by the experiments is reflected in nature's answers. Each recognized law of nature is an isolated part of a concrete natural process, not its fullness. This means that natural processes can never be fully adequately represented by natural laws. Even to represent the comparatively simple process of falling earthly bodies with absolute accuracy, physics would have to capture and describe an unlimited number of cosmic effects. Cannot and does not do this. It abstracts from all insignificant influences, calculates only with the gravitational field of the Earth, and obtains the laws of free fall formulated by Galileo. The extent to which these laws, like the laws of nature in general, are accorded general validity is a matter of scientific experience. This relativity is and remains irrevocable because physical cognition, chained to its method, cannot transcend itself. It is limited by its method to the determination of particular laws. Regardless of its own progress, however, it can never know how far their validity extends. Physical knowledge, which is characterized by specific questions and isolating action, fundamentally excludes the unrestricted conformity of natural science and nature. Therefore, any ignoring of the difference that untilgbar exists between the two must lead to a reduction of cosmic reality to what is physically recognizable about it. The mechanistic worldview of modern materialism arose from such a reduction. It has its epistemological precondition in the disregard of the difference between natural science and nature. In it, the world is reduced to that which isolating interventions in cosmic reality make physically and mathematically comprehensible, the lawful movements of material entities. Its numerous representatives, especially the natural scientists among them, considered it justified to ignore this difference in blind faith in the age-old dogma of the sole reality of the conceptually fixed. In contrast to such a stupid view of the world, for critical physics a nature not yet reduced by scientific thinking would be the actual reality. Exact natural science owes its conciseness to a methodological limitation, that of recognizing particular laws. Without exception, these are laws of sectors of nature. None of them has the character of a universal and fundamental principle that could be constitutive of which particular laws interact in natural processes. The question of a principle for their selection marks the point at which physical cognition reaches its limits. It is only capable of determining and testing natural laws, but not of answering the question of who has decreed which individual laws play a part in a given event, how many, how strongly each one. Such a question transcends the sphere of the physical sciences. They themselves see it as a metaphysical question to which they cannot give an answer with their method of experimental research. Nevertheless, the explanation of nature demands that the physical sciences search for an answer if they do not want to degenerate into pure empiricism. But in order to find an answer, how could the limits of physical cognition be legitimately crossed? Nature does not owe its existence to humans. It is not an artifact. Just as it exists independently of them, it is not only recognizable through human reason. The constitutive achievements of the human subject are limited to the formation of theories for the experimental exploration of nature. But even in this it is not autonomous, but dependent on nature, which exists without it, and the traditional knowledge about it. Human knowledge of nature is always and forever dependent on this knowledge due to the historicity of its subject. Bound to a historical location, there is no possibility for people to gain knowledge of their objects without presuppositions. They can only conduct research into nature by applying historically transmitted, conceptual schemes to ever-new realms of reality, and testing them experimentally. If the traditional theorems do not stand up to the test, if they fail in the interpretation of new phenomena, then more comprehensive theories must be formed on the basis of the traditional ones. This historical process of continuous progress in the physical sciences manifests their permanent dependence on the objectively given. It constantly testifies anew to the reality of what they must presuppose for the sake of their own possibility, a nature that is recognizable by itself. This, of itself, means that real nature has a rational structure in which its recognizability is founded. Its rational structure includes the rational coherence of its parts, coherence of the individual phenomena of nature. If the cosmic phenomena were not connected by the rational structure of nature, then the human mind would have no starting point for physically determining even one of them from the standpoint of traditional knowledge. An incoherent multiplicity of pure singularities would exclude regularities and thus also their experimental investigation. Although the physical sciences do not want to be philosophy, they are based on philosophical thinking. Due to their presupposition of an inherently recognizable nature, they imply a metaphysical way of thinking, not a nominalistic view of the world. They are objectively only possible on the basis of an ontology, the necessity of a nature that is accessible to physical research due to its rational structure is assumed. A rationally structured nature, however, points back to a formative principle, the rule of an omnipotent reason. The assumption of such a reason shows the highest legitimacy in the reflection on the determining components of cosmic events. The laws of nature, which require selection and coordination for purposeful action in natural processes. They are not themselves capable of this selection and coordination. In their neutrality towards goals, they contain no relationship to the entity in whose genesis they contribute. A process-controlling principle can only be related to a telos if it virtually contains the goal within itself. In this respect, that principle must mean more than the sum of the laws that coordinate it towards a certain telos. It belongs ontologically to another dimension, the realm of the transcendent origin of the world, which cannot be grasped conceptually by human cognition. The tentative step into this realm, the realm of the divine as the dimension of the metaphysical in the strictest sense, has its basis in physics, in the finality in the cosmic interaction of the laws of nature, which is also indubitable for it. It is true that the questions posed by the physical sciences exclude the concept of finality. Natural laws as answers to questions posed to nature fix the correlation between measurable quantities of empirical processes. But these laws, in which there is no room for the teleological action of any principles, are not identical with natural processes. As their parts, they are as little the whole as the material events that obey them. Finality only manifests itself in their selection and coordination for very specific natural processes. However, processes in nature are themselves parts of a more comprehensive reality, parts in the dynamics of the world as a whole. Its genesis requires that all individual processes participate in a universal order, participate in it through the formative work of an omnipotent reason. Recourse to it is not anthropomorphism, not the transformation of a human characteristic into an attribute of the deity. Kant realized this first and most precisely. In his Meditations on the Origin of Cosmic Order, he stated, "When I say that we are compelled to view the world as if it were the work of a supreme mind and will, I am really saying nothing more than, as a clock, a ship, a regiment relates to the artist, builder, commander, so the world of the senses, or all that constitutes the basis of this epitome of phenomena, relates to the unknown, which I thus recognize, not according to what it is in itself, but according to what it is before me, namely in regard to the world of which I am a part." Such a realization is that of a perfect similarity of two relationships between quite dissimilar things. In this analogy, reason is not transferred as a property to the original being in itself, but only to its relationship to the world of the senses, and thus anthropomorphism is completely avoided. Kant in extreme precision. The causality of the supreme cause is that in regard to the world which human reason is in regard to its works of art. At the same time, Kant continues, the nature of the supreme cause itself remains unknown to me. I only compare its known effect, the world order, and its rationality with the known effects of human reason, and therefore call it a reason, without therefore attributing to it as its property precisely what I understand by this expression in man, or anything else known to me. Just as divine existence is unfathomable for the human intellect, so too is the manner of divine activity. The human mind can only show how the working of an omnipotent reason must not be conceived, namely, not in the style of a pantheistic metaphysics. Pantheism is incompatible with the idea of the divine, the idea of absolute truth. It allows God to create a world that has no reality in itself. In the act of divine creation, it is immediately reduced to a mode of divine existence. Pantheism thus introduces a contradiction into God. The divine creatio mundi becomes a negatio mundi. The alternative to such metaphysics, which denies nature its own existence, is not the materialistic renunciation of metaphysics. Without the rule of an omnipotent reason, the number of laws and their interaction in natural processes would be a matter of pure chance. This had escaped classical materialism. The radical restriction of its explanation of nature to physically tangible things implies an indeterminism. Because classical materialism did not see this, chance was able to gain immense importance in the cosmological thinking of its descendants. In all more recent attempts to explain nature without metaphysics, chance takes the place of the deity. Its deification into an absolute primary chance results from a way of thinking that repeats the central error of classical materialism in the opposite direction, an illegitimate transgression of positive knowledge. Classical materialism had assumed a causal connection between all cosmic events. For it, there was no room for the physically unexpected in the process of the creation of the world. He believed that the mechanics founded by Galileo and Newton were sufficient to explain every phenomenon, the electrical and thermal phenomena of nature as well as the objects of biology, not excluding humans. According to this, all macrophysical processes would find their explanation in the traceability to their microphysical basis, mechanical processes of the smallest parts of matter. The exact knowledge of the position and movement of those parts should, as was logically assumed, offer the possibility of calculating all phases of the world process in advance. According to such physics, anyone who claimed that the world process was not a machine running according to mechanical laws was a reactionary morning animistic ideas. There should be no essential difference between the qualitatively new world genesis and the uniform planetary movement. Like the movement of stars, cosmic becoming was regarded as a system of purely mechanical laws, like the latter as an aimless event. The deterministic worldview of classical materialism thrived on such uniformity. Like the determinism of its cosmology, its indeterministic counterthesis is also based on an error of reasoning, more precisely on an incoherent conclusion. It is an inference from that in which the deterministic physics of classical materialism based its totally calculable world of appearances from atomic processes. More recent research into these processes led, interpreted in a short-sighted way, to today's dominant idea of a world whose foundations are indeterminate. In this idea, Werner Heisenberg, its most prominent representative, sees a way of thinking asserting itself that already assumed in ancient atomic theory that lawful processes in the macrocosm were based on a multiplicity of irregular processes in the material elementary realm. For him, the fundamental correctness of such a hypothesis is demonstrated by the attempts of modern atomic physics to deduce the state of sensually perceptible matter from the invisible and only statistically comprehensible actions of its fundamental components with mathematical rigor. Through these experiments, the laws of the macrocosm, which apply exactly in each individual case, have been reduced to mere results of microcosmic events, the occurrence of which is only probable. According to Heisenberg, all physical attempts ever made to fulfill the deterministic claim to causal, i.e. always unambiguous, natural events by precisely determining individual microcosmic processes must fail due to the peculiar nature of atomic existence. It does not exist in the same way as things given immediately to the senses, in no way indifferent to the process of its observation and determination. Experimental interventions in the atomic realm of nature must not only isolate the phenomena that are the subject of physical research, but also make them perceptible. Only the interaction with the technical means of intervention makes the smallest parts of matter appear, but only indirectly, through their effects. The effect of the means changes the atomic reality. It is different depending on whether we observe it or not. Each new act of observation leads to a change in the position and movement of its parts, i.e. those determinants whose simultaneous knowledge is indispensable for the precise calculation of a mechanical process. For this reason, in contrast to macrophysics, the results of further observations can never be predicted with certainty on the basis of observations already made. The physical investigation of atomic processes fixes what is observed and what is probable from the observation situation. Atomic physics cannot achieve more than its formulation in statistical laws. For Heisenberg, its general limitation to statistics allows only one consequence: a fundamental distancing from determinism. Because the known macrophysical effects arise from an unlimited number of causally indeterminable microphysical events, all strict statements of law are transformed into statements of frequency. The gnoseological background to his distancing himself from determinism is therefore incomplete knowledge of atomic processes. It only allows for their statistical description, But the epistemological impossibility of verifying clearly determined natural events in the atomic realm does not allow the conclusion that strict regularity, as the basis of regular natural processes, has lost its meaning in the microcosm. Without the presupposition of a clear determinacy of atomic processes, which the act of intervening observation merely disturbs, not even findings of a statistical character could be expected from them. Heisenberg's uncritical abandonment of deterministic laws contradicts his critical distinction between observed and unobserved reality. It turns the behavior of atomic entities, which is disturbed by acts of observation and relative to those acts, into a behavior in itself. It is this uncritical equation of observation and object that Einstein's critical reflection on the mechanics of elementary matter was directed against. His reflections led to the metaphysical axiom, God does not play dice. He saw the abandonment of deterministic laws as the legitimization of a physics for which there is blind faith in the foundations of nature. This is the physics from which all modern representatives of an indeterministic view of the world start. It motivated Jacques Monod to formulate the programmatic thesis. Pure chance, nothing but chance, absolute, blind freedom is the foundation of the wonderful edifice of evolution. New entities that appear in the evolving universe are said to owe their creation exclusively to chance. Like their genesis, their continuation, like that of entities that have already come into being, is also considered to be his work, as the consequence of a completely contingent continuity of all the atomic processes and syntheses on which their existence is based. In this way, however, from its microphysical basis, the world of macrophysical entities would be entirely a product of chance. Since mono, it has been the magic word of anti-metaphysical explanations of nature. Heisenberg's physical indeterminism, which led Monod to pursue an apotheosis of chance, means just as much a reduction of nature to natural science as the deterministic identification of cosmic processes with purely mechanical events. This equation had to be set aside, but not in favor of an indeterministic view of the world. It must be recognized that it represents less of an appropriate explanation of nature than the deterministic doctrine of classical materialism. The true moment in his cosmology, the conviction that there can be no indeterminate processes in nature, points beyond him. It demands the planning work of an omnipotent reason for the genesis of the world. Classical materialism, like the materialism of the French Enlightenment before it, only ever denied its necessity for purposefully determined natural events, but never made it a self-critical subject of philosophical reflection. Instead of reflecting on the motives that have led to the assumption of a divine principium mundi since the beginnings of Occidental metaphysics, it dogmatically demanded that everything transcendent to scientific experience be declared null and void. This positivism is the focus of classical materialism, its philosophia vera. The limitation of reality that it postulates makes, strictly speaking, an explanation of nature impossible. In other words, an explication of what is explicitly assumed, the regularity in the behavior of cosmic entities. For purely physical knowledge, which is fixed by its method to the relational recording and description of natural phenomena, it makes no difference how the lawfulness of empirical events that it supposes is to be guaranteed, by a planning God or a human postulate. To this day, it only knows one justification for its hypotheses: successful experiments. In contrast to such knowledge of nature, an explanation of nature can neither be achieved nor justified by experiments. Rather, it is expected to provide information about the origin of the laws that govern natural processes. Classical materialism could not provide such information. It would have presupposed what it forbade: a transgression of the limits of scientific experience in the direction of an omnipotent reason. However, the transgression of those limits in the opposite direction, which would have corresponded to a strictly materialistic cosmology, was also prohibited by its modern representatives. Ever since Holbach, it had been clear to them that the search for a hyletic primordial principle would have to lead to something completely unreal, a formless materia prima that could produce neither specifically determined entities nor cosmic laws. From this correct insight, modern materialism has always drawn the anti-metaphysical conclusion that cosmic reality is to be limited to mathematically determinable facts, to material phenomena. The logical consequence of such a limitation was the impossibility of an adequate explanation of nature. It is only possible with a strict renunciation of materialistic reductions of cosmic reality. For critical philosophizing, therefore, only by abandoning the materialistic conception of the world itself. Plato and Aristotle had already clearly recognized this in their dispute with the atomic theory of Leucippus and Democritus. Through their criticism of the atomistic theory, the metaphysics they founded gained groundbreaking validity in the history of Occidental explanations of nature. However, contrary to its own intention, this metaphysics is not possible in an affirmative form, i.e., above all not in the form of a deduction of worldly things from divine being. What cosmic entities and the laws to which they are subject are according to their transcendent origin remains unknown, no matter how great the efforts of philosophical thought. The divine constituent of nature remains unfathomable for the human mind. Only if it were known what divine being consists of could it be said what material entities and real laws are essentially, in what they, more precisely speaking, have their essence. It can certainly be argued against nominalistic conceptions of the world that natural things cannot have the basis of their generic and specific constitution in a nothing, that they rather require an ontological foundation for their being and their lawful behavior. But it is impossible to characterize this foundation in terms of content. A substantive characterization presupposes a positive knowledge of the Godhead, the essentia essentiarum. This necessary prerequisite of any affirmative metaphysics is unfulfillable for human, finite thinking. Through the impossibility of self-selection and self-coordination of the laws effective in natural processes, it can only show that the assumption of an omnipotent reason is indispensable for a rational conception of the world. This means, however, that metaphysics is only possible as negative metaphysics, not as a deductive system. Thinking critically, the human mind must in principle refrain from making substantive statements about the being and working of the Godhead. It depends on the aims of their creative activity, which laws of nature are the necessary means for the production and preservation of material entities. Because these goals are inscrutable for the human mind, there are unpredictable events for it in the process of world genesis. In this respect, such events are not events that are in themselves unpredictable or, to put it mathematically, incalculable. Events that would be incalculable in themselves would be events without lawfulness, completely chaotic events. If this is recognized in all clarity, chance loses all meaning for lucid cosmology. It evaporates, even for Hume, into a word without meaning. The modern theorem of the self-organization of the cosmos is also subject to this dissolution into the irrational. It could only be more than a mere assertion if self-selection and self-coordination of natural laws, in which cosmic self-organization would have its real basis, embodied physical possibilities. However, this is not the case. Physical laws are particular laws that require a planning principle for their interaction in natural processes. The anti-metaphysical abstraction from it does not lead to a nature that knows how to organize itself, but ends in a cosmology in which, as with monochance, would be the absolute. The path from exact knowledge of nature to a rational explanation of nature is the path into the dimension of the metaphysical. It consists profoundly in the being and working of the Godhead, which is unfathomable for humans. The negative step into this dimension is a rational step due to its gnoseological basis, which it has in thinking through cosmic events. It forbids a nominalistic interpretation of nature, the rejection of a metaphysical essence of natural things. The nihilistic consequences of such a rejection refute the modern idea of the impunity of the given. It is neither insubstantial nor defenseless. Whether this is recognized or not is of the utmost importance not only for the fate of philosophy, but also and above all for the fate of humanity. The critical path of a negative metaphysics is to be taken because it alone leads to insights through which it is possible to counteract the nominalistic erosion of man and nature. Explicating this was the primary intention of the reflections on metaphysics as a requirement of a rational view of the world in this little book. It follows immediately from them that, like metaphysics, theology is only possible for critical thinking in a negative form. The philosophical realization of the necessity of a creator mundi does not lead beyond a negative doctrine of God. Above all, it does not lead to a theological system encompassing God and the world, in which religious dogmas regain the evidence that they lost in the historical process. Even an explanation of nature that knows itself to be based on theology is no longer able to give faith in divine revelation what it once had, a place in generally recognized knowledge. Only a way of thinking that transcends worldly things, which is demanded by the physical sciences themselves, can find a place in it. This is the gnoseological point at which modern theology has missed its central task. Instead of seeking a path that leads from reflective knowledge of nature to rational knowledge of God, not only its Protestant initiators, but increasingly also its Catholic strategists have postulated irrational confessions, acts of blind faith in God. People should decide for him, in an ever-new venture and risk of freedom, Their decision would be made in the awareness that faith in God is my deed. Left in uncertainty by human reason as to whether a God exists at all, such faith would above all be an opportunity to prove how bold theological thinkers are, how much they love adventures of the Spirit. This implies God is no longer the Almighty, but man is at his will. Against the plurality of the profane offer of meaning, he declares God as the meaning of his life. As in Pascal's famous wager, God becomes the object of a game of chance. Let us weigh profit against loss in the event that we bet on the cross, that we bet on God. Let us estimate both possibilities. If you win everything. If you lose nothing. So bet, without hesitation, that he is. Modern theologians do not argue otherwise either. They bet on a God of whom they can only hope that he exists and, in accordance with the promises of Jesus, receives people into his glory at the hour of their death. But can such reliance on God achieve more than a mere game with words? More precisely, does it achieve what Pascal already intended, namely a final hold and meaning of human existence in the stream of modern nihilism? The answer to these questions can only be, as long as modern theologians avoid the effort of rationally recognizing God by resorting to the comfort of irrational decisions, they deliberately refrain from working on a path that could lead out of the dead end of modern nihilism. A theology that wants to stand up to critical thinking needs a rational foundation. At least one thing must be certain for it, that there is a God. This certainty is attainable in logical rigor, however, only on the steep path to the realization, transcending physical knowledge, that cosmic processes presuppose a formative principle. An omnipotent reason that is constitutive for the selection and coordination of the laws that are effective in those processes. Modern theology, if it wants to be more than a paradoxical doctrine of faith, must recognize this and make it fruitful for eschatological considerations. Its thinking must be based on the insight that no natural entity is absorbed in what can be grasped scientifically in it. Rather, each one points beyond itself to divine being and action. If the path to such insight is not taken, the nominalistic worldview of modernity remains the prevailing doctrine. All entities lose the aura of their transcendent origin. What people need for a meaningful existence, the awareness of the existence of an absolute truth, is lost. Its radical banishment from human consciousness is the ultimate goal of all opponents of metaphysical thinking today. What they intend is the eradication of human striving for the non-relative. The longing of individuals for eternal justice melts into a longing without an objective basis. The rejection of ontology, which, like no other philosophical discipline, postulates the contemplation of true being, is the clearest sign of such negativity. In philosophy, there should only be one direction left: positivism, whose restriction of reality to mathematically determinable natural phenomena is made identical with the concept of reality as it exists in the physical sciences. These are always oriented towards exact knowledge, towards the mathematical determination of the relational properties of empirical things. Their method of experimental research is only suitable for such a determination, not, however, for the exploration of the selfhood of any phenomena. This means that their methodological orientation has nothing to do with positivism as a philosophical worldview. Only the restriction of the real to its mathematically comprehensible properties allows a positivist theory of being to emerge from exact science. It is characterized by the rigorous denial of the dimension of the metaphysical, a supersensible principle of rationally constructed nature. The realization of its necessity leads beyond positivism and materialism to the theological idea that the sensually perceptible world is not the ultimate. In other words, how people think about the possibility of physical research will determine how they understand themselves in future eons, whether or not a transcendental meaning will enter into their existence. This applies to all people. Religious beliefs will fall prey to demythologization through the unstoppable and universal spread of physical concepts of the world. It is therefore not irrelevant what people know about the ontological and gnosiological preconditions of real knowledge of nature. This knowledge, unfolded into a negative metaphysics, could form the basis for a truly intellectual and sane human life. What cannot be achieved by thinking on a nominalist basis seems possible: the spiritual overcoming of modern nihilism. When Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre turns the Kantian "I think," which must be able to accompany all my ideas, into an "I exist," which as an absolute subject posits itself and brings forth everything else that exists, thus also nature, as the non-I, this ultimately presents a formalized and generalized representation of paranoia using the concepts of the critique of pure reason, including the conditions of the possibility of pathological projection. The first, absolutely unconditional principle of all human knowledge expresses the deed act that does not occur, nor can it occur, under the empirical determinations of our consciousness. Significantly, Fichte no longer speaks of reason when judging, but of an action of the human mind. Whatever the object of categories may be, it is the spirit of the ego as the absolute subject from which reality is transferred to all this. Thus, it is not only the concept of spirit that appears here and takes the place of the concept of reason, but also, in a note added later, the subject-object. I is necessarily the identity of the subject and object, subject-object, and this is at par excellence without further mediation. If that whose being essence consists merely in the fact that it posits itself as being, is the I as absolute subject, then originally nothing is posited but the I. Accordingly, only the I can be opposed par excellence. But that which is opposed to the ego is equals non-ego. So the non-ego is set outside of the ego. The essence of the absolute ego is thus the infinite, unlimited, or pure activity. All finite activity is only subordinated as the means of pure activity as the final end. It can only be conscious of itself as this causality if it creates its own non-ego as counter and object. The thing in itself is thus abolished, however, and the absolute ego takes on all conceivable traits of a psychosis that never tires of reacting to the narcissistic insult by that thing in itself. There are no things in themselves, but only for us, so that we have material in them to transform. They are only what we have made or should make of them. The absolute ego can only be affected by the thing that it has created for itself in order to be affected by it and ultimately to overcome it again, to take it back into itself. Politically speaking, the absolute I is the state which overcomes the state within the state or the world market and becomes a closed commercial state. Economically speaking, it is labor which overcomes the object or nature, so that wealth, as in the later Gotha program of social democracy, arises from labor alone. State without capital, labor without nature. The thing in itself, which for Kant affects the mind and is the cause, but not the content of sensual experience, without which the I think must remain a completely empty concept, is crossed out in Fichte and replaced by a non-I within the absolute I as the mere impetus of a production that renders nature and thus the teleological power of judgment and its critique superfluous. In a letter to Hegel in 1795, Hölderlin wrote in view of this doctrine of science that Fichte seemed to him to be at a crossroads. He wants to go beyond the factum of consciousness in theory, as many of his statements show, and this is just as certain, and even more strikingly transcendent, as when the previous metaphysicians want to go beyond the existence of the world. His absolute I, equals Spinoza's substance, contains all reality. It is everything, and apart from it there is nothing. There is, therefore, no object for this abs. But a consciousness without object is not conceivable, and if I myself am this object, then I am necessarily limited as such, should it also only be in time, thus not absolute. Thus no consciousness is conceivable in the absolute I. As absolute I have no consciousness, and insofar as I have no consciousness, insofar I am, for me, nothing, thus the absolute consciousness is, for me, nothing. End of quote. This nothingness is precisely not the empty conception of the transcendental subject, insofar as it enables the synthesis of views. Rather, it results precisely from substantializing this empty conception as a deed, as an absolute subject. In one of his philosophical projections, written shortly after this letter, it becomes clear that Hölderlin did not simply want to return to the critique of pure reason. He attempts to oppose absolute consciousness with being as such, where subject and object are united as such not only in part, and thus so united that no division can be made at all without obscuring the essence of that which is to be separated. End quote. This is not another name for the nothingness that he recognized in the idea of an absolute consciousness, but his concept of reconciliation, which concerns the body, hence the repeated phrase that here, unlike in thinking, the division violates. And so the sentence follows, but this being need not be confused with identity. In Hyperion, this objection to hypostatizing identity also repeatedly gains immediate political expression. After all, it has made the state hell that man wanted to make it his heaven. In the hymns, especially the late ones, a completely new form emerges, in which that sane Schlechthin is now really replaced by the idea of a reconciliation that is no longer possible. Recognizing this, however, virtually presupposes the separation of subject and object. Language expresses seclusion, the separation of subject and object for the astonished. In this way, the traditional logic of synthesis is only delicately suspended. and precisely opposed to its violent substantialization in the action, Adorno's interpretation could be added. It happens through parataxis, words blasted off from forms of judgment, which shape the rhythm of the hymns as artful disturbances and counterrhythmic interruptions, Hölderlin's own term for the form of Sophoclean tragedy, by evading the logical hierarchy of subordinating syntax. The rondo-like associative connection of the sentences, the inconclusive explication instead of a so-called intellectual progression, all this gives the form its primacy over the content, even the intellectual content. It is transported into the poem in that the form presents itself to it and reduces the weight of the specific moment of thinking, the synthetic unity. Thus, the historical philosophical rhythm that combines the fall of antiquity and the appearance of Christ in the elegy Brauduende Wein is interrupted by the word odor. The fact that Christ consolingly completed and closed the heavenly feast of the time of the Greek gods is not asserted in a fixed form of judgment, but proposed as a possibility. The critique of teleological judgment is palpable here. And perhaps Adorno first realized the significance of Kant's last critique in this interpretation, or vice versa. Perhaps a new approach to reflective judgment also paved the way to parataxis. The insight already cited in the sociological essay on progress, written at around the same time, according to which Kant had still incorruptibly retained the unity of reason in its contradictory use, the nature-dominating use of the theoretical, causal-mechanical use, according to his language, and the reconciliatory use of the power of judgment, which is in harmony with nature, is in any case in line with the successful attempt to adapt to Hölderlin's late hymns. No greater contrast to these hymns, which know how to prevent any comic effect of their artful disturbances and counterrhythmic interruptions, seems conceivable than Jean-Paul's novels, poetry that spans entire epochs of world history, and prose that humorously miniaturizes all world history in the confines of the household or the miniature of an invented principality. In this home, however, where the author advises us to stay in order to read his novels so that the world will be a better place, the confrontation with Fichte's plot is visibly more immediate. His first is about the pair of friends Siebenkees and Liebgeber, in which Fichte's I=I is dissolved and at the same time the identity logic of the state, which Fichte thought through to the end, is defeated. Siebenkees and Liebgeber are similar and at the same time have something of a symbiotic love affair, which is portrayed with a great deal of sentimentality. Not only do they change their names for fun, which unfortunately causes one of them to forfeit his inheritance, but Liebgeber, who used to be called Siebenkees, helps Siebenkees, who used to be called Liebgeber, to fake his death in order to escape his unhappy marriage to Lynette. The double name swap and also the outward resemblance between Siebenkees and Liebgeber, who occasionally change their clothes. Liebgeber, who intimidates an impostor as a ghost. Siebenkees, who dies and is buried as a sham so that his wife at least gets the money he was cheated out of as a widow. All this sabotages the logic of identity that Fichte had hoped to finally secure in his proposals to improve the passport papers. On the one hand, Jean-Paul recognized the madness lurking in Fichte's philosophy of the absolute ego, and on the other, he sought a humane asylum for it by trying to contain it through humor, but in doing so, he also had the opportunity to reflect on his own humorous writing in connection with madness. In the novel Der Titan, Liebgeber reappears under the name Shop as the tutor of the young Albano, the main character. What Liebgeber and his friend were able to overcome in the Siebenkees novel through satirical ideas as false name coinage, now that he is separated from him, turns into paranoia, from which Shop perishes. He feels persecuted by the ego that he has set himself and smashes all the mirrors. When Siebenkees finally visits him to help him, he collapses and dies because he can only recognize in his friend the ego that is persecuting him. He had previously decided to go to the insane asylum himself, which had been offered to him as an alternative to prison. One could recognize a small self-portrait of the author in the lunatic asylum inspector. So utopian is its design, suffice it to think here of the experiences Hölderlin had to undergo shortly afterwards during his compulsory treatment at the Authentienrechten Klinikum in Tübingen. It may even be that when Jean-Paul wrote down Shop's End, he had learned of Hölderlin's early delusional states from Charlotte von Kalb, who, like Shop, last worked as a court librarian. Jean-Paul's madhouse inspector says, "I have been quietly observing the whole house for years. I have been hashing out the smallest traits for a future philosophical audience." End of quote. Shop, who reads all his works on madness, discusses with him the sanatoriums in lunatic asylums. He can be a fiction, from his ego I conclude, and a humorist too, but if one of the two is already difficult to separate from thickening, how much more their unification? End of quote. The author makes no secret of how close he comes to this thickening with his language and probably also wants to come. There is perhaps no other writer who comes up with or has to come up with so many similes and metaphors in such a confined space. They literally fall into each other's words and overload the humorously designed plots and situations to such an extent that the humorous and trivializing effect is again deliberately exaggerated. The smallest cell of his poetry is created as soon as a color of feeling soaks the fabric of a simile, wrote Max Commerell. One could speak of an addiction to images and allegories that almost leads to delirium, possibly fueled by all the beer and wine that Jean-Paul is said to have enjoyed while writing. Walter Benjamin emphasized the kinship of this certainly Baroque poet with the Baroque period of German poetry. No connoisseur of Jean-Paul's style can doubt that allegory is his essential affinity. But his world was less that of Schelling's speculation than the earthly, colorful and miserable, rich and depressed world of the German reading public around 1800, to whom Jean-Paul brought a possession, which it had forgotten, from the distance of time. Originally intended as an appendix to the first comic appendix of Titan, but then published separately, Jean-Paul sent a ficta satire after the novel, Clavis Fictiana SCU Liebgeberiana, and wrote in the preface, "Fictas, so to speak, idealism lives and weaves in the absolute in such a way that, since existence in the center of his existing universe, as in the center of gravity of a world, gravity dissolves through indeterminacy. There is now no way into finiteness and existence at all. Without the immeasurable dogmatic leaps, flights, and incomprehensibilities." End quote. The dogmatic aspect of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre lies in the fact that it does not want to know anything about the critique of teleological judgment. Indeed, it is projected precisely against this critique by postulating that all finite, limited, objective activity of the ego can only be united with its infinite, unlimited, and pure absolute subject in one way, namely by thinking finite activity as a means subordinate to pure activity and setting the latter as the absolute end, just as nature and the care of one's own body can only be allowed as a means for dutiful action, is what Fichte believes he has learned, not entirely wrongly, from the Critique of Practical Reason. Just as Jean-Paul, for his part, wanted to pave this way into finitude with his undogmatic leaps between metaphors, flights of imagery and allegorical incomprehensibilities, he shows all the more clearly ex negativo in the following notes attributed to Liebgeber the dangers involved. For, truly it is time to suspect the indissoluble rapturous confusion of language and thought to which we are drifting. Liebgeber's conversion to the doctrine of science, which is documented in these notes, was a completely natural development of his rare nature. He had initially sat down and studied Fichte, but only to joke about it in his own way. Traces of his original intention to ridicule the Wissenschaftslehre still shine through everywhere in Clavis, but this only makes it all the more ruthless that the satire turns against the satirist. Liebgeber explains that he himself first had to set Fichte so that Fichte could dip his pen into the ink to write his few volumes. That is why I boldly call the Wissenschaftslehre my work. To a certain extent, Fichte is also just one of the character masks that he could tear and crush, character masks of his ego, which is surrounded by his own non-ego, just as, according to this system, there are so many bodies running around of every ego except his own. If Fichte finds Liebgeber's reasons sufficient, which is to be warmly desired, then he is certainly the man who first confesses that he does not exist, or at least says, according to Liebgeber, that I am not, which I then already want to interpret to my advantage at his expense. In Clavis Fictiana, Schelling's natural philosophy is also included in the madness at the end. In the Titan novel itself, Schelling is mocked as vicar general and brain servant of Fichte. Quote, "All my metaphysics, chemistry, technology, nosology, botany, insectology consists merely in the old principle. Know thyself. Like St. Francis, I press nothing to my chest but my clenched girdles of snow, all around me a vast petrified humanity. In the dark uninhabited silence there is no love, no admiration, no prayer, no hope, no goal. I am all alone, no pulse anywhere, no life, nothing around me, and without me nothing but nothing. This is how I come from eternity, this is how I go to eternity. And who hears the lament and knows me now? Me. Who hears it? And who knows me after eternity? I do." End of quote. In Schelling's philosophy of nature, Jean-Paul can evidently only recognize the absolute ego again, this time in the form of nature. Fichte's doctrine of science is indeed reminiscent not only of the polemic against the speculative fantasy of a world of things in itself, which cannot be recognized and copied by any mind and yet has an effect on us and produces all ideas in us, In contrast to this fantasy, Schelling sees his philosophy of nature as a great synthesis of the old metaphysics and the new doctrine of science. He says of Spinoza's system, for example, one must have taken this system into oneself, put oneself in the place of its infinite substance, in order to know that the infinite and the finite are not outside us, but in us, do not arise, but are originally there simultaneously and inseparably. On Leibniz, in turn, he writes that the latter passed neither from the infinite to the finite, nor from this to that, but both were made real to him at once, gleichsam, through one and the same development of our nature, through one and the same mode of action of the mind. The system of nature is at the same time the system of our spirit, and only now, after the great synthesis has been completed, does our knowledge return to analytics, to research and experimentation. In contrast to Hölderlin's speculations on being, this synthesis has something forced about it, even if, indeed precisely because, it endeavors to put the spirit or our spirit and our nature in the place of the absolute ego and its non-ego. The confrontation with the critique of judgment cannot be avoided. Turning against this critique, Schelling says of the organized bodies that in these things necessity and contingency are most intimately united. At the end of his introduction to the ideas of a philosophy of nature, he refers to the critique of judgment, without mentioning Kant by name, only to turn against it seemingly head-on. Anyone who claims that an idea can only be transferred to nature has never had an inkling of what nature is and should be for us enter their soul. Quote, "For we do not want nature to coincide with the laws of our spirit by chance, perhaps through the mediation of a third party, but that it itself not only necessarily and originally expresses the laws of our spirit, but that it is nature and is called nature only insofar as it does so." End quote. The last paragraph of this introduction seems to leave no doubt as to how little these sentences can be a critique of our will. Nature should be the visible spirit the invisible nature. Here, then, in the absolute identity of the spirit within us and of nature outside us, the problem of how a nature outside us is possible must be resolved. End quote. The more decisively Schelling wants to turn against transferring an idea to nature, the more his determinations of nature remain mere intuitions. This is reinforced when he refers less to organic nature than to inorganic nature. Some such intuitions already bring to mind the automatic subject as which Marx apostrophized value. Since individual being as a conditioned being can only be conceived as a certain limitation of productive activity, the sole and ultimate substrate of all reality, then being itself is the same productive activity conceived in its unrestrictedness, it says of the system of speculative physics. For Schelling, nature as productivity, natura naturans, is viewed as nature as subject. In it, the ideal infinity is to become an empirical one. This impression that Schelling anticipates the idea of the automatic subject in his philosophy of nature arises from the fact that he evidently also understands inorganic nature entirely from the understanding of organic nature that is shaped by Kant's power of judgment. For if in every organic whole everything supports and sustains itself reciprocally, then this organization as a whole had to pre-exist its parts. Not the whole could arise from the parts, but the parts had to arise from the whole. End quote. Everything individual in nature is predetermined by the whole, reproduced at every moment by the power of the whole of nature. We do not actually see the existence, but the constant reproduction of natural products. The whole of nature contributes to every product. In nature, certain points of inhibition are originally marked out in consequence, perhaps, that only one point of inhibition from which the whole of nature develops. For the time being, however, we can imagine an infinite number of points of inhibition in nature. At each such point the stream of natural activity is, as it were, broken, its productivity destroyed. But at every moment there is, as it were, a new impulse, a new wave that fills this sphere anew. In short, nature is originally pure identity, nothing in it can be distinguished. Now points of inhibition arise against which nature constantly struggles as barriers to its productivity. But by fighting against them, it fills this sphere again with its productivity. End of quote. It was Ernst Bloch who, in his lectures, was the first to interpret Schelling's philosophy of nature against the immediate background of Marx's critique of political economy. In Schelling's sentence about not forgetting the producer above the product, you may recall a related-sounding formulation: above the commodity, do not forget the producer of the commodity. End quote. End of quote. In precisely this sense, we may also speculate with Bloch as to whether Marx meant this productivity of nature in his famous letter to Feuerbach when he spoke of Schelling's sincere youthful thought. However, difference or opposition must be regarded by Schelling as the first condition of all natural activity. It is a matter of an opposition arising in productivity itself. But nature is originally identity without opposition. In that opposition, therefore, there must again be a striving for identity. This striving is immediately conditioned by the opposition. For if there were no opposition, there would be identity, absolute rest, and also no striving for identity. If, on the other hand, identity were not again in the contrast itself could not continue. End of quote. Schelling's thinking moves in this circle. It seeks to find the point where subject and object are unmediatedly one, sees the highest of which we become aware in this identity of subject and object, but has to conclude that a subject-object originally only occurs in self-consciousness, that this identity is impossible in itself. It can only exist through a third mediating agent, and so the mediating agent must be an activity that hovers between opposing directions. Marx, on the other hand, had to state for political economy that there was no activity between the subject as the producer in production and the object as the commodity on the market, but only the activity of the automatic subject of value hovering between the spheres of production and circulation. It is therefore not surprising that Schelling ultimately seeks to understand the identity of subject and object as a quantitative relationship. In the quantitative difference that their subjectivity prevails, here objectivity, as in the Critique of Political Economy, it were a matter of the organic composition of capital, which Marx was not supposed to call this by chance, i.e. the relationship between constant and variable capital. At this point, Schelling is in any case able to reconnect with the critique of teleological judgment and to understand the creatures of nature in their purposefulness, but not to transfer a purpose like an idea to them. The concept of purpose cannot be conceived as preceding production. However, Schelling arrives at such a view which is expressed in his concepts of potencies and potentiation, precisely because he consistently dissolves the thing in itself, instead of in the non-ego, as Fichte initially did in the subject-object, and indeed unlike the subject-object that Fichte then followed as a view, in which the concept of the concept and the object itself are originally and indistinguishably united. This unification of concepts could also be traced back to the footnote in the Critique of Pure Reason on the indeterminate empirical view, which Schelling feels compelled to presuppose in the Critique of Pure Reason. However, Schelling transfers this view as a presupposition of, I think, to the subject of nature, which is thereby conceived as producing and therein determinable. But he refuses to identify God with it and follows on from the Critique of Judgment in that he no longer makes the proof of God merely a moral postulate, but a messianic one, so to speak. For God is never when being is that which presents itself in the objective world. If he were, we would not be, but he continually reveals himself. Through his history, man continues to prove the existence of God, a proof that can only be completed through the whole of history. End of quote. If Kant set man or humanity as the final purpose of creation, Schelling makes it clear with his ontological proof of God, projected into the future, that this final purpose still has to be proven, and that this does not affect nature itself, but the concept we have of it. The third period of history will be that in which what in the earlier ones appeared as fate and as nature will develop as providence, and will become evident that even what seemed to be the mere work of fate or nature was already the beginning of a providence revealing itself in an imperfect way. When this period will begin, we do not know. But when this period will be, then God will also be. End of quote. However, in the paper Darstellung means Systems der Philosophie, as well as in the so-called Würzburg system, which emerged from his lectures in that city, Schelling abandoned the decisive parallelism between transcendental and natural philosophy, to which he had hitherto adhered, and attempted to integrate the concept of productivity in natural philosophy and that of absolute identity in transcendental philosophy, with which he wanted to adhere to Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre. In other words, he abandoned the messianism of his proof of God, which was still tinged with the doubt that this proof might not be provided by human beings after all. One speaks of a transcendental idealistic turn, to which the materialistic aspects of his philosophy of nature fell victim. For Schelling, consciousness now becomes the act of creation of the entire universe. Everything equals I. The productivity of the organism, which Schelling still recognized as autonomous in his philosophy of nature, loses its independence in relation to identity in the face of this total sign of equality. To use Bloch's words, the commodity once again forgets its maker. The problematic aspect of this turn is precisely that absolute productivity and absolute identity transferred to the political economy. Production and circulation, labor and exchange, applied to psychoanalysis, eros and thanatos into a system, as if to supplement the doctrine of science not only with a philosophy of nature, which Fichte already rejected, but now even to bring into line what the latter brusquely rejected. For him it merely meant a circle to derive nature from the absolute ego in order to then allow this ego to emerge from nature. The first paragraph of the Würzburg system, published from his estate, reads, "The first prerequisite of all knowledge is that it is one and the same thing that knows and is known." Logically, this absolute identity of subject and object led to the deification of the state, to which Schelling dedicated the last two paragraphs of the system. Quote, "Just as it is one and the same nature and infinite substance that appears in gravity, in light and in the organism, so it is one and the same divine that lives in science, religion, and art. But just as in nature the substance itself, which bears all those potencies and comprehends them in itself, still becomes objective as the potenceless in the world body and in the world structure, so the divine, which lives separately in science, religion, and art, although absolutely in each, through the state. Furthermore, just as gravity, light, and the organism are only attributes of the world body, and all things are and can only be in it, so neither true science, nor true religion, nor true art has any other objectivity than in the state." End of quote. What is meant, however, is not a state that is merely formal, that is established for the sake of an external purpose, for example only for the mutual safeguarding of rights like the states constructed so far. These are mere coercive and coercive states, just as all forms of state hitherto constructed in science, especially since Kant, contain nothing but the merely negative conditions of a state, through which nothing positive has yet been established, nothing of the living, free, organic state, the only one as it is in the idea of reason. End of quote. So it is obviously about the state that is posited as positive but not yet realized, about a utopia of the state, entirely in the sense of Plato defined by Schelling as the powerless, and that means that this state has no true antithesis. Only the state in which there is no free, beautiful, general life itself, which is a mere institution of coercion, which must suppress one element of life in order to preserve the other, can have such an opposition. In certain respects, the entelechy of the monads returns here in the form of potencies, and the pre-stabilized harmony in the absolute indifference of the state. Already in the preceding exposition of his system, Schelling foresaw leading the reader from one stage of organic nature to another up to the highest expressions of activity in it, from there to the construction of absolute indifference or to that point, where absolute identity is set among completely equal potencies, to the construction of the absolute center of gravity, in which, as the two highest expressions of indifference, truth and beauty fall. In this return of pre-stabilized harmony, which according to Freud must appear like an anticipation of the death instinct, Hegel famously saw only the prospect of a night in which all cows would be black. What he opposed, the determinability of the indeterminate empirical view, namely through the system of morality, and in logic through objective and absolute spirit, ultimately the state not as utopia, but as the world spirit that realizes itself from the beginning. In all this, Schelling again saw a single violation of the critique of teleological judgment. Purposefulness without purpose, which can be observed in nature, is dismissed as a means to the end of the spirit, which comes to itself by dismissing nature or allowing it to die. The phenomenology of spirit states that organic nature has no history. It falls from its generality, life, immediately into the particularity of existence. Hegel becomes even clearer at the end of the philosophy of nature in his Encyclopedia of Sciences, i.e. where the transition to logic is to take place in the last paragraph. The death of the natural is the theme. Nature has thus passed over into its truth, into the subjectivity of the concept, whose objectivity is itself the abolished immediacy of particularity, the concrete generality, so that the concept is set, which has the reality corresponding to it, the concept to its existence, the spirit. According to a postscript, Hegel is said to have added in front of his listeners, "From this death of nature, from this dead shell, a more beautiful nature emerges, the spirit emerges." End of quote. The death of the natural is again, just as it is the purpose of these lectures, to give an image of nature in order to conquer this proteus, to find in this externality only the mirror of ourselves, to see in nature a free reflection of our spirit. Even the commentary on one of the first paragraphs of the Philosophy of Nature was as follows. Nature is only the corpse of the mind. It is the alienated spirit which is only left out in it, a Bacchantian god. Even the stones cry out and raise themselves to the spirit. End quote. In Hegel's logic, Schelling thus had to recognize one of the teleological modes of explanation, which allow the concept of purpose, that which corresponds to conscious activity, to precede the object which corresponds to unconscious activity. They thereby abolish all true explanation of nature and thus become pernicious for knowledge in its perfection. End of quote. Finally, he noted the stagnation of movement that occurs between logic and the philosophy of nature in Hegel. For him, this entire philosophy had to be logical, i.e. logic. Quote, instead of taking true and real logic as a basis from which to proceed, he hypostatizes the concept with the intention of logical movement, which, however independently of all subjectivity it may be taken, can only ever be in the thought of giving the meaning of an objective, even a process. So little has he freed himself from the real, which hindered his predecessor, that he takes it from his point of view even effective expressions, which are not at all made for the latter. The transition into natural philosophy, which in purely negative philosophy can only take place hypothetically, thus nature is also preserved in mere possibility, not attempted to be explained as actuality, which must be reserved for a quite different side of philosophy. In this transition he thus makes use of such expressions, e.g. the idea resolves itself. Nature is an apostasy from the idea, which either say nothing or are intended to be explanatory, i.e. include something real, a real process, an event. End of quote. Nature, according to Kuno Fischer on the stagnation that Schelling states in the progress of Hegel's logic, appears as a decline from the idea, which on the part of logic is described by the admirable category of dismissal, on the part of the philosophy of religion as a resolution of the will of the absolute spirit, all expressions that show that no path leads from this logic into reality. End of quote. The stagnation was already evident in the early projection of the system of morality. If Schelling still said in the system of transcendental idealism of 1800 that the identity of subject and object was impossible in itself, that it could only exist through a third mediating agent, and thus the mediating agent had to be an activity that hovers between opposing directions, Hegel wanted to replace this state of suspension with the concept of the middle, thus indicating that Schelling's philosophy of nature was basically a philosophy of second nature. This middle is the tool. Because form or the concept is the dominant element in it, it is torn away from nature. In the tool, the subject makes a center between itself and the object, and this center is real reason. The middle is the real rationality of work. Unspokenly, this concept of reasonableness is entirely in the tradition of Spinoza's Conservatio Sui. For Hegel, however, this middle should lead to the absolute primacy of the means, which seems to mock the critique of teleological judgment. The means is itself the telos. In the logic it then says, in this respect the means is a higher than the finite ends of external expediency. The plough is more honorable than are immediate the pleasures which are prepared by it and are the ends. End of quote. Peter Bulthaup wrote on the occasion of this passage, the fact that an agricultural implement is accorded the honor that its field otherwise has where people harm each other and lose their lives is not only unintentional humor, but testifies to the absolutization of the means, which are made into subjects as means to an end in themselves in the imagination, to which the dubious honor of being awarded the predicate honorable is then bestowed. End of quote. It is no coincidence that Hegel chooses the honor that is to be won for people on the battlefield as the means of distinguishing them as subjects, for he believes that the state is already at work in this means. But Adorno and Horkheimer, with and against Hegel, were able to form a different concept of tool. The instrument gains independence. The mediating instance of the spirit mitigates the immediacy of economic injustice independently of the will of the rulers. The instruments of domination, which are to be grasped by all, language, weapons, and finally machines, must be grasped by all. In this way, the moment of rationality asserts itself in domination as something different from it. The objectivity of the means that makes it universally available, its objectivity, for all already implies the critique of domination, as whose means thinking emerged. End of quote. However, when the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment define the tool as an implicit critique of domination in this way, they make no great distinction as to whether it is made available under the conditions of the commodity economy, or already before such conditions can even be mentioned. In this point, the young Hegel, when he considers tool and exchange separately, even comes closer to a materialist critique of knowledge, as Sommerfeld had in mind, although even here, in the system of morality, he seeks to derive the transition to exchange from the mere means by making it the subject. Until his transcendental idealistic turn, which took place during his collaboration with Hegel on the Critical Journal of Philosophy, Schelling had wanted natural philosophy and transcendental philosophy to be juxtaposed in such a way that they could not be merged and could only be treated separately. In the System of Morality, which was written during the same period of collaboration with Schelling, Hegel just as strictly distinguishes exchange from work, the center of identity from the center of the tool and still uses Schelling's concept of two relative potencies. This allows him epistemic critical insights here, which are then no longer related to exchange in logic. In relation to labor, exchange is an uncertainty for the sake of the empirical uncertainty of labor, the gradualness of performance. It lacks the presence in appearance. That performance is an inner thing, that it presupposes truthfulness, is something quite formal. For what is meant is precisely that the exchange has not happened, the confusion, the transition has not been realized, and the uncertainty is based on multiplicity and divergence, and the possibility of abstraction from it, or freedom. This unreason, or the opposition of this empty possibility and freedom to reality and appearance, is to be abolished. This freedom must become equal to necessity, so that the transition is removed from its empirical contingencies, and the center of it, the identity, is set as something necessary and fixed. End quote. The form of exchange remains the same, but it is incorporated into quantity and generality. The contract of exchange must itself have absolute reality, the ideality as such, and at the same time as reality can be nothing else at all than a spirit which presents itself as existing, in which the contracting parties are annihilated as individuals. The oneness is not an interior good faith, in which interior the individual subsumes the identity under itself, but the individual is the subsumed against the absolutely general. End quote. Hegel again uses a Schellingian term to describe the indifference of the preceding as the third potency. The relationship of exchange, which previously referred to individuals, becomes here totality. However, Hegel translates Schelling's concept in this way with that of abundance. Abundance set in indifference as the general and the possibility of all needs is money, just as labor, which goes to abundance and mechanically uniformly at the same time goes to the possibility of all general exchange and the acquisition of all necessities. Just as money is the general, the abstraction of the same, and mediates them all, so commerce is this mediation as activity, which exchanges abundance for abundance. End quote. With this definition, Hegel to a certain extent follows on from the methodological doctrine of the critique of judgment, insofar as it is already established there that only in bourgeois society can the greatest development of man's natural endowments take place. But unlike Kant, he sees that labor, which goes towards abundance, is at the same time oriented towards general exchange and for this very reason is mechanically monotonous. That the first of the second potency, the gradualness of the individual's achievement of the absolute identity of exchange and its totality in exchange. Exchange and its totality in money. This is precisely what requires the concept or consciousness. Morality must be the absolute identity of intelligence, with the complete annihilation of the particularity and relative identity of which the natural relation alone is capable. Morality is determined by the fact that the living individual as life is equal to the absolute concept, that its empirical consciousness is one with the absolute, and that absolute consciousness itself is empirical consciousness, and subjecthood is nothing in reality and distinction. End quote. Only in morality does Hegel see the absolute identity and the totality of indifference, which previously with Schelling was unconscious in nature and something inner, that is, projected onto nature and inwardness, emerge into consciousness. In the end, it turns out that the stages of the potencies are only the course of a logic whose result already underlies the first potency and from which the respective stage was merely abstracted. If in exchange the present in appearance is missing, the performance of labor power remains only as something internal, valid in good faith and therefore something quite formal. Then morality, the people or the state must be thought of as a presupposition of production. In the science of logic this is revealed, and the order of potencies, which are no longer potencies, is reversed. Measure as the identity of quality and quantity already precedes the tools. In it, abstractly expressed, quality and quantity are united. The abstractness of the expression is to a certain extent due to the sphere of being to which it still belongs, but within this sphere it is already the concrete truth of being, and therefore the peoples have revered something inviolable and sacred in it. The extent to which the exchange transfers the logic of being into that of essence, without being called by name, is what gives the tool its dubious honor, as it is then celebrated in the last file of logic dedicated to the concept. At some point, Schelling must have realized this consequence of his own thinking, which Hegel was demonstrating to him. It is significant that he now essentially uses the term system, which dominates almost every title in his writings of 1799 and 1804, to look back on his own earlier philosophy and to criticize Hegel's conception of logic, which was based on it. After all, it is this logic that allows Hegel to continue using the term system almost uninterruptedly. Since Schelling himself had already seen the rational system prepared by the critique of pure reason early on as a pure, real system brought to evidence and freed from all accidental elements in his own system designs, this perception only had to fall with increased weight on his heart. Perhaps one can explain from this how, almost immediately after the first exposition of that system formed out of criticism, this philosophy was, as it were, abandoned by its originator, left for the time being to anyone who stood ready to appropriate it. For me, that philosophy had really only been transitional. To tell the truth, I had tried in that philosophy only the next possible thing after Kant, and was inwardly far removed, to take it in that sense for the whole of philosophy. End quote. On the one hand, this unconditional demand of the system expresses the height to which philosophical science has risen in our time. One is convinced that nothing can be known individually, but only in connection and as a member of a great, all-encompassing whole. On the other hand, there are many who want to be finished at all costs and feel childishly happy to join a system. His own philosophy of systems, however, could not set itself up as an unconditional system in the same sense as Hegel's, precisely as an absolute system that leaves nothing behind. Although Hegel recognized in the beginning the purely logical nature of a science of the unconditional system, he no longer understood logic merely as a part. Thus he applied to predicates what was only valid and could only apply to the subject, to unreal and abstract concepts what only applied to the real, empirical subject given in observation and experience. The criticism of this independence of the concept went hand in hand with critical objections to the state, which Schelling was now to formulate continuously in order to differentiate himself not only from Fichte, but also from Hegel. This meant that he had to retract his own transcendental idealistic turn in the presentation of my system of 1801, and in the Würzburg system of 1804, System der gesamten Philosophie und Naturphilosophie insbesondere, which nevertheless led to the deification of the state, albeit as a utopia. It is on this subject that Schelling becomes the sharpest critic of teleological judgment, and it is here that he retracts the false reconciliation that Kant hints at in the Methodendler. For it is not the separation of forces in itself that is disharmony, but their false unity. The true unity would be one that is able to give nature and body the weight they deserve, one that does not suppress them in the name of the spirit. And here Schelling's concept of freedom also turns against Kant. He denies that freedom consists in the mere domination of the intelligent principle over sensual desires and inclinations. In his view, these desires and inclinations are neither good nor evil in themselves. What can make them a factor of evil as something necessarily particular is their isolation from the universal, the separation of multiplicity and unity in order to ultimately elevate the particular above the universal. In this way, Schelling remains true to the oldest system fragment. For him, the mechanical aspect that constitutes the state lies precisely in the fact that multiplicity and unity, the particular and the universal, fall apart and ultimately the latter triumphs over the former, while conversely, for Hegel, the latter triumphs over the former in the state, and in this way it is precisely the mechanical and the lifelessness of the system that is presented as reconciliation. However, vitality in Schelling's sense is only possible if neither triumphs. If in a fragment from 1807, the year in which Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit appeared, he already conceived of the state as a natural unity, he now did so explicitly in the sense of a second nature and at the same time in the sense of Hobbes' state of nature. He thus obviously presupposed that the first nature in itself has no unity, only its individual parts or beings. But the unity of nature, this second nature above the first, to which man must necessarily take his unity, is the state. And the state is therefore, to put it bluntly, a consequence of the curse resting on mankind. Since man cannot have God as his unity, he must submit to a physical unity. Schelling thus turns against a concept of the state in which the spirit could be realized, and thus also against the last paragraphs of his own Würzburg system. Rather, the state has a contradiction in itself that cannot be resolved. It is a natural unity, i.e. a unity that can only act through physical means. Schelling is therefore not prepared to suppress violence as a prerequisite for state unity. But neither does he regard this unity as total. The state, even if it is governed with only some reason, knows well that it can achieve nothing by merely physical means, that it must make use of higher and spiritual motives. But it cannot command these, they are beyond its power, and yet it boasts that it can bring about a moral state. End quote. For free spirits, therefore, no natural unity is sufficient. It requires a higher talisman, and therefore every unity that arises, even in a state, is always only precarious and temporary. Looking back, he states with reference to the Kantian concepts how much effort has been made since then, to show how unity is compatible with the existence of free beings, i.e. how a state is possible, which is actually only the condition of the highest possible freedom of the individual. But this is impossible. It is therefore natural that now, at the end of this period, when there was no talk of anything but freedom, the most consistent minds, when they pursue the idea of a perfect state, end up with the theory of the worst despotism. And at this point Schelling explicitly refers to Fichte's writing on the closed commercial state of 1800. In it he must have recognized the caricature of his own utopia of the state in the Würzburg system, the deified state that has no contradiction in itself. Now it was said that the state as such could find no true and absolute unity, insofar as all states are only attempts to become organic wholes without ever really being able to become them. This is most clearly demonstrated by the collision of states among themselves. The highest phenomenon of unity that has not been found and cannot be found is war, which is as necessary as the struggle of the elements in nature. Here men enter entirely into the relationship of natural beings against each other." End quote. However, Schelling could only formulate this critique of the state, which was at the same time a critique of Hegel's conceptual logic, by referring to a true unity that he knew to be beyond the critique of teleological judgment. The unity of God, which now also took on certain Kabbalistic features for him. In the end, he reverts to the messianic proof of God that he formulated and said before his transcendental idealistic turn. The demand is that the deity should not enter into the consciousness of individuals, but into the consciousness of mankind, and so we can well see that that proof is one which runs through the whole of reality and through the whole of the time of the human race, which in this respect is not a closed one, but one which is always continuing and reaches out into the future of our race just as much as it goes back into the past of the same. In this sense, positive philosophy is above all historical philosophy. End quote. However, insofar as he also understood nature in this way as God's self-affirmation, which had to be proven by human beings, Schelling brought this back, despite all differences, into an intellectual affinity with Kant. What he was striving for, however, was the mediation and redemption of nature. In this, too, Schelling could not come to terms with the transformation of the proof of God into a merely moral postulate. In his essay on the nature of human freedom, he had already written that it would always remain strange that Kant, after first distinguishing things in themselves from phenomena only negatively, through independence from time, and later, in the metaphysical discussions of his critique of practical reason, really treating independence from time and freedom as correlative concepts, did not proceed to the thought of transferring this only possible positive concept of in itself to things as well. End quote. Thus, however, freedom would also be transferred to things, and it is precisely in this that Schelling ultimately wanted to recognize the perfect self-affirmation of God in his positive philosophy. This is where Heidegger wanted to pick up with his, in contrast to Schelling, Germanizing Kabbalism, because in his view the whole of German idealism had failed to develop the question of being originally enough. While Schelling still holds that man, unlike the animal, has the source of self-movement for good and evil equally within himself, for Heidegger man does not have this source within himself, but rather, he is the capacity for evil, and only as a capacity for this is he at the same time a capacity for the other, which he obviously does not want to be understood as the good, but, as was then to be shown in the Black Notebooks, as the disappearance of the present humanity, which is the first purification of being from its deepest disfigurement through the supremacy of the existing. In Schelling's lecture, he interprets evil as a counterspirit to being, just as he always wanted to establish this being as his counterconcept to the absolute of German idealism, because this absolute still contains the unity of human consciousness, the possibility of determination and the concept. What he means by the concept of spirit in the counterspirit is preceded by a tendency. Quote, "The inclination to evil must precede the decision. The decision as such is always that of an individual person. This evil, on which the inclination depends, can therefore neither be the already real evil, nor can it be the evil of the individual human being." End of quote. Thus, what is called general reality is the pervasive will of evil to become real everywhere in the created. This evil is the emergence of self-will over the general will. Schelling had spoken of a will of the reason or a dark reason that strives to particularize everything and make it creaturely, but which he opposed with a will to universality in order not to hypostatize either of them as a totality, and in which one can thus recognize the two meanings of the Kantian thing in itself. The thing in itself as the thing that affects our mind and the thing in itself as the law in our breast. Schopenhauer turns that dark will into the will par excellence, from which all humans and organic beings suffer, and attributes everything else to the imagination, that these people may make for themselves, which was to offer Nietzsche the opportunity to reevaluate the will as the only true thing and to reinterpret it as the will to power. Only Freud was able to break out of this monism of the will or drive by having to introduce the death drive. For Heidegger's interpretation of Schelling's treatise on freedom, there is only evil outside of being, the counter-spirit, and from this he already defines the will of the reason as that which arouses selfishness, as if he already wanted to create a mood for the eradication of unworthy life. Quote, "Where it shows itself, it is not evil itself, but a sign of evil. We find such omens in nature, the peculiar and accidental nature of organic formations and deformities, the disgusting. Here we see something driven out by selfish exaggeration and at the same time powerless again, something adverse. But since it is not yet something spiritual, it can only be an omen of evil as a selfish thing prevailing in nature." End of quote. The lecture on Schelling from 1936 thus leads immediately to the annihilation fantasies of the Schwarz-Helle, in which the question of world Jewry is the metaphysical question of the kind of humanity that could take over the uprooting of all that exists from being as a world historical task. The counter-spirit is thus branded as the counter-race, and the peculiar predestination of Jewry for planetary criminality is discussed. Schelling's philosophy and his critique of the state is thus turned into its opposite, insofar as it was the prerequisite for not only limiting oneself, like Hegel in the philosophy of law, to the demand that the Jews receive all civic rights, but also to think Christianity with the conceptual means of Jewish mysticism and, conversely, to understand Judaism itself as the cosmic shell of the future. According to Schelling, it still has a connection with the true historical process. For viewed in absolute terms, i.e. negatively, with regard to the state, the Jewish people became the bearer of divine history because it was least capable of founding states in the service of the world spirit. End quote. A universal history of antisemitism must be both denied and constructed if one wants to try to understand it, and will necessarily fail. According to Nietzsche, historical concepts cannot be clearly defined, which applies in particular to a way of thinking that feels simultaneously or unequally repelled and attracted by antisemitism. This is evidenced by book titles such as Dialectic of Enlightenment, which express the Janus-faced nature of the Enlightenment more than titles such as From Hegel to Hitler. Something similar could be said about Kant and Fichte. While Janus was originally a god of light, his conception gradually changed into the god of all origins, of beginnings and endings, of doors and gates, the father of all things and gods. What the German idealists thought about the Jewish was no less Janus-faced than the origin of their thinking. The Enlightenment, as summarized by Kant as the exit from immaturity, and the traditional, which essentially included the realm of religion, which they intended to abolish in favor of a realm of freedom, of human autonomy. Revelation theology was supplanted by the idea that nothing about religion that could bring people under heteronymous conditions was to be accepted. The fact that Jews became victims of precisely this enlightenment, which also brought forth its own criticism, whether in personal contact with Jews or motivated by other anti-Semitic demagogy, makes it impossible to construe antisemitism without keeping in mind its secret telos of antisemitism in the mass murder of European Jews, without taking it anachronistically as a yardstick. Antisemitism was diagnosed before the word was even popularized by authors such as Wilhelm Marr and transferred from a limited historical phenomenon to all forms of Jew hatred that are independent of its telos, but cannot be thought of independently of it because they were also its result. Let's go back to the incubation period of German idealism, in which antisemitism by Jews was already recognized and publicly denounced. Saul Ascher's Eisenmenger der Zweite was published in 1794. In addition to a preceding missive to Professor Fichte in Jena, which contained a polemic against the author of the contribution to the correction of the public's verdicts on the French Revolution, whose name the author only learned later and therefore added to the missive, in which he mentioned that attributing hatred of the Jews to Kant deserved only a small qualification. Quote, "I shall have done enough if I convince your teacher how detrimental it is even to his good intention to open the gates of his lyceum to anyone without first having subjected his character to a strict examination, and to let him wander freely in the field of his esoteric philosophy or his opinions. The only excuse that could be made for Mr. Kant in regard to you would be merely that by a criticism of all revelation you gave no hint of a criticism of Jew hatred, but that you could at the same time decide to realize this idea, that you so publicly presented the prolegomena to the public, that cannot and must not escape a rebuke in our age, which is inclined to eccentric principles. I doubt very much whether you will be able to absolve yourself of any malicious intention, nor do I believe that your great teacher can be absolved of it." End of quote. We will therefore speak first of Fichte and Kant, and then move on to Hegel. On July 4, 1792, Kant had received a visit from Fichte in Königsberg, who presented him with his work Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung. Kant, who thought it was well written, recommended it to his publisher Hartung, who also had it published anonymously, outside Königsberg, at the beginning of 1792. The public mistook it for a work by Kant, and after word of its authorship spread, Fichte suddenly became famous. However, there is only a footnote to Jews in the following text. If, for example, God really sees and hears, then he must also be able to partake of pleasure through these senses. So it is very possible that we can give him sensual pleasure, that the smell of burnt offerings and food sacrifices can really please him. The footnote reads, that the Jews of older times really concluded in this way is attested by the ideas of the prophets against this error. That they are no wiser in more recent lines is proved by the ridiculously childish ideas of God which their Talmud contains, whether through fault of their religion or their own, remains here unexamined. End quote. His experiences with Jews on a trip to Poland in the spring of 1791 were reflected in his diaries, but where they are mentioned negatively, this did not go beyond what Jews at the time also said about their Polish brethren. Now, as a corpus delicti, the text that had earned Fichte the reputation of an enemy of the Jews. A powerful hostile state is spreading through almost all the countries of Europe, which is at constant war with all the others. It is Judaism. I do not believe that it is because it forms a separate and so firmly interlinked state, but because this state is built on the hatred of the whole human race, that it is becoming so terrible. Of a people whose lesser ancestors are higher than the rest of us in our history, and who see their progenitor in an emir who is older than they are, a legend which we ourselves have included among our articles of faith, who see in all peoples the descendants of those whom they have expelled from their enthusiastically beloved fatherland, who have condemned themselves, and are condemned, to petty trade, which is debilitating to the body and deadens the spirit to every noble feeling, which, even in its duties and rights, and even in the soul of the All-Father, separates the rest of us from itself. From such a people something else should be expected than what we see, that in a state where the unrestricted king may not take away my paternal hut, the first Jew who pleases plunders me with impunity. You see all this, and speak sweet words of tolerance and human rights and civil rights, while you violate the first human rights in us. You cannot do justice to your loving toleration of those who do not believe in Jesus Christ by all the titles, dignities, and places of honor you give them, while you publicly scold those who do not believe in him as you do, and take away their civil honor and bread earned with dignity. Do you not remember here the state within the state? Does not the understandable thought occur to you that the Jews, who without you are citizens of a state that is stronger and more powerful than yours, if you also give them citizenship in your states, will completely trample your other citizens underfoot? And the footnote. Far be it from these pages the poisonous breath of intolerance, as it is from my heart. The Jew who breaks through the solid, one might say insurmountable, entrenchments that lie before him to the general love of justice, humanity, and truth is a hero and a saint. I don't know if there were or are any. I want to believe it as soon as I see it. But don't sell me a beautiful appearance for reality. If only the Jews did not believe in Jesus Christ, if only they did not believe in two different moral laws and in a God who is hostile to humanity. They must have human rights even if they do not concede them to us. For they are men, and their unrighteousness does not entitle us to become like them. If you ate yesterday and are hungry again and have bread only for today, give it to the Jew who is hungry next to you, if he did not eat yesterday, and you will do very well. But to give them civil rights, I see at least no means of doing so but by cutting off all their heads in one night and putting on others, in which there is not even a Jewish idea. To protect us from them, I again see no other means than to conquer their promised land and send them all there. Look at these Jews. They do not believe in Jesus Christ at all. You do not have to suffer that, and I see that you shower them with benefits. Oh, they have superstition, and that is enough for me. Believe in Zoroaster or Confucius, in Moses or Mahomet, in the Pope, Luther or Calvin, that is all the same to me. If you only believe in an alien reason but you want to have reason yourself, and I will never suffer that. Be immature or you will grow to my head. I do not mean to say that the Jews should be persecuted for their faith, but that no one should be persecuted for it. I know that before various learned tribunals one may rather attack the whole of morality, and its most sacred product, religion, than the Jewish nation. To them I say that no Jew has ever deceived me, because I have never become involved with one, that I have on several occasions defended Jews who were teased at my own peril and to my own disadvantage, and that private animosity does not speak from me. If you do not like what I have said, do not scold, do not slander, do not insult, but refute the above facts. End of quote. To interpret these statements as the nucleus of the whole of Fichte, however, would be exaggerated in view of his own distancing in the historical context of the defense against the accusation of atheism, which describes the early works as those of a young man and asks whether it is fair and right to still use that youthful and unfinished attempt of the youth as a measure of the political principles of the man. However, the history of his impact was, whether affirmative or critical, as if Fichte could be reduced to this. The fact that he made no attempt to defend his position, e.g. when personally asked by Bloch, speaks against this. The fact that his relationship to Jews gradually changed after he came into continuous contact with Jews, for example with David Veit and Rahel Levin, shows how unconsolidated his original attitudes were. These contacts began when Johann Schmidt, who was regularly invited to Fichte's lunch table, was asked whether he could invite David Veit to join him for lunch and was told that yes, if the Jew wished to participate, he was more than just a Jew, and if people were surprised that he, Fichte, who wrote so strongly against the Jews, was now eating with one, then that was also quite right for the people. Fichte was never one of those who kept away from arguments merely out of politeness, as his break with Schelling proves. The reaction to Johann Schmidt confirms Jacob Katz's judgment that Fichte's statements were not simply outbursts of hatred. They arise from his position on a problem that preoccupied his contemporaries, namely what place the Jews had in a state that wanted to unite its citizens if their religion and culture prevented them from fully devoting themselves to this state. With reservations, Fichte was prepared to secure human rights for the Jews, i.e. the right to live as foreigners in the state. But only when the Jews showed themselves capable of changing their nature would they be worthy of citizenship. End of quote. Katz is also responsible for pointing out that Johann Heinrich Schultz, 1739–1823, acted as an intermediary to the French Enlightenment, in particular Voltaire and Dome, in Fichte's relationship with Jews. Some of Fichte's formulations seem like paraphrases from Schultz's polemic against Moses Mendelssohn. Why do they insist on wanting to remain a separate people that does not mix with any people that cannot trace its ancestry back to Abraham? Why do they not want to admit that their nation, together with the actual citizens of the country through intermarriage, is merging into one family? Why do they want to create a special state within the state? The context of Schultz's reception is the accusation of atheism following Wallner's religious edict of 1788, whereby Fichte used Schultz's lawyer Aimlang's defense as a model for his own. He probably also took the phrase state within the state from Schultz. Schultz's profession of tolerance, that he did not want to blacken the Jews in any way and that the Jews should drop their blind religious fanaticism, could also have been an initial model for Fichte. The initially cautious, then more intensive contact with Jews was the reason for the correction of his own views at the end of the 18th century. And this did not happen on the Jewish side without knowledge of Fichte's statements. The statement that all Jews should have their heads chopped off sometimes prevented Jewish scholars like Bloch from visiting Fichte and talking to him. I was very upset by this statement, and when I visited Fichte again, I told him about the incident and said that it could not be possible that he had said this. He replied, "Yes, I have said something similar, but on the condition I have mentioned, I would also have my head cut off, namely on the condition of having a better head put on." End of quote. Bloch thus took it from Fichte that this formulation was meant metaphorically. Fichte can hardly be described as a fervent anti-Semite, let alone an advocate of eliminatory anti-Semitism, but from the perspective of the 20th century, he became powerful in a way as if he had wanted to verify the dictum anti-Semitism is the rumor about the Jews. With his revolutionary treatise, he offered, despite his own later misgivings, the model for the transformation of a religiously motivated hostility towards Jews into a political or anti-Judaism into anti-Semitism. In a sermon from 1786, Intentions of the Death of Jesus, and one on the Epistles to the Romans from 1791, Fichte had criticized the Jewish belief in a blind God on the one hand, but on the other hand considered the Jews to be blessed because the Gospels had been preached to them first, even though they had persecuted the early Christians. However, one should not be angry because one considers oneself more enlightened than the Jews, for the possibility of improvement was open to them, by which Christian baptism was meant. In the revolutionary pamphlet, civic improvement was reserved for exceptional Jews. It was now considered specifically Jewish that they formed a state within the state and developed hatred against the human race, things that we will also find in Kant, as Saul Asher has pointed out. When Fichte had become an opponent of Napoleon after the defeat of Prussia by the French army, he delivered the speeches to the German nation, which were published in occupied Berlin in 1808, with the aim of mobilizing against the French occupation, without even mentioning the Jews living within the German territorial states. However, others drew this connection, disregarding Fichte's cosmopolitan concept of the nation, according to which the state was the link between the individual and humanity. The fact that it was and still is possible to receive this text without considering this fact makes it impossible to apologetize it, even if there were people who tried to do so before the terrible Judge Roland Freisler. In a letter to Rahel Levin, David Veit praised Fichte, who scored more points with his personal interaction than with his revolutionary writing. Fichte, with whom I have so far dined, is one of the greatest minds I have ever seen, a Christian and Jewish mind at the same time, a great philosopher, and a guy who first thinks and then learns. The book, On the Destiny of the Scholar, of about 120 small pages, contains much, and I will have my head cut off if you do not find new things in it. End quote. Jewish humor at the time of Fichte. Saul Asher could not have known at the time that Fichte was beginning to think differently about Jews as he began his academic career. During his time in Jena, he became acquainted with Salomon Maimon and promoted his publications. Unfortunately, Fichte's letters to Maimon have been lost, which is why only one reply is quoted here, which shows their character. Your letter of September 30th was most pleasant to me. The assurance of friendship from a man of such acumen and systematic mind as yourself is very much appreciated. This made little difference to Fichte's reception and impact until National Socialism. An anti-Semitism of reason may have been relativized for Fichte personally in his dealings with a few Jews, but it had an effect beyond that. Although the continuity of the revolutionary writing and the speeches on the German nation is external as a construction, it remained powerful in both its affirmative and critical variants in a folkish interpretation, as evidenced by the criticism that was leveled at it. It was not only after the Second World War that there was a Zionist interpretation of his speeches, which, so as not to attract the criticism of the anti-Semites who call themselves anti-Zionists, largely included a critique of the anti-Semitic folkish reception of Fichte. Philo Verlag published a 12-page brochure Fichte and the Jews by Seider Levy, Berlin 1924, which ends as follows. So it will be that Fichte, when the swastikas address him as their patron saint, will turn in his grave in the old Dorothean cemetery, which bears the inscription from the Jewish book of Daniel 12:3, but the teachers will shine like the brightness of heaven, and those who point many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. The fraud in the fight against the Jews and justice, which is being waged with Fichte's name, is finished. End of quote. That's probably not how it was in real history, even if Fichte apologetic would like it to be. And Kant was no different. Here, too, we begin with the corpus delicti, essentially 4 pieces of evidence. The Jewish faith is a merely statutory one. The Jewish faith is, according to its original institution, an epitome of merely statutory laws, on which a state constitution was founded. For whatever moral additions may have been attached to it either at the time or subsequently, they do not at all belong to Judaism as such. The latter is not really a religion at all, but merely an association of a multitude of people who, belonging to a particular tribe, formed themselves into a common being under merely political laws, and therefore not into a church. Rather, it was to be a merely secular state, so that if this were torn asunder by adverse events, the political faith, essentially belonging to it, would still remain to restore it, at the coming of the Messiah. The fact that this state constitution is based on theocracy, i.e. the name of God, who is worshipped here merely as a worldly ruler who makes no claim at all over or to conscience, does not make it a religious constitution. End of quote. The classification of religious attitudes according to Kant therefore has 2 criteria, whether it has a moral reference and whether it is statutory, based on rules and laws or not. This results in 4 possibilities. 1. Pure moral faith which has no need for laws, i.e. pure religious faith. Distinguished from this is 2. Cultic religion, which is also concerned with morality, but requires laws to do so since it is about the favor that one acquires in the process. It is not faith but religion. 3. The free spirit or anarchist, who is neither concerned with morality nor observes laws. And 4. The Jew, who is not concerned with morality but at the same time observes laws that benefit no one. Kant considers Judaism to be the most abominable of all religious attitudes, which is not even religion, because it lacks moral reference and therefore cannot morally improve people. It does not serve the neighbor because the laws have no humanitarian aspect, and instead of a sense of human duty, there is only discipline through the law. The ability to deceive others is the second accusation against Judaism, where we already find the later stereotypes that were on the lips of all anti-Semites at the end of the 19th century. although here they are historically based on the diaspora, not racist. Quote, since their exile, the Palestinians living among US have gained a not unfounded reputation for deceit due to their usurious spirit, even as far as the largest number is concerned. It may seem strange to think of a nation of swindlers, but it is just as strange to think of a nation of merchants, by far the largest part of whom do not seek civil honor, but want to compensate for their loss by the advantages of cheating the people among whom they find protection, and even themselves among themselves. Now this cannot be otherwise with a whole nation of merchants as non-producing members of society. Consequently, their constitution, sanctioned by ancient statutes and recognized by US among whom they live, cannot be abolished without inconsistency, even though they make the saying, "Buyer, open your eyes," the supreme principle of their morality in their dealings with us. Instead of futile plans to moralize this people with regard to the point of deceit and honesty, I will rather give my conjecture of the origin of this strange constitution, namely, a people of pure merchants. End of quote. The third point is that Kant accuses the Jews of hating the entire human race, an accusation that was made in the same year in Fichte's revolutionary treatise and refers to separation from humanity. Kant's accusation is that the Jewish people excluded the entire human race from its community, as a people specially chosen by Jehovah for himself, which was hostile to all other peoples and was therefore hostile to everyone. In Kant's case, the accusation hardens, which in no way excludes contacts and intensive friendships with Jews. He even hoped that a purely moral faith could emerge from Judaism. But first he assumes that the beliefs of the peoples had solidified into one character. This comes close to racial constructions without being substantiated anywhere. Kant never retracted the accusation of misanthropy, but rather reaffirmed it. Thus Judaism, according to its first institution, since a people should separate itself from all other peoples through all conceivable, sometimes embarrassing observances and prevent all mixing with them, incurred the accusation of misanthropy. End quote. Kant was not prepared to tolerate the Jewish religion as it was, but wanted to reform or eliminate it in favor of a purely moral religion. Although this would have to apply to all religions according to his thoughts, he believed that the Jews, despite his polemics against them, were capable of a euthanasia of Judaism, but did not, as would have been consequent, speak of a euthanasia of Christianity. Euthanasia was not understood to mean the demise of the Jews, but the transition to Kant's moral religion. Here is the corpus delicti in context which proves this point. With regard to sectarianism, it is customary to say, it is good that there are many different religions, and this is also correct insofar as it is a good sign. Namely that freedom of belief has been left to the people, but this is actually only praise for the government. In itself, however, such a public state of religion is not good, the principle of which is such that it does not, as the concept of a religion requires, carry with it the generality and unity of the essential maxims of faith, and does not distinguish the controversy that arises from the non-essentials. The difference of opinion with regard to the greater or lesser propriety or impropriety of the vehicle of religion in relation to the ultimate purpose of religion itself, namely, to improve men morally, may therefore at best lead to a difference in the sex of the Church, but it must not therefore lead to a difference in the sex of religion, which is precisely contrary to the unity and generality of religion, i.e. the invisible Church. Enlightened Catholics and Protestants will therefore be able to regard each other as brothers in the faith without mingling, both in the expectation, and working to this end that time, under the favor of the government, will gradually bring the formalities of faith, which, of course, need not then be a faith to make God favorable or reconcile himself through anything other than pure moral sentiment, closer to the dignity of its purpose, namely religion itself. Even with regard to the Jews, this is possible without the reverie of a general conversion of the Jews, if among them, as is now happening, purified concepts of religion awaken and throw off the garment of the old cult, which now serves nothing, but rather displaces all true religious sentiment. Since they have had the garment without a man, church without religion, for so long, but since the man without a garment, religion without a church, is not well kept either, they need certain formalities of a church that would be most appropriate to the final purpose in their present situation. The idea of a very good mind of this nation, Ben David's, to adopt publicly the religion of Jesus, may be considered not only very happy, but also the only proposal, the execution of which, even without mixing with others in matters of faith, would soon make this people conspicuous as a learned, well-mannered people, capable of all the rights of the civil state, whose faith could also be sanctioned by the government. Though, of course, it would have to be left free to interpret the scriptures in order to distinguish the way in which Jesus, as a Jew, spoke to Jews from the way in which he, as a moral teacher, spoke to people in general. The euthanasia of Judaism is the pure moral religion with the abandonment of all old doctrines, some of which must still be retained in Christianity, which sectarian difference must finally disappear and thus bring about what is called the conclusion of the great drama of religious change on earth, at least in spirit, since there is only one shepherd and one flock. End of quote. Kant's friendship with Moses Mendelssohn could be cited, among other things, and it could also be proven that it was more than merely superficial on both sides. The evidence is provided by Bettina Stagnitha's work, which Mika Brumlik also refers to. Kant apologetic is just as inappropriate as Fichte apologetic, even if, as Stagnith proves, the passages in the text by and large stem more from a thoughtlessness condemned by Kant than from a systematic consideration of the matter itself. Since neither Kant nor Fichte are alive and I am indifferent to the peace of mind of his followers, I will pass over the question of guilt. At the time when Fichte and Kant published their anti-Jewish theses, Hegel was engaged with Kant and Fichte and corresponded with Schelling on the Kantian exegesis of the Tübingen Stift, as represented in their eyes by Gottlob Christianstor, among others. The dispute with the refutation of the proofs of God led to a naive fideism and supernaturalism. Hegel's anti-Judaism, on the other hand, combines traditional and modern elements. Although his criticism of religion stems from Christian anti-Judaism, it is based on philosophical categories originating in modernity, in particular the criticism of the concept of the state and the property system, which is based on the political upheaval triggered by the French Enlightenment in the late 18th and early 19th centuries in France and Germany. Hegel's anti-Judaism is neither the traditional Christian anti-Judaism nor the later racial anti-Semitism of the 19th century, but a hatred of Jews that springs from the anti-Semitic spirit of the Christian European Enlightenment. Hegel's manuscripts from the Bern and Frankfurt periods, known as theological youth writings, were published a century later. They contain treatises on the master and servant problem, which today is almost without exception received on the basis of the self-consciousness chapter of the Phenomenology of Spirit, which supplants the theological problem from which Hegel derived it. The genesis of Jewish religion is regarded by Hegel as a stage in the process of the formation of the spirit, which initially emerges from the sphere of the natural and sensual as an antithesis and terminates its immediate unity with nature. Hegel's later philosophy of religion describes the Jewish religion, together with the Islamic, as the religion of sublimity and distinguishes it from the Greek, of beauty, and the Roman, of expediency. The philosophy of history has a fourfold division: Oriental, Greek, Roman, and Germanic, whereby Judaism is assigned to the Oriental. According to Hegel, the pre-Christian forms of religion lack the mediation of the spirit with nature. In the natural religion, nature reigned as the first and only principle, whereas in the Jewish and Greek religions, the spirit subjugated everything natural. In a fragment to which the title Spirit of the Oriental was assigned, the Orientals are exposed as follows. The Orientals have fixed characters. Once they are what they are, they do not change. They do not leave the direction of the path they have taken. What lies beyond their path does not exist for them. But what disturbs them on their path is hostile to them. Their character, once firmly established, cannot let go of itself, cannot absorb and reconcile itself with what opposes it. The one becomes dominant, the other dominated. Power is the concept in which beings are equal. Power is their relation to each other, power of strength or genius or speech. A fixed character admits nothing but what it dominates or is dominated by, as it is dominated by it. For there are barriers, realities in it which cannot be removed, which, in order to exist alongside other contradictory realities, alongside the hostile, cannot stand in any other relation. Since the barriers of character give rise to realities which love cannot unite, they must be objectively united, i.e. be subject to a law. End of quote. Later, in the Encyclopedia, Hegel will also deny the Jews the character of sublimity and interpret Islam as the abolition of the narrow-mindedness of the principle of the Jews. In Mohammedanism, the narrow-minded principle of the Jews is overcome by extension to generality. Here God is no longer regarded as existing in an immediate sensual way, as was the case with the Asians, but is understood as the one infinite power that is exalted above all the multiplicity of the world. Mohammedanism is therefore, in the most real sense of the word, the religion of sublimity. End of quote. In 1822-23 we still find the moment of contempt for Judaism as a relationship of servitude, but also a certain anti-Zionist moment which can later be found in Rosenberg and Hitler, according to which Judaism and statehood are incompatible. Quote, "The Jews have what they are through the one. Thus the subject has no freedom for itself." Spinoza sees the Code of Moses as if God had given it to the Jews as a punishment, as a rod of discipline. The subject never becomes aware of its independence, which is why we find no belief in the immortality of the soul among the Jews, for the subject is not in and of itself. But if the subject is worthless in Judaism, the family is independent, because the service of Jehovah is bound to the family and it is therefore the substantial. The state, however, is inappropriate to the Jewish principle and alien to the law of Moses. In the imagination of the Jews, Jehovah is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who commanded them to leave Egypt and gave them the land of Canaan. We are drawn to the stories of the patriarchs. In this story, we see the transition from the patriarchal nomadic state to agriculture. In general, Jewish history has great features, but it is contaminated by the sanctified exclusion of the other spirits of the people, by a lack of education in general, and by the superstition brought about by the idea of the high value of the nation's peculiarity. End quote. Hegel sees the history of the Israeli people as the history of nomads who contingently became sedentary, but whose spirit still ekes out a nomadic existence, according to the legend of Ahasuerus, the eternal Jew, who was condemned to restless wandering because he had denied Christ rest and refreshment on his way of the cross. The relationship of the sedentary Hebrews to other peoples was one of enmity and contempt. The exodus from slavery in Egypt is defamed as half-hearted, soulless, and the law as merely a new yoke, which Moses succeeded in imposing despite the slavish self-consciousness of the Hebrews. According to Hegel, it is not sufficient for real freedom but led to a new yoke. This is in the tradition of the Kantian interpretation of Judaism as a statute religion. It is no wonder that this people, which was most slavish in its liberation, showed at every subsequent difficulty or danger, by its remorse at having left Egypt and its desire to return to it, that it had been without soul and its own need of freedom in its liberation. The liberator of his people became also their lawgiver. That could mean nothing else than, he who had loosed them from one yoke imposed another on them. A passive nation that gave itself laws would be a contradiction. End of quote. Hegel combines this with the accusation of antithesis to the rest of the world, a general hostility that leaves only physical dependence. Thus the Jews are in a state of exception. A general hostility leaves only physical dependence, an animal existence, which can therefore only be secured at the expense of the others and which the Jews receive as a fiefdom. This exception, this expected isolated security necessarily follows from the infinite separation. And this gift, this liberation from Egyptian slavery, the possession of a land rich in honey and milk, a secured food, drink, and mating are the claims that the divine has on worship. As the title of worship, so the worship, that relief of need, this servitude. End quote. Hegel accuses the Jews of not having dared to live, as if he wanted to anticipate the jihadist ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood: you love life, we love death. Those whom death in the desert did not allow to reach the promised land had not fulfilled their destiny, the idea of their existence. For their life was subordinated to a purpose, not a self-sufficient one, and their death could therefore only be regarded as an evil and, where everything is under a master, only as a punishment. All those were free from military service who had not yet inhabited their newly built house, had not yet eaten a bunch of grapes from the newly planted vineyard, had not yet married their bride, for they, who now had their lives ahead of them, would have acted foolishly to risk the whole possibility, the condition of life, for reality. It is contradictory to risk this property and this existence itself for property and existence. Only heterogeneous things can be sacrificed for each other, property and existence only for honor, freedom, or beauty, for something eternal. But in some eternal thing the Jews had no part. End quote. The fact that the Jews strove for material pleasures, he will still count the epochs of happiness among the blank pages of world history in his later writings, contradicts Hegel's metaphysics of work, which considers the state of mere material happiness to be nothing for which one would sacrifice one's life. These changes, which other nations often undergo only in millennia, had to be so rapid among the Jewish people. Each of their states was too violent to last long. The state of independence, linked to general enmity, could not last. It is too much the opposite of nature. The state of independence of other peoples is a state of happiness, a state of more beautiful humanity. The state of independence of the Jews should be a state of complete passivity, of complete ugliness. Because their independence secured them only food and drink, a meager existence. With independence, with this little, everything was lost or in danger. There was nothing left alive that they could have preserved and enjoyed, the enjoyment of which would have taught them to endure many hardships, to sacrifice much. In the pressure, the miserable existence came into immediate danger, which they set out to save. This animal existence was not compatible with the more beautiful form of humanity, which would have given them freedom. End of quote. What Hegel opposes to this is again the religion of love of Jesus, which must seem incomprehensible to the Jewish mind. Reconciliation in love is, instead of the Jewish return under obedience, a liberation, instead of the re-acknowledgement of dominion, the abolition of the same in the restoration of the living bond, of a spirit of love, of mutual faith, of a spirit which, considered in regard to dominion, is the highest freedom, a state which is the most incomprehensible opposite of the Jewish spirit. End quote. This also applies to the opposition of the spiritual and natural realms of the world, however sublime the Jewish thought may seem. Similarly to Schelling, Hegel sees the process of the living, in particular procreation, as an image donor for the dissolution of the supposedly dead dualism of spirit and nature in the Christian relationship of father and son. However sublimated the idea of God may be, the Jewish principle of the opposition of thought to reality, of the rational to the sensual, the rupture of life, a dead connection between God and the world, a connection that can only be taken as a living connection and in which the relations of the related can only be spoken of mystically. The most frequently occurring and most characteristic expression of Jesus' relationship to God is that he calls himself the Son of God and, as the Son of God, opposes himself as the Son of Man. The designation of this relationship is one of the few natural sounds that accidentally remained in the Jewish language of that time and therefore belongs among its happy expressions. The relation of a son to the father is not a unity, a concept such as unity, agreement of mind, equality of principles, and the like, a unity which is only a thought and abstracted from the living, but a living relation of living, equal life, only modifications of the same life, not opposition of essence, not a majority of absolute substantialities. Thus the Son of God is the same essence which the Father is, but for each act of reflection, but only for one such, a particular one. End quote. Kant's and Fichte's criticism of Judaism is repeated by Hegel, right down to the terminology, and brought into the aforementioned systematic context of his philosophy of mind, as a separation from humanity and mere religion of law. Quote, the Jewish people wanted to insist for itself, loftily, alone in its kind, its customs, its conceit. Any equalization, union by custom with others was an abominable abomination to it, and yet, through the situation of its small country, through trade connections, through the union of peoples which the Romans established, it stood in manifold relations with others. The Jewish desire to isolate itself had to succumb to the urge of the peoples to unite, and after battles that were all the more horrific the more indigenous this people was, it was also defeated and deeply offended and embittered by the subjugation of the state to a foreign power. The more obstinately did this people continue to adhere to their statutory commandments of religion. They derived their legislation immediately from an exclusive God. In their religion, the practice of an innumerable number of senseless and meaningless acts was essential, and the service of God and virtue was an enforced life under dead forms. Nothing remained to the spirit but the obstinate pride in this obedience of slaves to laws not given to themselves. This condition of the Jewish nation must have awakened in men of better substance, who could not deny their sense of self and could not stoop to dead machines and at the same time to the rage of servitude, the need of a freer activity and purer independence than to live an existence without self-consciousness with the monkish bustle of a spiritless and insubstantial mechanism of petty customs, the need of a nobler pleasure than to think oneself great in this slave trade and to race for it. End quote. The young Hegel contrasted the Jewish nation with the Germanic nation when he wrote, only the Germanic nations came to realize in Christianity that man is free, that the freedom of the spirit constitutes his most intrinsic nature. This consciousness first arose in religion, in the innermost region of the spirit, but to form this principle in the worldly being was a further task, which required a long and difficult labor of education to solve and carry out. End quote. However, Hegel reveals this contradiction in the philosophy of right, which is full of polemics against anti-Semites such as Jacob Friedrich Fries. Quote, it belongs to education, to thinking as the consciousness of the individual in the form of generality, that I am conceived as a general person in which all are identical. Man is so considered because he is man, not because he is a Jew, a Catholic, a Protestant, a German, and Italian. This consciousness to which the thought applies is of infinite importance, only deficient when, as cosmopolitanism, it fixes itself to stand in opposition to the concrete life of the state. End of quote. Hegel's position on the emancipation of the Jews is amphibolic, as he affirms the strengthening of the role of the state, while he is skeptical about the Jews because they belong to a special religious party and a foreign people at the same time. Kant's, Fichte's, and Hegel's anti-Judaism or anti-Semitism was and is open to different interpretations because they were all at odds with themselves. All three went through a more or less difficult learning process after meeting and befriending Jews, and Hegel was repelled by the anti-Semitism that was spreading at the time. Schelling had a more relaxed attitude towards Jews and Judaism from the outset, especially as he had already received Hebrew and Arabic lessons from his father as a child and became interested in Jewish mysticism through Swabian pietism and studied it in personal contact with rabbis. Fichte, Kant, and Hegel participated in the hostility towards Jews of their time in all its ambivalence, as it was already present in the French Enlightenment, with which they sympathized. Schelling stood out from this tendency because he was extremely familiar with Jews and Jewish ideas, and was able to reflect on his Christianity free of anti-Jewish resentment without giving up his Christian identity. His ability to gain intimate knowledge of Judaism was also based on the fact that he spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic in addition to Greek and Latin, and newer languages. His father was one of the leading Orientalists of the time. This would have enabled him to study Judaism in the light of ancient sources without having to rely on contemporary prejudices, which only happened in part. The problem stemming from the Jewish part of the Bible to which Schelling repeatedly referred was that of the origin of evil, which, however, also meant dealing with legacies that corresponded with an ancient hostility towards Jews, as it was based on Gnostic ideas. In terms of the philosophy of history, the turning away from Gnosticism * by Christian thinkers such as Augustine, who converted from Manichaeism to Christianity, was ultimately a problem that they themselves did not really solve. Throughout history, a Gnostic apocalyptic ticket of the evil Jewish demiurge was handed down in philosophy and theology, which became a problem for the zeitgeist, to which the non-terminological epical term Romanticism was sometimes attributed. Schelling's thinking also falls into this period, but it is non-romantic in a substantive sense. For Schelling, contemporary theology, with which he had already grappled in the Tübingen monastery, was seen as the rebirth of superstition. In his doctoral thesis on Martians de Marione Paulinarum Epistolarum Emendator, Schelling could not avoid dealing, either implicitly or explicitly, with the position of Judaism in relation to Christianity. Mark Ion, according to Schelling, the founder of a special Gnostic sect that flourished in the 2nd century AD, separated Christianity from Judaism, a demiurgic creator god from the Redeemer God. Such a separation of Christianity from Judaism was always significant for the future hostility towards the Jews. In some cases, unity also became a motive for the rejection of Christianity. Giordano Bruno's hostility towards Christianity, for example, was based on an abysmal hatred of Jews. He considered Christianity to be a degenerate form of Judaism and the Jew Jesus to be a member of the most unworthy and filthy race in the world. Gnostic tickets can also be found in Richard Wagner, who incidentally attended Schelling's lecture on the philosophy of revelation. He wanted a Christianity without Jews, and consequently without Jesus. The theology of Mark Ion, to which Schelling's dissertation, using the Church Fathers as a reading aid refers, was described by Adolf von Harnack, whose assessment corresponds to Schelling's, as follows. The Old Testament is abandoned, but at that moment the new religion stood there naked and bare, uprooted and defenseless. The proof of age, all historical and literary evidence in general, had to be dispensed with. But a deeper consideration taught him that this very lack of protection and proof is demanded by the thing itself and therefore supports it in its true essence. Grace is gratuitous data, so Christ and Paul teach, and that is the whole content of religion. But how could grace be gratuitous data if he who bestows it had even the slightest obligation to bestow it? But if he were the creator of man, and if he were his educator and lawgiver from the beginning, he would have to take care of it. Only a miserable sophistry that cringes at God could relieve the deity of this obligation. Thus he cannot have any natural historical connection with the people he has mercy on and redeems. Thus he cannot be the creator of the world and lawgiver. Thus neither the Old Testament nor any other imagined prehistory can have any claim to validity. That the Redeemer God, who is in truth God, did not approach men in any revelation of any kind before his appearance in Christ, is therefore demanded by the nature of his redemption. He can only be understood as the absolute stranger. From this it also follows that the hostility from which redemption through Christ liberates can be nothing less than the world itself together with its creator. Since Mark Ion remained true to the Jewish Christian tradition in that he identified the creator of the world and the Jewish God and saw in the Old Testament not a book of lies, but the true representation of real history, a strange limitation of his religious anti-Judaism, the Jewish God and his document, the Old Testament, had to become his real enemy. Early Christianity saw the most convincing aspect of Gnosticism in the eschatological promise, which was a prerequisite for the imminent expectation of the Last Judgment and the end of the world. The world's worthiness of destruction made the preoccupation with the creation of the world obsolete, as it would soon come to an end anyway. For Plato, from whom the concept of the demiurge, craftsman, originated, the demiurge god was not omnipotent because he was only able to make the world as good as he could, in accordance with the matter that limited his activity, similar to his goodness. With the creatio ex nihilo, however, the dualistic predetermination of matter had to be abolished, as Augustine's Genesis commentaries attempted to do. This is why the question of the origin of evil became topical again and again, and Schelling posed it several times in his work without answering it in an anti-Jewish way. Schelling's way of thinking can be seen as an antidote to antisemitism and hostility towards Jews. Schelling also discusses Tertullian's thesis that Marcion spoke of the forgery of Pauline letters. For if Tertullian reported that Marcion believed that the Pauline letters had been altered by pseudo-apostles and Judaistic preachers, this was no doubt part of his conjecture, with which he only wanted to support the story about Marcion. It is not improbable that Marcion said something similar, for he used to say that Judaistic views had been added here and there to the Pauline epistles, with the very same intention with which the Gospel, i.e. the history of Christ himself, had been altered by the protectors of Judaism, i.e. imbued with Jewish views. And, apparently Marcion's entire heresy had arisen from his contempt for Judaism, for which reason, after he had been expelled from the church, he finally began to turn to the schools of the Gnostics. In this respect there was a considerable difference between him and the other Gnostics, because he did not come to the contempt of Judaism on the basis of philosophical dreams, but developed from a hatred of the Mosaic law, which he had long before, and as it seems, solely on the basis of the Pauline letters, into certain philosophical ideas, which were taken up in the schools of the Gnostics, to which he was urged to belong. End quote. This cautious criticism of traditional hostility towards Jews in an academic work speaks for a quite natural sympathy with Judaism. Schelling grew up in a Christian tradition of Swabian pietism, which also included Schelling's Swabian spiritual ancestors, who, like Friedrich Christoph Oettinger, studied the mystical traditions of Judaism and which can be described as a consolidated, highly educated Christian tradition that did not need to develop a polemical exclusion in relation to Judaism in order to find itself. The professors of Protestant Orthodoxy, Flat and Storr, whom he held in low esteem, made the discussion of the relationship between Judaism and Christianity rather delicate, especially as Schelling, who was just 20 years old, had not been offended for the first time at the Tübingen Stift and his father had to support him against authority. However, an Enlightenment tradition with a Christian veneer was also far from Schelling's mind, as he, influenced by Kabbalistic currents, wanted to understand Christianity philosophically and not cover up a secret atheism. His later writings, 1810 ff., also contain Jewish philosophical ideas that stem from this tradition, as can be seen below. It is a historical philosophy. The mystical ideas are those of a contraction of God, Zimzum in Hebrew, in such a way that it acquires systematic scope and great significance for a philosophy of a living God, ideas that are also used in the debate with Spinoza. These mystical philosophies are also relatively new in the Jewish tradition, originating in the tradition of the mystic Isaac Luria, 1534 to 1572. But Schelling's interpreters only became aware of this after Schelling's death when the Stuttgart Private Lectures, 1810, and the Projections for a Philosophy of the World Ages appeared, so that they were not discussed in contemporary debates. In a letter to Rudolf Ehrenberg, Franz Rosenzweig described the parallels between the Lurianic Kabbalah and Schelling's philosophy of the world ages as the original cell of his work, The Star of Redemption. However, Schelling had not studied the Lurianic Kabbalah directly, but through the works of Oettinger, which were in his father's library. The inclusion of philosophical themes and religious content that had preceded Christianity was not a matter of course for the representation of Christianity at the time. Schelling went ahead with a systematic justification of his historicizing procedure with regard to Christianity in the Weltalter philosophy, among other things. And yet we have undertaken to represent the whole? Certainly it cannot be done in the same way. A different treatment will be necessary according to the difference of the contents of the three parts. For the past, present and future do not stand in the same relation to our human insight. What is past is known, what is present is recognized, what is future is anticipated. That which is known is narrated, that which is recognized is represented, that which is foretold is prophesied. The Trinity is not meant in a naive sense, but rather is very much in the Christian tradition of Trinity speculation, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which is less likely to be found in Protestant than Catholic circles. Schelling's Christology is closer to the anamnestic tradition of Judaism than his academic environment. The method of his historical thinking, which then leads to a metaphysical experience, Adorno, a metaphysical empiricism, also has a current critical significance in structural terms, as it is significant for 20th century critical theory. In the past section, for example, which was the only one that was completed and could be completed, we find remarks that we could have heard in discussions on coming to terms with the past. They show us that Schelling is not one of those romantics who idealize the past to the point of transfiguration. Ulrich Sundman's dictum, according to which the future is outwardly recurring memory and therefore amnesia has none, is anticipated by Schelling's historical approach. How few know the actual past. Without a strong present created by separation from itself, there is none. The man who is incapable of confronting his past has none, or rather he never emerges from it, lives constantly in it. Likewise those who always wish back the past, who do not want to go on, while everything goes forward, and who prove by impotent praise of past times as well as by powerless scolding of the present that they are unable to do anything in it. Most of them seem to know of no past at all except that which is enlarged by every passing moment, and which is evidently not yet itself past, i.e. separated from the present. End of quote. This organological understanding of time or history stems from Schelling's early reception of mythology. The concept of myth that Schelling uses here comes from the biblical scholarship that was developing at the time. His conception of myth is in the school of Eichhorn and Heine. Christian Gottlob Heine's discovery of the autonomy and universality of the mythical as a necessary stage in the development of the human spirit was further developed by Schelling. He followed Lessing in understanding myth as a mode of imagination and expression in the childhood of the human race. The myth precedes poetry as a mode of imagination in the pre-literary period. Heine characterizes the state of childhood as psychological genetic and refers to the ethnology of his time. The lack of knowledge of causes leads to attributing all inexplicable processes to the intervention of gods. The lack of expressive capacity, sermones gestes, is constitutive of the sermo mythicus, sermo antiquus, which is characterized by the inability to designate the general and the abstract. As a result of this lack of expression, it sets concreta pro abstractus, i.e. it isolates and centralizes, and expresses thought, which could only be adequately rendered in the medium of the concept, in the manner of narrated stories, tanquam gesta. Schelling later calls this story-like. In this, Schelling's thinking is related to that of the dialectic of enlightenment, which formulates a primal history of subjectivity, as Adorno subsequently interprets it in negative dialectics. Schelling is also not concerned with what conservatives like to call historical forgetfulness and what is basically appropriated in history to present identity for political interests, but with a forgetfulness of the past, which, unlike the Romantics, is not opposed to the renewal of the good old, but is used in an epistemologically critical way. With regard to the reception of Spinoza, it becomes clear how Schelling interprets the concept of substance in the sense of human freedom, first of all in the early ego philosophy. Schelling's continuous anthropomorphism is by no means a mythicization, but is to be understood from his development from a Spinozism of the ego via one of nature to that of the absolute, whereby the transfer of structural titles of self-conscious freedom certainly plays a role, which also had an effect on Feuerbach's critique of religion, but as will be shown, Schelling uses Jewish mystical elements here. In a letter to Hegel, Schelling documented his recently advocated Spinozism. Meanwhile, I have become a Spinozist. Do not be astonished. You will soon hear how. For Spinoza, the world, the object par excellence as opposed to the subject, was everything. For me, it is the ego. The real difference between critical and dogmatic philosophy seems to me to lie in the fact that the former proceeds from the absolute object or non-ego. The latter, in its highest consequence, leads to Spinoza's system, the former to the Kantian. Philosophy must proceed from the unconditioned. Now the question arises as to where the unconditioned lies, in the ego or in the non-ego. Once this question has been decided, everything is decided. For me, the highest principle is the pure absolute I, i.e. the I, inasmuch as it is the mere I, not yet conditioned by objects but set by freedom. The be-all and end-all of all philosophy is freedom. End quote. This means, with Kant's Critique and Spinoza's Ethics, Schelling meant the two books found, the contrast and balance of which is important. If substance is the unconditioned, then I is the unifying substance. And, if there is nothing apart from the I, then the I must put everything in itself, i.e. equalize itself. From this it follows, if we want to call that which sets because we have no other word, 'cause and a cause that sets nothing apart from itself, everything in itself equal to itself, immanent cause, then I is the immanent cause of all that is. End of quote. This is the immanent Ensof, as presented by Jacobi's Spinoza critique, which, however, made Schelling a Spinozist, especially through the following powerful assertion. The spirit of Spinozism was probably no other than the ancient a nihilo nihil fit, which Spinoza, according to deducted concepts, as the philosophizing Kabbalists and others before him, took into consideration. According to these deduced concepts, he found that through every emergence in the infinite under whatever images one disguises it, through every change in it, a something is placed out of nothing. He thus rejected every transition from the infinite to the finite, everywhere all causas transitorias, secundarias, or remotas, and put in the place of the emanating a merely immanent Ensof, an indwelling, eternally unchanging cause of the world, which, taken together with all its consequences, would be one and the same. For the mystical tradition of Judaism, the term Kabbalah has been established since the 12th century to define mysticism as cognitio Dei experimentalis, knowledge of God aimed at experience. It emerged from the tradition of the Neoplatonic doctrine of emanation, in which God appears to be infinite, unchangeable, and unknowable in principle. This non-revealing aspect of God is usually called Ein Sof, without end. The forces flowing from its Sephiroth, the 10 basic numbers, which have 22 links, each of which is assigned a letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The 10 Sephirot emerge from the Ein Sof in a fixed sequence, which are metaphorically described as rays of the sun. The 32 paths, 22 letters, and 10 basic numbers form the tree of life, Easy Jajam, the revealed aspect of God. Until the 16th century, Jershak Luria, Kabbalah was a strictly esoteric teaching that was only disseminated in small circles. Schelling's doctrine of the contraction of God, corresponding to the Kabbalistic doctrine of Zimzum, means that God contracts from himself into himself and thus creates space for others. This doctrine is the fundamental element from the Kabbalah that undoubtedly plays a role in Schelling's work. It came to Schelling via Oettinger and Franz Joseph Molitor, who learned Kabbalah from Jews. He therefore primarily drew on Kabbalistic sources indirectly, although the Munich Court and State Library had a Kabbalah collection from which Schelling borrowed nothing. He later borrowed codices from Molitor, handwritten copies, especially from a pupil of Luria, Chaim Vital, 1542 to 1620. The popularity of the Kabbalah, not only among the aforementioned Christian Kabbalists, in Trinity speculation is probably connected with the fact that Jewish thinkers such as Philo of Alexandria could also speak of the Logos as God's firstborn son, right up to Spinoza's expression of the Natura Naturata as son in the short treatise. Mutual conversions between Jews and Christians were therefore not uncommon. Schelling's Christianity is therefore not a confessional one and by no means excludes Jewish traits in his thinking. Schelling's speculation on the Trinity takes on a completely different meaning, as for him the Trinity constitutes a monotheism that also exists independently of Christianity. In The Philosophy of Mythology, 1842, he states, "But as to the opinion that the notion of the Trinity is an exclusively Christian one, we shall have occasion enough in the sequel to show that it is not so. From time immemorial it has therefore been customary to seek out footprints and indications of the Christian idea in pagan religions. One need not think only of the Indian Trimurti, which, as will be shown later, is only a very partial form of this idea, but a trinity of potencies shows itself to be the actual basis of it. But what does it actually mean to say that this idea is a specifically Christian one? All religion has grown out of monotheism, thus naturally also the Christian religion. The true relation is therefore just the reverse of what is intended to be expressed. It is not Christianity that has this idea, but the other way round, this idea has created Christianity. It is already the whole of Christianity in its germ, in its foundation. It must therefore be older than the Christianity that appears in history. Incidentally, my opinion is only this: the ultimate root of the Christian Trinity lies in the all-unity idea. So no one thinks that with what has been presented so far, with the concept of monotheism, that Christian doctrine with all its provisions is already given. Our whole present development has mythology, not revelation, in mind. Schelling's reference to the doctrine of all-unity, the Hen Kai Pan, which triggered the pantheism controversy, was a provocation, as this controversy was a fundamental dispute for German philosophy and literature of the Enlightenment over the polemical thesis put forward by Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi that Spinozism was the most consequent expression of pantheism, while the latter was consequent rationalism and thus atheism. Heinrich Eberhard Gottlieb Paulus published the first Berlin lecture Philosophy of Revelation without authorization, so that Schelling had to enter into a copyright lawsuit which he ultimately lost. Paulus, an anti-Semite and former friend, then bitter enemy of Schelling, persecuted Schelling for half a century with polemics, sarcasms, and hatred. The dispute began because of Paul's opaque behavior in the atheism controversy and broke out in Würzburg. Schelling's last letter to Paulus, dated March 13, 1806, is quite sarcastic when he imagines the anti-Semite Paulus in the role of Shylock. The unauthorized publication of the Berlin lecture by Paulus had a thoroughly political background in the Cabinet Order of December 13, 1841, which declared the policy of Jewish emancipation obsolete in the sense of the civic improvement of the Jews and proposed self-governing cooperation for the Jews, which amounted to stripping the Jews of the rights and duties of Prussian citizens. Frederick William IV of Prussia had ascended the throne. Quote, "The Christian estate monarchy according to the medieval worldview is the dominant idea here, tolerating the Jewish people, which is in the legally unique case of belonging together purely identically with religion, that this religion can only be the property of this people, and the Jews have preserved their national peculiarity through their religious constitution alone." End quote. A fusion of the Jews in civic relations with the Christian population of the country is strictly rejected. Instead, they were to organize themselves into corporations and represent their interests collectively, not individually, in communal and superregional bodies, without participating in the rights and duties of a Prussian citizen. Like the educational policy, this concept had a restrictive and ultimately anti-Jewish effect. Schelling had to react strategically to this. Although, as we have already noted, he had a speculative justification for the human rights of Judaism, it was only possible within the framework of Christianity in view of such provisions, namely only if the Old Testament has its telos in the New. This happens in all clarity and shows anti-Judaic traits despite sympathy with the Jews. The Abrahamic God is only the relatively one God, whose uniqueness is exclusive, i.e. does not allow for the Son. But the story of Abraham, the founding document of Judaism, is told in such a way that Abraham was seduced by a false divine principle. Once we have recognized the natural history of the mediating power in the entire mythology, it is important to show its personal effect in Judaism and Christianity. What was its mode of action in the Old Testament Constitution? A mediating potency always presupposes something that demands mediation. Far from thinking the original consciousness of this, as it were, reserved part of humanity from the general fate of the mythological process to be exempt from the power of the principle to which the consciousness of humanity succumbed in the mythological process, we rather set the same terminus quo for both parts of humanity. The whole of humanity, and thus also the consciousness of the Abrahamites, has an immediate relationship only to the relatively one God. The immediate God, the unrealized, unrevealed God of the Israelite people, is not the true one, but the one whose uniqueness later presents itself as exclusive, who later appears as jealous of the sole possession of existence, as a consuming fire. But it is precisely this God who is not so much opposed to, but rather stands to the side, mediating him to the true God, another personality that unlocks the consciousness of the true in the non-true. The revealed is an emergent, not an immediate. That which already exists cannot be the true. Let us illustrate the relationship with an event that is to a certain extent exemplary for the entire sequence of Old Testament revelation. Abraham is tempted by God, Genesis 22, to an act against which human feeling is revolted and on which the oldest curse rests. The same one who said after the flood, "Whoever sheds human blood, his blood shall be shed again. I will avenge your blood for the good of your souls." Should the same one have issued this command to Abraham? At the same time, other peoples considered it a religious commandment to sacrifice their children. The principle that led Abraham to do this was the same principle that led other nations to do the same. The revelation to Abraham was linked to a false divine principle or had this as a precondition. The revelation of the true God, which forbids that action, is not linked to the false principle. The angel of Jehovah resists the counter-divine principle. He who is called Elohim is the substance of consciousness. The angel of Jehovah is nothing substantial, but something that only appears in consciousness. He is not substantive, but only actu, is only an appearance of Jehovah, and therefore always presupposes the Elohim as substance, as the medium of his appearance. It is not in itself the real one, for it presupposes the solicitation and its principe itself as the condition of its efficacy. Neither of the two in itself is the true God, but the latter appears only by abolishing the former. In this narrative the true God is mediated by the false one, and that is the barrier of the Old Testament. Revelation is only possible through a means, but this is provided by the counter-divine principle. The higher potency here overcomes the lower not by natural effect, but by volition, and thereby brings forth the appearance of the true God. In the immediate being, the true God becomes unequal to itself, mediates itself, and thus brings itself forth in consciousness. Otherwise, no revelation is possible. No consciousness can be infused from outside, but only by means of an already existing principle, which already behaves as a potency in consciousness. End of quote. This shows that Schelling, for all his sympathy with the Jews, remained a Christian philosopher, even if these sympathies tended to grow, especially politically. There is a remark in the diary of 1848 which, however, expresses a rather positive relationship to Jews. Quote, "Apart from the peoples who are called upon to form themselves in isolation, there are mediating peoples who carry that which is above the peoples more vividly than others, among whom different nationalities can also feel elevated to humanity, united and happy." End of quote. Bloch ends the Schelling part of his Leipzig lecture on the history of philosophy with the following conclusion, which does not simply summarize the Schelling chapter, but attempts to explain what Bloch owes to Schelling. I would like to conclude with the remark that the philosopher Schelling can be called, with a favorite expression of chemism, a tremendous ferment, a ferment in philosophy, indeed in the matter of philosophy itself. What Marx said of Bacon, that with him matter smiles at us in poetic sensual splendor, this sensual freshness is preserved in Schelling's philosophy of nature as a qualitative freshness, as one where the ascetic essence that Hobbes then added to matter has disappeared, at the price of bringing romantic analogical magic into nature, but nevertheless in such a way that something was preserved for this price, namely a new sense for the quality of nature and for natural vitality. Identity in his first philosophy of identity, to which I would now like to draw your attention, is also an important program. Everything is placed in the one. But it is completely wrong that this is already there and that philosophers only have to think about it. Identity is a high, a strange, a difficult category, a qualitative one of the highest order which does not exist, but is at best dotted in the world as a category of home, of the joining together of all things and people. This is not a given, it is a program, a postulate, or whatever you want to call it. In any case, the home potential, to use Schelling's expression, still rests in the womb of time, and we do not know whether it will ever be born. All these are problems that are there on Schelling's occasion and are not added to him, but jump out of him if one only has ears to hear and eyes to see. I thus conclude Schelling without concluding that we will certainly encounter him in Hegel, to whom we are now making the transition. End of quote. I follow this text sentence by sentence and interpret it connotatively with regard to what Bloch intends to make of Schelling or what is still to be made of him, since it is not so much an abbreviation of the lecture on Schelling, but rather what Bloch's philosophy makes of him. Quote, "I would like to conclude with the remark that the philosopher Schelling can be called, with a favorite expression of chemism, a tremendous ferment, a ferment in philosophy, indeed in the matter of philosophy itself." End of quote. The term ferment, as Bloch developed it in Geister Utopie, a book that also strongly influenced Adorno, comes from alchemy, so that in this sense we are talking about chemism when chemical processes are allegorized. In alchemy, all substances are either qualitatively different types of an original substance or a change in their qualities from the original substance. This change requires a material, a substance, a matter that is capable of bringing about such a change, a ferment or a yeast, as a ferment was called mass, musette alpha, massa. When attempting to make gold, the aim was to find the musette alpha that would give base substances the properties of gold. In this sense, Schelling was worth his weight in gold for Bloch, so to speak, a ferment, a fermenting agent of philosophy itself. This way of speaking of ferment is perhaps found even more often in Adorno in all kinds of contexts, but also in the sense claimed here, where he says, for example, the remnants of the older were ferments of the new in the European consciousness. In this sense, Schelling was also a ferment of the new or a ferment in the matter of philosophy itself, just as for Schelling the older were ferments for his new. The older also had such a function for Marx, where we speak of Bloch as a Marxist Schelling when Marx speaks of Bacon, as Bloch puts it, what Marx said of Bacon, that with him matter smiles at us in poetic sensuous splendor. This sensuous freshness is preserved in Schelling's philosophy of nature as a qualitative freshness, as one where the ascetic essence that Hobbes then added to matter has disappeared, at the price of bringing romantic analogical magic into nature, but nevertheless in such a way that something was preserved for this price, namely a new sense of natural quality and of natural vitality. End quote. Even before the philosophy of identity, In the early philosophy of nature, Schelling introduced, according to Bloch, romantic analogical magic into the concept of nature, which, while exaggerating Schelling's romantic traits, emphasizes the new sense of living nature, of natural qualities that go beyond the mechanistic ideas of Descartes to Hobbes, which supplant empirical reality with spiritual ideas, according to which only extension and mechanical relations determine nature. Schelling's transcendental philosophy, which is also reminiscent of later formulations of negative dialectics, not only those of Bloch, had already clearly formulated the following in the context of the fundamental question of the reality of human knowledge, in the Abhandlungen zur Erläuterung der Idealismus der Wissenschaftslehre, 1796-97, all thinking and reasoning, however, already presupposes a reality that we have neither conceived nor developed. In recognizing this reality, we are not conscious of any freedom. We are compelled to recognize it as surely as we recognize ourselves. This reality cannot be snatched from us without snatching it from ourselves. Carefully thought through, this already contains a renewed revolution in the way of thinking that goes beyond Kant and Hegel, which Adorno's negative dialectics also highlights as outrageous when he writes, "The seemingly unbearable, that subjectivity presupposes the factual, but objectivity the subject, is unbearable only to such delusion, the hypostasis of the relationship between reason and consequence, the subjective principle to which the experience of the object does not conform." End of quote. This fact that the ontic also reaches into the transcendental subject leads him to a critique of constitutive consciousness that corresponds to Schelling's view that natural philosophy and transcendental philosophy are mutually corrective. The introduction to his projection of a system of natural philosophy states, "If it is the task of transcendental philosophy to subordinate the real to the ideal, then it is the task of natural philosophy to explain the ideal from the real. Both sciences are therefore one science, distinguished only by the opposite directions of their tasks. Furthermore, since both directions are not only equally possible, but equally necessary, both are equally necessary in the system of knowledge." End of quote. The Leipzig lecture on Schelling emphasizes living nature in the Marx-Baconian sense, its own productivity, the qualitatively charged poetic night side of nature, or, in Spinozistic terms, the natura naturans as opposed to the mere dead fact, the corpse of the result, the natura naturata. So here, too, we have a corrective and a critique of constitutive consciousness, which, according to Ulrich Sundmann, should belong to Adorno's philosophy of nature that is no longer written, and he therefore missed the name Schelling in Adorno's allusions, so that we can also recognize something of the ferment character worked out by Bloch here. In Materialis Musproblem, Sein Geschick und die Substanz, Bloch also elaborates on these things in a discussion with Schelling and quotes Schelling exclusively from the omissions that I quote here. To philosophize about nature is to create nature. Every activity, however, dies in its product, for it was aimed only at this product. We therefore do not know nature as a product. We know nature only as active, for it is impossible to philosophize about any object that cannot be brought into activity. To philosophize about nature is to lift it out of the dead mechanism in which it appears imprisoned, to animate it with freedom, as it were, and to set it in its own free development is, in other words, to tear itself away from the common view, which sees in nature only what happens at most action as fact, not action itself in action. End of quote. Bloch interprets as follows. It is not actually thinking, but spontaneity in thinking that thus remains the prius of nature or the production of the object that is simultaneously effective in the natural object. The transcendental activity, through which the subject comes to the object, is at the same time the natural activity or original activity of nature, through which it produces its objects, products. So here we have, as it were, a reversal of and addition to Kant's transcendental method. Kant's critique of knowledge goes on to ask, how does the object come to the subject? Schelling goes on to ask, how does the object come to the subject? I.e. developmentally ahead to the human being. End of quote. However, this still belongs to Schelling's phase in which nature and ego philosophy were constructed in parallel. Historically, this is the phase to which Marx's talk of the sincere youthful thought refers, and Bloch wants to go beyond this way of speaking by formulating, Schelling's posthumous fame is a peculiar thing. In our country, he has been almost repressed for some years now, or occasionally he is the subject of an evil eye. One quotes Marx's words about the sincere thought of youth, but otherwise he is talked about as the Hegel epigones once talked about him, partly for the same political reasons. End quote. A few pages later, Bloch refers further to the passage quoted above. Kant's question was, how does the subject come to be an object? If one now understands transcendental philosophy as the first part of philosophy, then the reverse question jumps out, how does the object come to the subject and thereby to itself? And this is precisely the fundamental question of Schelling's philosophy of nature, a thought of great boldness. End of quote. Bloch then leads on to the philosophy of identity, which turns transcendental philosophy and philosophy of nature into subaltern principles that are subordinated to an even higher absolute indifference of subject and object, whereby the philosophy of identity was driven out. Bloch now gives this a utopian or programmatic meaning, identity in his first philosophy of identity, to which I would now like to draw your attention, is also a significant program. End quote. Now, according to Bloch, this identity must not be interpreted as already given, even as what Hegel thinks he has to criticize, as if shot out of a pistol, or as the hen of the Neoplatonic tradition which is present in Schelling, but does not play an unbroken role in his identity system. Thus Bloch corrects. Everything places itself in the one. But it is completely wrong that this is already there and that philosophers only have to think about it. Bloch has a certain allergy to such a view of mere afterthought, which stands in the tradition of anamnesis, mere recollection, although it can be shown that this moment also plays a role in utopian consciousness. Gershom Scholem, for example, used the messianic idea to show that utopian and restorative moments are intertwined, that the restorative tendency is fed by utopian moments just as much as the utopian moment is fed by the restorative one. In the attempt to restore the old, elements creep in, consciously or unconsciously, that have nothing restorative about them. Scholem also mentions the spirit of utopia and the principle of hope. Hannah Geckel has also shown this in Bloch based on his reception of Freud. There is a moment of reification in abstractly separating what is turned back and what is propelled forward, as can be seen in the concept of the dream, for example, in the fact that dreaming of the future is intertwined with a turning back. Identity is therefore not something given, but something given up. It, as absolute subject-object, absolute indifference, does not come as if shot out of a pistol, even in Schelling's work. If the parallel constructions of transcendental philosophy and philosophy of nature lead to Schelling's philosophy of identity and are subordinated to it, then the Blochian turn consists in the fact that this kind of identity in a certain sense does not yet solve the problem of the parallelism of transcendental philosophy and philosophy of nature, but is a desideratum, a theoretical and practical, but in the Blochian sense utopian postulate that corresponds to what Bloch calls Heimat, and so it goes on. Identity is a high, a strange, a difficult category, a qualitative of the highest order which does not exist, but is at best dotted in the world as a category of home, of the joining together of all things and people. End quote. From the subjective side, identity in the Blochian sense corresponds to a claim to realization, a human activity, so that, according to Gerd Koch's article Heimat in the Bloch Dictionary, for Bloch, man is a home-creating being, a self-creating performative being. In the context of Bloch's discourse on natural law and human rights, the process of realizing, developing and strengthening human rights and democracy appears as a process towards home and identity without alienation. Thus, in Bloch, Schelling's indifference or identity is turned against death and fate, with nature representing the spatial moment of Heimat, so that Heimat is freed from the character of exclusion and the geographical, which had an extraordinarily destructive meaning in 20th century nationalism and fascism, as well as the ranting about national identity, which took the place of Heimat in the more recent national revivalist movements. In Bloch's work, a purely spatial concept becomes a temporal, utopian one. Here, Schelling's philosophy of identity functions as a ferment of utopia with regard to Bloch's concept of Heimat. Therefore, what Bloch goes on to say also applies to Heimat. This is not a given, it is a program, a postulate, or whatever you want to call it. And it becomes even clearer below, where he uses the concept of potency, which is mathematical in nature on the one hand, but can also be understood in terms of Aristotelian thinking, dynamis, which is, however, accompanied by a fermenting character, something fermenting. It is a gestation, but one that is to be thought of as a hope for realization, not as confidence or an inability to fail, since we never know whether the birth will ever take place, which Bloch emphasizes in many places in order to avoid abstract utopianism. Here, Bloch again uses Schelling's terms. In any case, the native potency, to use Schelling's expression, still rests in the womb of time, and we do not know whether it will ever be born. End of quote. The metaphor of the womb thus has an essentially active component here, a practical meaning, so that laying one's hands in one's lap, in this case, does not mean being inactive in it. This native potency therefore does not correspond to a contemplative character alone, but also to a practical one. It requires an obstetrician, as in the Socratic dialogue of midwifery. And the extent to which Bloch's central concepts, hope, home, realization, are not only linked to Schelling as a ferment of Bloch's concrete utopia, but spring from him, is expressed by him in the end in all clarity and distinctness. All these are problems that are there on the occasion of Schelling and are not added to him, but spring out of him himself, if one only has ears to hear and eyes to see. End quote. In this sense, we have to think here of the visual form of space and the auditory form of time also in the case of mental receptivity. Schelling and Hegel parted company at precisely this junction. Schelling responded to Hegel's polemic with the following letter. Munich, November 2, 1807. I am sending you here a speech that I gave some time ago. You will judge it as such occasional speeches which are intended for a larger public want to be judged. You have not received a letter from me for a long time. In your last one you promised me your book. After I received it, I wanted to read it before I wrote to you again. However, the various events and distractions of this summer left me neither the time nor the peace and quiet necessary to study such a work, so I have only read the preface so far. In so far as you yourself mention the polemical part of it, I should, in the fair measure of my own opinion of myself, think too little of myself to refer this polemic to myself. It may therefore, as you said in the letter to me, only ever fall on the abusers and the gossips, although this distinction is not made in Scripture itself. You can easily imagine how glad I would be to get rid of them for once. That in which we may really differ in conviction or opinion would be found out and decided between us briefly and clearly without reconciliation. For of course everything can be reconciled, except one thing. Thus I confess that I have not yet understood your meaning in opposing the concept of opinion. By that you can mean nothing else than what you and I have called idea, the nature of which is precisely to have one side of which it is concept and one of which it is perception. End of quote. Well, this dispute has probably not been fully resolved to this day, and Schelling's dispute with Hegel also encompasses his later writings. For it is ultimately factual problems, if not practical problems, that are reflected theoretically. And that is precisely what they remained for Bloch, and so the Leipzig Schelling lecture ends with Schelling remaining open for Bloch. I am closing Schelling without closing him. We will certainly encounter him in Hegel, to whom we are now making the transition. End of quote. We must leave Schelling in Hegel as he presents himself to Bloch, open and go even further into his interpretation of Schelling, even to the point where it sometimes unconventionally reinterprets Schelling. We have already discussed the reversal of transcendental philosophy by natural philosophy. In the lecture, however, Bloch refers to a quotation from Schelling which, when interpreted somewhat contrary to the wording, appears arbitrary, but is nevertheless not completely off the mark. The lecture states, "Nature is, says Schelling, the Iliad, and culture is the Odyssey of the spirit or of intellectual history. The Iliad is full of struggle, war, blood, tension, murder, manslaughter, savagery, the relative unconsciousness of the frenzy of battle. The Odyssey is the consciously pursued return home to Ithaca. Out of many, many longings a goal now arises, that is human culture, in which nature fully awakens from its sleep, in which the non-ego becomes the ego, the object becomes the subject. The boldness and genius of this completely unexpected reversal will have become clear. Schelling's philosophy of nature presents itself as a reversal of Kant's theory of knowledge." End of quote. We understand this because we have already interpreted it earlier, but the analogy between nature and culture and Iliad and Odyssey is not found in Schelling in this way, as far as I know, but something else. In the chapter on Hegel he also repeats, probably from memory, "It is entirely Hegelian what Schelling himself said. Nature is the Iliad and history is the Odyssey of the spirit, that is, it goes through contradiction where it corrects itself again and again because it is not right, where a contradiction arises again and again because the solution is not right or is only temporarily right." End of quote. With regard to time differences, Schelling refers to Homer in the following places in particular. Firstly, Schelling states that there is no difference in the value of cultivated time. Quote, "There is therefore nothing to be done with the mere concept of more or less cultivated times. According to this, the time of Homer would have to be called a less cultivated time than that of Aeschylus or Pindar, and yet everyone will admit that the Iliad and the Odyssey are a work whose like no subsequent time has brought forth, nor will bring forth, at least not otherwise than in the transition to a new, as yet unimagined, world age. Thus one would be justified in calling the age of Homer a greater age than the age of Aeschylus or Sophocles. The truth is that they are two quite different ones, not one more, the other less great, but both equally great, but each in its own completely different way." End quote. On the other hand, the two works attributed to Homer, or sometimes two authors, correspond to different periods of Homeric time, but both refer to history. Here Bloch probably meant different phases of history, that of nature and that of the spirit, which is always historical. The Iliad and the Odyssey are two sides of history, each with a different direction of movement, away from the center of man and towards the center. The Iliad is characterized by the fact that the actions of the gods are mirrored in those of humans. Both are quite parallel, while the Odyssey has a goal, namely the home of Odysseus, i.e. it aims towards the center. Schelling writes, "The story is an epic, composed in the spirit of God. Its two main parts are the one that represents the departure of humanity from its center to the highest distance from it, the other that represents the return. The former is, as it were, the Iliad, the latter the Odyssey of history. In the former, the direction was centrifugal, in the latter it becomes centripetal. The great purpose of the whole world phenomenon is expressed in this way in history. The ideas, the spirits, had to fall away from their center, introduce themselves into particularity in nature, the general sphere of apostasy, so that they could later return to indifference as particulars and, reconciled to it, be in it without disturbing it. This perhaps makes it clear why Bloch quotes in the spirit of Schelling, but against his letter. Bloch's tripartite periodization into a mythological, natural philosophical period and the return to youthful thought also appears incomplete in terms of development. He describes the third phase of his late philosophy, which begins with the Freiheitsschrift, as gloomy and pessimistic, caused by personal events such as the death of Auguste, the daughter of his future wife Caroline, to whom he was engaged. Bloch can attest to the late Schelling's heightened sensitivity to the non-existent in the world, for example death, from which follows a mistrust of realization, which Bloch describes with the term melancholy of fulfillment. There is an important reference to a chapter from the Principle of Hope, where the darkness of the lived moment is discussed, to which the melancholy of fulfillment also belongs, as an intensification of the darkness, as already described in the Spirit of Utopia. Bloch quotes from the early work at this point and speaks of the fact that, not only we, but also the other turned side remains undecided as soon as we turn to the future. End quote. According to Bloch, it is the darkness of proximity that causes the melancholy of fulfillment, which also means that something still unfulfilled makes itself known. It is precisely in the melancholy of fulfillment that this profoundly as yet unfulfilled announces itself in the subject, just as the inadequate criticizes itself in the fixity of the ideal therein. The element of realization, too, must therefore be increasingly set free, in the same process as the element of the future society. End of quote. Last but not least, the distinction between negative and positive philosophy should be mentioned. Bloch has taken up the distinction between that and because, which lives on in the Kantian distinction between Anschauung and Verstand, in addition to the what is. It is common to criticize Hegelian philosophy as panlogism. This is already evident in the fact that pure being without determinacy is understood from its what as determinacy. Negative dialectics reminds us that being after all indicates something that goes beyond the logical. In a discussion with Adorno, Horkheimer replied, "We should become a second Lask," when Adorno referred to a moment in the categories of consciousness itself that goes beyond consciousness. Schelling would have spoken of a transcendental past. And in negative dialectics, Adorno reminds us that something like this is also present in being, with which Hegelian logic begins. Any attempt to determine the indeterminate only works if it goes beyond logic and if it is only a matter of distinguishing it from the determinate. We heard Schelling at the beginning when he said that a reality is always presupposed that we have neither conceived nor developed. The late Schelling therefore also sees the limit of Hegel's panlogism or that of negative philosophy when he defines what negative philosophy is in the 1832-33 lecture on the foundations of positive philosophy. It cannot, however, be our intention to go into the details of Hegel's logic. What must attract all our interest is the assertion that logic in Hegel's system is the foundation of all speculative philosophy. In support of this, the general argument is given that everything that is in the idea or in the logical concept, that consequently this idea is the truth of everything, in which truth everything goes back both to its beginning and to its end. As far as these arguments are concerned, it could be admitted that everything is in the logical idea, since, however, nowhere can the senseless exist. But a necessary question is, why is sense at all, why is not nonsense instead of sense? 2. With this reflection the logical presents itself as the negative, as that without which nothing could exist, just as, for example, in the sensory world everything is expressed in measure and number, so mathematics is not already the explanation of the world. The whole world is, as it were, caught up in reason, but the question is, how did it get into this net, since there is obviously something else in the world and something more than mere reason, even something that strives beyond these boundaries. This general argument therefore goes no further than to prove that logic is, of course, the sine qua non of all existence. Positive philosophy represents a metaphysical empiricism. Bloch speaks of art no longer being the organon of philosophy, as it was for the young Schelling, but now religion. Here Bloch refers to a formulation from the philosophy of transcendental idealism, in which the objects of theory are grounded in unconscious production, those of practice in conscious activity. Both activities then come together in aesthetic production. For instead of production in art being directed outwards in order to reflect the unconscious through products, philosophical production is directed immediately inwards in order to reflect it in intellectual contemplation. The real sense with which this kind of philosophy must be understood is therefore the aesthetic sense, and for this very reason the philosophy of art is the true organon of philosophy. In every productive activity we have the problem of realization, which is the weak point in panlogism. Thus, in the Leipzig lecture on the weak point in Hegel, namely the impetus of being, it says, "On the occasion of this idealistic philosophy, there is also a problem for us, namely when materialists begin to think about the being of matter which seems so self-evident to them. How does it get from here to realization? Here we have the problem of realization, i.e. the Schelling problem. What is actualization, realization? It is certainly not logical, it is a decision, it is something that must not be tainted by the pallor of thought, that is guided by thought but is not itself thought. Instead, one spits into the hollow of one's hand, no longer strains the head alone. In Hegel's philosophy, in which all these intensive elements are weakened or rechristened by panlogism, the will is then a moment of the spirit, being a moment of the logical. Here Hass sees sharply, and here the attempt is now made to show that in Hegel's philosophy only negative philosophy is given, that is, the realization of this rational philosophy of identity of the early Schelling, but not the positive philosophy of the factual, this other strain in the world beside the rational. Thus we have positive philosophy or metaphysical empiricism." End of quote. And in my opinion, Bloch interprets this rather flatly materialistically, possibly a certain adaptation to the GDR worldview of the time. The middle period of capitalism also occurred in capitalistically backward Germany. The businessman, the man of practice, who stands with both feet in reality and no longer wants to touch the stars with his forehead, is concerned with the empirical, the sensual, and he also wants to be addressed by Schelling with the word empirical, factual, positive. On the other hand, the positive is not only the given of reality, but also the given of revelation. What is revealed cannot be reflected upon, it is also law, auctoritas facit legem, authority creates the law. Here too, instead of the general world spirit, of which I am a part and which I reflect upon Hegelianly, there is a monarch, a lawgiver, a person, God. It is also positive, in contrast to the merely negative, that I subsequently comprehend the rational content of what is said. But since not everything in it is rational, I cannot comprehend it. There is, however, an access to it, and this is provided by positive philosophy alone. End of quote. What metaphysical empiricism is about, namely positive philosophy, is historical philosophy. Even if Schelling's objects are mythology and revelation, Bloch could have done more for his philosophy at this point instead of speaking, as in the materialism book, of Schelling's reactionary devilry, which is blown up in the phenomenology of spirit. According to Schelling, positive philosophy also develops its principles dialectically before it deals with mythology and revelation, which is why it also has a negative, rational part that represents a kind of negative philosophy. The positive is still present there as a searching, not a real one. And there is a transition that justifies calling Bloch a Marxist Schelling, as Habermas rather critically characterized him. In a negative philosophy, if that is possible at all, God could not be grasped. No one would arrive at more than a mere idea of God. But what Schelling emphasizes when he talks about the transition to positive philosophy is precisely the practical drive that lies within it, which also plays a role in history outside of mythology and revelation, as Marx's Feuerbach theses show. Finally, I would like to bring to your attention a passage that could have been inspiring for a Marxist Schelling. There is also something in philosophy that cannot emanate from thinking. This motivated thinkers who referred to Schelling, be it Feuerbach, Kierkegaard, or Adorno. But now the passage, which could also be stimulating for practice in the emphatic sense, not only for theological or mythological questions. For it now remains for us above all to answer the main question: from whom does that expulsion of a degree from reason and the related reversal in which the transition to positive philosophy consists proceed? Here it must be said that it cannot proceed from thinking. That which drives on to the second science lies indeed in the last concept of the first. For there is nothing to be done with the pure, that, the last of rational philosophy, in order that it may become science, the general, the what must be added, which can now only be consequens, no longer antecedents. Thus the science of reason really leads beyond itself and drives to conversion. But this itself cannot proceed from thinking. Rather, it requires a practical impulse. But there is nothing practical in thinking, the concept is only contemplative, and has to do only with what is necessary, whereas here we are dealing with something beyond necessity, with something willed. It must be a will from which the expulsion of a degree from reason, this last crisis of the science of reason, proceeds, a will that demands with intrinsic necessity that God is not a mere idea. We speak of a final crisis of the science of reason. The first, namely, was that the I was expelled from the idea, whereby the character of the science of reason changed, but it itself remained. The great, final and actual crisis now consists in the fact that God, the last thing found, is expelled from the idea, and the science of reason itself is thereby abandoned, rejected. Negative philosophy thus aims at the destruction of the idea, as Kant's critique actually aims at the humiliation of reason. As in Adorno's negative dialectics, this contains a defense of philosophy as the potency of its overcoming, which immediately reminds me of the subtitle of an essay by Wolf Dietrich Schmeidkau-Warzik, which appeared in the early 1980s in the second volume of the Buch der Wissenschaftler und das Irrationale, edited by Hans-Peter Dewar. The essay reawakened my interest in Schelling at the time, for which I can only be grateful today. Occidental metaphysics has lived from a belief that it considered to be knowledge. It was the belief in id rerum inaugurated by Plato, genera encompassing individual things as the essentia rerum. The empirical realm was not transcended in the direction of the sphere of essence, but rather only doubled in an abstract way. The highest point in the hierarchy of abstractions was the concept of pure being. In it, metaphysics believed to have recognized the essence of the divine. Pure being as the causa prima of everything. Pure being meant pure identity. Philosophical thought had to subject the appearing nature to it by abstracting it from everything that could not be grasped conceptually. The God conceived as pure identity was a kind of deus ex machina, required from the idealism of antiquity to the idealistic systems of modernity for a logical construction of the world. Only on the basis of pure identity should it be possible to explain how the cosmos arrives at its order. The unity of the divine spirit was the underlying principle. A positive explanation, as the Prima Philosophia always strove for, would have amounted to a realization of the genesis of the world, a derivation of contingent things from the absolute. But getting hold of it in order to then understand the admirable arrangement of the world from its activity was denied precisely by the simplicity generated by the via abstractionis. It made the causare of the causa prima a matter of blind faith. Explanations of the world based on it were pseudoscience. Its radical overcoming, which would preclude its recurrence on another level, could only emerge from a critical analysis of the foundations of Prima Philosophia. Instead of such analysis, Fichte and Hegel undertook its elimination through renewed attempts at a deduction of empirical multiplicity from supreme unity. Not discouraged by the futile efforts of their idealist predecessors, the composers of idealism sought to realize what metaphysical thought had intended since antiquity, the representation of the absolute. Hegel believed he had uncovered the reason for the repeated failure of philosophy to achieve this central task from generation to generation in the limited concept of identity. Freedom from all differences. In absolute idealism, the negative relationship of pure identity to itself becomes the principle of world genesis. God must divest himself, become the world in which his actuosity is to bring about cosmic evolution. The after-effects of Hegel's pantheistic construction of the world continue to the present day. It is particularly evident in Teilhard de Chardin. Like Hegel, he also allows God to immerse himself in matter in order to take over the leadership of what today we call evolution. P. de Chardin. Man in the Cosmos, page 305. The thus conceived ascent from the lower to the higher is imagined as a process in which God draws matter up to himself as the omega of evolution. Only its outside should be conceptually fixable, the emergence of ever more complex formations, not the God working within it. This cognitive limitation of human thought is not compatible with the metaphysical basis of Teilhard de Chardin's cosmology. His dogmatic interest as a member of the Catholic Church forces him to refrain from describing the inner side of cosmic events. But then he would not have been allowed to say, in the spirit of Hegelian metaphysics, that the universe is the body of the deity with which it clothed itself through the act of creation. Only on the basis of this metaphysics does the world become the cross of the incarnated Logos, which he carries in order to elevate and redeem the totality of matter, P.T. de Chardin, The Future of Man, page 128. Nevertheless, Teilhard de Chardin does not want to dissolve the mysteries of Christian creation theology into philosophy, but merely to show the compatibility of the central contents of the doctrine of faith with those of knowledge. However, in order to truly demonstrate the harmony of the supernatural and the natural, it would have been necessary to relate the genesis of the world that appears in the categories of the natural sciences to the immanent God and to derive each of its phases from his work. Hegel's dialectic of the absolute had no less than this in mind. Its invisible inner side consists in the perpetuation of the first act of idealistic dialectics of creation, the equally negative and positive relationship of pure identity to itself. Visible nature results in all phases of its development from a negativity that has nothing that negates it, but only negates its negative itself. The inner side of nature, which is inaccessible to physical knowledge, passes over to a credo quia absurdum. Hegel wanted to develop Occidental metaphysics to the highest level of rationality by deriving the world from God without interruption. However, he removed the elements of its dissolution. In his absolute idealism, metaphysics dissolves itself because its supreme principle is revealed, as the result of an elimination of everything concrete. The self-acting negation of pure being, with which deductive metaphysics ends, has reduced human knowledge of nature to physical statements without an ontological basis, ultimately to the positivist system of detached propositions. It is the system in which prima philosophia arrives at the absolute knowledge that it always had in mind. A rational transgression of the limits of that system presupposes the elucidation of the thought process that led to modern positivism. Without a critical penetration of the genetic context of its manifold forms, philosophy remains powerless in the face of its ultimate result. Unenlightened, it sees no rational possibility of escaping the spell of positivist scientific doctrine. All it seems to be able to do is make an irrational leap. Popper's critical rationalism formulates this judgment of itself. Like positivist thinking, it denies the intelligible existence of empirical things as the ontological basis of lawful natural processes. He would also have had to agree with the nihilistic conclusions of positivism, in particular the denial of real laws, because according to Popper's own knowledge, their assumption is only legitimate within an ontological conception of the world. Nevertheless, in order to regain the idea of a cosmic order, critical rationalism postulates the unscientific belief in the existence of universally valid laws of nature. Thanks to this new faith, positivist thinking, which is prepared to take irrational steps, returns from the immanence of pure statements to the world, which is ordered by laws. On the basis of this belief in the laws of nature, Popper can dare to do what is impossible for consequent positivism: the projection of a cosmology. In the interest of all thinking people, the appearing world should be explained from its genesis. Such an explanation of the world, like every anti-metaphysical explanation since then, has only the means of the pre-metaphysical at its disposal: chance and necessity in the movement of matter. Popper assumes, following the earliest ideas of philosophy, a cosmic development that began with the simplest formations and successively ascended to more complex ones. Two positions seem unsuitable to him to explain this rise: physical determinism and a theory that sees pure chance as the only constituent of cosmic order. For physical determinism, since Descartes, all events in the world are determined solely by mechanical laws of nature. As in France and England, where it was founded and developed, after the demise of transcendental philosophy, it also became the worldview of people in Germany who considered themselves truly enlightened in rebus naturae. They believed that the mechanics developed by Newton were sufficient to explain every phenomenon, the electrical and thermal forces as well as the objects of biology, not excluding humans. According to this, all macrophysical processes would find their explication in the traceability to their microphysical basis: mechanical processes of the smallest parts of matter. Precise knowledge of the position and movement of these parts should, as Laplace pioneeringly formulated it, open up the possibility of calculating all phases of the world process in advance. For this physics, anyone who claimed that the world process was not a clock running according to Newton's laws was a reactionary morning animistic ideas. There should be no essential difference between the qualitatively new genesis of the world and the uniform movement of the planets. Like the movement of the stars, cosmic development was regarded as a system of purely mechanical laws. This synchronization corresponded to Descartes, not Newton. Newton, whose mechanics the physical determinists proclaimed as the universal explanatory theory of everything that exists, knew that once they had started, the planets would remain in their orbits according to the laws of gravity. However, their constant motion could neither be a consequence of physical laws nor of mechanical causes. Like the things existing in space and time, for Newton the regular movements of the stars can only be explained by the will and wisdom of an omnipotent being. Without this being, there would be no change and diversity in the world. The diverse formation of the world as a whole cannot be derived from a mechanical law that is always the same everywhere. It is not possible to deduce the state of sensually perceptible matter from the invisible and only statistically comprehensible action of its atoms. Starting with the kinetic theory of gases and the atomistic explanation of thermodynamic phenomena, statistical laws of indeterminable individual events were made the basis of a seemingly determined world to an ever greater extent. The last and decisive step in this development had been the findings of atomic physics since Planck's epoch-making theory on the structure of matter. Through them, the laws of the macrocosm, which apply exactly in each individual case, have been reduced to mere results of microcosmic events, the occurrence of which is only probable. According to Heisenberg, all physical endeavors that are ever undertaken to fulfill the deterministic claim to causal natural events by precisely determining individual microcosmic processes must fail due to the peculiar nature of atomic existence. It does not exist in the same way as things given immediately to the senses, in no way indifferent to the process of its observation and determination. Experimental interventions in the atomic realm of nature must not only isolate the phenomena that are the subject of physical inquiry, but also make them perceptible. Only the interaction with the technical means of intervention makes the smallest parts of matter appear, but only indirectly, through their effects. The effect of the means changes atomic reality. It is different depending on whether we observe it or not. Each new act of observation leads to a change in the position and movement of its parts, i.e. those determinants whose simultaneous knowledge is indispensable for the precise calculation of a mechanical process. For this reason, in contrast to macrophysics, the results of further observations can never be predicted with certainty on the basis of observations already made. The physical investigation of atomic processes fixes what is observed and what is probable from the observation situation. Atomic physics cannot achieve more than its formulation in statistical laws. For Heisenberg, its general limitation to statistics allows only one consequence: a fundamental distancing from determinism. Because the known macrophysical effects arise from an unlimited number of causally indeterminable microphysical events, all strict statements of law are transformed into statements of frequency. The gnosiological background to his distancing himself from determinism is therefore incomplete knowledge of atomic processes. It only allows for their statistical description. But the epistemological impossibility of verifying unambiguous causality in the atomic realm does not permit the conclusion that causality itself, as a principle of the objective determination of objects, has lost its meaning. Without the presupposition of unambiguous determination of atomic processes, which the act of intervening observation merely disturbs, not even findings of a statistical character could be expected from them. Heisenberg's uncritical abandonment of deterministic laws contradicts his critical distinction between observed and unobserved reality. It legitimizes a physics for which a blind approximation prevails in the foundations of nature. Physical determinism was to be restricted, but not by physical indeterminism. Rather, it had to be recognized that it is as little an ultimate as its opposite. The true moment in it, the idea that there can be no indeterminate processes in nature, presupposes for cosmogenesis that all individual processes participate in a universal order. The inseparable influence of both factors should explain the emergence of the most primitive living beings from inanimate matter, as well as the genesis of higher organisms from lower organisms. Even the elementary building blocks of inanimate systems are expected to behave in a way that enables their plastic control. Interacting with each other, they are supposed to gain information about their structure, indeed knowledge, to form a communication structure for developmental syntheses. With the biosphere, their simultaneously determined and indeterminate production enters a higher stage, or rather a more plausible one. All organisms are constantly, day and night, busy solving problems. They do this in the form of trial and error steps. This leads to provisional solutions, initial error corrections, new situations that present new problems. These problems are not consciously pre-human in nature, but they are problems. The search for solutions is also entrusted to the unconscious. This implies the possibility of trial and error right down to the most primitive living beings. For Popper, the development of life is based on this. What strives from the past into the future is thus a process in which no entity is merely determined or determined, a progression without any telos. Only an increase in complexity is physically ascertainable, no specific goal. Popper has limited his philosophy of evolution to the explication of its principle. Interactions in the spheres of inanimate and animate being vividly guide the processes of nature. A historical chain of events in the construction of increasingly complex entities can never be reconstructed in detail with the help of these interactions. Previously possible alternatives have, as Manfred Eigen states under the influence of Karl Popper's philosophy of science, been falsified in the course of any genesis. Thus, however, they remain forever unknown to physical research. Only the syntheses optimally adapted to the environmental conditions are known. They alone were reproducibly selected. Every lucky hit meant playing on, and at a new level of success. For the time being, the evolutionary game has come to an end with man's winnings, obviously very considerable winnings. According to Eigen, this leads to the conclusion that the self-organization of matter has so far been underestimated rather than overestimated. Eigen does not see material self-organization as an a priori dialectical endowment of matter. What is meant, in contrast to a Marxist theory of evolution, is rather a result of interactions and links between special forms of matter, namely the ability of organisms and even certain molecules to produce self-reproducing structures of equal or greater complexity. From the perspective of this definition of self-organization, the Marxist doctrine that a dialectic is inherent in all matter appears to Eigen as an interpretation of properties of later stages of development into the beginnings of nature. His accusation against Marxist theorists that they offered animistic projections instead of objective knowledge transfers Popper's misguided judgment of Aristotle to modern thinkers. The only thing that purely scientific theorists of evolution can say about the emergence of new entities is this: with certain quantitative changes, new qualities will emerge in matter. The conceptual connection between quantity and quality remains unexplained, but so does the possibility of evolution. Hegel had already pointed this out before his materialist successors. In his philosophy of nature it says, "The course of evolution, which begins with the imperfect, the formless, is that first there were moist and aquatic formations, from which water plants, polyps, mollusks, then fish emerged, then land animals, from which animals finally arose man. This gradual change is called explanation and comprehension, but this quantitative difference, even if it is the easiest to understand, explains nothing." According to Hegel, it is completely empty to imagine the species as gradually evolving in time. Time as such, pure quantity, cannot explain the becoming of something qualitatively new. It is the condition of development, not its principle. Development presupposes a principle through which something more complex is virtually contained in something simpler. This is why Hegel, who saw the impossibility of a purely physical explanation of evolution, began with metaphysics. The genesis of the world must prove to be an ontological process within itself. This correct insight failed in its execution due to the wrong approach of his philosophy. Nevertheless, his philosophy of nature is superior to pure physicalism due to the correct insight that motivates it. The latter's talk of the self-organization of matter, or of a nature that spontaneously creates something new, is irrational paresse. For Eigen, as for Popper, any philosophy that asserts principles inherent in things according to the Aristotelian model is amism. Only his own worldview is exempt from the suspicion of animistic projection. The fascination that emanates from the idea of a nature that knows how to organize itself does not give rise to thoughts about the concept of self and its legitimate use. Questions such as who organizes or who informs whom are considered just as pointless as the metaphysical questions of formative and final causes. Mono had already declared such questions pointless before Eigen. He also referred to Popper's general rejection of metaphysical thinking, from Heraclitus to Hegel and Marx. His conclusion from the negation of ontological principles is nihilistic. Nothing but chance, absolute, blind freedom, is the foundation of the marvelous edifice of evolution. Eigen shies away from such almost political consequences. Like Popper, he does not want to see the effects of pure chance in the products of cosmic processes. The laws prevailing in real natural events are intended to tame chance, to reduce it to historically determined uniqueness. But physical laws are laws of sectors of nature, individual laws. None of them has the character of a universal and fundamental principle that could be constitutive of which particular laws interact in the genesis of the world. Because it is compelled to intervene in cosmic processes in isolation, the scientific method is fundamentally unable to recognize such a principle. It could only be defined negatively, as the physically unfixable precondition of all evolution. Without this principle, the number of laws and their interaction in natural processes would be a matter of pure chance. This had already escaped physical determinism. The radical restriction of its explanation of nature to mathematically comprehensible things implies an indeterminism. The idea of a world genesis that transcends human experience and is determined in every detail requires more for its fulfillment than is contained in the concept of physical laws. It demands a formative principle. Even a cosmology that wants to tame chance with the help of physical laws cannot abstract from it. Because Huygens denies this, chance retains its dominant position in a theory of evolution based on nominalist thinking. Nevertheless, in order to avoid surrendering evolutionary events to pure chance, Eric Jansch has transfigured the predicament that Huygens has fallen into a virtue. Instead of chance, as Mono did, he speaks of the openness of non-teleological evolution at all levels. 503. He proclaims what remained unspoken in the projections of Popper and Huygens: the logical primacy of processes over structures. It is never predetermined which structure is formed. Structures should arise spontaneously through the interaction of many processes. They alone are creative like a god. Therefore, their meaning can only lie in themselves, not in their emerging and passing products. This is a meaning purified of metaphysics, a meaning that is absorbed in the meaninglessness of pure becoming. People who affirm it live in the belief: we are not at the mercy of evolution, we are evolution. The relationship of such people to themselves and others becomes a matter of personal attitude. The only one that appears moral to Popper and his followers is the postulate that people should be treated as rational beings. Since it can no longer be justified rationally, which would only be possible within a metaphysics, this demand, according to Popper's idea, can be called irrational without restriction. Its fulfillment would be just as contingent as its negation. However, the continued existence of humanity depends on the decision in favor of reason and humanity. It must not be an irrational decision, a product of chance. The irrationalist relationship to reason and humanity is a symptom of the disease of modernity. Nominalistic thinking in functional terms has blocked the view that there are more than just processes. Like philosophy, economics also demonstrates this. The two do not exist separately from each other, rather only as two sides of human history, which encompasses both the spiritual and the material. Physically and spiritually, human beings have nature as the precondition for their historical activity. This attachment of human beings to nature results from their being. It requires a material exchange with the earth, which, as the locus standi of human beings, is also the universal object of their activity. The compulsion for such interaction is common to all epochs of human history. The later ones differ economically from the earlier ones in the way in which the appropriation of natural resources is realized by and for humans. In the pre-bourgeois epochs, real mastery of nature remained largely accidental. What was intended in the tautological definition of essentia and res, the complete empowerment of the particular by the general, could not yet be realized. Just as in antiquity and the Middle Ages the theoretical concepts in which nature and its substances appear were based on the abstract imitation of the sensually perceptible, all practical forms of appropriation of natural entities also live from an experience that has its basis in the perception of the immediate given. Their first nature is subjected to a second social nature. The more this succeeds, the more immediate the desubstantialized world of the economy appears as the only existent world. Hegel had lent it the aura of the divine. The absolute of his pantheistic world system is a God of the six-day week who does not know the rest of the seventh day, a God for whom creation begins anew on every Monday. The eternity of that God is the circular movement of the clock hand, i.e. of bourgeois time, which does not tolerate any caesura. There can be no standstill, no telos that is not a means for the continuation of circulation through its own negation. The absolute end is only the process itself. It realizes itself through the interests of human beings, as an independent force in which the single individuals are only moments. The meaning of human existence is exhausted in its social function. Those who do not fulfill their function, according to Hegel as according to bourgeois economy, have no right to exist. The bourgeois economy functions in that the dialectic of production and consumption is not interrupted. Saturation is considered a sin. It would mean downfall. Therefore, there can be no lingering. With the permanent negation of what is produced, Hegelian philosophy betrays the principium vitale of the bourgeois economy. In its dialectic of the absolute, it elevates the mode of existence of capital, which seeks to maintain and increase itself as a cycle of production and consumption, to the finus ultimus of nature and history. The static in the traditional concept of the absolute reappears. It has become the circular movement that cannot transcend itself. A leap leading out of it should be the dialectical step into the realm of freedom 514. Under the concept of the self-dissolution of bourgeois society, it became the main theme of Karl Marx's philosophy of history. What distinguishes the history of man from the history of nature is, for him, the immediate fact that people have made the one and have not made the other. The history of man begins with the last and highest result of natural history, the creation of man. The law of his creation, the immanent form as the causa formalis of the process, is concealed in nature. Only the stages of the unfolding of nature towards the human species are known. The fixation of these stages as stages is inseparable from man's observation of nature. Only if the higher itself is already known, can the allusions to the higher in the subordinate animal species be understood. The historically later is the key to understanding the earlier. Genetically a principiatum, it is epistemologically the starting point for determining the media of its genesis. As with natural history, this should also apply to human history. The historical development of the economic and political relations founded by them cannot be detached from the final form of these relations. Not from the fact that in them the historical subject of knowledge regards the past as stages towards itself. Through such contemplation, human history becomes a system, a process that strives towards a finus ultimus. In it, the parish social forms take on the meaning of mediating moments in the genesis of the most developed and diverse historical organization of the metabolism between man and nature. For the course of human history to date, this goal was achieved with the emergence and development of bourgeois society. It had experienced its apotheosis in Hegel's idealistic dialectic. His absolute idealism was absolute positivism, a theology whose divine principium mundi was absorbed into the cosmic historical process. Through the realization that this divine world principle is nothing in itself, history, like nature, had to gain a new meaning for Marx, a being in itself. Its course became dependent on the inherent laws of economic and political change, which are its content, on its immanent essence, which had to be determined. As the inner form of something that people themselves have created, the essence of those changes, in contrast to the inner form of natural processes, should be positively determinable. Marx believed he could recognize it in the dialectic of productive forces and relations of production. As a result of this dialectic, bourgeois society, like the social forms of past eons, had to generate its own negation with the necessity of a natural process. Marx was not concerned, like the political economy of the bourgeoisie, with the mere analysis of economic phenomena, but primarily with what was to follow from these phenomena, the dissolution of bourgeois society and the genesis of a realm of free individuals. According to him, the compulsion to dissolve was immanent in bourgeois society itself through the mechanism of capitalist production. What essentially distinguishes this mode of production from every previous one is its meaning and purpose, the production of capital through capital. Every expansion of capital contains the possibility of new accumulation. Just as this possibility is constituted on the ground of competition between independent commodity producers, it can only be realized on this ground. The relationship of competition belongs to the essence of capital, as whose agents the commodity producers function, to its tendency towards permanent increase. This tendency demands a permanent increase in production through a permanent increase in the productive forces, the industrial means of production, by means of which the larger capitals beat the smaller ones in economic competition. The smaller ones pass partly into the hands of the victor and partly perish. Marx therefore expected the competitive necessity of a continuous increase in the productive forces to lead to the downfall of the bourgeois economy. Their unstoppable increase was to have a double effect. Namely, as well as the expropriation of many capitalists by a few, the impoverishment of the masses, whose labor would become superfluous due to the increased output of the means of production. All the advantages from the increase in the productive forces thus pass to a constantly decreasing number of capital magnates. Proportional to their wealth, the mass of misery, pressure, servitude, degeneration, exploitation would grow. The one and the other consequence had their tangible basis in the historical tendency of the bourgeois economy. It signaled a stage in which the interests of monopoly capitalism would become incompatible with the vital interests of humanity. On the way to this stage, the working class, trained, united, and organized by the mechanism of the capitalist production process itself, would have to realize that the centralized and gigantically increased productive forces had to be freed from their capitalist shell and placed at the service of humanity. The hour of capitalist private property had struck, the hour of its expropriation. The Marxian theory of the self-dissolution of bourgeois society has its center of argumentation in the mechanism of capitalist production. It should only contain the possibility of creating the conditions of its downfall, but not those of its continued existence. The transition from its position to its negation was conceived as a necessary process in the sense of the Hegelian dialectic of essence and appearance. The destruction of individual private property based on one's own labor by the capitalist mode of production was the first negation for Marx. It was objectified in its result, capitalist private property. But the mode of production to which it owed its existence, the capitalist one, was expected to force the negation of its own result, reducing many capitals to ever fewer with the necessity of a natural process, ultimately that of the bourgeois economy as a totality. Its negation, which as the second would be the negation of negation, does not, according to Marx, restore the fragmented private property of past epochs, but inaugurates individual property on the basis of the achievement of the capitalist era, the cooperation and common ownership of the earth and the means of production produced by labor itself. To the extent of the scientific and technical development of these means of production, the necessary labor of society would be reduced to a minimum. The development of human power, which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, could begin through the time and means created for all individuals. Just as the system of bourgeois economy has a genesis, its self-dissolution was also only conceivable as a result. For Marx, both processes were inextricably linked. Every step in the unfolding of the system of bourgeois economy should at the same time be a step that led it to the negation of itself. For by constantly seeking to increase the means of its wealth through the gigantic increase of all the powers of science and nature, as well as social combination and social intercourse, it seemed itself to produce the material conditions to blow itself up. Marx did not consider that the bourgeois economy could make the basis of its existence what it intended through the permanent increase of the productive forces, growing wealth through growing independence from the labor of the masses. It was clear to him that working time could no longer be the measure of the exchange between capital and wage labor if the latter ceased to be the immediate source of wealth. It would then be replaced by the power of the agendas that are set in motion during working time, i.e. above all by machines. Marx believed that such a measure of the value of labor, based on the changed production of wealth, would only be conceivable beyond the narrow-minded economy. The possibility remained excluded that this bourgeois economy could both save itself from destruction and achieve a higher perfection of its system if, in accordance with the increased productive forces, it allowed the working masses to participate in the wealth so that they, as consumers of what was produced, would become agents of the continuation of production. What prevented the perception of this and that possibility was the consideration of capitalist society in its immanence. Marx did not see the need to analyze economic development on Earth as a whole. It led to a shift in class distinctions, to a completely new constellation of the economically strong and the weak. Peoples defenseless against their exploitation and a seemingly even more defenseless nature were forced into the role of the proletariat of the industrialized states. In the a priori conviction that bourgeois economics would not invent any alternatives to the radical exploitation of the working class, Marx, anticipating real events, made his analysis of incipient high capitalism absolute. He appointed a historically limited phenomenon as the sole reason for future development. His conclusion from the present to the future has the structure of the ontological proof of God. Because self-dissolution is part of the essence of the capitalist system he analyzed, it should necessarily come into existence. In Hegel's absolute idealism, the conditions of the transition from essence to existence were produced by the essence itself. His dialectic was pantheistic metaphysics. Marx did not want a pantheistic metaphysics, but his argumentation was based on its logic. Just as, according to the ideas of metaphysical theology, the essence of the divine includes its existence, so, according to Marx, the tendential dissolution of the capitalist system includes its real dissolution. The dialectic of bourgeois economy was extended beyond its historical substrate. Dialectics has thus become an interrogable system of natural law. The historical tendency has become the movement of the pure concept. Its real constituents sink down to the secondary, to mere moments of the logical process that is realized in them. The difference to Hegelian dialectics is reduced to the negation of spirit as its principle. Marx even adhered to the lawfulness of history, which is inseparable from absolute spirit because it can only be founded in it. The tendencies of bourgeois economy, which belonged to the realm of his experience, were supposed to be inherent in the necessity of natural processes. They should be immutable like the lawful behavior of nature, which Hegel based on the unity of the divine spirit. Hegel's idealistic ontology consisted in elevating empirical processes to manifestations of the divine idea. Without such an ontology, unity and necessity in nature and history would have been mere assertions. The renunciation of affirmative metaphysics, which for Marx resulted from the realization of the nullity of what for Hegel was the absolute, would at the same time have demanded the renunciation of unity and necessity. There was no longer an ontological a priori, no divine idea that could unfold in the historical process and lead it to its predetermined goal. This prohibited statements about both the future and necessary course of history and its ultimate telos. But Marx wanted to deduce both from the economic tendencies of bourgeois society. He assumed that unity and necessity were inherent in the historical process. This assumption was his relapse behind his own epistemological position, the overcoming of uncritical idealism and positivism in his concept of nature. What he considered to be real historical dialectics was in fact just idealism truncated by his theological premises. For the course of history, the productive forces take on the constitutive significance that absolute spirit has in the Hegelian system. Their permanent increase was to produce, on the one hand, an excessive concentration of capital and, on the other, enormous impoverishment of the masses. In other words, the Hegelian opposition of being and nothingness. Marx derived from this the end of the capitalist system and bourgeois society. What was to be constituted was a new form of immediacy, the abolition of human self-alienation through less and less expenditure of time and energy for services that are necessary for the preservation of human existence. The course of history was considered reasonable because it was seen as an increase in the conditions for granting people freedom from the curse of labor, the return to the lost paradise. From a historical teleological point of view, this is the difference between Marx and Hegel. It presents itself as the contrast between immediacy and mediation as the ultimate. For Hegel, endless mediation is the telos of history. It appears in the guise of metaphysics, as the self-circulating life of the divine actus purus. Its social form is the capitalist economy, the cycle of production and consumption. Marx's theory, on the other hand, was an attempt at a positive abolition of the divine realm. His definition of history as prehistory contains an unmistakable reminiscence of Christian eschatology. Like the latter, he also understands the end of history as its goal. Marx proclaims the redemption of humanity from the misery of history, which in Christianity appears as an afterlife of the earthly historical world, as its telos in this world. The historical process should not, as with Hegel, lead back to nature, not be a phase in the eternal return of the same, but terminate in a realm of free individuals. Like every social formation before it, the bourgeois one will also perish. Karl Marx is right about this, but its downfall will not lead to the realm of freedom. Rationality determines his construction of history up to the phase of the self-dissolution of the bourgeois economy, the transition of all means of production into the ownership of the working class. The private economy would be replaced by the communist economy. A central administration would regulate all processes of production and distribution of goods. In this dictatorship of the proletariat, Marx and his followers saw the political and economic basis for the full development of socialized people. Thanks to a progressive saving of labor time, which would be made possible by a permanent increase in the productive forces, true freedom of the individual was to blossom on the basis of necessity. Freedom for higher activity. For Marx, higher, precisely in the sense of the Occidental tradition, stands for an activity that is artistically as well as scientifically and philosophically pre-trained. There would be room for it to the same extent that material production would no longer require human beings. But Marx was not able to set more than an expectation. The dialectical principle of the genesis of the higher through the self-negation of the lower fails when it comes to the question of how free time could become constitutive for an activity that has the true autonomy of the individual as its telos. The shortening of working time immediately creates only an empty space. Neither it nor the remaining work contains a motive for filling it with higher activity. In the Occidental tradition, science, art, and philosophy stood above the work necessary for human subsistence through their supreme theme, the knowledge of true being. Their hierarchical rank resulted from their preoccupation with the eternal. By virtue of the intention towards it, their accomplishment was higher activity, ultimately glorificatio Dei. Therefore, science, art, and philosophy had to degenerate into mere pastimes when they lost the aura of a preoccupation with the divine. Since the Occident of classical German philosophy, with which Occidental metaphysics ended, the unreflective talk of higher activity has given the lie to itself. Marx's guileless faith dreams of an activity in free time, the higher dignity of which is beyond all doubt compared to a mere pastime. This is the consequence of Marx's failure to reflect on the devaluation of metaphysics at this point. The fundamental errors of modern thought must be recalled. They all go back to the nominalist who denies the existence of nature and man. Marx's thoughts on the ontological nature of natural substances would be directed against him. His sustained insistence on an inner form of material entities, in which he sees the immanent law of their becoming, stems from his insight into the impossibility of a mechanistic explanation of the world or an explanation based on pure negativity. However, the metaphysical assumption of forme rerum has consequences. In its most subtle development, which it experienced through Kant, it leads to a theology of physics. Marx closed himself off to this theological consequence of his natural philosophical approach. That formative forms of finite substances presuppose a forma formarum, a divine principle of their being and working. This was of decisive importance for his conception of human history. Just as in cosmic history, no transcendent meaning was to be found in human history. Its meaning was only to emerge in a worldly transcendence, through the creation of free time for higher activity. However, without a transcendental meaning, this activity, which in free time has only the external condition of its realization, is neither more rational nor more desirable than the most primitive pastime. Every rational demand that aims at something higher requires a metaphysical foundation. This applies analogously to all postulates that Marx raised in the name of humanity. His orthodox followers George Lukács and, before him, Lenin and Engels displaced the metaphysical inheritance in his theory of nature from its defining function with their own projections. This revealed a void in the Marxist theory of history. For Engels, the dynamist view that the world of appearing things was in itself a huge complex of processes was the truly revolutionary side of Hegel's philosophy. He celebrated it as the decisive refutation of the Kantian doctrine of the unrecognizable selfhood of material phenomena. He saw his own merit in the expansion of the revolutionary content of that philosophy, its liberation from the idealistic notion of a self-development of the divine in the world process. The idea of an absolute that is effective in cosmogenesis linked Hegel with the metaphysical tradition of thought. While Marx incorporated its doctrine of the determining principles of appearing things into his philosophy of nature, Engels dropped it. The universe became a complex of processes without final forms, a blind dialectic. This disastrous tendency towards positivism escaped Lukács in his reflections on the philosophical historical foundations of dialectical materialism. Like Engels, he uncritically adopts Hegel's rejection of Kant's unknowable things in themselves. In his system of philosophy, Hegel had assumed that the Kantian assumption of an unknowable being in itself of empirical things was based on an abstraction, the subject's refraining from the manifold relations of its objects. Only through such abstraction is the recognizable object made independent into an unrecognizable thing, a thing in itself. In contrast to this supposition, Kant understood the thing as it is in itself to be the appearing thing seen from its essence. In this respect, it would only be possible to say what appearing things are in their being in itself if it were possible to determine positively what their essence consists of, not only the lawfulness of their mutual relations, but above all the principle of their genesis. Hegel ignores the fact that the two spheres are radically different. Claiming total knowledge of the world, he asserts against Kant that the thing in itself is not an unrecognizable reality. It is nothing more than the shadow separated from all content of concrete objects. Only thoughtless philosophizing could consider such a caput mortuum, to be the intelligible basis of phenomena. Genetic comprehension recognizes in it a mere product of thought. In this idealistic history of the decomposition of the thing in itself, which sought to reduce it to empty philosophical speculation, Lukács, who faithfully repeats it, sees the conceptual scheme of all social reifications. The theoretical premise on which Lukács bases his attempt at a philosophical foundation for a Marxist view of history rests on a pseudos. It is defined by the thesis that Hegel's dialectical method points beyond bourgeois society. It contains the possibility of liberating people who have been reified in the era of capitalist economy from their reification. For Lukács, reification is a consequence of the mode of production pursued by capitalism, in ever-increasing potency since the advent of industry. Based on the precise calculability of human labor, it promotes specialization, the radical break with production that is manageable for the individual. The working subjects lose sight of the object produced in its totality. The uniform product as the object of the labor process disappears. The process itself becomes a mechanical summary of rationalized suboperations whose unity is determined purely by calculation. As a result, the producing human being appears neither objectively nor in his relationship to the work process as its actual bearer. Rather, he is inserted as a mechanized part into a mechanical system, which he finds finished and functioning in complete independence from him. To the extent of the rationalization and mechanization of all production, his work no longer has the character of an activity. This implies a transformation of human consciousness. Man, whose work is limited to the execution of prescribed grips or formulas, behaves contemplatively. Everything is already predetermined. His consciousness is reified by his passive acceptance of this situation. This is true of human labor per se. Like unreasonable things, human consciousness is limited. It is no longer quodam modo omnia, but blind, even when it reflects on the social whole and its parts. It fails to see that the economic conditions to which people subject themselves when selling their labor power are conditions they themselves have created. In the early stages of capitalism, human labor power was exploited more brutally, but the process of commodification of labor itself was still transparent. Commodity production first had to enter the stage of machine industry in order to reduce the individual to the automatic engine of partial labor in a permanent increase. Just as the capitalist system continues to produce and reproduce itself economically at an elevated level, so in the course of the development of capitalism the reification structure sinks ever deeper, more fatefully and more constitutively into the consciousness of human beings. Lukács sees the gnosiological cause of human unfreedom in their false consciousness, which regards the reified results of the historical process as something unrealized. The real liberation of individuals does not seem possible to him without a prior or simultaneous transformation of their consciousness. Unreflective acceptance must give way to insight into the genesis of existing relations of production. The fulfillment of this postulate should enable the working masses to recognize their historical task. Their task in the development of late capitalism. According to Lukács, this can only consist in breaking the violence of reified structures by continuously making people aware of their mediated nature. As long as it is not realized how little those structures are something natural, but rather mediated to the highest degree by human activity, change in social existence will remain illusory. To put it bluntly, when the final phase of capitalism dawns, the transition to the realm of freedom depends on the ideological maturity of the proletariat. It must know what the steps from the prehistory of humanity have as their telos. Namely, above all, that the relationships between individuals will in future no longer determine the existence of human beings, but will one day be shaped exclusively by them. However, Lukács, like Marx, does not envisage a return to a pre-bourgeois economy. Rather, for him too, the realm of freedom presupposes the last technical state of the capitalist age. However, the reification of human labor cannot be separated from its mode of production. In order to break its power, both spiritually and in reality, a knowledge would be necessary that would elevate the human intellect above it. Lukács believed to possess such knowledge in Hegel's dialectical conception of reality. His philosophy of becoming as the truth of being, the process as the truth of things. He was convinced that it offered mankind the theoretical means to overcome all reifications both spiritually and in reality. Spiritually, through an ontology for which things in themselves are still moments of processes, and in real terms, through a view of history that gives the working class the task of unfolding the positive and new, arising from the downfall of capitalism. What is wrong in Hegel's absolute idealism also remains wrong in Lukács' dialectical materialism. Here, as there, it results from a nihilistic dissolution of the thing-in-itself problem. Even knowledge of Marx's early writings does not change Lukács' position on Kant and Hegel. The ontological position of history and class consciousness remains unchanged. There is no discussion of the idea of an irreducible being, as one might expect in an ontology. Compare here Lukács on the ontology of social being, Hegel's false and genuine ontology. Hegel had progressed from the denial of an unrecognizable being in itself of empirical things to the apotheosis of philosophizing thought. Divinized into pure spirit, it had to endow the material world through its externalization. The procedural life of the divine in it consisted in the creation of the cosmic and historical conditions of its return to pure spiritual existence. The God who has arrived at himself, however, is forced to renewed externalization. In his purity, his identity is lost. He returns to the process from which he came. Cosmic and human history thus triumph over God. Suspended from their idealistic origin, they become for Lukács the true essence of reality. This is his materialistic consequence of Hegel's pantheistic metaphysics. He replaces the deity with the proletariat as the subject of history. It should recognize in itself the creator of everything that appears in human history. Lukács sees the methodological basis of such knowledge on the one hand in the limitation of reality to pure immanence, which follows immediately from the demythologization of Hegelian philosophy, and on the other hand in the genesis of the proletariat as a producing class, from which every social dynamic emanates. As the true producer, it can no longer be merely the lowest layer of the social pyramid. Rather, through its production it lays claim to the elimination of social levels. The class in control of the means of production, which understands the reified existence of the proletariat as the basis of its economic power, seeks to preserve the existing conditions. In contrast, the working masses experience the reality of an inhuman existence in these conditions. This drives them to politically break through the reified structures of their own existence. This breakthrough is to succeed when the proletariat recognizes the historical tendencies that can lead to something essentially new in the process of the dissolution of capitalist society. From this realization, it must determine its actions, the revolutionary steps to save humanity. More precisely, in order to fulfill its historical mission, the proletariat must recognize the tendencies that lead to economic conditions from which no reifying influences emanate. These tendencies would have to be raised to the consciousness of all people through the revolutionary intervention of the working class. Without their intervention, the path to the realm of freedom will not be visible, and reification of human existence will once again occur. The assumption of tendencies within the bourgeois economy that essentially imply new relations is the principium vitale of Lukács' theory of revolution. Only what is already implicitly present can unfold with the help of the proletariat, from an abstract possibility to a concrete reality. However, the very possibility of conditions that would exclude the reification of working people remains unthinkable in terms of bourgeois economics. The real historical dialectic between the respective technical state of economic production and the social organization of the same time does indeed give rise to new economic relations, but always only relations of the reification of human labor. This would also apply to the post-bourgeois age of a dictatorship of the proletariat, because its economic basis would emerge from the bourgeois economy, i.e. the increase in productive forces would be maintained, economic conditions would produce permanent reifications of human labor even in the realm of freedom. No distance can be gained from them through mere awareness of the change in those conditions. Hegel's dialectical method, which Lukács assumed could help people to overcome all reifications spiritually and in reality, sets the empirically given world as absolute. It does not tolerate anything essentially new, not even the idea of a transcendent. Only from this, however, could human thought rise above the reified facts of empiricism. Just as Marx lacks a transcendent meaning in nature and history, a meaning that would be powerful enough to relate individuals to higher activity, so too Lukács lacks it in order to protect them against the reification of their consciousness. His philosophical foundation of the Marxist view of history reduces everything that exists to pure processes. Instead of using them to name the destructive precondition for action directed against reification, their elevation to true reality deprives human action of any orientation. There is objectively no longer a point at which argumentation in the name of humanity could begin, but only movement as in bourgeois rationalism and positivism. The essential difference between Marx and Lukács lies in their conception of material phenomena. It also determines everything they have in common, in particular the conception of the goal of human history, which Marx and Lukács both see in the realm of freedom. Lukács ontologizes the functionalist thinking of the positivists and rationalists by declaring pure movement to be the essence of man and nature. Consequently, this would mean that people live according to their essence when they are absorbed in their social functions, just as much in their free time as during work. Of course, this is the opposite of what Lukács intended with his critique of the reified structures of human existence. But it corresponds to his ontology. By radically explaining all things as processes, he wanted to mentally overcome reification, to remove its ontological basis. However, such dissolution also deprives people of that which makes them more than their social function. They lose their sense of being. Permanent pastime becomes the only meaning, one could also say the bane of their existence. Without realizing it, Lukács propagates the abolition of the autonomous human being. His theoretical short-circuit from an ontology that sees everything that exists as a process to a critique of the capitalist economy serves the scheme he is fighting against, the circular movement of production and consumption. For Marx, production and consumption were not everything. Outside the total process stands the immanent form of material things, the essence of their substantial being. Thanks to this ontology, his thinking is, from the point of view of the matter, open to transcendence, while that of Lukács excludes a dimension that contains more than mere social processes. Distance from the economic gears presupposes the assumption that empirical things are self-evident. The realization of its necessity gained in reflections on the history of philosophy led Marx close to Kant's negative metaphysics. Like Kant, he understood that a critical rejection of conceptualism in philosophy must lose its footing if it does not insist on an intelligible substrate of nature. The physical sciences cannot say anything about the ontological basis of natural phenomena. Their methodological means only permit the determination of lawful behavior. From this, anti-metaphysical thinking from Ernst Mach onwards has drawn the conclusion that nothing is given but phenomena, objects whose empiricism shrinks them to the phenomenal. Both human and non-human phenomena must be dissolved in their scientific formula. They must no longer be appearances of something that does not appear, no appearances of immanent entities. Their critical formulation by Kant is the point from which alone there can be true progress beyond reductive thinking. On the one hand, Kant's negative definition of the essentia rerum forbids subjecting the real world to pure being as its causa prima. In other words, it also opposes this as the origin and goal of human beings and their history. On the other hand, it contradicts no less radically the nominalist evaporation of metaphysical essences, their withdrawal into the subject, which reduces man and nature to mere means of the economic movement of production and consumption. In such a frontal position with respect to the main currents of Occidental philosophy, Kant's negative metaphysics for the concrete actions of human beings states, "It is only truly human if it treats its personal bearer primarily as an end in itself and never merely as a means." This maxim names the subjective condition that makes it possible to liberate people from their reified existence. Lukács, who intended such liberation, had fallen prey to the pseudos that all reification was spiritually grounded in consciousness. Things in themselves do not exist. Because of his denial of the existence of empirical things in themselves, the approaches to an ontology in the Kantian sense that Marx had developed could not gain any significance for him. Only this ontology developed and processed in a theory of society shows human action the path at the end of which a moral realm of individuals would be conceivable. The basis of their intellectual life was the realization that the appearing world is not the ultimate. The negative metaphysics that leads to them forbids ideas about the last things. As a critical philosophy, it cannot provide any description of content, neither of the interior of nature nor even of a divine or of an ultimate situation of humanity. This is not antilogical thinking, not philosophical irrationalism. This only ever arises where human reason supposes a second for a first. Thus the metaphysics of the Via Antiqua was intrinsically irrational through its elevation of abstract afterimages of empirical things to essentia rerum. However, it is also contrary to the laws of logic to conclude from the impossibility of positively determining the essence of being that essence is a meaningless concept. What this nominalistic conclusion wants to make the absolute first, namely a world of pure singularities, would be chaos. the intellectual overcoming of the one as well as the other form of philosophical irrationalism, to which all later systems represent mere variations, requires the realization that the step into the sphere of the metaphysical ground of cognoscenti can only be taken negatively. A thinking that wants to be critical cannot do without it the negative step into the metaphysical. Without this step, its rationalist attitude towards tangible reality would remain objectively unmotivated. It would become non-committal, reduced to a worldview that recognizes a certain priority of irrationalism in all decisions. Why distant civilizations avoid us is the subject of the special issue on cosmology of the magazine Telepolis under the heading Intelligence in Space. Because the aliens are really intelligent would have been the right answer. Unfortunately, the newer cosmologists are serious about such questions. Despite their lurid presentation, they are supposed to be based on a very serious foundation. As evidence of this, two authors are particularly highlighted on the cover who have remained recognized physicists, while they have become known primarily through popular science engagement. The world-famous cosmologist Stephen Hawking held the traditional Lucasian chair in Cambridge until last year, and Professor Harald Lesch teaches astrophysics and natural philosophy not only on German television but also at the University of Munich. But where does this delusion come from? Why are extraterrestrials desperately being sought under the leadership of scientists who deal professionally with physics, which is actually such a precise natural science? For the editorial, Harald Zahn has routinely pulled a few well-worn arguments out of his sleeve. The search for aliens is substantiated by scientists' extrapolations, according to which intelligent life in space is the rule rather than the exception. Serious extrapolations, however, would require a database that is appropriate to the intended prediction. The basis here is a single data set, our Earth. Both its characteristics and the desires and fears of its potentially rational inhabitants are extrapolated into the infinite expanses by the exo-experts. Last but not least, increasingly sensitive telescopes and faster computers have also contributed to the topicality of the subject. Zahn continues. This resembles a research motive, the sheer possibility of receiving more and more electromagnetic frequencies and being able to automatically analyze more and more data opens up the ideal field of research for completely unimaginative physicists. They simply start measuring something in space and chase the masses of resulting data at random through all the analysis programs they know. Some meaningful signals must be buzzing in the vast universe, is the flat hypothesis, the testing of which can keep telescopes and computer clusters of all kinds working to capacity. That's why hardly any serious astrophysicist doubts the existence of high-level civilizations in space. Zahn unfortunately rightly states. Even researchers who are still concerned with rational questions realize that the prospect of extraterrestrial messages attracts far more attention to their field than a truly astonishingly empty and dead universe. So they don't want to spoil the tour for their colleagues and keep quiet about the obvious nonsense. The usual presentable results of astrophysics, such as their beautiful images of distant galaxies and gas nebulae, and even gimmicky films of an exploration rover apparently creeping very slowly through the monotonous Martian desert, no longer seem to be enough of a draw. In the last part of his early work, General Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, Immanuel Kant already speculated about the possible inhabitants of the planets and moons known at the time. However, he was aware of the importance of such speculation. It is permissible, it is decent, to amuse oneself with such notions. Alone, no one will base the hope of the future on such uncertain images of the imagination. However, contemporaries seem to have completely lost their sense of the limits of scientific speculation. Even at first glance, the ET hunters appear to be obsessed. The scientific search for extraterrestrials, known as SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which has been going on since the 1960s, has so far yielded absolutely nothing useful. In spite of this, there is a prayerful demand for financial support for what SETI supporters consider to be the most important research project in human history. Harald Zahn accuses politicians of narrow-mindedness, who would like to distribute funding for SETI more sensibly. And then he also blames cutbacks by alien politicians on other planets for the failure of any contact. It is obvious that the aliens are purely a projection surface. Even conspiracy theories are transferred to cosmic scales. Reading between the lines, one gets the impression that the authors are speculating on a clientele that is either so deluded that it believes the nonsense anyway, or, like the authors themselves, is probably quite consciously and tongue-in-cheek enthusiastic about modern pseudoscientific theories. This unbelieved superstition has the advantage that it does not have the stale smell of anachronism that astrology does. Even in educated circles, people can afford to believe in it without fear of being considered backward. Technology-oriented high achievers find a foothold here in times of weakness. If it becomes too frustrating that the progress of productive forces cannot reliably improve life despite all efforts, then there is still a higher goal worth continuing to research and develop for: the hope of a real life after contact with a wise species. Advancing technology is potentially bringing contact ever closer, finally giving it meaning again. Modern alien believers are often disillusioned citizens and authoritarian cynics. They do not trust themselves or anyone else to make a contribution to the true progress of humanity and to realize it according to their emphatic concept. They do not want to see that blind technological progress is partly responsible for the never-ending misery because it does not pursue a reasonable goal and instead pursues the expansion of the domination of nature as an end in itself. They can only recognize a failure on the part of politics. This gives rise to a longing for a higher authority that will teach people to finally use their technological possibilities sensibly. The alien seekers hope for guidance from outer space. Recent cosmology has hardly gained its significance through scientific results, but above all through its close links with the culture industry. This is exemplified by Contact, 1997, the film adaptation of Carl Sagan's novel of the same name, which provided the Voyager probes, now drifting lost through interstellar space, with gold records for E.T. Erich von Daniken's spinning about the extraterrestrial origin of ancient Egyptian deities inspired the film Stargate, 1994, directed by Roland Emmerich, which has spawned a series with a similar name that is still running today. In both films, so-called wormholes are used to shorten the otherwise unbridgeable vast distances in space. Over the decades, the Star Trek universe has featured almost every known utopian possibility and invention that solves the problem of distance, the most prominent being the warp drive. Years ago, one of the script writers is said to have replied dryly to a Trekkie's serious question: how do the Heisenberg generators work? Thanks? Good. In the meantime, fans are being initiated into the latest aspects of such fantastic technology in the series' accompanying material. When science fiction uses pseudoscientific concepts to make contact with aliens possible, it draws attention to recent cosmology. In return, it provides the scientifically substantiated assurance that the scenarios are not at all unrealistic. With the help of wormholes and time travel, the vast spacetime should in principle be accessible to humans. All that remains is to find the research funding for the corresponding technology. Science fiction can spice up dull storylines by playing them out against a technically utopian backdrop in space. Since humans have lost the terra incognita that is so well suited to adventure stories, alien planets are explored, colonized, or fought over on the big screen. The win-win situation that results from such cooperation between myth and science automatically leads to ever new alien stories, which in turn are lent an air of authenticity. The fact that no each shave yet come forward is repeatedly blamed by SETI researchers on a lack of observation opportunities. And that works. The astrophysicists involved get new expensive equipment, their producers are happy about the high-tech contracts, and the film industry about the latest cosmological utopias. But what kind of natural science is it that makes such pseudo-research possible for the entertainment industry under its umbrella? Not a single claim made by these guys is backed up by experiment. Not a single one has said anything that is true. And the king of them all is him here, Stephen Hawking. I've heard that women bring him babies so he can touch them. This man has found a way to make himself a cultural icon. That was the fierce polemic of Nobel Prize-winning physicist Robert B. Laughlin. For the newer cosmology wants to radically redeem the implicit claim of modern natural sciences and presents its shaky hypotheses as omnipotent reason. In his classic A Brief History of Time, Hawking claims that the universe is determined by a series of rational laws that we can discover and understand. A science that has no lesser goal in mind than the complete description of the universe in which we live is based on this premise, which is founded on absolutely nothing. Hawking seriously wants to revive the mechanical determinism of the 19th century. Despite all known refutations by physics itself, he claims the following connection. If we know what the universe looks like at a given time, the laws of physics tell us what it will look like at some later time. End quote. While Laughlin insists on experimental experience, which still sets limits to physical megalomania, Hawking elevates mathematical formulas alone to the cosmic epitome of truth. Even and especially where natural properties elude scientific observation and experimentation. He prefers to speculate about the beginning and end of the universe, the two imaginary points furthest removed from any possible experience. Such thinking adheres to a crude theory of knowledge. Truth is supposed to lie in the form of total adequatio, the complete identity of concept and thing. Mathematics is supposed to form both the basis of the universe and its lingua franca. All that remains to be found is the quasi-sacred set of formulas. Then everything would be clear and it would be possible to communicate with educated aliens in mathematical terms. This ignores the fact that even if mathematical laws provide successful models, their correspondence with measurements and thus the identity of concept and object can never be fully achieved. In the ideal typical description of isolated causal relationships in inanimate nature, an error still remains even in the best case. No matter how small it may be, the natural sciences can never get rid of it. It is also suppressed that the objects in general do not accommodate such thinking, in the natural world and in society. There, the absolute adequatio remains inappropriate as a form of thought despite all scientific progress. In the first nature, the unpredictable whether in the long term is enough to refute it. And even if in the second nature society, the behavior of a large number of people can be described quite well by statistical laws, because their lives are determined by their functionalization for the exploitation of value, the impression of a society that is determined as a whole remains an ideological illusion. The crises of the exchange society, which at times lead the economic calculation of probability ad absurdum, testify to the constantly renewed compulsion that alone can maintain such functionalization. Individuals only involuntarily contribute to the law of large numbers and do not care as soon as they do not fear personal consequences. Talk of the black swan during the last manifest crisis masked the failure of economics with a supposedly new statistical insight. As a placeholder for misunderstood barter transactions that fail on a large scale, the black swan takes on a similar role for their pseudo-theory as dark matter does for astrophysics. A flowery allegory feigns knowledge and thus prevents further reflection, the consequence of which could only be knowledge. The unsolvable problem is cleverly packaged and presented as an original component of a fundamentally inconsistent theory. Thinking means identifying. Affirmative thinking can rely on this judgmental tendency of the mind. Questions that do not allow for a positive answer are suppressed, as thinking becomes laborious when it begins to resist the tendency to identify. After metaphysics and philosophical speculation have been marginalized, postmodernism triumphs in the humanities. No longer committed to any binding truth, it can pass off any fixed idea as an original theorem and press it into the existing form of approved thought. The narrow-minded, particular worldview of the respective place of speech is declared sacrosanct, thereby undermining Western-style universalism without scruples. Even if their project is quite obviously embarrassing when it comes to scientific questions, this does not deter them from their mission. The natural scientists let the humanities scholars get away with it as if they were insane, as they no longer represent any competition when they fish in the murky waters of discourse. On the one hand, in postmodernism, every academic opinion that is removed from a reasonable measure declares itself to be a resistant theory simply because it breaks with traditional reason. Pseudo-critically, it crawls into the gaps between the demands and reality of this society. On the other hand, the ruins left behind by the overthrown metaphysics become the prey of the natural sciences. They negotiate the past, present, and future of mankind as if they were as determined as causal laws. Stephen Hawking has clearly recognized the plight of philosophy, its self-effacement to the meager remnant left to it by the totalitarian program of the positive sciences. In the 18th century, philosophers regarded the entire field of human knowledge, including the natural sciences, as their ancestral domain and also discussed questions such as the beginning of the universe. In the 19th and 20th centuries, however, natural science became too technical and mathematical for laymen, who now included philosophers. They narrowed the horizon of their questions further and further until finally Wittgenstein, one of the most famous philosophers of our century, declared, "All philosophy is linguistic criticism. Its purpose is the logical clarification of thoughts." What a downfall for the great philosophical tradition from Aristotle to Kant. And in this disastrous situation, Hawking has offered philosophy, with a slight sneer, the opportunity to deal with real problems again as soon as physics has solved the crucial questions with the final theory. However, if we discover a complete theory, after a certain time it should be understandable in its basic features to everyone, not just a handful of specialists. Then we will all, philosophers, scientists, and laymen, be able to grapple with the question of why we and the universe exist. If we were to find the answer to this question, it would be the ultimate triumph of human reason, because then we would know God's plan. So gently, patronizingly, Hawking closed this book, not even meaning his offer seriously. He just wanted to provoke an argument with philosophy, from which he thought he would surely emerge victorious. After all, if the universe were the result of a divine plan, there would still be one question for him. And who created him, the Creator? His ultimate answer to this question follows from his philosophical foundations, even if he would never describe them as such himself. So how does his world bestseller about God and the world begin, which, unclouded by any modesty, pretends to be able to explain everything? Our current ideas about the movement of bodies go back to Galileo and Newton. Hawking correctly begins in the chapter on space and time in his brief history of time. Then he gets going. Previously, people adhered to Aristotle, who had proclaimed that the natural state of a body was rest and that it only moved when a driving force acted on it. According to this, a heavy body must fall faster than a light one because it is pulled more strongly towards the earth. According to the Aristotelian tradition, it was believed that all laws governing the universe could be discovered through thought alone, and that it was not necessary to verify them through observation. Aristotle proclaimed a law and, without observing the phenomena, wanted to derive everything from thinking from above. This is sheer nonsense, and even without any knowledge of Aristotelian physics, Hawking could have known that in the vast majority of cases, the next best object will soon come to rest again after a push without any further acting force. This happens all the time and, according to current knowledge, is due to the omnipresent frictional forces under normal conditions. Aristotle formulated his theory of the natural state of rest as a generalization of such everyday experiences. It is not unrealistic and therefore did not have to be decreed authoritatively. Hawking, on the other hand, shows himself to be resistant to experience when he considers ancient science to be completely ignorant. Before Galileo, no one was interested in determining whether bodies of different weights actually fall at different speeds. End quote. But if someone before Galileo had dropped bodies of different weights, then he actually established what also applies after Galileo on Earth under normal conditions. The heavier objects reach the bottom faster than the lighter ones, provided they have roughly the same shape. It is said that Galileo disproved Aristotle's conviction by dropping weights from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's what it says, he writes vaguely. And although it's just a rumor and not true, he tells the story anyway, because it fits his concept uniquely well. The story is probably made up, he concedes cryptically, although it can be easily verified. It's not just probably made up, but guaranteed. The experiment has often been reproduced and never produced the result, as in the legend of Galileo on the Pisan Tower. And Hawking must actually also know that air friction would never allow the alleged result. But instead of caring about the obvious physical contradictions in the story, he prefers to move on to the next half-truth. After all, two halves make a whole. But Galileo did something similar. He had balls of different weights roll down a smooth slope. The situation is similar to that of vertically falling heavy bodies, but easier to observe because the speeds are lower. Galileo's measurements were unambiguous. The speed of all bodies increased to the same extent, regardless of their weight. He was determined to present a time-honored experimentum crucis. A striking empirical proof should legitimize modern physics through apparent precision in the appearances of nature. To raise doubts about the scientific view of the world afterwards should be forbidden. But this legend, like that of the Leaning Tower, was also refuted in detail by science historian Alexander Kohr in the 1930s. Galileo simply lacked the means to carry out precise experiments on the theory of motion. His laboratory instruments were still far too crude. And once again, pure theory did not play along. If you let balls roll down an incline, the force on the center of gravity of a ball in the direction of the incline is proportional to gravity with the sign of its inclination. Air friction then hardly plays a role with a weak inclination and the resulting lower speeds as desired. For largely frictionless sliding bodies, the expected result would therefore be extremely similar movements with significantly different weights, a well-known school experiment today. However, balls on an incline must also be set in rotation by the weight force, and this is where their moment of inertia has a clearly measurable effect. The two balls only arrive at the same time if the relative distribution of their masses is the same. In the passage quoted, Hawking wanted to demonstrate in principle the basis on which he believes he is operating. And he succeeded in doing so, albeit against his will, but all the more thoroughly. Against all experience, He insists that the validity of scientific laws would manifest itself immediately before everyone's eyes. One last quote sums up the madness. Although Galileo's experiment on the Tower of Pisa probably never took place, his principle of direct observation changed the course of science. End quote. An observation that, according to physics, could not have taken place at all is exemplary of the decisive scientific principle of direct observation. Hawking provides a stunning example of the fundamental self-deception of positivism. For him, truth supposedly arises immediately from empiricism if he himself first imposes the projective chimera of his obsessive identity thinking on it. In retrospect, Hawking glorifies Galileo as an enlightened man whose eyes were blown open. Direct observation freed from dogmatism supposedly allowed him and his successors to see the truth immediately. The arduous path of knowledge from the closed world to the infinite universe shrank for him to the lightning-like inspiration of a genius. In this way, he positions physical knowledge as a truth that is valid for all eternity and in every place in the universe. His criticism of the old religious dogma only serves to replace it with a new one: the absolute universality of physical laws. Just like the universe, modern natural science is said to have begun with a bang. The systematic development of experimental interventions in nature was Galileo's great methodological achievement, and Corres' admiring investigations in no way cast doubt on this. But Galileo's epistemology was still based on Plato. He was not a positivist. In fact, he was so sure of his ideas that he did not regard the inevitable gross deviations in his necessarily meager experiments as a contradiction to his hypotheses, and sometimes adjusted experimental results in line with his assumptions. Nevertheless, he was ultimately right in principle with these ideas, and more recent, better experiments essentially confirmed his theory. Galileo had succeeded in understanding the regularity of free fall in apparent nature in a much better way than before through intellectual analysis, taking into account traditional knowledge. Why Galileo of all people achieved this breakthrough is also a historical question. His hypotheses were based on the experience and preliminary work of other natural scientists. They were neither an immediate result of empiricism, nor could he derive them purely from intellectual principles. It is impossible to establish a complete model of scientific knowledge, as it is essentially based on creative human practice. In order to illustrate the difference to Hawking's revival physics, the often repetitive steps will be outlined here only roughly and without any claim to completeness. Through theoretical analyses of previously gained knowledge, a presumed monocausal relationship is worked out theoretically and mathematically fixed as consistently as possible. Experiments are then devised in which the effect of the functional dependency can be observed as undisturbed and thus as precisely as possible. The form of the abstract theoretical hypothesis thus suggests modern observation and experimentation. The experiment under laboratory conditions or the observation of regular isolated natural phenomena then attempt to extract the one presumed connection from nature so that it can come to light without coercion. This requires abstracting human work. This is the practically synthetic achievement of all successful natural research. Once a presumed principle has proven to be sufficiently accurate in such usually laborious series of experiments, it is tested by repeating the successful experiment. The setup is continually improved in order to isolate the connection as completely as possible. At the same time, the experimenters are increasingly reduced to a statistically managed factor so that their remaining disturbing subjective influences can be eliminated. The originally creative synthetic achievement thus seems to disappear in its result, the now objective isolated scientific law. The change in a measurable variable should now lead to a functional reaction of another measurable variable that is as precisely defined as possible. If the measured result confirms the prediction, the principle is considered successful. If not, it is first checked whether the subjects carrying out the experiment have also followed the experimental instructions in a disciplined manner. It is possible that their experimental setup cannot bring the presumed principle to bear because they have made a design error. Only if, despite a correct setup and thanks to refined measurements, a lasting significant deviation becomes apparent is a lack of understanding of the matter suspected as the reason. Theoretical considerations must then be made anew, often leading to provisional ad hoc theories that explain the deviation within the framework of the original theory by means of a supplement. Only when several such ad hoc theories begin to contradict each other, or the theory becomes unmanageable due to too many additions, is it possible that a completely new theory is sought. Hawking's cosmological theories, on the other hand, are purely speculative. He extrapolates natural laws into areas where they can no longer be tested. By hypostatizing the view, he assures himself of his connection with normal physics and at the same time disguises the fact that he no longer follows its methodology, which is ultimately based on prepared experience. New scientific findings cannot usually be prepared without theoretical speculation. But recent cosmology, as a self-referential kit of half-truths, shows little interest in comparing its assertions with reality. In one of the best-known passages from the brief history of time, Hawking recounts his invitation to the Vatican. The Catholic Church had made a terrible mistake in the case of Galileo when it sought to decide a question of science by declaring that the sun moved around the earth. Centuries later, it had now decided to invite a number of experts to advise it on cosmological questions. End quote. But Pope John Paul II is said to have been unduly dogmatic again. At the end of the conference, the participants were granted an audience with the Pope. He told us that there was nothing to prevent us from looking into the development of the universe after the Big Bang, but that we should not attempt to investigate the Big Bang itself, because it was the moment of creation and therefore the work of God. End quote. The truth of this anecdote cannot be clarified. However, the Pope's statement, which Hawking had already circulated before the short history of time went to press, was repeatedly interpreted as an attempt to muzzle cosmology. But his ironic self-portrayal as having narrowly escaped inquisitorial persecution shows that Hawking does not seriously fear the Church. Quote, I was glad that he was unaware of the subject of the talk I had just given at the conference. The possibility that spacetime was finite but had no boundary, which would mean that there was no beginning, no moment of creation. I had no desire to share the fate of Galileo, with whom I felt a strong connection, partly, I suppose, because I was born exactly 300 years after his death. End quote. Hawking uses the joking comparison with Galileo to emphasize his supposed triumph over the Church. The fact that he was able to speculate in the Vatican about the possibility of a purely natural law genesis of the cosmos fills him with satisfaction. He thinks he has cheated metaphysics because the Pope was unable to prevent a discussion about a cosmology without God even in the Vatican and throws himself into the pose of the anti-dogmatic Enlightenment philosopher. Disappointingly for all those who like such pseudo-radicalism, no one has been able to present a coherent theory of physical cosmogenesis to date. Even Hawking sometimes prefers to rely on particularly nice aliens and hopes for an infinitely patient species of altruistic intergalactic social workers who will reveal the world formula to mankind and let them share in its enormous power. In 2008, the Vatican invited Hawking once again. This time he met with Pope Benedict XVI, who announced afterwards, the statement that the creation of the cosmos and its developments are ultimately foresight wisdom of the Creator does not mean that creation has to do only with the beginning of the history of the world and of life. The current Pope has therefore explicitly contradicted the reduction of divine creation to the Big Bang, as propagated by Hawking. End quote. And Joseph Ratzinger is simply right with his statement. The cosmos is in need of a lasting, forward-looking wisdom, which the Pope certainly does not imagine to be as naive as creationism dreams of. For the problem of the objective possibility of appearing nature can only be understood in this way today. Exact knowledge of nature does presuppose that man can perceive and think and thus develop a method of experimentation, but its realization depends just as much on objective preconditions. From the object side, it only comes about because and insofar as nature is perceptible, conceivable, and treatable by its very nature. Apparent nature in its diversity can only be rationally explained by an intelligible substrate. Beyond its necessity for a recognizable appearing nature, however, little definitive can be established. It refers to the formative work of an omnipotent reason, the nature of which remains closed to us. This is why there is no basis for any positive knowledge of God. Even if Christian theology no longer has a naive image of God, the Church continues to derive its power from the fact that ideas about him are inextricably linked to the belief in his concrete authority and immediate influence, from the pious belief in a personally accessible God. Because this belief is not overridden by a negative metaphysics, Christianity ultimately remains irrational. Therefore, at first glance, it seems paradoxical. With Ratzinger's statements, the Catholic Church represents a more enlightened cosmology on the question of the origin of the cosmos than astrophysics, which regresses into dull animism. Yet astrophysics has not been able to find anything concrete in every search for extraterrestrial life to date. According to everything we know, Earth is the only planet on which a civilization relevant to us could once have developed. Of the thousands of exoplanets that will soon be found in the vicinity outside our solar system and immediately scanned by SETI researchers for intelligent signals, all have so far turned out to be no-shows. The nearest exoplanet that does not appear to be completely inhospitable, judging by the rough data, is over 20 light-years away. Even if intelligent life were to develop there, technically optimal contact would be of modest quality. Any exchange of information at the speed of light, which according to the theory of relativity is as fast as it gets, would take over 40 years there and back. Conceivably poor conditions for getting to know each other. But without aliens, cosmology and science fiction can no longer exist. This is why wormholes are used as a possibility for technologically far superior aliens, with whose help they could still pay us a visit. Monstrous forces in them are said to shorten the otherwise insurmountable distances in space by folding relativistic spacetime. However, these things have not yet been observed anywhere, and anyone who wants to know exactly why they could not even hypothetically be considered as transportation routes for beings that consist of structured matter like us should listen to the relevant statements by Professor Harold Lesch in his TV shows. Among other things, he draws attention to the crushing gravity that should theoretically prevail in such structures. Quote, "My personal conclusion is that there is a lot of green slime in the depths of space on distant planets, but no life. But what is much more important for me about the question, are we alone in the universe, is that it is a great, even fantastic Trojan horse to sell astronomy to people." End quote. This is how Mr. Lesch expressed himself in an interview in 2001, but in the meantime he seems to have become as forgetful as Monty Python's Knights of the Coconut in their grandiose failed attempt to conquer a French castle with the Trojan trick. His Trojan horse resembles their giant wooden rabbit. At the crucial moment it turns out to be empty. Monty Python's Knights are simply stupid, whereas Mr. Lesch's Trojan pretext is itself a ruse. Instead of using the aliens as a hook for the introduction to enlightened astronomy, as announced, he now takes a more optimistic view of their existence. In the cosmology issue, he now starts from the very optimistic premise that the others exist, and can talk about this for a whole 5 pages with philosophy professor Wilhelm Vossenkuhl. The aliens are developing so splendidly that other cultures have already emerged from crude, very diffuse green slime. It must be such evolutionary leaps in development that arouse scientists' enthusiasm for astrobiology. This calls for forward-looking investment. In Lesch's opinion, anyone who wants to search effectively for extraterrestrial life must invest more in technology, is the central demand in the summary of the talk, which is atmospherically placed next to the kitschy image of a modern telescope in the sunset. Lesch's conversion from Trojan late enlightener to alien optimist follows a general trend in astrophysics. For some time now, it has had little to offer in the way of enlightenment and is instead increasingly indulging in obscurantism. The optimistic belief that extraterrestrial life will soon be discovered is counteracted by the enormous problems that modern astrophysics has been carrying around with it for a long time. According to current estimates, 90% of the matter in the universe is said to consist of so-called dark matter. This is stuff that has so far been sought as futilely as extraterrestrials. It appears in mathematical models for galaxies or groups of galaxies, as otherwise the speeds and accelerations observed in them cannot be reconciled with the theory of gravity. Theoretical mechanics simply cannot explain the forces apparently acting from the dynamics of known matter. The observed values sometimes deviate extremely from the expected values. In order to solve this problem within the theory, dark matter has become the best-known current ad hoc theory. However, for almost 80 years it has only represented a placeholder for a gigantic gap between theory and observation. But astrophysicists now use it out of habit as if its composition were known. Instead of keeping in mind that there is a stubborn theoretical problem, it is substantialized. And as much of the dark matter obtained in this way is simply packed into the models until it no longer contradicts the observational data. The Large Hadron Collider of the Particle Accelerator at CERN is soon to provide a remedy. The aim there is to determine the substance of dark matter as a hitherto unknown, exotic type of particle with the longed-for strange properties. It is supposed to be extremely massive and thus provide the missing gravitational force and must otherwise have virtually no effect at all, otherwise it should have been found long ago. This sounds like wishful thinking born out of theoretical necessity, and it will be interesting to see how the experiments turn out. Because the substantiation of a theoretical deficit was so successful, a more recent problem was solved in a similar way in 1998. The accelerated expansion of the universe assumed on the basis of the observed red shift of distant celestial objects is said to be the result of a vast amount of equally mysterious, dark energy. This is because no cause for the long-observed expansion of the cosmos could be found within the framework of theoretical physics. And we can already guess what new high-energy ranges a huge new particle accelerator would have to penetrate in order to potentially detect this new type of dark particle. All in all, according to standard astrophysical estimates, 99% of the universe is made up of dark stuff. Such vague results do not disavow astrophysics. It can maintain its reputation as a hard science. On the contrary, it is precisely such speculation that creates its appeal. Astrophysics continuously receives the kind of media attention that other areas of physics only exceptionally receive, even though they have a much greater influence on our everyday lives. This is because recent cosmology allows us to speculate about dark forces, and the public can identify with profound research that supposedly has discoveries of great significance yet to come. To honestly admit that physics cannot fully explain the cosmos now or in the future, and that it has proven to be astonishingly inanimate to date, would obviously be a disappointment that cosmology does not want to inflict on itself or its audience. Matter, which determines itself according to its most general laws, produces decent consequences through its natural behavior, or if you want to call it that, through blind mechanics, which seem to be the projection of a supreme wisdom. This is Kant's thinking, and he clearly distinguishes this highest wisdom from arbitrary chance, which opponents of metaphysics still use today. But they do not bring about these consequences by mere accident or by chance, which could just as easily have turned out disadvantageously, but one sees that they are restricted by their natural laws to act in no other way than this. What are we to think of this coincidence? How would it be possible that things of different natures should strive in conjunction with each other to bring about such justifiable uniformities and beauties, even for the purpose of such things as are to a certain extent outside the scope of dead matter, namely for the benefit of men and animals, if they did not recognize a common origin, namely an infinite mind in which all things have been projected with reference to essential properties? Causal laws can be recognized for isolated inanimate parts of nature, but they can only work blindly on their own. Their interplay in nature presupposes relationships that are not the result of mere coincidence, simply because they remain closed to human cognition. These considerations remain a central moment in Kant's later critiques. Unfortunately, only his important analysis of the subjective part of human cognition is often recognized. His Copernican turn in epistemology, for which he argues conclusively that statements claiming to be universally valid require a transcendental subject. However, anyone who idealistically glorifies this instance as the reason for the validity of natural laws overlooks the illegitimate transgression of the limits of human knowledge, which lies in the declaration of general and necessary natural laws. Nature must be inherently intelligent in order to be able to detect laws in it. Just as the ongoing experimental confirmation of natural law formulas cannot prove that they correspond to eternal laws of nature, it can be concluded from their historical change that they are purely human spiritual constructions. Human labor, both theoretical and practical, whose practice and development is accompanied by the discovery of the laws of nature, cannot create something completely new, independent of the inner form of nature. This must contain regularity as a moment that natural scientists can approach. In contrast to the Kantian synthesis of causality and teleology, Stephen Hawking presents a mixture of causality and chance as the basis of the cosmos and human existence. When he gets stuck with his brutally deterministic chain of reasoning, chance suddenly takes on the role of deus ex machina. In his new work, The Great Projection, he answers the question of why the laws of nature are organized in such an excellent way with the ultimate process of chance. The Big Bang with which this universe began is just one of many Big Bangs that have all created new universes with a different random combination of physical laws. Our universe has become so stable by pure chance, and the Earth has also become habitable for us by pure chance among the myriad of planets. In all seriousness, he wants to statistically eschematize the old philosophical problem of the beginning, which was already contained in his earlier question about the creator of the creator. But he cannot escape the logic of infinite regress contained therein. For even a random process for Big Bangs can hardly have developed out of nothing. Where does this crazy mechanism come from? Is the next philosophically annoying but, from his point of view, systematically unavoidable question. Hawking slays this problem with the most dazzling thing modern physics has to offer: quantum fluctuations. The randomness embedded in quantum mechanics is supposed to initiate new Big Bangs out of the vacuum again and again through spontaneous generation. This is possible because a quantum fluctuation in a somehow infinite vacuum can inflate into a universe without violating the conservation of energy. Energy must always exist, quantum fluctuations anyway, Hawking arbitrarily states, once again identifying physical abstractions with nature itself. And he also suddenly knows that the universe is a closed system, meaning that its total energy remains unchanged. Hawking simply assumes that crucial parts of physics, whose origins he is only just trying to explain, are spontaneously self-generated. Quantum fluctuations around the vacuum energy constantly generate new universes with random physical laws through Big Bangs. A flat tautology triggers every Big Bang and the rest is done by the law of large numbers. Since there are always Big Bangs, a universe with laws of physics that are favorable to us was created by chance. And then intelligent life developed there on one of the many planets. This is how and no other way our universe came into being. The Earth came in and we came on top of it and Hawking among us so that God can pack up completely. It is difficult to argue against the content of such a concoction. In any case, there is nothing to verify as one steep hypothesis builds on the next. But perhaps the intention of such a theoretical construct is no longer a comprehensible explanation. Perhaps it is simply to confuse the unavoidable contradiction in a purely physical cosmology with itself until it finally gives up the ghost from dizziness and falls silent. Modern cosmology is the cultural-industrial sellout of the natural sciences, which was crucial to the triumph of the Enlightenment. Modern cosmology did away with the religious dogma that a separate heaven exists in its own spatial sphere, which surrounds the motionless Earth at its center. The orbits of the planets around the Sun, especially the Earth, could be determined as the result of natural laws that were also valid on the Earth itself. This was a general revolution in thinking, not just a milestone in modern science. However, to the extent that modern cosmology absolutizes such knowledge of appearing nature beyond its own measure, the systematized human experience, and passes it off as a description of its appearance, it leaves its rational ground. It becomes delusional as soon as it wants to fully understand and ultimately master the universe on the basis of inevitably limited human knowledge. The rage of scientific zealots against the remnants of the Christian explanation of the world arises less from a fear of the resurrection of their dogma than from the desire to finally place positive science itself on God's throne. Under the sign of its perspective domination, the universe is becoming progressively darker. Cosmology must irrationally invoke dark forces to hold together the claim to absoluteness of its theory. And the relationship with the aliens follows the state of mind. In the series Into the Universe with Stephen Hawking, the master now suggests that a superior species could acknowledge contact with our colonization, and compares the impending fate of humanity with that of the Indians after the discovery of America. The hope of cosmic supernannies with the meta-intelligence of a supercivilization alternates with the fear of being hopelessly inferior to ruthless aliens. The omnipotence that the newer cosmologists long for is also something they fear in the hands of competing aliens. Identification with the victims of American immigrants then offers refuge, which, as usual, is not based on empathy with the Indians who suffered at the time, but on envy of the descendants of North American immigrants who are still powerful today. The fact that Hawking fears the aliens that he himself fantasizes about is almost a reason to laugh. But Hawking is at least consequent. Much can be learned from his mistakes, as they necessarily follow from his thinking. And his failure is somewhat tragic in that, in his stubborn and ultimately unsuccessful way, he is at least still dealing with the problems that philosophy itself, purged of all metaphysics, has long since put aside. Most colleagues in the natural sciences can no longer make such gross blunders as he did, if only on principle. Their opportunism conceals the contradictions of their profession. They simply regard nature as given material that they understand in principle and can shape as they see fit. As long as they master an isolated piece of nature in their specialty, this is enough for them to maintain this illusion. While Hawking himself is still somewhat amazed that abstract logical considerations have led to a unified theory that predicts and describes a universe with all the overwhelming diversity that we have before our eyes, most scientists are not surprised at all. The explicit attempt of recent cosmology to explain the universal scientific laws of the world may even be suspect to them. Why should they even try to explain what they already assume on a daily basis if they continue to muddle along scientifically?